How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final
Well, happy Friday, cultists. Hello, we made it through another week. I cannot believe that we are on the verge of June. Just so you guys know, June is going to be Queer Marxism Month. I decided the other day. Pretty much everything we do in June is going to be queer Marxism, even if we have to go into the back catalog and watch stuff again. Because if the left gets to have a whole Pride Month, then I get to take advantage of it. And so we are heading into Queer Marxism June. We are leaving Red May. We had a glorious Red May, and now we are heading into Queer Marxism June. And it's going to be great. It's going to be great, and we've got a lot of stuff to cover. There's a lot of stuff to talk about because queer Marxism is insane. And, perfect timing, because if you head over to the Substack, that is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, you will find this article, The Bashback Militant Queer Movement Reforms. Bashback was a militant queer movement, like an actual movement, an actual organization that operated circa 2007. They say they shut down in 2010. I think it was more like 2011 or 2012. But anyway, Bashback was an actual organization on the left that we have talked a lot about on this channel that are a militant queer organization that were really, they formed leading up to the 2008 election with Barack Obama, who they did not like at all. And they did a lot of direct action. They did a lot of things that were really crazy. They are overtly violent. This is one of the most far leftist radicalized groups you're going to find. Well, Bashback has been dormant for a long time. They've started sputtering here and there. They tried to sputter up just a teeny tiny little bit in like 2018. The Mary Nardi Gang wrote Be Gay, Do Crime, which was one of the last big things the Mary Nardi Gang wrote. Then they tried to sputter up again in 2023. They tried to hold this convergence thing in Chicago. I don't think that really got a lot of interest. And now Bashback has reformed, and they just reconstituted the organization. They were at the Los Angeles Anarchist Book Fair a couple weeks ago. And Bashback is going to make things really interesting this summer, I think, because Bashback, back in the day, Bashback used to target Pride festivals. And not because they liked Pride festivals. This is why we need to learn the difference between trans and queer and gay and queer. Militant queer Marxists do not support Pride festivals. To them, it is a form of rainbow capitalism. It is an assimilationist strategy, and queer Marxism is an anti-assimilationist ideology that wants to not only abolish capitalism, but literally abolish everything. So I posted a piece this week. We've been doing a lot on the bashback movement this week. We spent several hours reading the Queer Ultraviolence Bashback Anthology, which is an anthology that was published by people who actually were participating in this back in 2011. We've learned a lot about them this week. And spoiler alert, it just confirmed everything that I've been teaching about queer Marxism for years and all that stuff. And now bashback is officially back. And I think that what we saw happen in Seattle last weekend with the militant anarchists that everyone thinks is Antifa, but Bashback is a separate organization than Antifa. Now, that's not to say there's not overlap. Of course there's overlap. You can be in both Bashback and Antifa at the same time. Not everyone is. Some are in one, some are in the other. But I think that what happened in Seattle last weekend with the so-called Antifa, the radical leftists attacking the Christian music festival, I don't think that was Antifa. I think that was Bashback. Or it was minimally people in both. Now, Karlyn, why does it matter? What's the difference? Well, Bashback is a specific organization with a specific set of values that is different than Antifa. They have different operational standards than Antifa. And quite frankly, I think that Bashback co-opted Antifa after it shut down. So what I think happened, because Bashback was out there doing direct actions like on a large scale, way before Antifa, in regards to what we are interested in. Bashback shuts down in 2011, 2012-ish. They stopped operating as an organization, as an organizing apparatus. Where do all the people involved in Bashback go after Bashback shuts down? They went to Antifa. They co-opted Antifa. I am almost positive that's what happened. So this is not to say that Antifa was ever good. Obviously, Antifa is not good. But Antifa has been operating for a long time without being militantly queer. And then all of a sudden, you've got Bashback shutting down. The militant queers have to go somewhere. They went to Antifa. If you don't understand the Bashback ideology, you don't understand the things they believe, now might be a good time to learn, and that's what we're going to be talking a lot about over the next month, because I promise you we are going to see militant action at Pride festivals. I promise you we're going to see militant, violent, direct action, probably orchestrated by these people at Pride festivals, and it's not just going to be directed at conservatives, it's going to be directed at also the, corporate gays, because these people do not like Pride. These people never want a gay marriage. These people don't want gay people in the military. They don't want anything to do with anything. They're anti-assimilationist. And that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of for, I think, the next month or so. And so we'll be covering a lot of that on the channel. So congratulations. Welcome. We are putting ourselves through the ringer over the next month, but I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. So we will be doing that. If you feel like supporting the work I'm doing, covering the far left, decoding the far left, head over to the Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Sign up for a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year. I just posted a podcast earlier today. You can see it right here. This was a live stream I did on the Substack for about an hour earlier today. If you are new to my work, if you just found me recently, head over and listen to that live stream, because I'm going to talk to you about what people go through when they encounter my work on the far left. And there is a process. There is a letting go process that you have to go through. There is an unlearning process that you have to go through. You have to come to the realization that most of your conservative influencers are liars and grifters and shills and have been lying to you for a long time, and that most of what they say about the left isn't even real. And when you look at the primary source evidence, you start to see that very, very, very clearly. And there is a mourning process that people go through. They go through the 5 stages of grief. I talk about that. I talk about resources that you can use to get into my work a little bit more quicker, learn the language of the left quicker, why it's important we learn the language of the left, what it's going to do for you when we learn the language of the left, and why we're doing all of this to begin with. So if you're new to my work, check out that podcast. You can also find it on the Decode the Left podcast on Apple and Spotify and on Substack. And guys, make sure you're downloading the Substack app and putting it on your phone, because I'm doing live streams on Substack fairly regularly now. The live streams then upload to the podcast. And so if you have the Substack app on your phone and you're subscribed to my Substack, you'll get a notification when I go live for a live stream. And then you can come live, you can interact, you can ask questions, all that stuff. I've really been enjoying the live streams on Substack. I feel like it allows me to download a lot of information to people in a relatively short time period. I also think it's just good content for the podcast, honestly. So that's what you can do there. Now, this is Friday. And as you know, on Fridays, we have a tradition where we watch something that's not serious. And I drink beer. And we talk about it. Happy Hour Fridays, for people who are new and you don't know the lore, Happy Hour Fridays used to be completely reversed. Because it used to be, for my normal streams during the week, I would cover just nonsense news and stuff like that. And then on Fridays, we got serious about it and we watched like a DEI training or something like that. And so we weren't watching DEI training and leftist content all the time back then. It was just for Fridays. And then I named it Happy Hour, ironically, because I would get drunk and watch the DEI training. And then we started watching Socialism all the time. And then I transitioned Happy Hour to be more of a drama stream because I was like, we used to watch all this far left content 1 day a week. Now we're watching far left content like 5 days a week, and I need a break. So on Fridays, we watch drama content now. Something that's interesting, something that's spicy, something that's juicy, something that people might want to get their inner shit poster on. And I drink beer. And most people are here for the beer vote. Because I did go to the craft beer store earlier today. And I picked up 4 craft beers, and I'm going to tell you about those beers, and you guys are going to vote on which one I drink first. And there is a like not insignificant likelihood that I will get very drunk on this stream. I'm just letting people know. And it's not my fault because we're watching the Whatever podcast. I promised I would never do this again. I promised after the last time that Trendlin bribed me to watch the Whatever podcast that I would never, ever, 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 ever do this again. However, since I said that, Andrew Wilson has become pretty much a staple on the Whatever podcast. It's actually like Andrew Wilson has basically taken over the Whatever podcast. And the Whatever podcast now seems to be the Whatever podcast with Andrew Wilson. It's like he's just always there. And I gotta be honest, I have not throughout my time on the internet been the biggest fan of Andrew Wilson or his wife. To be honest with you, I don't even remember. So I had him and his wife blocked on Twitter for a long time. I don't even remember why I originally blocked him and his wife. I truly have no idea. But obviously at some point, Andrew Wilson and his wife and I got off on the wrong foot. And I had them blocked on Twitter. Now, as you guys know, about a month ago, I recently, I unblocked everyone on Twitter. I unblocked over 17,000 people. I gave up my finely cultivated block list that I had been just cultivating and adding to for years and years and years. I unblocked literally everyone on Twitter because I was like, I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm giving everyone a second chance. Maybe, you know what? Like Nick Fuentes and I are getting along right now. The Groypers and I have started to get along. And you know, you just never know what's going to happen. And you never know. People change, people grow. Sometimes people have a wrong first experience. And so you give people a second chance. And that's not just unblocking people on Twitter. So obviously I don't have Andrew and his wife blocked anymore because I unblocked everyone. But that's just not with people on Twitter. I've been going through a whole thing lately where I'm just like, can we just level out with people? Can we just not fight? I just don't want to fight. And if other people want to create drama, I don't really care. If you want to try to create drama with me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to laugh at you and then I'm going to probably ignore you because I just don't feel like fighting. I don't feel like doing this insult thing. I think it's beneath me. I think it's beneath what I'm doing. I find it to be very low level. I find it to be very low IQ. I'm just not interested in it, like, at all in any way. So around the time that I unblocked everyone on Twitter, I started revisiting people that I previously didn't like. And I have to be honest, like, I'm kind of intrigued by Andrew Wilson. The reason that I'm intrigued by Andrew Wilson is that, listen, I think I think one of my first exposures to Andrew Wilson was, I know I had him and his wife blocked on Twitter. I don't know why. But then, when was it? Like a couple years ago now, I started talking to Big Tech because Big Tech was trying to get me to turn against the Groypers. Maybe he wasn't trying to do that, but Big Tech and I started talking. After Big Tech and I started talking, I realized that Big Tech had previous drama with Andrew Wilson. And I looked into that drama to try to figure out who are these people? What's actually happened on the internet, right? And at that time, I kind of thought, I was like, Andrew Wilson has done some really sketchy shit. And I didn't like, and I don't even remember what it was. I do just remember that I was very kind of turned off to Andrew Wilson based on what I perceived to be sneaky, underhanded shit that he had done to Big Tech. Now, I think Big Tech also did maybe some things that maybe he shouldn't have done to Andrew Wilson because they're men behaving badly on the internet. But I was kind of like, I think that's the point when I kind of wrote Andrew Wilson off, was like a couple years ago with the whole Big Tech thing, because I was like, that was kind of fucked up, bro. Like, that was actually, and I don't even remember what happened, but that was kind of fucked up. Didn't think of Andrew Wilson at all for maybe another year and a half, whatever. Didn't really pay attention, didn't really care. All of a sudden, I start seeing him pop up everywhere. He's on all these shows, he's doing all this stuff. And I gotta be honest with you, I don't agree with everything Andrew Wilson says, and I don't agree with everything his wife says, but I started watching some of these clips and I was like, you know what? Andrew is smart. I think he's very smart. I think he's smarter than he gives himself credit for. Or maybe he does know how smart he is. I don't really know. I think Andrew is an excellent debater. And whether or not you like his debate tactics, sometimes the debate tactics he uses drives me absolutely insane. But I do think that he is an excellent debater. He's obviously very interested in debate, just like as a technical exercise, not even in terms of like a free exchange of ideas, just as like a technical exercise. We don't need to worry about who Big Tech is. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He and I are no longer speaking because he can't apologize for things that he did was wrong. So we don't worry about it. I wish him no ill will. Anyway. So I was kind of like I was like half paying attention to like Andrew Wilson when I would see him show up. And I think the thing of it is like, I don't have to agree with someone in order to look at someone who is obviously passionate about what they're doing, which I think Andrew Wilson really enjoys debating on the internet. Whether or not you like that, whether or not you like his positions, I don't think there's any denying that Andrew Wilson just really fucking gets off on debating on the internet. And it's kind of cool. I think regardless of whether or not you like someone or hate someone or agree with someone or disagree with someone, I think it's fun to watch someone do something that they obviously love doing, that they've obviously thought a lot about, that they've obviously put a lot of time into. Like, I think that Andrew prepares for his debates. I think he puts a lot of time into that. And I have respect for that. I really do. There are a lot of people on the internet who just want to show up and turn on their camera and just say whatever stupid, retarded thing comes into their head and not think about how to advance ideas or anything like that. And those people are so annoying. And it's just like, I don't like, I'm thinking of like the quartering. The quartering is one of the most annoying motherfuckers on the internet. He has nothing of value to say. There's no intelligence behind what he's doing. He's just like, hey guys, like I'm going to do a quick little thing about this thing and buy my coffee. And oh, you're going to buy my coffee, right? And I'm selling coffee. And do you know I'm selling coffee? And oh yeah, I think this thing is stupid and blah, 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 blah. It's like, I don't want the internet to have the quartering style content. Like that's a fucking lazy, intellectually stupid content. I think Andrew Wilson is at least making arguments. He's at least exposing the stupidity of arguments of people I don't like. He's obviously spent a lot of time studying debate and breaking down debate and figuring out how it works and getting really good at it. And so, I don't know, like I have to say, like I'm intrigued. I am. And you know, I spent some time yesterday. I even watched the Whatever podcast on my own yesterday, just to make sure before I did this for a stream. So I spent time listening to him debate this stupid feminist woman, because I had seen clips of it on the internet, and I was like, I absolutely see the value of having someone like Andrew Wilson on the Whatever podcast debating stupid feminists like that. I don't know if people have watched this episode with this supposed genius level IQ Ivy League feminist who, like, every single time Andrew Wilson started to make a point that she didn't like, she was like, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave. You're being mean to me. You're being mean to me. You're going to be mean to me. Yeah, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave. I was like, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. I was like, I hate women like this so much. They're so annoying. And so to watch Andrew Wilson literally make this woman cry on the Whatever podcast, it was just an extremely satisfying feeling. It was extremely satisfying. Also, Andrew Wilson has gotten himself into a little bit of trouble. Not that. This. Andrew Wilson has gotten himself into a little bit of trouble with one of these debates he did on the Whatever podcast recently. And I started seeing this clip float all around the internet. And I think that Hannah is basically an intellectually dishonest blowhard. And I don't like her. And I don't think she really has anything valuable to say or contribute. And I don't trust the things she says at all in any way. And I saw her shilling this video. Can we just talk about, I fucking hate these reaction videos where literally influencers just put a little box of themselves on the video and they're just going and making these stupid faces. And so Hannah Cox took this video out of context and she said, Andrew Wilson should try being assaulted a few times and then report back if he thinks it's so enjoyable, because they're trying to take a clip out of context of Andrew Wilson and they're trying to say, Andrew Wilson thinks that women benefit from being sexually assaulted. And I'm just like, did he actually say that though? Did he actually? Or are you just being an annoying cunt on the internet, Hannah? Did he actually say that? Because I'll tell you this too. There is nothing that can happen that will get me on your side faster than if some bitch on the internet takes you out of context to drag you for clicks and clout on the internet. There is nothing that pisses me off more than these intellectually dishonest, stupid, low IQ influencers who have nothing better to do with their lives other than to find clips taken out of context so that they can feign outrage on the internet. How dare you, Andrew? It's like, shut the fuck up. He didn't even say that. And to be honest, I don't even need to watch the whole debate to know that's not what he said. I don't even need to. We are going to watch the debate. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to drink some beer and actually watch the debate. But like, as soon as I saw this clip floating around, I was like, I literally don't even need to watch this debate to know that that pussy liberal kid in the blue shirt and Hannah Cox are just taking something out of context and twisting it to mean something they didn't mean because they want to own Andrew Wilson on the internet, bro. And it's so gross and it's so disgusting. And I hate shit like this more than almost anything else. Yes, I saw the clip of Andrew not being able to open the jar. You know, what he really needed to do with the jar, I'll use this can of sparkling water as an example. What he actually I have silverware here too. Okay. What he really needed to do is to get a knife or something, and he needed to go like this around the jar. That's what needed to happen. They needed to hit the lid of the jar. If Andrew had just hit the lid of the jar, he would have been able to open it, and everything would have been fine. But whatever, I'm not gonna hold. I actually like that Andrew kind of like played that off. What did he say? I think he said he like tweeted out like, the jar won or something. Like, it's like, whatever, bro. So if we go back, Hannah Cox sends out this tweet that's out of context. It's got almost 300,000 views, so she's trying to make it seem like Andrew Wilson saying something he didn't say. Anthony Brian Logan, who I've never really liked all that much, but I had to pretend I liked in 2020, but I've never actually really liked him all that much. He jumps on the bandwagon saying, I warned people about that dude. And then Andrew retweeted him and said, and I warned people about this dude. I was right. He will spread lies in a second in order to further his agenda. This post is proof. Yeah, it is. And then Anthony Brian Logan says, I don't know. You've never spoken to you before, only familiar with a handful of your social media clips. And then Andrew says, then why would you spread lies like this? You could have verified this as an out of context hit piece created by feminists in minutes. Hate my views, fine, but don't lie. See, this is exactly my perspective. It's like, you don't have to like the things I say on the internet or Andrew Wilson says on the internet or anyone else says on the internet. You don't have to like things that people say on the internet. But can we just not clip shit out of context and pretend it's something that it isn't in order to fake outrage on the internet when you're not even outraged to begin with? No one is outraged about Andrew Wilson saying something spicy on the whatever podcast. They're just pretending to be outraged because it gets them views on the internet, and it's fucking gross. If you have issues with something that someone said on the internet, why not try making an intellectual discussion and actually grappling with what they actually said, not some twisted out of context version that bears no resemblance to what they actually fucking said. This shit has happened to me so much on the internet. I might be a little bit sensitive to this because shit like this has happened to me so much where, like, do you guys remember the Fox News clip when I broke the Coke Be Less White story that no other fucking conservative had? When I broke that story and I went on Fox News to talk about the Coke Be Less White story, and fucking conservatives, and when I went on Fox News to talk about the Coke Be Less White story, they asked me about anti-racist math. And so I explained what anti-racist math was. And obviously I'm not in favor of anti-racist math. I reviewed an entire fucking anti-racist math textbook on this channel back in that time period. But conservatives, because they're raging fucking losers, clipped that out of context to make me look like an SJW that was endorsing anti-racist math because they didn't like my haircut. And that clip to this day goes viral on the internet all the time. And it's like every single time, and I mean, shout out to people who go into the comments every single time that clip surfaces and said, you retards, that wasn't what she was saying. So I might be a little bit sensitive to things getting clipped out of context and having them circulate on the internet forever ad nauseum because it's lazy, it's retarded, it's destructive, it makes no sense at all. And yeah, you saw that clip last week. That clip is over 4 years old. That clip was from February of 2021, and conservative retards on the internet are still circulating it today. So I don't like it when people do this shit. And I'm going to watch this whatever podcast episode, Andrew Wilson debates male feminist. I don't know that we're actually going to make it the whole 6 hours of the episode. That might be a bit much, but I do have 4 beers and I have some knitting, which is most important. And I'm actually thinking about trying something new with my knitting. So I could use something to watch on the internet just to work out something new with my knitting that I want to do anyway. And what we're going to do is we're going to drink beer and we're going to talk about it. And we're going to laugh and we're going to be entertained. And I'm going to stream for as long as I feel like streaming. And people can come in and, well, you know, just hang on. Don't judge yet. Okay, I'm going to show you the beers. At least one of them's an Imperial. All right. We're not talking about Bud Light or Coors Light here, bro. We're talking about good beer. Relax. You're here for the 6 hours, Trendlin? This is Trendlin's heyday. Trendlin has been waiting for this. Trendlin never thought she could get me to voluntarily watch the whatever podcast again, and now it's your moment to shine, Trendlin. This is your day. Now, before we get into this and before we do the beer vote, I have one other thing to say before we get started. I want to talk about Glenn Greenwald. Because, hey, 2 ladies, it's good to see you. It's okay. You don't have to come to every stream. We appreciate you. Poor Glenn Greenwald. I feel so bad for Glenn Greenwald. I did watch the video. You guys know I do my due diligence. I watch things to make sure I know what they actually are. I didn't want to watch the video. I felt very uncomfortable watching the video. But I did watch it. I did watch the video. And you know what? Listen, man. For those who don't know, Glenn Greenwald's sex tape got released on the internet. Glenn is in a very compromising position in this sex tape. I'm not going to describe what's on this sex tape. If you want to go and look up the video, you can do that. But let's just say that Glenn is doing some kinky shit. Now, personally, I don't actually care about seeing people's sex tapes on the internet. That's just not my thing. And bigger picture, I think it's gross and disgusting that this type of stuff gets leaked in the first place. And I think that Glenn Greenwald handled the situation in about as good of a way as anyone could handle the situation, which is he released a statement. And he said, no, I'm not trying to use, just trying to look at the picture, browser. That's it. Just trying to look at the picture. No. Last night, videos were released online depicting behavior in my private life. Some were distorted and others were not. They were published without my knowledge or consent, and its publication was therefore criminal. Though we do not yet know exactly who is responsible, we are close to knowing, and the motive was a maliciously political one. I'm just going to stop there and point out Glenn Greenwald is specifically telling us it was a politically motivated release, which means, I think, someone in Israel didn't like that Glenn Greenwald is speaking out against Israel, and Israel released his sex tape. First, they tried to probably blackmail him to get him to shut the fuck up. And then when Israel tried to blackmail Glenn Greenwald to get him to shut up, Glenn Greenwald told them to fuck off. And then they released his sex tape as a result. That's my hunch about what happened. I could be wrong. But can anyone think of any issue that Glenn Greenwald has ruffled more feathers with in recent memory than him being opposed to what Israel's doing in Gaza? I can't. So if this was a maliciously political stunt, of course that's going to be the issue at play. And then it's simply a matter of deduction. What foreign power has a history, shall we say, of blackmailing people. Israel. What foreign power would have no problem releasing a sex tape of someone if that person didn't bend the knee to their bullshit and do what they wanted them to do? Israel. So I think we all know what happened. As for the content of the videos, I have no embarrassment or regret about them. The videos depict consenting adults engaged in intimate actions in their private lives. They all display fully consensual behavior harming nobody. Obviously, it can be uncomfortable and unpleasant when your private behavior is made public against your will. That's why the behavior is private in the first place. But the only wrongdoing here is the criminal and malicious publication of the videos in an attempt to malign perceived political enemies and advance a political agenda. Glenn Greenwald knows exactly where this came from, I promise you. Others are, of course, free to form their own judgments, as some are prone to do about others' private lives. It won't change my work. I will continue all my prongs of journalism and pursue the caucuses most important to me, or the causes rather, most important to me, exactly as before. Good for him. Fuck those assholes. Seriously, fuck those assholes. And for my money, I think the people who are coming out against Glenn Greenwald and trying to use this and really twist the knife, I think it says more about those people than it does about him. And so that's what I'm interested in. Who is speaking out in favor of Glenn Greenwald? Who's keeping their mouth shut? And who is overtly coming in and twisting the knife and continuing to stab him over and over and over because they get righteous anger points on the internet for taking advantage of a situation in which Glenn Greenwald was probably being blackmailed by a foreign power, and then he told them to fuck off. And there's a reason that most of our politicians don't speak out against Israel, guys, because they probably have blackmail on all of them. One of those people, and I just want to use this as an example because it makes me happy to do so, is the infamous Karen Smith. Now, if you guys don't know, I have a long history with this bitch. This bitch waged a 2-year harassment campaign against me in which she doxed my college boyfriend along with her friends to try to drag me through the mud, to smear and defame me because she was jealous that I got more followers on the internet than she did. So anytime stuff like this happens, I kind of go over to Carrie's profile with one of my many copious alt accounts, and I say, what is the good Christian saying about all this? Is she acting in a very Christ-like manner? The disgusting Glenn Greenwald revelations, I don't care what you do in your private life, is a popular talking point. Well, I do. Especially if it's foul degeneracy and it becomes public and you tarnish your work and the esteem people held you in. Don't pretend it doesn't rightly do so. It's also demoralizing for people at large because they start to wonder if there are any good people out there, not slaves to some sick satanic perversion. There are, and they're washed up by the blood of Christ. They are, but for the grace of God go they. It was not any secret that Glenn Greenwald is gay. Therefore, Glenn Greenwald having gay sex doesn't actually surprise me all that much. And so I'm not sure what Carrie was so on about and what she was so offended by. Because quite frankly, Glenn Greenwald wasn't even getting fucked on this video. Glenn Greenwald was engaging in some power play dynamics, and you know what? People have a right to do that. And on the scale of, I'm just going to say this, on the scale of rather mundane BDSM behavior to overtly over the top insane, I don't think Glenn Greenwald actually did anything that was all that crazy. Oh, James was talking shit Of course James Lindsay was talking shit about Glenn Greenwald. I didn't even see that. So you can see Carrie doesn't stop there, though. Carrie has to go in all the replies and tell everyone what she thinks. She's replying to people in Glenn Greenwald's comments. Look at this. Hang on. She's replying to all these people. Oh, I loved this. This woman was responding to Carrie's statement on Glenn Greenwald. I do actually agree with you. It doesn't just impact the way I view his work generally. I do care about what people do in their private lives. But that has more to do about caring about the people. The situations it colors the way I view their work are pretty limited. And then Carrie says, I hear ya. So Carrie's now trying to say, I don't hate Glenn Greenwald and think he's a degenerate because he had gay sex. I just care about him as a person. And that's why I'm trying to attack him on the internet, because I care about him as a person. Yeah, okay, Carrie. Okay. In the very next tweet, after Carrie's trying to say, I care about Glenn Greenwald as a person, Carrie says, the people who say things like that have filthy lives and assume everyone is like them. They truly believe humans are incapable of anything but filth. And that's why it's demoralizing to see someone you once held in high esteem revealed as filth. Carrie Smith is literally saying that Glenn Greenwald was revealed as filth. It's the forces of darkness. Charlie Kirk came out and supported Glenn Greenwald. Let's see what Carrie said to him. I keep hearing that conservatives don't conserve anything. You're carrying water for this kind of filth makes me think this could be true. All of the classical liberals are attacking Ian Carroll because Ian Carroll defended Glenn Greenwald. So they hate Ian Carroll, and Ian Carroll defended Glenn Greenwald. Hence, they have to attack Glenn Greenwald because Ian Carroll defended Glenn Greenwald. Billboard Chris coming out against Glenn Greenwald. As a reminder, Billboard Chris is a Scientologist that is in the Sea Org in Scientology. And when he couldn't get embraced by the ex-Scientologist community, he switched over to Gender Critical because all Billboard Chris ever wanted was to be famous on the internet. And he tried to become famous as a so-called ex-Scientologist because he's in the Sea Org in Scientology. And that didn't work out. And Leah Remini hated him and she blocked him. And as soon as Leah Remini blocked Billboard Chris for being a fake ex-Scientologist, Billboard Chris started talking about trans and kids. And all of a sudden he's famous on the internet. Conservatives don't need to support men who pay $2,000 to lick another man's spit off the floor wearing a maid costume with a Palestinian flag attached. Why the fuck do I care what Glenn Greenwald does in his private life? Is Glenn Greenwald a good journalist or isn't he? He's a fantastic journalist. Is Glenn Greenwald a principled person or isn't he? I think he's a very principled person. Even if I don't agree with everything that he says, I think he's a very principled person. Yeah, that's basically what happened in the video. Yeah. Basically what happened in the video. But why do I care what Glenn Greenwald spends his money on? The answer is, I don't. If Glenn Greenwald wants to spend money on someone to berate him and to make him do degrading acts, if that's what he likes to do in his spare time, guess what, man? Glenn Greenwald is a fucking adult. Everyone knew Glenn Greenwald was gay. This is probably one of the least scandalous things that Glenn Greenwald could have done in regards to, like, gay sex. He wasn't even having sex on the video. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Carrie says, thank you. I was surprised to see Charlie Kirk carrying water for this filth. Retweeting James. I'm trying to find her original response to Glenn Greenwald. Quit trying to twist God's words to justify degeneracy. Yeah, okay, Carrie. Where is her original reply to get Glenn Greenwald? Where is it? Because she actually told Glenn Greenwald to get the fuck off the internet. I just need to find it. Look, these are all tweets about Glenn Greenwald. These are literally all tweets about Glenn Greenwald. All right. Hang on. Let me go back up. We're going to find Carrie's initial reply to Glenn Greenwald because I want you guys to see it. And then we're going to do the video with Andrew Wilson. Calm down. We're going to do the beer. We're going to do the video with Andrew Wilson. Okay, hang on. Here it is. Here is Carrie's initial reply to Glenn Greenwald in his statement. I have no embarrassment or regret about them. And Carrie says, you should get offline and get your soul right. If not for yourself, then for those kids. Listen. The reason I wanted to talk about this specifically, and this is actually true with Andrew Wilson as well, by the way. Anytime you see people engaging in a pylon like this, their goal is singular. It is to shut you up. The goal of a struggle session, the goal of a pylon, the goal of kicking people when they've had blackmail released on them on the internet and kicking them when they're down, the goal of releasing clips taken out of context to make it look like they said things they never said, the goal is always and forever to shut you up. The goal is always and forever to silence you. Carrie is saying the quiet part out loud in this tweet. She's saying, get off the internet. Just shut up. Just shut up and it'll all go away. Get off the internet. We don't want to hear from you anymore. That's what the goal is. None of these people care about Glenn Greenwald as a person. I would bet you most of these people never even consume Glenn Greenwald's content. I would bet you that most of these people have never even watched a long-form video of Glenn Greenwald. They're just coming out of the woodworks because Glenn Greenwald is a very inconvenient person for them because Carrie is a raging Zionist. They're coming out of the woodworks to pile on to say, get off the internet or we're going to make your life even worse. And that's why you never bend the knee to these people. You never give in to these people. You tell these people to fuck off. You expose these people anytime you can, because if people don't see this stuff happening, then these people win. As long as I live and breathe, there will never be a time where people like Carrie Smith, who Carrie Smith harassed me for over 2 years. She still does to this day, but she did very heavily for over 2 fucking years. There will never be a time when I let this bitch get away with anything. When I let this bitch go without pointing out exactly what she's doing, because what she's done to me, she has done to countless other people. And there are a whole bunch of people like her who just spend all their time doing shit like this because it's all they have. They're no different than leftists. Carrie Smith is no different than leftists. Billboard Chris is no different than leftists. James Lindsay is no different than leftists. I didn't leave the left to have anything to do with unhinged retards like this. And so that's all I really want to say about that. Outrage junkies on presume easy targets. Yup, exactly, Nick. All right, guys, that's all I really have to say about that. Again, we are going to be watching. Has Carrie ever condemned Rabbi Shmuley? That's a good question. Rabbi Shmuley literally sells butt plugs. Can't imagine Carrie would like that. I guess we'll see. Anyway, we're going to be getting into the Whatever podcast now, but before I do, guys, we are going to do our beer vote because this is happy hour, and I have 4 craft beers here. Hang on. What we're going to do is I'm going to tell you about the beers, and you guys are going to vote on which one I drink first. Our first beer of the day, and by the way, if you think you don't like beer, You just haven't found the right beer yet, so maybe go and find your local craft beer store because there's awesome beer out there. And it's summer, and it's a good time for beer. Our first beer today is from Drecker Brewing Company. I always forget where Drecker is. And it doesn't say on the can. Don't know. Drecker Brewing Company. Nope, doesn't say there either. This is a fluff stuff beer. And it is a raspberry mallow fruited sour. So I imagine this is like a raspberry marshmallow type sour beer. Drecker does a lot of these like dessert like beers that are very thick, that are very smoothie like. They're usually pretty good. So I'm excited to try this one. This is called Fluff Stuff. It is a raspberry sour. Next up, we have Definitive Brewing. And I'm actually really excited to try this one. Definitive Brewing is where? Portland, Maine, a Maine beer. Look at this can. Isn't this can cool? I oftentimes will pick out beer just based on the beer can. This is called Late Night. And this is, oh, you want the alcohol? I don't know what this is. I don't know what the alcohol content of this is. I'm going to assume it's around 5 to 6. It doesn't say on the can, though. This one does. Well, I think it does. This is called Late Night Blueberry Waffles. It is an imperial sour, so does it actually say the alcohol content? 8.1% alcohol, and it is imperial sour with blueberry, maple, and vanilla, and I think that sounds delightful, and it's got a cool can, and I'm looking forward to it. That's option number 2. Option number 3, you guys know I love a good peanut butter stout, and I haven't had this peanut butter stout yet, and I'm really excited about it. Last Chair Brewing. This is out of Plymouth, New Hampshire, so a New Hampshire beer. It is 5.5%, and it is a milk stout brewed with peanut butter and roasted peanuts. That is going to be our peanut butter stout. And our last one is called Island's End, and it is brewed in New Jersey. Okay, we're going to try not to hold it against it. 7% alcohol. It's got a nice can, too. I like the black and gold. And this is going to be a coconut porter. I love coconut porters. I'm kind of obsessed with coconut lately. I'm kind of obsessed with this coconut LaCroix, whatever. It's like sparkling water. But this is a coconut porter, and that's our 4th option. All right, so I'm going to put the poll in the chat. Again, we have our raspberry sour, raspberry fluff. We have our blueberry waffles, imperial. We have our peanut butter stout. And we have our coconut porter. So let me know which one you guys want me to drink first in the chat. And while you do that, I'm going to set up the video with the sound. And we're going to get into a 6-hour whatever podcast. Andrew Wilson extravaganza. If you're new to the channel, I hope you subscribe today. Make sure you're mounting the like button for me, please, if you would be so kind. Shout out to everyone watching over on Rumble. I appreciate the people on Rumble. I appreciate the people on X. Giving people a second to vote here. Let's see. All right. Last chance. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5. The peanut butter stout. I wasn't expecting the peanut butter stout to win, if I'm honest about it. All right, we'll do some peanut butter stout. Cheers, everyone. If you're drinking something fun, please put what you're drinking in the chat. Let me see. I drink my beer in a wine glass because I'm bougie like that. Oh, shit. Look at the head on that. I'm going to have to let this settle. Cheers, everyone. Wow. Okay, we need to let that settle. We'll just wait on that. Let's get into the video. We are watching the Whatever podcast with Andrew Wilson debating this pussy male feminist. And we're just going to have some fun today. So let's get this party started. 6 hours. 6 hours.
Welcome to a debate edition of the Whatever podcast. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California.
Cherry
I'm your host and
ale?
moderator, Brian Atlas.
Can I just say, I love cherry beers. Sam Adams does a cherry wheat beer that's mass produced. That's so good. But if you never had a cherry beer, it is the perfect time of year for a cherry beer. It's even if you don't like cherries, it's so good. Can we do the whole 6 hours? We're going to find out, Mitchell. We're going to see.
A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $99 and up, and we're going to read those in batches at various breaks throughout the debate. There's not going to be instantaneous TTS, but there will be these breaks. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App. It's Whatever Pod on both. Link is in the description. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We have merch, shop.whatever.com. And we also have Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce the two debaters. I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. He's a blood sports debater and political commentator. Also joining us today is Oliver Niehaus. He's about to graduate from Oberlin College. He is triple majoring in political science, philosophy, and legal study.
Oberlin is so woke. We should actually look into Oberlin. I need to go find the gender studies program at Oberlin or something like that. I haven't checked in with Oberlin in a really long time.
He plans to attend law school after graduation. He is a political commentator and content creator. The topic today is feminism. You will each have a 5-minute opening statement. Then the rest of the show will just be open conversation with no prompt changes, but there will be breaks for messages from the audience. Andrew, you're going to open first, so go ahead.
Well, first, thank you again to the Whatever podcast audience for having me. I always appreciate that. And of course, it's through you guys' donation the show is possible. And to the Crucible crew, I know you guys are watching. I'm wearing black today because it's going to be a funeral. And with that, I'm going to get into my opening statement. My opponent today told Jim Bob there's nothing wrong with having sex with a cadaver. Usually that would be enough for me to just kind of laugh and walk away because no one will ever take you seriously again. But in this case, I feel the rest of his pro-feminist stances need to be eliminated. My opponent also refuses to define what a woman is, so I don't know how he can bother advocating for their specific rights or issues if he can't even determine what one is. Interestingly, my opponent believes there are no specific duties for men, at least according to his debate with Jim Bob, so I thought I would take a moment to... I'm sorry, hang on. I'm doing this from my cell phone, so give me a little grace. Interestingly, my opponent believes there are no specific duties for men, at least according to his debate with Jim Bob. So I thought I would take a moment to point out the societal and social expectations and duties which men have. Now, you may not believe they should have them, but they do have them under the current expectations which feminists have put in place. First, the draft. Second, any say over abortion, which the left demands they have no say in. The ability to deny association with women in the occupation for the purposes of safety. The ability to defend yourself physically against a woman. The social demand of sacrifice for chivalry to strangers.
I could not disagree with you more. I'm so sick of the what is a woman? What is a woman? Because the left doesn't care. The left wants to abolish all gender. They don't care. It's such a stupid question. And it's like, any kid that's gone to school in the last 20 years, they also think it's a stupid question. And so if your goal is to like get people on your side, it's a boomer fucking cringe question.
who are women and children. The expectation, they can't tell women what a real woman is, but a woman can descriptively attack what a real man is or isn't. Men
True.
have a bias against them in domestic violence issues. Men are expected to approach women for the purposes of dating and marriage, but are often called creepy and told they are making a woman uncomfortable by doing so. Men can't discuss issues they have with women in a collective way, or they're called misogynists and told they want to hurt women.
I saw it. I didn't read it, though. I haven't had a chance yet. But I'm not surprised that the Nashville man... I said she was queer from the moment the first part of it came out. Like, I'm not surprised she had queer stuff in there. But there's also obviously mental health problems, probably brought on by testosterone and all that, because a lot of the trans shooters are like DIYing hormones, which is a queer Marxist thing, is to DIY the testosterone and to use testosterone like a party drug. And so testosterone fucked up her head, and then she went and shot up a school. Like, it's not hard to figure out that one. And it's sad and tragic and all those things. I'm not trying to make light of it, but...
Expectation to provide financial support during a divorce without the expectation of child custody. Expectation of having courage in dangerous jobs for the purpose of society where women are not.
Well, hang on. And I don't want to keep arguing about this because I actually do want to listen to the debate. But the problem is when people, and listen, I say this with all due respect to Andrew Wilson, when people like Andrew Wilson go, you don't know what a woman is, they're not doing it because they even understand that the left wants to abolish gender entirely and therefore doesn't care. If Andrew Wilson followed through on that point and said, the reason that you can't define what a woman is because you don't believe the gender binary is a real thing, and you believe it's a social construct created by capitalism, and that's why you won't define it because you want to abolish the gender binary entirely, isn't that right? If he followed through with something like that, I would be like, yeah, that's a great point. But they don't, because they don't understand that that's why the question is bad. Would it be fair to say lefties should not attempt to defend women since they want to abolish the term? Well, yes, they don't. Let's just be clear. It's not that they want to abolish the term woman. They don't believe that women are a real thing. They also don't believe that men are a real thing. This is not just about vocabulary. They want to abolish the categories. They want to abolish the very idea of men. They want to abolish the very idea of women. That's what the gender binary is, because they believe as long as these categories exist, the gender hierarchy will exist. The gender hierarchy is also called patriarchy. And so they think they can't abolish the patriarchy without abolishing the very categories. And that's why they're doing it. They don't care what a woman is. They don't buy into the value set. They don't buy into the system. They don't buy into the worldview. They want everyone to be non-binary. So we agree. Yeah, exactly. We agree. I like if they understood what the actual logic behind the left not being able to define a woman is, I would have no problem with it. They don't understand it though.
Expectations that male-only spaces like the Boy Scouts and clergy and other groups be opened up to women, while women, especially feminists going into all female spaces, are completely celebrated. The inability to bring charges of SA or battery against women for the same types of things. Women can claim battery and assault and be believed, and it's insisted that they're believed, just to name a few. Men are expected to be stoic, while at the same time more emotionally available and empathetic. Men are sent to schools governed by female teachers, which have rules which are tailored to the behavior of the feminine in girls and not the masculine in boys, and are oftentimes drugged to keep their masculinity under control.
True,
to celebrate
actually. Very true.
Male increases in powerful jobs is bigotry and oppression, but in females it's celebrated as glass ceiling breaking. Also, feminist things that we'll see often in society now, which have taken heel from the left, is men need to stop coming in women, not women need to stop opening their legs. There's almost no mutual assurance here when it comes to promiscuity in women. Most importantly, men are always the solution to any problem, even if they are the problem or aren't the problem. Men need to fix the porn problem because they watch it, even if women are the ones making it. Men need to get other men in line. Men need to be more XYZ. Men need to stop the simping, not women need to stop enabling simps by simp fishing. Women always appeal to men's behavior as the problems which need to be fixed, ducking all accountability thanks largely in part to the leftist males who want to fuck them. Next, let's examine some actual...
I actually completely agree with that, by the way. I think that, like, listen, when I started getting involved in more dissident right-wing spaces, maybe I didn't do this perfectly, but I really did listen to the men in those spaces and their grievances. And I think that a lot of the men on the right that have this kind of like worldview that is similar to what Andrew Wilson has, I think they have perfectly legitimate and valid grievances. And I think that women would be better served by shutting their fucking mouths and spending more time listening to what men have to say and trying to understand things from their perspective. And women need to stop seeing themselves as a victim of the world, as a victim of men. At the same time, I also think that men should maybe not see themselves as the victim of women either. I don't think that that's healthy either. But I also understand why they're doing it, because most women are a giant pain in the ass.
Blatant stupidity, which will be the first thing I destroy my opponent on. My opponent claims that women's fear of men is justified, and their bias around a collective experience is what justifies it. Well, the obvious contradiction here, of course, is that I seriously doubt he would say bias against black people or fear would be justified based on white people's collective experience. Watching him try to reconcile that is not only going to be amusing for me, but it's where I'm going to begin my line of inquiry. When Jim Bob asked about the bear question based around race, he twisted himself into a pretzel to attempt to justify that the collective experience of one group was valid, but the other was not. What's so amazingly hilarious about this is it shows you just how weak the leftist position really is on this front. They selectively show that they back up the idea of group bias worse than the right does by acknowledging that group experiences are justified unless those experiences don't fit in with their version of political action. They are unjustified then. This is such a blatant contradiction, it's staggering, and also it shows the primary weakness with intersectional feminist worldviews like my opponents. What happens if we do intersectionality only to find out minority classes oppress or show hatred towards the majority class, thus justifying the hatred of the majority towards the minority? Well, in my opponent's worldview, this is simply not a possibility. He's willing to entertain and this is because it destroys the entire narrative of the oppressor-oppressed dynamic from which all of his views reduce to a silly harm reductionist principle. Unless, of course, it comes to the collective power of women. Then one man can easily oppress 20 women, and the minority can oppress the majority, but somehow this is impossible with racial groups or other dynamics. Further, let me just finish. I'm almost done, and I'll give my opponent a little extra time if needed for his opening. I'm sorry, real quick, just finding my place. He believes people have a duty to pay taxes, but can't tell us why there would be that social duty, but not a social duty of reproduction, which is by far the most beneficial aspect to the health of the society, especially its elderly. He claims women have no duty to have children, which means he sees no duty to keep the human race alive, which aligns with his harm reductionist mindset as the ultimate harm reduction, in which there would be no human beings, thus no harm could ever happen to any of them. He believes democracy is the finest form of government, ignoring the glaring weakness that we can democratically vote for no democracy. He has typical left world stupid views. The progressive mind is totally tainted by ignoring objective reality for the ideas of untenable systems and senseless ideology. On the core of feminism, he's just as bad, refusing to denote that if he were actually a harm reductionist, the best way to reduce harm would be to strongly encourage traditional gender roles, because men, who are the most fit sex for the workforce and jobs which aim to protect society, would obviously do the most amount of good in those capacities, and women in the nurturing capacities, leading to better general outcomes for society. Now, the truth is that he wants there to be a genderless, equitable society which does equal promotion of all lifestyles and worldviews.
Does Andrew Wilson actually understand that eliminating all gender is the goal? Does he actually understand that, though? Does he actually understand that? Yeah, That's kind of like my perception is like, maybe it kind of sounds like he understands that, but maybe he doesn't. I'm not convinced yet that he's really internalized that is actually a literal thing. Let's just let him cook. Let him cook.
Now, the truth is that he wants there to be a genderless, equitable society which does equal promotion of all lifestyles and worldviews,
Not
even
true.
if it is detrimental to the very society in which we live in, which, by the way, just isn't an anti-harm reductionist principle, even though he claims he's an anti-harm reductionist. It's also stupid, and it ignores the nature of people altogether for the purpose of ideology. He claims he's against the draft, but is for compelled taxation, which makes no sense. Both would be duties to protect and run the society one is in. He's basically a walking contradiction. All of his views are contradictory, and with that, I'll yield my time.
Since Andrew went a little
He's
bit
like
over,
this close.
Oliver, you're welcome to have additional time for your open if you'd like. Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Andrew, for that opening statement. Thank you, Brian, for having me back. It's good to be here. So the resolution that we're debating, I guess we've kind of agreed on, is whether feminism is good or bad for society. I will be taking the affirmative claim that it is good for society. So, two things that are important when we're having a conversation about feminism and good is to kind of define both of those terms. So the way that I'm going to be defining feminism is, and this is not an exhaustive definition, and there might be some development on this, is the belief that individuals should have equal rights, freedoms, and opportunities regardless of gender, and that barriers based solely on gender should be dismantled. The way that I'm defining good will be kind of a constellation of good. So it's going to be kind of a lot of things that feminism benefits or that feminism leads to, and a lot of these things I'm going to presuppose are good because I think a lot of the audience will be sympathetic to these being good. These include things like stronger families. This includes things like healthier families. This includes things like reproductive autonomy. This includes things such as greater economic output. I have stuff to back up all of this, the idea of stronger families in shared responsibilities and shared parenting, healthier families in reproductive autonomy, and parental leave.
This is my kind of perception of Andrew. I really think he's like this close. He's like he understands more than most, and he's like this close to understanding all of it, but he still has a little bit to go. But listen, man, beggars can't be choosers. I'll take what I can get.
Place protection. So something like parental leave is associated with reductions in infant mortality. It improves maternal health and long-term child well-being. Reproductive autonomy is linked to healthier pregnancies, lower rates of maternal depression, better childhood nutrition or better child nutrition, and immunization rates. And Medicaid expansion was something that was pioneered by feminists, which led to maternal coverage.
Can I just say, and I promise I'm not going to pause this frequently throughout the whole debate, but I have things to say, and it's my show. I'll do what I want. I have absolutely no faith in any of these studies anymore. And listen, I've done PhD level research. I know what PhD level research is. I've conducted it. Okay. I've lived in this world. I don't buy into any of these studies anymore because just magically, almost every single study always seems to come to conclusions that support the left. And it's like, if you actually look at the studies in terms of what populations these studies apply to, how is the research done? How is it interpreted? What is the inclusion-exclusion criteria? It's like most of these studies are not even broadly generalizable to the actual populations that they claim to represent. And almost all the time, they have a left-wing interpretation and analysis. And it's like, actual real life is not right or left-wing. And so why would every single study end up having a left-wing analysis?
Of things such as childbirth, and it narrowed disparities in health outcomes and birth outcomes and improved access to prenatal services. We can move on to some of the economic benefits. So, for example, dual income households, where there are two individuals who are working, are significantly more protected against poverty and food insecurity during economic downturns. Feminism advocates education as well, high-quality childhood education programs. For example, for every $1 invested in these high-quality childhood education programs, we get $16 in return. This was given by Nobel Prize-winning economist James Heckman. And the benefits to children of working moms from the Harvard Business School show that daughters of working mothers earn 23% more than daughters of stay-at-home moms, and their sons also spend 7.5 hours more per week caring for the children that they end up having. So just in general, I'm going to be affirming that. I'm going to be arguing that feminism is a good for society based on these constellation of goods. I'm not necessarily defending a worldview here today. I'm merely defending that these things are good and feminism contributes to these things that are good. So these statements are ultimately conditional statements. So if you care about greater economic output, if you care about a decreasing infant mortality, then you should care about feminism and support feminism as a good for society. So that is all I have for the opening statement.
All right.
We open?
Yeah,
Open
go
dialogue.
ahead. Can we start? Let's back up real quick.
Sure.
With your, I just want to write it down word for word. What's your definition for feminism?
Yeah, sure. I got it for you. So the belief that individuals should have equal rights, freedoms, and opportunities regardless of gender.
Hang on.
Okay.
Belief
Sorry.
individuals should have.
Yes. Equal rights, freedoms, and opportunities.
Would you guys like to define any other terms here at the start, or?
Yeah, hang on. There's a
Sure.
few that I want to do. Should have equal rights and what?
Freedoms and opportunities.
Freedoms and opportunities.
Yes. Regardless of gender.
Well, that would be regardless. Well, I guess
Sex and gender.
sex, right?
Yeah,
Regardless
sex.
of sex. Okay. Regardless of sex. And is this, do you consider this to be a proprietary definition or a historically apt
I mean,
definition?
I'm just providing the definition. If you disagree with the definition,
Where
then
does
we
the
can go back
definition
and forth
come
and
from?
determine which definition we feel
Where
is
does
best,
it
or
come?
the
He's not
audience
answering
can,
the question.
decide which definition they feel is a better definition.
Yeah,
of
I
feminism.
understand that we can decide that which definition we want to do. I'm asking another question, though.
Okay.
It's not a trick question.
Okay.
Is the definition, do you consider this to be proprietary, meaning this is what Oliver believes feminism is, or do you think that this is a historically accurate definition?
I mean, I think it's a combination of both. So I think, yes, it's the definition that I'm putting forward. It's
And
rooted
what historical,
historical.
if you're looking at it from a historical standpoint, what would be the kind of like idea that you would draw this from for what feminism is?
I mean, various feminist thinkers who proposed definitions of this nature.
Who?
Betty Friedan is one of them, who wrote a book called The Feminine Mystique.
Okay.
We can talk about
Men should not read The Feminine Mystique. I'm sorry. I fundamentally have a problem with considering you to be a man that represents men if you have read The Feminine Mystique. And I say that I've read The Feminine Mystique. I have a copy of it in my basement. I had to read it in college for a US history class that I took. But I cannot take any man seriously that's read and is quoting The Feminine Mystique. Really? Eric, thanks for the super chat. Is the left pretending to not understand that society's safety nets like welfare are unsustainable, assuming nothing changes, and will collapse on their own no matter how much good they may have done? Eric, the left wants to overthrow the entire government. And so the left has no problem with social safety nets collapsing because they want to overthrow the entire government and get rid of the entire system and install something else. So this is not even a question that the left spends any time about because their goal is so much bigger than that. But I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
about various other individuals who contributed to that. Sally Haslinger put forward definitions that are very similar to this, but that's kind of what I would say is there. So it's kind of a combination of both.
Okay, got you. And then you utilize utilitarianism for good?
That's not the position that I'm defending here. So no, I'm not defending what good is in this debate. These are conditional statements in that, for example, greater economic output is a good thing. If greater economic output is a good thing, then feminism helps achieve that goal. I'm not ultimately defending what essentially good is. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of
I'm
what
not
makes
looking
something
for
good.
a moral debate saying what is
Okay.
good and bad. I'm just looking for the viewpoint that you. So, if you're saying that these are conditionals for what is good or what is
Yes.
bad, what would make them conditional for what is good and bad? Just somebody else believed that conditionally
If
they were good and bad.
If someone disagrees that, for example, greater economic output is a good thing, or that stronger and healthier families are a good thing, if they disagree and think that those are not necessarily good things, then so this is conditional on if stronger families and healthier families are good things.
Do you believe they're good things?
Yes, I do believe they're good things.
Okay, so how do you make those ascertain? How do you ascertain that through utilitarianism?
No, not necessarily through utilitarianism.
Okay.
I'm appealing to generally commonly held beliefs that I think most people are sympathetic to, and I'm moving just from that. Shared premises, hopefully.
So general beliefs. So, like shared intuitions.
Sure, we can go off that. Just, I think a majority of people, I don't know, we can ask the audience, think that stronger families is a good thing, healthier families is a good thing, reducing childhood poverty and things like that.
I just want to point out that because this feminist kid likes the family, this is not a socialist that we're watching right now. This is at most a progressive, but probably more of a liberal. This kid is more of like your traditional corporate liberal that would vote Democrat and stuff like that, and wants to be a good person, and he thinks that being a feminist is going to get him laid and all this stuff. But can you imagine having sex with someone like this kid? I mean, I can't, and this is not even an age thing, and I know I'm a lot older and all that stuff. This is not an age thing. Can you imagine having sex with a male feminist? I'm trying to think back even... Listen, I know I've been married for a long time now. I get it, all right? But like, even in college when I was a Democrat, and even in my 20s when I had a lot of sex, I don't know that I ever actually had sex with a male feminist. I don't think I did. Because can you imagine? Like, it would be so... Like... Okay, I'm just gonna stop. It is not a decision that I would have made even when I was a Democrat. I'll just leave it at that.
Are good things. So that's kind of what I'm basing it off of.
No, shared intuitions.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And that's what you're basically, when you're saying good and bad, you're saying based around, just make sure I got it clear, based around the shared intuitions of me and most people. I think most people would agree that these things are good.
Sure, for the purposes of this debate, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not claiming that whatever the consensus believes is automatically therefore correct. I'm just claiming for this debate, I'm appealing to these shared premises and intuitions that I think most people will hold.
Most people believe this. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Asking
All right.
consent before everything.
I think
like,
there's one more
gross.
thing. When you say conditional,
Yeah.
so you're saying the conditional belief, I just want to make sure I got this right. This is based around the condition that people agree with you.
Agree that things such as stronger families are good, that healthier families are good.
Which are things you believe.
Which are
So
things I believe.
so it's people who agree with you.
Yes.
So then conditional here means people who agree with me.
The belief is conditional on if you believe that stronger families is a good thing, or if you believe that healthier families is a good thing.
Which you
then-
believe.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why it's conditional. If you don't believe those are good things, then of course my argument's not going to follow because you haven't
Gotcha.
accepted the first part of it. So if people want to disagree with that, that's fine. I'm not going to go into detail to justify why strong families or healthy families or greater economic output is a good thing.
Okay. I'm actually fine. So let's start with, if you want to build your pro-feminist case, let's do it.
Sure. So, I kind of did it a little bit here.
Well, let's
about...
go, if you don't mind, let's
Yeah.
go a point at a time.
Okay, sure. So as I talked about a little bit regarding stronger families, this idea that stronger families, in a way, includes shared responsibilities and shared parenting. So in both parents are involved in a child's life, it leads to, as I talked about, higher levels of children. For example, the girls end up earning more money when they end up going into the workforce, and the men end up spending more time with their children. So I think that's just kind of one example of a way in which that is a stronger family.
Is that they make more money?
Well, for the women, they make more money.
Yeah. So how does feminism promote better outcomes for their children?
For their children directly?
Yeah.
There's various ways. I can go back to, if we want to go to...
Because the family is really important, right?
Yeah, I
Do you
agree.
consider the family to be mommy, daddy, child?
Not necessarily.
What do you consider the family to be?
I don't think there is one singular definition. For example, I am a child of divorced parents, so they've been divorced since I was about 2 years old.
Yeah,
and
but if you
I
have divorced parents, are you a family?
Well, I would say that I have a family with my mom, and
You
I have a family with my dad.
but you're not a family.
Well, with those people, I'm
Yeah,
not a
they
family.
are your family.
Correct.
But you're not operating as a family.
I would say that my mom and I were a family, and my dad and I were a family for
Okay.
that time period.
So you had two families.
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
do you think that was stronger? That was a stronger family unit?
I actually do think so, because we're assuming that the two people splitting up would be better than them staying together. And I
Yeah.
do think in my situation, it was better that my parents did end up getting divorced. So in an ideal situation, of course, having two parents in the household is better.
It's gonna
than
be
having
much better,
divorce.
right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm not
okay.
disagreeing with that.
So how is feminism assisting with that by promoting alternative lifestyles?
Wait, but I didn't say that the nuclear family with like one mom and one dad is necessarily the best thing. I said two parents
better?
being in the
Of
household.
What's better?
course.
I think that same-sex relationships can be just as good in terms of flourishing for children involved.
Bruh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. If three men who are homosexuals wanted to adopt a baby in a throuple, would you support that?
I haven't fully fleshed out my views on in terms of multiple people marrying, so I'm not sure. I just haven't looked into the data on it.
Well, you just said to me that feminism strengthens the family unit.
Yeah.
And I asked you, why is promotion of alternative lifestyles something which promotes family units? And you said, yes, that would be an alternative lifestyle,
Well,
right?
when you say it promotes alternative lifestyles, that doesn't mean that I accept every alternative lifestyle that may be out
Which
there.
one? Okay.
So
well,
I was talking
which ones
specifically-
do you accept?
I would largely accept that same-sex relationships of two individuals of the same sex would be. Now, three?
Okay.
No, probably
what
not.
if they were brothers?
What if they were brothers?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not a fan of incest, Andrew. You're not going to...
Well, I don't understand. You just said if two same-sex people had a child,
Okay.
right? You would be fine with that, right?
No, not if they're related. Just because, wait a second.
Why?
Hold on.
Why not?
When you ask me a question like
Yeah.
that, there's so many presuppositions surrounding it. For example, do you think two men, but they both abuse their children? Do you think they're good?
Wait,
That's a good
what
family?
presupposition did I
wait,
add?
You added a presupposition,
What?
or you added something to it
What?
that they're related. Of
Yeah.
course, then if they're related, then they shouldn't be in that relationship. The same way,
These fucking kids are psyching themselves out so much when it comes to Andrew. I saw this when I watched him debate that dumb girl last night. It's like these kids psych themselves up knowing they're going to be debating Andrew, and they come in so hot. And Andrew doesn't even need to do anything. He literally it's actually brilliant to watch this just from understanding how people can fuck up their own heads and how that manifests in terms of their real world interactions. Andrew isn't doing anything. He's just asking them questions. But these kids have walked into this debate with him so kind of they've gotten in their own head about it. They've studied Andrew's videos. They're like, I know what you're going to do to me, Andrew. You're going to try to use these debate tactics against me. And they get themselves all riled up and they do all of his work for him. It's a brilliant thing that he's figured out.
that if they're abusive,
No, you wouldn't
then they
even.
shouldn't be
No,
in it.
that standard wouldn't even apply. Like if somebody was fourth cousins to somebody or third cousins, he probably wouldn't care. So it's
What do you
not just the relational aspect. In this case, though, there's no harm which is applied that I can detect if it's two consenting adult men, right? And they're in a relationship and they're both brothers. Why shouldn't they be able to adopt, dude?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into a conversation, I don't want to get into a conversation from the
Hang on, we got a super chat. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate it.
ethics of incest. I think that
It's
gets
not.
farther
It's
away.
not a conversation around the ethics of incest. It's a conversation around the idea of alternative lifestyles being somehow better because you promote alternative lifestyles. Right? You don't have justification to stop other alternative lifestyles.
So once again, just because I say that there are certain alternative lifestyles that are a possibility, it does not entail that I think every single alternative lifestyle
That's
is
fine.
the case.
So tell me what your objections are to this alternative lifestyle. What?
I'm not really sure.
You don't know.
Wait a second. No, but wait, Andrew.
My objections to polyamory are that polyamory is a tactic to queer the nuclear family that's been advanced by queer Marxists with the specific goal of abolishing the nuclear family. That's not to say all polyamorous people are Marxists. They're not. But an awful lot of queer Marxists are polyamorous because they're doing polyamory, not because of actual love and all that stuff. They're doing polyamory as a political statement to rebel against the nuclear family, which they believe was created by capitalism, and they're trying to push polyamory as a way to abolish the norms that uphold capitalism. Is it really that hard, feminist? Is it really that difficult?
I haven't looked into if there was research behind three people raising a child. I know there's the phrase that it takes a village to raise a kid.
Okay, great. So let's try this a different way. If two brothers adopted a child, they were in an incestuous relationship, they can't reproduce. You agree with that, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And let's just say that there was a trial run where there was 5 of incestuous brothers that were tracked. Okay.
Well,
and we were able to, and it's a low sample size, there's probably not that many. But let's just assume for a second that the outcomes of the children were good. And all the available data said the outcomes for the children were fine. Would you support that?
I don't think so because I don't know how I feel about the idea of two brothers. It's not the fact that they're, because I think if they're in a relationship, are they just raising a child together? Are they
also having sex with each other?
In a romantic?
Yes.
I think then you're mixing, for example, normal familial relations with a type of romantic and sexual relation. I think there is research on this that shows that if there is that type of relationship that happens in an incestuous relationship, it does kind of pervert the meaning of family in that type of way.
I see, but not when it's two homosexual men.
I don't necessarily think so.
Why?
Because I don't think that
you would just be basing both of these arguments on stigma.
What do you mean on stigma?
Well, you say that if there's a social dynamic which is not there, but you can't point to any direct harm to the child, you would just be pointing to social stigma.
I'm not necessarily going on a harm principle here.
What are you going on?
What am I going on?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going on the best interests of the child, but that's not just harm.
The best interest of the child.
Harm.
What other than stigma here is actually problematic here?
What's other than stigma? It's not just stigma, though, because if you're mixing sex with a family, it will cause other problems.
You mean every person on planet Earth does who has a family? What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about spouses, and I'm not talking about that. Of course, that exists.
So what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking between individuals such as brothers, or such as a father and a son or daughter. That will lead to a perversion of the family dynamic because it's not the same.
But two homosexuals won't.
I don't think so.
Why?
Why?
The only association that I can get here is stigma. The only thing I can think of here is stigma.
It's not stigma. I think it would lead to worse outcomes for the children. Now,
based on what?
Hold on. You're stipulating.
Yeah, based on what?
Based on the already available data that
what
we have
already available data?
Of children who are products of incestuous relationships or experience incest. They're not
experiencing incest.
They're raised by if the mom and dad are both parents.
But if it's the case that the outcomes for the children are on par with the outcomes of other homosexuals, what would your actual objection here be?
The problem with this type of argumentation is you're stipulating out the exact thing that
you
would
can do
make
the same
it wrong.
thing. Give me the stipulations, and I'll give you my objections.
Okay.
But the thing is here we go. I just want to know, other than stigma, what would actually be the objection to this family unit? What?
I'm saying that it probably wouldn't lead to better outcomes. You're
based on what?
You're stipulating that it would.
What are you basing that on?
Already available data.
There's no already available data
of men and women who are married and are related.
Yeah.
And when they have
biological children, not for adoption.
Okay.
Can these people reproduce? Didn't we establish they can't?
I'm not saying they can reproduce.
So then what? So why is your intuition? Remember, this is what I wanted to get to. You said that the purposes of what is good is going to be shared intuition. Mm-hmm. Great. So if that's the case, you would say that it's good two brothers don't get married and adopt children.
Don't get married and adopt children?
Yeah. Two brothers.
two brothers.
Yeah.
They don't get married.
Yeah.
They're not sexual
That's
partners.
probably good.
They're not romantic partners.
Yeah. No.
That's fine.
No. You would say that two brothers should not get married. Two brothers should not get married and adopt children, right?
Yes, because they're
based
brothers.
on shared intuition.
Yeah, because they're brothers.
Yeah, because they're brothers.
'Cause I think
right.
most people
so
would-
if there's
would
a
agree with
shared
that.
intuition against homosexuals, you would have to bite the bullet then that you don't think homosexuals should adopt.
That's not necessarily what I'm arguing. I'm saying that I
Okay,
think they
can you
should.
make this
Hold on.
logically follow? People who have what is good is people's shared intuition.
Not necessarily.
Conditionally.
I'm arguing, yeah, and
Conditionally.
I'm arguing from conditional premises. If you reject things that I mentioned,
Let's
then
make
that's
sure
fine.
we got this right. Conditional means shared intuition. Your exact words.
Sure.
For the purpose of this conversation, Andrew.
Of these things. That doesn't mean that you throw out another thing that I didn't mention and then claim.
Bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you
Three-
say, does conditional in this conversation mean shared intuition or not?
Shared intuition of the things that I mentioned, of course, because that's what I'm arguing. You can't just throw out another thing and be like, oh, here, you agree with this. You agree with this,
It's
right?
only conditional on 5 things?
It's conditional on these things, yes.
So
that's what I'm arguing.
Hey, I just want to make
You
sure.
can't make the argument
Hey,
for
I just
me.
want to make sure I got this right. So, when it comes to this,
Mm-hmm.
we're not talking about shared intuition anymore. We're only talking about shared intuition when it comes to your few arguments against feminism, because you don't want to take an actual position.
No, I am taking an actual
No,
position.
no. You don't. You say
Yes.
these are conditional positions because I don't want my worldview to be investigated on these
Andrew,
positions.
The reason I don't want it is because, no, listen to me, because this is what you do is you go down a meta-ethics rabbit hole where you try to reduce a view to absurdity, and then a conversation
the
that was,
view is
hold
absurd.
on, because a conversation that was meant to be about feminism,
It is about feminism.
then is dragged out into a 3-hour debate about
Yeah, Sarah says Andrew Wilson, by posing hypotheticals, exposes logical inconsistencies in his opponent's arguments, inconsistencies that either shy away from acknowledging or aren't fully aware of. Yeah, this is what Andrew Wilson's debate tactic is. And listen, I personally think that Andrew relies way too much on debate tactics. But doesn't he teach a whole course in debate tactics or something? So of course he would. But I appreciate the exposure of the inconsistencies. I appreciate that Andrew triggers his opponents to have meltdowns just based on asking them very simple questions that they refuse to answer. I think that sometimes it can backfire, though, a little bit, because the audience doesn't necessarily know what Andrew's doing, because most people are not smart. Are spoilers allowed? Well, I mean, I guess you can. I guess. I mean, I already showed the clip earlier, so I guess you can do spoilers if you want. Whatever. We're just having fun.
the
Did you
fundamental
say-
precepts of reality,
Bro,
and I think that gets so away from the conversation.
Didn't you say that alternative families are good?
Certain alternative families.
Certain
it doesn't mean
yeah,
it
okay.
doesn't mean
certain
that all
alternative
of them.
families are good, right?
It depends what you mean by alternative families.
Yeah, but you said certain ones are good.
Sure.
Okay.
Are fine.
So in this case, you said homosexual families
Yeah, that's
are
fine.
good, right? Why are they good?
Because it leads to the studies that I've seen. It leads to comparable outcomes to nuclear families,
Then
heterosexual.
Then just to be consistent here, if it was the case that you had studies that said that the results of an incestuous relationship
Sure.
between a man and a man, they have a kid that they adopted, and the outcomes were on par with that of other homosexual men,
Yep.
you would be for them
Sure.
adopting, right?
Yeah. If bad is good, then it's good. Sure.
Yeah, well, I
agree.
just want to make sure that I got this
but
right.
Hold on, you're stipulating things that just aren't the case. That
What
just
isn't
aren't
the
true.
case?
It doesn't line up with any of the other available
What it
data
doesn't?
of 3 men who are brothers or 2 men who are brothers having
What does that have to do
children,
with anything?
because it doesn't lead to better outcomes. You're stipulating
no, wait,
that it
wait,
does, but
you
it
don't,
doesn't.
Wait, there's no data on this.
Well, I'm talking about the data that happens
Yeah, I know, but
between-
great. So there's no data on this, though, and I'm just asking if there was data on this, you would have no objection to it, right?
Sure, but that's just because that's not how it works, because you would have to prove that there's a relevant difference as to why a mother and father who are related, raising, let's say adopting, just
Yeah.
to keep it the same,
Sure.
adopting children and raising that's bad. There's been data on that. You would have to say that there's some relevant difference between 2 men that therefore would make it good, and not in this case. And I don't see how that would make any sense.
Whatever the same case would be for your objections for the incestuousness, right? Being some type of problematic caricature, even though we had a data set that said it was the outcomes for the child seemingly were okay. Do you think that you would still object to the incestuous part of this?
In the two dads cases, but not the heterosexual case, then I think then you're just stipulating that that's going to be the case here and not here. And I don't think that makes sense.
Perfect. So then, my first argument is just conditional. I'm just saying that conditionally, for the sake of just this one argument, that if the intuition of the audience is that men who have sex with each other, right, and are in incestuous relationships shouldn't adopt because they have intuitions against it. And since that's, hang on, that's not my worldview, bro.
That's not my worldview.
It's not my worldview, but it's conditional to this one argument. I'm just appealing conditionally in this one argument that alternative families are bad, right? And the reason they're bad is because they're shared intuitions against men doing these things.
So that is fine.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting into a debate about alternative families
But
and
that's
whether they're good or not.
Wait, but I'm sorry, you did though, because you said that alternative feminism pushes alternative families, and alternative families are good.
It allows for alternative families. Pushing and allowing for are different.
Right, so I'm just saying that conditionally, my argument back is that as long as we have a shared intuition, men against alternative family structures, that's good.
For this debate, yes.
For this debate, that's good.
Absolutely, because I'm not arguing in this debate right now why
then that's
alternative
perfect.
families.
Then I think that we have taken care of this one on alternative families. Just conditionally, if you intuitively don't like that shit, it's good. We both agree. Moving to the next point.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
ready?
fine. Yeah, so all of these are conditional statements on if you agree that those things are
well,
good.
then I will just give a counter conditional that, well, if you just have an intuition that this guy's a fucking idiot, then he loses the debate. It's a conditional. I don't believe that, but it's conditional.
That's fine. Wait, but I'm arguing that these things are good. So, for example, would you agree that healthier families is a good thing?
How are we defining healthier family?
Well, we haven't established what I think a family is yet.
Okay. Do you think healthier families, in your view, is a good thing?
Yeah, in my view, a healthier. But hang on, we're equivocating though, because I don't want to talk past each other and equivocate. Where you say family, I say family, and we pretend that we're saying the same thing. To me, a family can be a cross-generational or nuclear family unit. I think the cross-generational unit's even better than the nuclear family unit. I think that if it's the case that you take away the female or male component from the family, it necessarily weakens it. Weakens it.
Based on
and
what
here's why.
Evidence
well, not only available evidence, but we can see what the outcomes are when children have the mom and the father inside of the home, and we also see what happens with single motherhood, the rates of abuse, various things like this when the father is not in the home, and this is usually initiated by women. Women are the ones who are the overwhelming initiators of the destruction of that family unit.
Sure. So from the data set that I've seen and what I've looked at regarding the health and well-being of children, it is true that children do better in a house where there's a mom and a dad than just a mom or just a dad. But that's because there's two parents in the house, not necessarily
Then
because...
explain lesbians.
What?
Then
What do you
explain
mean?
the lesbian conditions.
What about
the rates of domestic abuse with lesbians and the outcome for
True.
lesbian children is not the same as that of gay men.
True.
They do not have the same outcomes.
So all that would prove then is that two men can raise a child, but then maybe two women should.
So then you
I
think...
just want to point out that I turned on the feature where you guys can see your chats on the screen if you feel so inclined to chat it and offer your opinion.
I'm not
I just want to make sure then two lesbians raising a child, we should be, because that's not so healthy then.
Hold on. If the data shows that it would lead to worse outcomes for the child, no. Because if you're making an argument about domestic violence rates, which I haven't looked that much into,
No, it's
frankly,
also abuse rates towards children.
Once again,
I'm
conditionally
working
on that
on
statement
it.
being true,
I'm working very diligently.
then it would probably not be best for the children.
Okay.
So I'm in agreement
So those alternative lifestyles. So if two gay men, right, they have a child, and I was able to prove, that the children of gay men inside of the narrow study set, right, that you've probably looked at, I don't know if you have the studies handy, but I'm sure that I can reference them really quick, that the outcomes are just a little bit worse for children. if they're raised by homosexuals rather than adopted by heterosexuals. And we know that every single child in the United States gets adopted, every single one, all of them,
Newborns,
100%.
right? Like not foster
yeah.
care, yeah.
Then that would make a good case for why homosexual men probably shouldn't be allowed to adopt, right?
I don't think that's the case.
Why?
And here's the reason, because
Okay.
I bet there are certain heterosexual relationships among certain people that are better than others. So you talked
So?
about, wait a second, but you're saying if it's
We're just
slight,
talk-
hold
we're
on,
talking about
hold on,
averages
hold
here.
on, no, but you're saying fine.
Yeah.
Would you say an intergenerational family?
Yeah.
You talk about that. You said that's better than the regular nuclear family,
Generally.
right? Generally.
Yeah.
So would you say that because an intergenerational family is better, that
Yeah.
therefore regular nuclear
Both of
families
those,
are
because
bad?
both of those family units, right, are still superior to any of these alternative family
Well,
units.
hold on, but you made the claim that if gay men who are raising a child, it's slightly
I'm not a
worse.
utilitarian.
No,
you
no,
are.
no. But you're saying it's
You're
slightly
a harm
worse. Hold on.
reductionist,
No,
not
no,
me.
No, I never made a claim of harm reduction.
Yes, you
okay?
did.
You're ascribing this to me.
Are you a harm reductionist?
I'm not making that argument here.
Are you a harm reductionist?
You're trying to pin me down.
Just
into-
answer the fucking question. Are you?
I would say largely I ascribe to threshold deontology. So not just utilitarianism.
No, threshold deontology.
I think it's
Where's the
both.
threshold before
Hold
we
on.
switch to utilitarianism?
I don't think that there are black and white answers to a lot of
Okay,
these
hang on.
questions. And that's because I
Bro.
don't want to ascribe a worldview, Andrew.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got this right. You're a threshold deontologist. So I just make sure I got this right. Threshold deontology is you believe in a universal form of ethics up to some threshold, and then you switch over to utilitarianism.
I think there's a balancing act between the two. I don't think that there is.
So
like,
what's
for
the
example,
threshold?
I don't think there is one threshold for every single situation.
just
I can't
intuition.
Give it, no. Wait a second, Andrew. Just because we can't draw a specific line in the sand where two things differ doesn't necessarily mean there isn't a difference. It's the same thing as a Sorites paradox, and it's the same thing with the fallacy of like the heap and the pile.
Yeah, okay.
So-
So the thing is, like, that's fair. If you want to say that there's a threshold fallacy
Yes.
in there where you can't ascribe from when one thing changes to another thing,
Yeah.
right? I just want you to remember later in the debate that you said that when I make that same fallacy back when we get to a different topic. But just remember that you said that.
Fine.
Okay, great.
Sure.
So we have that.
Yes.
Now, back to feminism and why it's so great for society. Let's start with how does it reinforce heterosexual normative behaviors in society? How does it do that?
Oh,
What
use
do you mean
word
heterosexual
normative.
behavior?
Oh.
Like that they
Yeah,
ought to
good
act in a
question,
specific way?
Andrew.
I don't think it does, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, okay. So why is that a good thing?
Because I think it's better if individuals have a more expansive version of masculinity or femininity that they can adopt into. So I don't think the man,
Okay.
wait a second, I don't think the man always has to be the provider, and I don't think that the woman always has to be the stay-at-home
Yeah, those aren't
individual.
masculine or feminine traits.
Well, that's largely things we ascribe to masculinity.
Oh,
and
is it?
femininity.
What is masculinity first?
Well, it's hard to say exactly what it is. I mean,
Well, what
there's,
do you consider it to be?
I think it is considered a lot of traits such as, I don't know, courage,
Do you
confidence,
think that-
assertiveness.
that
I don't
men-
think they're real. I don't think they're actually real
Yeah.
categories.
Do you
They're-
think that if a man is sick and he's in the hospital, right, because he has cancer, that other men consider him to be less of a man because his wife's providing?
No,
No,
but
of
wait
course
a second,
not.
but it's not. But it's not.
Of course not.
It's not based exactly
Wouldn't she
on
be
that.
considered more feminine, in fact, by the fact that she's taking care of him while he's so sick, she's doing her wifely duty?
I don't think necessarily. But I don't think you can also ascribe masculinity and femininity to these rigid like categorizations of things.
Yeah. So what is it? What is it then? What is
I-
masculinity? What is it?
I don't think there is a comprehensive thing. I actually agree. I don't think that masculinity and femininity are good categories to go off of because it reinforces already gendered norms there. So I'm not really positioned.
Well,
on
let me give you a counter then.
Okay.
The reason that we utilize masculinity and the reason that we utilize femininity is because we're ascribing virtues to men and women, and they're shared virtues. So you would agree with me that courage is a shared virtue between men and women?
Yes, but
Hang on.
Okay.
You would agree with me that temperance, shared virtue. You would agree with me that, generosity,
Correct.
perhaps shared virtue, things like this, right?
And they aren't exercised differently.
What's that?
And I don't think they're exercised differently.
I'm not even saying that.
Okay.
So
Fine,
let's
yes, they're
start with
shared virtues.
So you agree
I'm
that
fine
they're
with that.
shared, right?
Yeah.
But here's the problem, and here's where we get masculinity from. If it is the case that one sex does or does not apply one of these virtues, the social cohesiveness and the destruction to society drastically increases in comparison to the other sex. Meaning, let's take courage, for instance. Okay? Now, if females, right, lost courage when it came to, like, I don't know, dealing with intruders and things like this, right? If courage was not kind of on the menu there for social protection, right? Society would get objectively worse.
Yeah.
You would agree, right?
I think so. Yeah,
But
much
if
worse.
men lost courage, there wouldn't be fucking society at all. And so that's why it's ascribed as a masculine virtue. Because if men don't apply this virtue, society fails. Or if women don't apply this virtue, social cohesion and society begins its collapse.
Okay, fine, but I don't see how that necessarily boxes things into masculinity or femininity. I think if women started not...
How does it not?
Hold on, I think...
How does it not, bro?
Can I explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think that if women just suddenly stopped expressing courage, it depends, we'd have to define what courage means. Like, what if women, by courage, you're courageous, maybe a woman doesn't want to get out
Literally
of bed and raise her
whatever
child.
definition.
Okay, fine. If she doesn't want to take care of her children, if every single woman decided they weren't going to take care of their children and, let's say, I don't know, breastfeed their children, do the normal things that you would ascribe that women either ought to do in their role, I think that would lead to the downfall of society.
Well, let me give you an easier one. Temperance. Just take temperance, for instance.
Okay.
Temperance is necessary for both sexes in order to even have virtues to begin with.
Sure.
But if women become hysterical versus when men become hysterical, the side effects of this are much, much worse when men become hysterical versus women. Yeah.
Why? Why, though?
Because they're way fucking stronger.
I also think they exercise their hysteria in a more violent way. So I
Because
think that-
they're way fucking stronger.
I don't think just because someone's stronger necessarily...
When women are hysterical, they become very violent, just like men do. The distinction is they can't do as much damage.
Okay.
And so if that's the case, then when we look at this virtue, for instance, if men lose control of that virtue, it's way fucking worse than if women do, right? That's why it's masculine versus feminine. Virtues are associated with the masculine and the feminine.
I don't know, man. Like, women can get baseball bats, women can throw things, women can get like a hammer or something and start breaking. I'm saying that there are ways for women to be destructive that don't have to do with physical strength.
Okay, so I'm just curious on the view. What would be a virtue that I guess if women lost that virtue, it would be worse for society
Chastity.
than men?
And we can,
Sure.
I mean, we can dive right into it. So chastity would be an easy one.
Okay.
So men, for instance, they can impregnate basically like as many women as they can make a deal for, right? As many, as if there was 100 women who were lined up here today and you could have sex 100 times, you could impregnate 100 women.
Sure, are we assuming they're consenting to the sex?
Yeah, you could actually
Oh
do
my
that,
god!
right? But you agree that women can't.
Oh
They-
my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! Are we assuming they're consenting to the sex? Was the first thing that popped into his head. This is the problem. This is the fucking problem. And listen, I'm obviously not making the argument for non-consensual sex before anyone clips me out of context, but there is nothing less sexy than someone asking you to sign a fucking consent form. It's gross. It's so dumb. It's like, this is why romance is completely dead in this country, is because men are like, can you sign a consent form before I do anything? It's like, oh. I remember I watched like one episode of the Gossip Girl reboot on HBO when it came out many years ago. And I remember and I didn't watch any more than this one episode. I loved the original Gossip Girl. I thought the original Gossip Girl was awesome. HBO did this Gossip Girl reboot where in the first episode, they're talking about consent all the fucking time. And there was like a dance and they were like, do you consent to me putting my hand on your waist? Do you consent to me giving you a hug? Do you consent to this? Do you consent to... It's like, shut the fuck up and just do it. Romance is dead. And male feminists killed it. And it is never coming back. And this is why I will never get divorced from my husband. No matter what happens, this is not the only reason I would never get divorced from my husband. I'm being hyperbolic. But like, this is why I never want to date again. I never want to be on the dating market again, ever. Because male feminists have ruined everything. Women have ruined everything, and male feminists have ruined everything. And I never, ever, 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 ever want to have to deal with it ever again. So I don't care how much my husband fucks up, which he very rarely does. My husband's actually pretty fucking awesome. He just hangs out with his friends and he watches his YouTube and he plays his video games and he does whatever he does, whatever. I don't really care. But I don't care what he does. I am never getting divorced. I would rather stay in a marriage in which I'm pissed off at my husband for a little while, because I'll get over it eventually, whatever he does. And that is still preferable to me than being on the dating market again in the land of male feminism.
You can only get pregnant by one man at a time.
Yeah, sure, there is a difference
So then
there.
if that's the case, then when we're talking about the social cohesion, right, women are basically going to be the gatekeepers of whose DNA passes on and whose DNA doesn't pass on. You agree with that?
How are they the gatekeepers, though?
Well, because you can have as many children as you want.
Sure.
They can't.
Yes.
Yes, they can't. So they get to basically be the selection for reproduction, not you.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? They get to be they get to be kind of the gatekeepers for who gets to reproduce and who doesn't get to reproduce. Whereas you, right, you can just reproduce with like everything that you saw, as many partners as you could arrange for who would agree. Mm-hmm. You could actually impregnate all of them, right?
Sure, but then you
so
would,
for
you would
women,
probably also agree they shouldn't do that.
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
right?
So if women aren't chaste,
Mm-hmm.
right, if they're not chaste and they have sex with like 50 men, right, at least this used to be the case especially, then paternity comes into question, other things come into question, right? Not really the case with men. If you had sex with 100 women, right, and no other men had sex with them, right, or 100 men had sex with this woman, and what are you doing, dude?
Bring me water.
Oh, fuck. This guy's like fucking shifting behind me. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? Fuck. All right, so where were we at?
But
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, so conditional, we're talking about the gatekeeping of female pregnancy.
Okay, I just don't see how it's different in terms of like men would have questionable about paternity if they have sex.
How would they have questions about
with 100
paternity?
women? Wait, are you assuming that only one man is having sex with these 100 women, or all of men are having sex with 100 women?
Yeah. So if it is the case that a woman has sex with 20 different men, right?
Okay.
It is the case that paternity is going to be in question, right?
Sure.
That is indeed the case.
Paternity is going to be in question. Yeah, paternity is going to be in question.
Yeah. So if we go back, the reason I'm tying this in with virtues, the reason I'm kind of moving from the back end to the front end, is to explain this concept to you. I wish I had home math skills so I could draw this out. Let us assume for a moment that you wanted to be assured that your child was yours, and you didn't have paternity tests.
Okay.
How could you do that?
In the old, like, I guess a long time ago?
Well, it's not that long ago. Paternity tests are modern.
Fine. And you want to be sure of it?
Yeah.
I guess then only you would be having sex with your wife or something like that. Or you would want to have sex with a woman who wasn't actively having sex with other men at the same time. And I think that's perfect. I think that's a perfectly normal boundary
So wait,
to have.
hang on. What is the last thing you just said? You would want to make sure what?
That you and your wife were the only people having sex with each other.
Right.
I think there's nothing wrong with monogamy.
What would be a good tell for that?
What do you mean?
That she wasn't having sex with a lot of men before you, right?
Wait. No, I don't necessarily think that's the case.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I think people can engage in a lot of sexual activity because they're enjoying that, and they enter a monogamous relationship and decide that that's what's best for them, and that's what they want.
Well,
I don't think that just because she chooses to have a lot of sex outside of a relationship means that she should automatically be distrusted within a monogamous relationship.
So let's just make sure we got this right.
Is it same for men, though?
We're going to set this. No, it's not.
Well,
but I'll
wait,
get into that
okay.
next.
If
But
a
hang
man,
on.
if a
Hang on,
man has
let's
sex with a bunch of
finish.
people, if a man has sex with a bunch of people, and he gets into a relationship,
I'm going to explain
should
it.
he be distrusted?
I'm going to explain it.
Okay.
But let's move into this because we're talking about the social destruction aspect. So let's start with this. You think that it is the case that if a woman has a promiscuous past, right, that should essentially not in any way show, men should show no distrust towards that woman for the purposes of having a family with her.
Hold on. Was she in relationships with people, and was she lying to them, and was she cheating on them?
She was just having a lot of promiscuous sex with many, many men.
Then that's fine. Well, I guess we're assuming also like no STDs, no stuff like
Sure,
that.
we'll just bake it in.
Okay, fine. Then yeah, no, I don't.
There shouldn't be any trust distinction at all?
No, I mean, you have conversations with this person. Be like, yeah, no, I had that past. I enjoyed that part of my life, but I want to settle
And
down
would you
now. I
say
want
that
something different.
those women would probably be on par with trust of like virgin women when it came to that? Right. It follows, right?
Sure.
Except it doesn't, because you didn't think about it, and here's why.
Okay.
There's if I were to ask you about comparisons, right? Comparatively, if a woman only has sex with one partner, can she compare any other partners to that man she's had sex with?
No, I guess not.
So she wouldn't be knowing what she was missing out on or not missing out on, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So then if that's the case, if a virgin got married, right, she would have no other men to make comparisons against for any potentiality she might be missing out on, correct?
Hold on. Yes, but then you're claiming that you should marry virgin women because there might not be another guy, or they're not going to have a reference for another guy who's better at having sex than you are,
or better at whatever the traits are. So the more that human beings experience partners, how's that weird? It just blows your position.
No, it doesn't blow my position.
You
up.
said there's no distinct thing that we could ever point to, right? And this is because when I asked you, hey, do you think that it's the case that if you have a virgin woman, right, versus a very promiscuous woman, they're equally as trustworthy? You said yes. However, you instantly blow your own position out the second you say that there is a comparative analysis which people are going to be making. That would erode the trust immediately.
Wait a second. So
I don't actually agree with Andrew's logic on this, like, at all. And I say that again as a woman who's had a lot of sex in my life. It's like there is a difference between having sex in a relationship that you intend to stay committed in, and it doesn't need to be the greatest sex in the world, honestly. And guess what? When you're with someone a long time, like in a marriage, you can make the sex get better. It's really not that difficult. Men, as it turns out, like you to be pleased, and they like to take instruction on how to do it. So I don't know, man. I think that as a woman who's had a lot of sex, there's also been times when I've settled down and said, you know what, it's just not what I want anymore, and that's fine. And you know, the sexual partners I've had in the past have no bearing on how I feel about my husband. I mean, it's just like, so I think this is a little bit like a male perspective on this, but at the same time, I also understand that a lot of women are whores. I'm not dismissing that a lot of women are whores and have different value sets and a different worldview than I do. So I'm not, I guess, entirely dismissing it, but I also think there's, quite frankly, not an insignificant amount of chance that you're taking if you don't have sex with the person you're getting married to before you get married, because you might have no sexual chemistry with that person. And I don't know, I guess you can make the argument, if you never had sex before, you don't know what you're missing out on. But I bet you kind of would. I bet you kind of would if you have no sexual chemistry with someone, which absolutely does happen. You can have no sexual chemistry with people that you like an awful lot. I don't know. Hey, Dragon Balls, thank you for being a member of the channel. Happy Dragon Boat Festival from Hong Kong. Headed out to compete in 4 dragon boat races in the morning. That sounds cool. Wish me luck. I'll finish up Andrew after. Hey, have fun, Dragon Balls. We appreciate you. That actually does sound like a ton of fun to do dragon boat races. I think that'd be great. I mean, then don't get married to them, I guess. But like, what does someone's behavior have to, before you're in a relationship with them, have to do with your relationship with them? Like, again, I could look at Andrew and I could say, I know Andrew Wilson has done scandalous shit to other people on the internet. Now, this isn't sexual, obviously. I would hope not. But I absolutely know that Andrew Wilson has done scandalous shit to other people on the internet. Does that mean that Andrew Wilson is fundamentally untrustworthy in all situations? Well, I don't know, man. He seems to be okay in his marriage. His wife seems to be pretty happy. They seem to be getting along. Like, I actually think that Andrew is probably a pretty good husband. I think he's like a man that is going to take care of his wife. So does the fact that Andrew Wilson has done sketchy, shady shit on the internet, does that impact that in other contexts, he might actually just be a really good husband and father. I don't know. But
just so I can understand your position, I want to just restate what you're saying back to you. Are you saying that because a woman who had more sex before marriage has more experience with what men she likes and what men she doesn't like, that therefore within the marriage, if she's unhappy with...
Did Andrew show all his porn on the internet? Did that actually happen? Well, that's scandalous. I mean, I think that if you've only ever had one partner, it might be more difficult for sex to get better because you're inexperienced, but not impossible, certainly. But you also don't know. But I think you do know if you don't have sexual chemistry with someone. And I think if you're inexperienced and you don't have sexual chemistry with someone, you're probably going to be more likely just to turn it off because you're like, I don't really want to do that. Like, listen, man, I've had sex when I didn't really want to have sex with the person. It was more like they really wanted to, and I was kind of like, well, I guess we're hanging out, okay, fine, whatever. It's the most boring fucking thing in the world. Like, and so it's kind of like you're just laying there and they're on top of you and you're just like, I just want it to be over now, okay, like whatever. You know? And so if you're not experienced and you don't know that, it's like, can you really... I don't know. I don't want to get all philosophical about it. Prom tabs open? Okay, well.
The state of the current marriage, she has things to compare it to, and thus she might be more likely to leave. Is that what you're saying?
Well, not just that, right? But it could be that if she had never experienced, and in fact, this is likely because women polled say this, if she had never experienced these other men and had no comparison, she would actually be much happier in the current relationship that she was in.
Well, that's just, okay, so ignorance is bliss is what you're arguing?
It's not ignorance.
Well,
right?
it is. She doesn't know about the other men.
It's a comparative. Well, then by your standards, should she just fuck a bunch of men so that she knows?
No, not necessarily.
No.
Wait.
So which thing is more preferable for society then?
Wait, but you're making a false dichotomy.
What's the dichotomy?
You're making a false dichotomy.
I can't wait.
You are. You're saying that there's on one side that women do not have sex or before marriage whatsoever at all, and the other one is women just fuck people all the time, no matter what.
No, just promiscuity. I'm just asking. It would logically follow that if women had fucked two men, she now has a comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, so then
I think it's a
we
good
would
thing.
just say that every single time there's an additional. Well, okay, then if you think it's a good thing,
then you have to be better.
Then wait
actually.
a second. Then if you
have
think
to be
that's
better than the other guy.
No, let's back up. Then you think it's a good thing.
And by the way, we know Andrew doesn't even really believe this argument that he's making because his wife has like kids with 3 different people. And I'm not shitting on her or anything. I actually don't really care. But it's not as though Andrew went into his own marriage thinking that his wife was a virgin, because that's obviously not the case. His wife has obviously had a fair bit of her own sex. So it's like he's kind of making this argument, but I don't know that he actually believes this argument because his own life is in contradiction to this argument. And again, I'm not saying either way. They seem to be in a perfectly happy marriage. I bet Andrew's actually a really good husband. I bet he's actually a pretty good father. So I'm not trying to shit on him, but I'm just pointing out that his wife has children with multiple men and therefore has had sex with other people at least a couple of times.
You just said, I think that's a good thing. So that means if that's a good thing, why shouldn't they fuck a lot of men so that they have the largest comparison sample size possible?
I think it depends on the individual woman and what she wants. Some people don't want to have that much sex. Some people just don't.
That doesn't answer my question.
Wait.
If you think it's good that she had sex with one more person, right? Because now she has a comparative sample size. Why shouldn't she have sex with hundreds of different people to make sure she has the best comparative sample size?
To absurdity.
Oh, bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's upsetting to you. But
it's not upsetting. Hold on. Do you think that eating broccoli is good? Mm-hmm. Do you think that we should just eat as much broccoli as fucking possible all the time?
But do I?
Did you think we just eat an insane amount?
No.
So there can be a good thing, and that thing can be good up to a threshold.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that if I were to say, right, eating lots of broccoli is good, so I have a comparison against other vegetables or something like this, right? And you rightly asked me then, Well, shouldn't we eat like a ton of broccoli then so we have the highest comparison? We can also make that and say, well, but we cut it off at this before it gets to the point of like you're going to
Broccoli
throw up or
poisoning,
something
yeah.
like this,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
That's fair,
Yes.
but that would still equal a lot more men, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so then you think, honestly, that women probably ought to fuck a lot of men.
Not ought. No. Because I also think it.
Then wouldn't they be missing
Hold on.
out, bro?
No, I don't think they're missing
How
out.
do they really know
Hold
what their
on.
preferences
Wait a
are,
second,
though, bro?
Because there's hold on, because there are different women who want different things. You're ascribing a monolith. Some women might want to be virgins until marriage because they value sex in a
Yeah,
significant
but
way
how do
that
they
other
really
women
know
don't.
unless they're having sex with multiple men?
You don't necessarily have to have sex with multiple men if you don't want
Hang
that
on.
comparison.
Okay.
You don't
Hang on. You don't get to decide what's insulting to other people. You don't get to decide if she is offended by his art. She is the one married to him. I don't think that an argument that he is making in the course of a debate is indicative of whether or not he's a good husband. I don't know, man. Maybe he's a good husband. Maybe he's a shitty husband. She seems to be pretty happy, though. So maybe, I don't know, just like don't make assumptions on the state of other people's marriage based off of a debate performance. I don't think that's a good idea, and I don't think that's fair.
have to, just because a comparison might be helpful in certain instances doesn't mean that the negatives for that individual person might outweigh the positive benefits that they're having.
Perfect. So then is it the case then, right, that if we're just looking at the cost benefit analysis of comparison for outcome, if we are to have the best outcomes with women who've only had one sexual partner, because there's no comparative analysis.
Best outcomes. Can you just?
Yeah, this means they stay in their marriages longer and report happiness levels that are higher, which all virgins do almost universally.
Come on, okay.
Almost.
Fine.
What did I say?
Overwhelming majority.
Overwhelming
Okay. Fine,
majority do.
Okay.
Same thing. And the reason I say universal is because it doesn't matter the nation.
Just for the record, I am thrilled that I didn't remain a virgin until marriage. I am thrilled with the sex I had in college. I am thrilled with the sex I had in my 20s. I'm also very happy being married now and not having to deal with that shit anymore. So I don't think you can make the okay, I'm a sample size of one. I'm not saying I'm broadly generalizable to the average population. I don't agree with this argument that all virgins are universally happier than all people who've had sex before. I don't think it makes sense to me.
It doesn't matter the nation, at least in the Western nation, doesn't matter the nation when it comes to dissatisfaction. Now, you can look at some nations, perhaps in the Middle East, where they measure dissatisfaction, but you can't tell if it's because they're virgins or because they live in the Middle East, right? Like, you can't tell. But in Western nations, you can tell. And here's how we know. We can do an analysis from the religious, right? The more religious they are, the less promiscuous they often are, and the more often they get married virgins, right? And here's what ends up happening. The non-religious, the secular women get married virgins, and the religious women to get married virgins, both report.
Well, I will say this. Tree of Logic is a lying whore. And I don't think anything good or productive ever comes out of Tree of Logic's YouTube channel. So I understand that that she did a hit piece on Andrew and his wife, probably because she got her panties in a twist because she's a lying fucking whore. But it is just provably true that Rachel has kids with multiple people. So it is just provably true that Rachel has had sex with other people. And again, I'm not judging her. I don't really care. I'm just saying that this obviously wasn't important to Andrew when he married her. And I'm just going to assume that Andrew married her with the intention of, like, he met a woman, he ended up liking her, and things happened, and it was what it was. And so it's like, who really cares, I guess, at the end of the day?
A much higher sexual satisfaction rate, much higher attraction rate, right? And they have much less in the way of the marriage splitting up because they make no comparative analysis.
I think making a weird comparative analysis is kind of strange because what it feels like you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I don't want my wife to have had sex with other men because I don't want her to compare the sex we're having to other men, which might make me feel insecure and make me feel that my sex
Let me
is
ask
not
you,
as good.
is that, do you honestly believe that that's a less tenable position than yours, which is I want my wife to have had sex with multiple men to compare other men to me?
If hold on, it is. Oh no.
I'm
Wait,
just
because,
saying.
No, Andrew.
That is what you're saying,
no,
bro.
No, it's not.
Well, then
Because you're
why would you be
assuming-
against it?
Wait, I'm not, because women aren't a monolith, Andrew, and women don't all want the same thing.
So what? That's not what we're talking about.
Wait,
did I say
because-
women were a monolith or they all want the same thing?
Because
or
you're
did I
now-
say that
hold
if
on,
you make
they
a comparative analysis for outcome, that the outcomes tend to be a lot better for the virgin women because they don't make the comparative analysis?
I think it is strange to say people ought to have less experience so they don't know what they're missing out on.
I think
so
it's
they don't
really
know what they're
strange.
missing out on.
So then you're right. They don't know what so then you want your woman to have previously been fucked a bunch. So you wouldn't want her to be with you only because she didn't know what she was missing out on.
Yeah.
Right?
So
okay.
Wait a second,
All right,
Andrew. Wait a second. Let me respond to this, Andrew.
Okay,
let me respond to this.
Bro.
It actually doesn't matter to me necessarily if she had sex before.
That's not what I asked you. I said, do you want your woman to have been previously fucked by other men?
Is he about to do like chewing tobacco on this show or something? Is that what that is? I gotta say, one of the things I do really appreciate about Andrew Wilson is his unapologetic smoking when he goes on Piers Morgan. I'm like, that's actually really fucking hot, honestly.
So she doesn't know what she's
Is
missing
that
out on.
chewing
And you
tobacco?
said, yeah.
Is it really?
Sure.
Here's
Or
the
is it
thing.
gum?
And here's why I did this to you.
Oh, no, it's
Here's why I
not.
did this to you.
It's just not that important to me.
I would have fucking Andrew Wilson would have been the king if that had actually been chewing tobacco. I would have been like, fucking hell, bro. I don't know anything about this stuff. It could have been jerky. Yeah, maybe.
You're a clip chimp? Like, what's your channel?
All right,
You're
I'm
a clip
almost done
chimp?
my beer.
Right? You ain't never living that clip down.
I don't.
Never living that clip down.
I don't think there is a universal here. I don't think,
I know.
for example, let me
say
say
it was
this.
universal?
Hold on.
I asked you.
Wait. I guess you would be holding all else equal, right? Are you holding all else equal? So someone who had a lot of sexual experiences
don't run
for
away
someone
from
who
it.
never. No, I am, because I think
You
this
are?
is irrelevant. I think this is a relevant distinction, Andrew.
All right, breaking news. I am done my first beer, so I'm on my way to getting drunk. So I might be a lot more vocal coming up. I am now pulling out the Imperial waffle beer. So this is blueberry waffles. It is an Imperial sour ale with blueberry, maple, and vanilla. And it is 8% alcohol. So the stout I just drank is around probably like 5 or 6% alcohol, 5.5%. So now we're taking it up a notch. Hang on. Let's see if this is actually blue. Nope, more of a, well, it's got a little purple in it. Okay. If you guys are drinking something fun, please let us know what you're drinking in the chat. Or smoking, or whatever you're doing. Cheers, everyone. Happy Friday. Definitely smells like blueberries. Let's see. It tastes like jam. This is an 8% beer that tastes like blueberry jam. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive.
If there is someone who had a lot of sex and they are identical in every other character trait and quality, and someone who didn't, that woman is probably going to know what she wants sexually, and that's great.
Okay.
Because then she knows what she likes, and that's good.
And you would prefer that kind of woman?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
Okay. Fair enough. So when it comes to promiscuity in society then, right, women who have a lot of sex, they have a lot more experiences to really know what they want.
Certain women, yes. Hold on, because some women might not want that, Andrew.
But how would they know if they haven't done it? They don't have the experience.
I actually do think it's probably good for people to have sex before they get married, because then you get into a marriage and the sex is terrible, and then it can
Then why
be
are their
terrible.
satisfaction rates so high, bro?
There can be high satisfaction rates.
No,
for
there
certain
mostly
women.
is.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Correct. I'm not saying there's not, but
Yeah.
I'm saying that for individual people, I think it's probably best to have some experience. That doesn't mean that every single girl should have sex with as many men as she can.
Well, but you would admit that if a woman's had sex with 1,000 guys, that chick really probably knows exactly what she wants.
She probably knows what she wants, but also...
That's a lot of experience.
Wait a second.
You wouldn't want to keep her away from that, right?
No, Andrew.
Let me ask you this. Would you have sex with a woman, would you be with a woman, marry a woman who had sex with 2,000 men because she knows what she wants? Now she can compare you against 2,000 men.
I wouldn't want to marry someone who's a porn star because that's just not, that's not aligned with my... lifestyle. I want someone with the same interest and who's interested in the same career field as me.
What?
So I want to marry someone.
So if they could be a porn star and interested in your career field,
no. I would want them to be interested in that field and working in that field because I want someone who's comparable in that way. Because I don't want to.
Why do they have to work in the field you're in to be interested?
I think, but that's something that I value. I value someone who's interested in the same things I am and pursues that as a career.
So you would never marry a woman who's not in the same occupation.
Not exact occupation, but same domain of thing. For example, I wouldn't want to marry someone who's a grocery store clerk if I'm a lawyer. I don't want that.
Why?
Power. I don't want that power differential. I want us to be
power differential.
I married my mover. I literally married my mover. I fucking hate this fucking attitude of I wouldn't marry someone who had such and such a job. You know what? My then mover, now husband, showing up at my house and picking up heavy pieces of furniture and moving them around was the biggest fucking turn. My husband was in the country illegally, working under the table for a moving company. We sorted out the green card issue, obviously, when we got married. But seeing him pick up heavy furniture and move it around was one of the hottest things I've ever seen in my life. He was so in shape when he was moving, and it was so fucking hot. And it was the biggest turn on ever in the history of turn ons. And I was working in a professional job. I was working in higher education. I had a very fancy title. I had all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. And it's I cannot imagine being the type of person that if my husband had shown up at my house to move me, and I'd be yeah, fuck him. He's a mover. And yeah, he's beneath me because he's a mover. It's it's so fucking smarmy and gross and elitist.
Differential.
I think so, a little bit. I don't want someone to be entirely dependent on me and my income.
Well, what do you mean a power differential? Do you think...
I think there can be in terms of income. If one person's making a lot more money than the other person, I think then there can be a power differential if someone gets into a relationship and doesn't have the ability to get out of that relationship because they're financially...
That's not a relationship then, douchebag. A relationship is two people take care of each other. There have been times when my husband has had to step up and take care of me. There have been times when I had to step up and take care of him. We had 2 years of green card fights with the United States after we got married, in which my husband was not allowed to work. So I had to bring in all the money because he was not allowed to work until we got the green card issue sorted out. You know what? That's called a fucking relationship.
Tied to that person. And I would never want someone to be financially tied to me.
I see.
That's what I'm saying.
I see. So men shouldn't get married.
That's not what I'm saying. I think men should marry women who are on their level.
No.
I think men should marry women who are on their level.
I don't think you realize what you just said.
No.
The divorce initiators, you would agree, are mostly women, right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Do you think that when women initiate these divorces that they just do it out of pocket, or do you think there was a big buildup? They thought about it for a long time.
I would venture to say the second, but I'm sure you're going to say it's not.
No. It is, right?
Okay.
They think about it for a long time. However, if they're the ones who are springing the divorce on the husband, right? He hasn't thought about the divorce for a long time, has he?
I don't think that's necessarily the case. It could be.
It is the case.
Wait a second. Is there data to show that men who get men get blindsided by the divorce?
And here's what the data shows, right? The women initiate it and the men don't want it. They don't want the divorce.
Okay.
Women want the divorce, right?
Yeah,
not the men. So they've been thinking about the divorce for a while, right? So the thing is that if they can just go and get divorced whenever it is that they want, they can just literally go and file paperwork, right? And the man's not prepared for it, they have like an exit strategy. They're prepared. They've been thinking about it for a long time. Man, not right. Man, hang on. Man hasn't.
Then
So
that man married the wrong woman.
So men
That
would be.
man
Hang
married the
on,
wrong
bro.
woman.
So the financial dependency aspect here, right? The man is also financially dependent that his wife's not going to divorce him, right?
I think that.
Right? Hang on. Right?
Hold on.
Answer my fucking question and then respond to it.
I don't understand your question. Are they partially financially dependent?
Every
on,
married couple's dependent on
Dependent-
each.
yeah,
Yes,
they're-
every
they're-
one of them.
then
So
they're
if she
partially
blindsides
dependent.
him with a divorce, right, then what happens here is when you make the case, financial dependency, there's financial dependency and that leads to like power dynamics, then that would mean women actually have the power dynamic interest here. Because if they can initiate divorce whenever they want and
So can men.
devastate a man financially,
So can
yeah,
so
but
can
men
men.
aren't.
Okay, but they can't.
But they descriptively aren't.
Then why aren't they?
Because they want to stay married. They don't think they're not looking for an exit strategy. Women are plotting an exit strategy, so men get blindsided with this, bro.
I think that women who blindside someone with a divorce and it's not a conversation of I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy. You're not, meeting X, Y, or Z needs. I feel like you're not communicating with me. Maybe there's infidelity involved.
Yeah.
Then I think that if she doesn't talk about any of that and then just suddenly
No, she
slips
can
in the
talk about
papers-
all of that, but it's still blindsided. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with this, right? Is like you seem to want to take human nature out of the human aspect here. If you know that you're going to leave your significant other, right? Are you going to like try to leverage it so that they have the best chance for custody and they have the best chance for financial security? Or are you going to leverage things the best possible way for yourself?
No, actually, the first one, and that's what my dad did in the divorce from my stepmom. And
Your
I think it
dad,
was-
yes.
I think it was a really
Rational, reasonable man,
I
yes.
Think, I think it was a very good thing of him to do. He didn't leave my stepmom completely like
That was awful
tarnished.
good of him. But do you
Yes.
agree with me that within human nature, if you know that you're going to exit, you know that you're leaving, right? Just like with a job, aren't you going to try to make
Job is different.
Aren't you going to try to make the best conditionals possible for the exit so that you're as financially
Andrew,
set as possible?
Putting in your 2 weeks is not the same thing as signing.
No, it's not
divorce
putting in
papers.
2 weeks. Here's what you do when you
Okay?
change a job. You don't put in your 2 weeks.
Whatever, you quit.
You've
I don't
already
care.
arranged a job
Okay,
for
fine.
6 fucking months
Okay, it's
before you
still-
ever put in your 2
It's
weeks.
still not the
True.
same because you don't have.
it's not.
You don't have obligations to that individual who you're working for in terms
Why
of
don't you?
emotional
Yes, of
security.
course you have
Wait,
obligations to them.
You can quit a job. It's
Yeah, I
fine
know,
to
but
quit a
you still
job.
you can quit a marriage, but you still made a fucking agreement like you did with your job.
Sure, and I think people in marriages
Uh-huh.
have a responsibility to care for the other person.
They have a duty?
In a way,
They have a
in way-
duty?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think everyone has a duty. I just don't think the duties are gender specific.
Oh, they're not.
No, I don't think they are.
They're not. Okay.
No.
So let's. I guess we can dive into that next.
Mm-hmm.
This is fucking hilarious. So let's dive into the idea of gender itself. Okay.
Okay.
How many would you say there are? An infinite number?
Let's
know, man.
see.
I don't know. I have no clue.
You have no clue how many there are.
No. How many
Okay.
names are there in the world, Andrew?
Do you consider every name a gender?
No, but I think they're a relevant category of identification. So, yeah.
Well, okay.
They're the same relevant category of
Do you
identification.
understand like a label versus a descriptor?
Sure, but I think
Okay,
I think there's a lot of overlap between the two.
No, there's not really a lot of overlap between the
there
two.
is.
An empty label is my name is Andrew. Do you agree with me? My name is Andrew.
Sure.
Okay. Do you agree with me that there could be many Andrews sitting at the table with me right now?
Sure.
So Andrew doesn't describe anything about me. It's a label, right?
There are certain connotations with it. For
What?
example, I would assume that you're a man. I would assume that that's largely an American
Andrew
name,
doesn't determine that.
but it's associated with
No,
it.
it's not even associated with it. So let's
you-
take
are you
something
saying
like
there's not more?
Andy. Take something like Andy then.
Yeah, then we wouldn't know.
Okay, so it's just an empty label, right?
Empty is weird. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's just an empty label.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if I were to say man or male, that is a descriptor which is trying to point at something specific. It's not an
Sure.
empty label, yeah?
Yeah,
So what is a man and what is a woman? Start with what a woman is.
sure. So I think largely, and I claim this with my debate with Jim Bob, and I'll claim it with you. I'm not super well versed in like gender ideology or things of that nature. So I don't have comprehensive definitions or sets of necessary and sufficient conditions that must be met in order for someone to be in one category. So if we're talking about, for example, woman and man, there are biological definitions of this thing. If you look in the dictionary, that's the reason why there's multiple definitions.
So what's
for
a woman,
words.
dude?
Okay, so I think a biological definition could be something
So
like
true,
an adult
Matthew,
human
thank
female.
you.
Okay.
But I do think can be social definitions of woman, of someone who has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Okay, so if a person did not have those norms but identified themselves as a woman, would you call them that?
So what did I just say
Answer
before?
my question.
No, but what did I say
You-
before?
you
You're
said-
asking a question that shows that you didn't listen to what I
Yeah,
said before.
okay. In fact, I'll steelman it just to
Okay.
make sure that I
No.
got it correct. You think that there are scientific definitions which we can associate to male and female. You gave
Correct.
an example. The example for female was adult human, or I'm sorry, for woman, adult human female from the scientific end. You agree with that portion so far?
Yeah, but that's,
okay.
you
then-
did miss something
hang
at the
on.
beginning.
Then
but
when
okay.
we go into gender, you say what gender is it's a series of traits and cultural and social, like social.
I just want to pause. We're an hour into this. There's still 4 hours left. Well, 5 hours left. 5 hour. Holy shit. I just want to point out to people, Andrew Wilson has the patience of a fucking saint. I would never do this. This is never an activity that I would engage in. Because like Andrew's patience in terms of like remaining relatively calm as he is pulling apart just bit by bit by bit these nonsensical arguments, and he's remaining calm the whole time, and he knows how to slow play it. It's like the amount of self-control I don't think can be. This is why I have respect for him, even though I think sometimes he's an asshole. Like the amount of self-control this man has to be able to sit there and do this over, and can you, because he doesn't just do one debate on the whatever podcast, he debates a whole fucking litany of these people. I would already be yelling and screaming and throwing things and calling this kid a retard. Like, I would have given up a long time ago. And yeah, I know, because this is the point, right? Like, if you get triggered, you lose. But it's just like, I couldn't sit across from that kid and take him seriously and even attempt to have a discussion with him. It is actually really impressive, whether you like him or not.
Norms in which we would attribute to somebody, which would then make them either woman or man.
So first, you missed the first part that I said,
Okay.
which I said that I don't think there is a comprehensive set of necessary and sufficient conditions that can be given for man or woman. There's going to be things that lie outside of there, and it's really
Actually,
hard
that's
to
perfect.
define.
Can we stop
Really
that?
hard to
Can we
define.
stop right there?
Okay.
Since you're confused as to how many necessary conditions there would be, then it would be just a descriptor or a self-ID, right?
No, not necessarily.
Then what else would it be?
I think, I'm not sure. I think.
You're not sure?
No, but Andrew,
You're not sure, bro? What else would it be besides a self-ID then?
Self-ID, other people recognizing it. If people don't
But other
recognize
people
you,
are
it's
recognizing
fine.
it based on the scientific definition.
Some people aren't.
They
Some
conflate
people,
it with the scientific
some
definition.
people are also with social, though. Some
Yeah,
people
but
definitely do. Do you
would
know someone's
call a
chromosomes
Great.
when they walk
Would you
down the
call
street?
Brian, if Brian looked exactly like he looks right this second, but said that he's a woman, right?
And you wanted to use she, her pronouns? I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, you would agree that he is then. Yeah. Right?
Sure.
Okay, so then a woman would have to be anybody who identifies as a woman.
Well, no, because that would be a circular definition.
Yeah,
And I'm
so
not-
then tell me what it is then. If
So
you agree
I
that
don't
Brian
think-
can be a woman right
I
now
don't-
by
I don't-
saying he
I don't-
is,
I think he can be a woman in the social sense of it, but I don't think he can be a woman
how
in
can
the
he
sense
be a
of the
woman in the
biological.
social sense of it?
Because there's not a set of necessary and sufficient conditions.
Then it
that
would just
can
be
given.
self-ID.
Just because there's ambiguity around boundaries doesn't mean the categories don't exist.
Oh, no,
So I
hang
think-
on. I agree, unless we have a category to point to, which we do. So we have a category, man, woman, which
Sure.
points to male, female.
Okay.
Right? So those categories do exist. When we're talking about ambiguity here, you're creating the ambiguity by just failing to admit that you just believe it's a self-ID.
I don't necessarily think it is a
Then
self-ID.
tell me what it is.
I think it's a combination of someone identifying as and them being recognized by other people in the society. So if Brian said he was a woman right now, full honesty right now, I don't really think I would think he was a woman.
You would think he was.
No, I wouldn't think he was.
You
a woman.
wouldn't think he was.
Because I think most people wouldn't recognize him as such. And I do think that if most people in a
Okay.
society don't recognize someone as a woman, even if they identify as a woman, then for a lot of functional purposes, they aren't treated as a woman, and they aren't. So even if their self-ID is that way, it's not going to match up to the treatment that they're going to have.
I see. So you wouldn't believe Brian if he said he was a woman?
Right now, no, probably not.
Probably not.
I might use she/her pronouns if Brian wanted to use that information.
Would you treat Brian like a woman?
I don't think there is a proper way to treat a man or treat a woman. So I would treat Brian like a human being the same way I would treat men and treat women.
Okay. So, but you would use his pronouns?
Sure.
Okay. And you would use those pronouns as a matter of respect that he said he's a woman.
I like this. I like this idea. Maybe I should set a goal. And you guys, if you guys want to keep me watching the debate, then I have to reach the goal. Actually, no. I appreciate everyone sending in a super chat, though. Thank you so much, Kate.
Well, yeah, I just don't want to be an asshole. Like I don't.
Okay.
Maybe after
That's
this
just being
beer.
a jerk.
I think intentionally misgendering someone, like I don't.
You guys get me watching the debate for 2 beers for free. And then once I finish 2 beers, it is a super chat goal after that, in which I will continue to drink more and probably get more belligerent as we go along.
Don't. Because it's kind of.
I'm really just not really kind of satisfied here. I'm sorry. I want to be so that we can move into the proper gender roles for society. Okay. But if we can't really nail down what a woman is, I'm not sure how we're supposed to nail down how men and women are supposed to function with each other in intersexual dynamics, or how they're supposed to interact with each other in social dynamics. I'm not really sure that we can even get to that part. And unless we nail down what even a man and a woman is.
Oh, come on.
So, I mean, we nailed it down largely biologically.
No,
but I think
we haven't nailed down what your definition of these things are.
I don't see. Here's the thing: is you're going to rigidly categorize men and women into male and female, and then say that certain gender roles follow from that.
They do.
I'm basically saying that I don't think those gender roles.
Yeah, that's great, but you won't nail down what a man and a woman even is.
Because I don't think you can give a comprehensive.
Well, then how can you make social prescriptions for what they ought to not do?
What's a chair?
This is interesting, right?
What is a chair?
A chair. Just like sports team, you could use that same analogy. This is one of the it's the same thing. Okay. I'm explaining it, right? And I'll answer the question. I'll give you the descriptor of what a chair is.
Okay.
Right? My proprietary definition of a chair is that it's a thing you sit on that has like 4 standing legs and a cushion and things like this, right?
They have a beanbag chair.
But but here's what's interesting, right, about this. I'm trying to point to something. Correct. Just like with sports teams. If I say there's a sports team, right, or a sports fan, sports fan. You could say, what is a sports fan, right? Is it just an empty label? Nah, it's really not. You would assume that there's things that come with it. Like,
hang on, empty labels.
Hang on. Like, you would assume for a second that they support the team, they support this, they support that, right? When I give a definition of a chair, while it is true that there can be a very comprehensive, descriptive definition of a chair, I'm actually not wrong about my definition of chair. And you're not wrong about your definition of chair either when you say beanbag chair, right? Because we're still trying to point to the same idea of what a chair is. In this case, we're not pointing to the same idea of what a woman or a man is.
Sure, I don't necessarily think so. And I think that the social definition, there are a lot of people who ascribe to that. And when people think of woman and think of man, they do think of traditional woman and traditional man.
They think of pussies and dicks, dude.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't necessarily think so, dude.
Yeah, I think when you would make an association of man versus woman, right? Well, if somebody's asked a person, what is the thing that you would think of if a person was naked that would identify them immediately as a man or a woman? Right. What do you think they would say?
Naked is different. Because
what do you think they would say?
Sure, Andrew.
What would they say?
If their genitals are out, they're going to point out their genitals, Andrew.
Yeah, because why do you think they're going to point out their genitals?
Are most people's genitals out a long time?
Bro, what does that have to do with anything?
Because if someone were to ask
it depends on how good the sex is. Are a person's genitals out for a long time? It depends on how good the sex is, doesn't it? Thanks, guys, for the super chats. I appreciate it. Keep them coming. This is an Imperial beer. This is 8% alcohol, so I could conceivably be very drunk at the end of this. Hang on.
What do I associate with womanhood? I would say a lot of things that are associated with femininity. Longer hair, wearing certain type of clothing, things of that nature.
Fashion?
To me, that's...
Fashion?
Wait,
longer hair?
Hold on. In a sense, I'm not saying that that's a comprehensive definition of woman.
Well, it doesn't even point to the same thing.
I'm saying for me, those are things that I value and find attractive in women.
Okay. When I'm saying woman or man, I'm giving a descriptor which is trying to point to something.
Yes.
Right? point to it. You're trying to say that there's two categories, that man and woman is not just a biological categorization,
Yes.
but there's a social categorization.
And they do adhere to
but when
largely
you
their
say
social
that it's
roles.
not a comprehensive social categorization,
Yes.
right? What else could it be besides self-ID? What else could it be?
I don't think it has to be one or the other, Andrew. There is ambiguity in definitions. Like, if someone says I'm a woman, and like if people say they're not, like what?
Well, first of all, there's not ambiguity in all definitions.
Then-
but
then we're butting heads.
But
Like, I don't-
but secondly, definitions also operate. They have defining
What are we-
ends.
what are
They
we-
have defining
hold
ends. What is the defining end? What are the things which are the undercurrent of the definition that they're pointing to? They're saying like a chair, right? You might have like little things under the definition of a chair that
Sure.
point to things you sit on, right? Things that you relax on,
Fine.
things like this.
Yes.
That's what's doing all the heavy lifting for the word.
Yes.
What's doing all the heavy lifting for the word man and woman? What is it?
I think it can be and is social roles.
No,
People
it's
do-
sex.
It's
100% sex doing the heavy lifting for man and woman, dude. Give me a
Okay.
break.
I don't necessarily
Okay,
think
they
so.
demonstrated all of the definitions, all of the things which support the definitions of man and woman, all of them are pointing to sex. Literally all of them.
Okay.
Like basically every one of them.
Sure,
If
and-
you think reproduction, right? If
What-
you
what
even
point
woman,
follows
even
from
with
this?
when it comes to woman, right?
Okay.
Adult human female. If you look up the definition of female, especially human female,
Mm-hmm.
it says like one a member of the human race that which is associated with reproduction, right?
Okay.
It's literally utilizing the reproductive categorization of genitalia, right?
Well, there's genitalia. I mean, there's a difference. Between
It's
the reproductive-
genitalia. Oh, how do they get
different-
pregnant, bro?
Difference between the reproductive system
Yeah, how do they
and
get
genitalia.
how do they get pregnant?
I'm not saying it doesn't involve genitalia.
Of course it does.
If
So
someone- if
all
someone-
of it is being held up by sex. All of it.
I'm glad that the conclusion that we've drawn from this is reproduction involves genitalia. We can at least agree on that. Reproduction involves genitalia. Brilliant. Brilliant. These are the young minds being produced by today's educational system. Fantastic. We are definitely not totally fucked.
Dude.
Okay. If someone doesn't have the internal reproductive organs but has a vagina, do you think they're a woman?
Of course. And
Yeah,
I
they
can
are.
even
How you
dive
saw
into that
babies are
too.
made.
So
Yep.
the monolithic argument for
True.
gender is my favorite one. I wouldn't say that a man who was castrated, right, through no fault of his own, he was in a terrific accident and the genitals were ripped off. Of course, he's still a man, but here's why. Because people only develop around two pathways. That's it. There's no third sex. There's never going to be a third sex. Nobody alive has ever been able to impregnate themselves, not even chimeras.
Sure.
Because of that, there's only two reproductive pathways available, period. You're still a woman. Even if you don't have a uterus, your reproductive pathway was still developed to that of a woman, to that of a female.
But it didn't develop.
It did develop.
Well, a lot of these people who have this condition, complete androgen insensitivity syndrome, are those who have XY chromosomes and develop along a male pathway.
No, they
that it goes
developed
wrong.
that. Even if you have XXY, right? Or there are actually men who just have XX, but their reproductive pathway can only be one of two. They can
Okay.
only develop along two reproductive pathways, period,
Okay.
regardless of chromosomes. And that's every human being who exists, even ones who have the nature of their the nature of them is ambiguous, right? The ambiguity around genitalia and things like this are ambiguous. They still can only go down one phenotypical pathway, period.
Okay.
And genotypical.
Sure.
So if sex is doing all of the heavy lifting, I think that it is fine for us to point at man and woman and say a man, right, is someone who developed along the reproductive pathway for the production of small gametes and woman for ova.
Sure.
It doesn't
Biological
require they
definition.
have a uterus.
Yeah,
They still
yeah.
develop down that pathway,
Sure,
right?
and yeah, that absolutely is a biological definition. But
Okay.
we use those words in other ways, right?
No, we don't.
We don't. When we say
No.
well, then how come we can say a woman is manly and the sentence makes sense? Because we're
Because
not
we're
saying
pointing to masculine or feminine
agreed.
virtues.
Agreed. So
Vir-
Because some people, like me, have more masculine energy, and this is why I'm not a pain in the ass like most women are. I mean, listen, I can be a pain in the ass in my own way, but you know the reason I'm not nearly as annoying as most women are? Because I have masculine energy. Because I have more masculine energy. Because I veer towards that. That's why I get along with men better. And I know that there are many women in my audience who tend to have more masculine energy, that all of the stupid... This is an awful freeze frame for Andrew. Hang on. We're not going to do Andrew dirty like this. That's a much better freeze frame for Andrew. I don't care about that prissy little fucking faggot kid. The reason that most of the stupid women on this show that Andrew debates annoys the shit out of me is because they don't have masculine energy. They have feminine energy, and therefore they are annoying. I'm just saying. And this kid, this little fucking feminist kid, has feminine energy, and that's why he's so annoying. This kid does not have masculine energy. This kid has feminine energy, and that's why he is so off-putting and why he would be absolutely horrible in bed. And no women should ever want to sleep with him because he is not going to be good in bed because he is a woman at heart. He is a woman at his core. See, now Reddin, you're making me feel bad because I feel like I just insulted you and I didn't mean to. Listen, I love gay men too, and gay men love me because gay men tend to have more feminine energy. I guess it's just like the straight men with I don't know. I don't want to dig the hole any deeper. I don't want anyone to feel insulted. I'm just gonna say that women with masculine energy tend to be less annoying than women with feminine energy, and that's all I'm saying. Okay.
And the sentence makes sense because we're not saying
pointing to masculine or feminine virtues.
Agreed. So
virtues.
But we use those terms to refer to social phenomena, right?
Well, no,
manly,
not always.
Womanly.
Actually, the most of the time.
There is no. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have said this if you hadn't brought it up, Joseph. This is your fault. There is no universe in which that feminist kid has a giant cock. There is no universe. I'm psychic about these things. There is no universe in which that feminist kid. I mean, I would bet all the money in my bank account that Andrew has a bigger cock than the feminist kid. Not that I'm asking, because I'm not. He's a married man. I'm being respectful of Rachel and all that stuff. I'm not asking. I'm just saying. Okay, you cannot psychic the size of someone's cock. You cannot psychic the size. But what you can psychic is how they feel about their cock. That's on the table, but you shouldn't because it's wrong and intrusive and bad, and I would never do that. I'm just saying that instinct is telling me that that kid does not have a giant cock. There is no universe.
Right, when you're doing that. There is times when this is done. I agree with you where you're like, oh, that chick is, or you're nagging me like a woman.
Yeah.
Right?
How many people in the comments right now do you think are calling me a woman?
But
okay?
the whole point of that, right, is to say that like you're weaker than me or this or that. You're still actually associating this with the sex. You're still associating it with the fact that that's the weaker sex or that's the more dominant sex. Basically, all of those social interactions still revolve around that same idea.
Sure, I haven't denied that.
Yeah, I mean, so they're always pointing, in other words, all extremes for gender are always actually only pointing to two things, male, female. That's it. So if that's the case, when we're talking about social roles in society, men and women, male, female, are completely different. I mean, totally different across the board. We're humans, true. Right? But everything from our developmental pathway for reproduction, right, to our physical characteristics are completely different. Why in the world would you prescribe a society which didn't bank on the ideas of that and understand that if we are to push the very things which combine our physiology with the social status of people creates a better society? For instance, would you prescribe, like if we're talking about the military, would you prescribe that we had more women in the military than men?
More women than men in the military?
No.
Largely probably not because they don't meet the same standards. And
of course not.
I'm not denying that.
Yeah, of course. So then a failing of courage of men, considering that they have to take on that role, that dominant, hang on, that dominant, but they have to, right? No, they always have to.
No man is obligated to join the military. Therefore, it's not.
Yeah, they are. They can be drafted.
Okay, I don't agree with the draft.
It doesn't matter if you agree with it or not. They can descriptively be drafted and women can't.
And that's unjust.
That's unjust.
Yes.
Okay, so
there shouldn't be a draft.
So what about police officers, police force? You can be deputized.
Yeah, I think that's no. You
that's unjust too. Yep. You can be compelled into a posse. That's unjust.
Define. Sorry.
Compelled into a posse, just like you can be compelled into jury duty, right?
Sure, jury duty. I think it's a little bit different because you're not putting yourself in as much harm's way. I don't think that anyone should be conscripted into being a police officer or being that. Because of course there are
there's always dangers. There's always dangers associated with all of this, including jury duty, right?
And there's going to be a threshold, right? Okay.
Which is what?
We don't know exact. Of course, I don't have to point. Wait, I don't have to point to an exact point to say that there is a difference between sitting on a jury duty and having a gun on you and potentially people shooting at you.
You do if you say that the consistency of the ideology is that you don't believe in this thing because it can put you in harm's way. But this thing also puts you in harm's way.
Significant harm. What do you?
Okay. So
fine. Okay. Yeah. Of course. I'm not arguing there's not a threshold, Andrew.
But not just that.
I'm not arguing there's not a threshold.
Let's start with the Titanic. So should the men have given up the lifeboats to the women?
Yes.
Men giving up the lifeboats to the women?
And the children?
Yes.
If they were largely stronger, then yes. However, if there was, wait a second, if there was a disabled man, if there was a man who for some reason was weaker, then I think then he should have gone with those people.
By the way, I'm being purely selfish when I say the men should give up the lifeboats to the women, and I understand that. It is extremely selfish. It's extremely selfish. If I was on the Titanic and it was sinking, I want a fucking lifeboat, motherfucker. And I'm sorry, in an emergency situation, you pull whatever fucking levers you can pull. And I really hope my husband gets on a lifeboat. And I'll try. I really hope my husband gets on a lifeboat in that circumstance. I really would be very, very upset if my husband didn't make it. But I still want to get on a lifeboat. And therefore, I'm going to say, yes, men should give up lifeboats to women. And I'm going to say, honey, I love you. And I hope you survive this. I'm getting on the fucking lifeboat. Actually, I don't know if I would actually do that. I'm actually thinking about this now. Yes. And absolutely children should be on the fucking lifeboats. Yes. But actually, I really don't want my husband to die in the ocean either. I really now I'm feeling conflicted. I kind of want, I'm changing my position on the fly. I kind of want my husband to be in the lifeboat, rowing the lifeboat. The hypotheticals abound.
So it's a strong versus weak, not necessarily along sexed lines. There's a lot of overlap there, but it's not necessary.
Whoa. Okay. So, to make sure I got this right, though, you agree with me that the average man is many times stronger than the average woman.
Well, largely in terms of like upper body strength or something like that? Yes.
No, lower body too.
Lower body, yes, because it would depend what you mean by strength. Because, for example, like endurance and things of that nature, women in certain cases.
This is also another truth, Kazmar. If I'm honest about it, I don't really want to live in a world where my husband died on the Titanic. I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea at all. So, would I probably try? I don't know. It's a tough question. Victor just yelled up from the downstairs. He told me to take the boat. Victor, I don't want you to die on the Titanic, though. Oh, Victor just yelled up at me. He's like, I don't want you to die either, so you should take the boat. See, this is how I know I married well. Okay, it's decided. My husband told me to get on the fucking lifeboat. I still wouldn't want you to drown on the Titanic, Victor. I love you.
Are stronger.
What did I say?
See, my husband and I just had marriage counseling basically live on the internet. Nuff said you're conflicted once you're on one. I would be conflicted. I really would be, though. I don't want him to drown on the... I don't know. There is a part of me that's like, you know what? I said for better or worse, we're staying together. And if we both get on a lifeboat, we both get on a lifeboat. And if we both don't get on a lifeboat, we both don't get on a lifeboat. And that's just the way it goes. I don't know. I'm conflicted. Thanks for the super chat. Victor sacrificed himself on the Titanic for me.
The average is certain cases now?
Well, I think that women in general are better at endurance running.
No,
I would have to look more into it. I think in certain...
No.
Okay.
On average, they're not. They're not better at anything physical than men. Nothing. Literally nothing. When
Having
you say...
children?
What's really funny about this, too, is like when you say, well, what about lower body? It is true that proportionally women have stronger lower bodies than men, right? For women, proportionally that's true. Men still have much stronger lower bodies than women.
Of course,
it's just that proportional to the size of men versus women.
I'm not arguing that women are physically stronger.
Yeah, so
than
then
men.
if that's the case, aren't you creating a bias in society by saying that the strong, right, should be necessarily like giving up their spots for the weak, when you agree with me that on average, men are going to be much stronger than on average women?
I don't think it's a bias. I think it's people who have certain advantages should use those advantages to help those who are less well off.
Okay.
That would be an example
so
of courage, right?
how would that not disproportionately affect men?
It would disproportionately affect men. I'm not saying it
So you're
wouldn't.
well, okay.
That's not Miss
now,
Sanders.
bro, come on.
How the fuck is that Miss Sanders?
Okay, so why should they do that?
Why should they do that?
Yeah.
I already said because people should protect those who are weaker than them. Once again, claim that I'm stipulating. If you disagree and don't think those who are stronger should use that to protect those who are less strong, then I guess this doesn't follow. But I think that's a pretty strong intuition that most people hold.
Let's make sure that you hold this intuition then, okay?
Yeah.
So would you consider like a 13-year-old boy to be a child?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that 13-year-old boys can be about as strong as an average woman?
Sure. I would depend. I'm not sure.
So
Depend
should
on the category.
13-year-old boys give up their seats on the lifeboat for women?
Maybe it's a case by case dependent basis. I think you should try to save women and children because
Should the 13-year-old give up their spot in the lifeboat for a 70-year-old woman?
No, because
No.
I think there's a longer lifespan. Wait, Andrew, this is what you did.
Yeah, here we go.
No, this is what you did. I'm gonna explain what you did. You took one categorization that I made and general prescription.
Yeah, I'm
that
sorry,
those
it's not
who are-
consistent,
That
bro.
those who are stronger should generally protect those who are weaker. That's what
Yeah.
I said. And you were saying, so in every single case where there's someone who's stronger, they should protect someone who's weaker
You didn't
over
say,
overriding
you didn't
consideration.
say generally.
Did I not say generally?
No, you
Are you
actually
sure?
just said that stronger people should protect weaker people.
Okay, then I
Hang
meant
on, we got a super chat from Rottweiler. There are plenty of compilations of both MMA male and female fighters going at each other and predictably men owning the women, which contradicts this little amoeba's argument. I mean, obviously men are physically stronger than women. I don't know why we're even discussing this. Obviously men are physically stronger than women. And I don't even know why we're fighting about it, to be honest. It's like, why can't we just give that to men? Yeah, you're physically stronger. Yes, you are in charge of protecting us because you're physically stronger. That's the way it goes. In return, we're going to give you blowjobs every now and again, and we're going to treat you like the kings that you are, and we're going to give you little missions to complete and stuff like that so you feel useful around the house. But, like, why can't we just acknowledge that men are actually just, in real life, factually stronger than women? I'm not fucking offended by that. It's so dumb.
that in the general sense. I'm
Okay.
sorry for not specifying.
So generally speaking, then, men are going to be disadvantaged in society under your view.
I don't think they're going to be disadvantaged because they have the advantage of more strength. So them using that strength to protect
Yeah, but
others.
you're prescribing a duty. You haven't actually told me why it is. So, for instance, do you agree that men and women's lives are equally valuable?
Equally valuable? Yeah.
Okay, then why the fuck would you say that they should give up their spots in the lifeboat because they're
Wait,
stronger?
equally valuable because I think if you were talking about a boat sinking, I think
Yeah.
most men would probably be better able to swim longer, be able to survive
in the icy
that.
fucking
I don't-
waters
okay,
of
dude,
the
I don't
fucking.
know.
Are you
Okay.
serious? The icy
We're
waters
talking-
of the Atlantic Ocean. They're going to
Okay.
have a better fighting
Hold on,
chance
hold on.
against the sharks.
Wait.
Like, what are you? What?
Wait, hold on.
Listen, I'm going to say this. I ran a fucking marathon in the rain. I've got some game when I once the first half marathon. Hang on, this is a bad freeze frame for Andrew. We're not going to do Andrew dirty like that. No, there he goes. Okay, that's better. The first half marathon I ever ran, I ended up getting a stress fracture in my leg because I was injured going into the half marathon, and I had a stress fracture and I exacerbated it. I basically ran an entire fucking half marathon. So don't fucking tell me that I wilt at a fucking bruise. All right. But even me saying I run a marathon in the rain, I ran the Boston Marathon in the rain. It sucked. It fucking sucked. I ran a half marathon on a stress fracture and inhibited my ability to walk for about 2 months after. This is back in the day when I was much more fit than I am now, okay? But even then, I can say, yeah, I've run multiple marathons. yeah, I've done all this stuff where I hurt myself severely and I kept going because you work through pain. And I do think that women do have a higher pain tolerance than men. Sometimes that comes back to bite us. But even then, I can say men are physically stronger, and that's just the way it goes. You think that men don't get injured from doing this stuff? You think that men don't get injured? Have you ever been to a running club? See, it's the men that like shit on this stuff. They're like, men never get injured, and men do this, and men do that, and men do this. It's like, you are just as much bullshit as that fucking male feminist, bro.
And would probably be better able to swim longer, be able to
in the
survive
icy
that.
fucking waters
okay,
of
dude,
the
I don't
fucking.
know.
Are you
Okay.
serious? The icy
We're
waters
talking-
of the Atlantic Ocean. They're going to
Okay.
have a better fighting
Hold on,
chance
hold on.
against the sharks.
Wait.
Like, what are you? What?
Wait, hold on, Andrew.
Come on, bro.
Dude.
This is fucking
This is not-
crazy.
no, there were Andrew. There,
Okay.
are you not? Are you not agreeing with me? Who do you think would survive longer in the icy water?
I
A
don't.
man
I
or a
think you're
woman?
talking about seconds or minutes, perhaps.
Okay. And if there were rescue boats going by?
There's
Men
not
should get to
rescue
them?
boats. There wasn't rescue boats going
Okay,
by,
well, I'm
bro.
glad we're not in that situation anymore.
Yeah, but
So
I
what
am
should
asking you
happen
about
now?
that situation. You said
Okay.
they should
Okay.
give up their spots
Sure.
on the Titanic. The women get the lifeboats
Yes.
because the men are stronger, even though their
Yes.
lives are both equally valuable.
Yes.
Why?
I think that some men should do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Everyday therapist husband keeps whining about how his knees hurt when he hikes too much. Listen, can I tell you guys a secret? My husband has now left the house. He's gone to buy beer. So I'm going to tell you guys a secret. My husband has been hiking a lot recently because he's gotten a new remote controlled car, and he likes to go out and drive his remote controlled car on like trails and stuff and at like the beach and stuff. And like whatever, he goes with his friends and they all have remote controlled cars and they all go out there and they go on a hike and they have their cars with them. Like whatever, they do male things. And my husband came back last weekend after like a long hike, and he was so in pain the next day. He was complaining the next day. He was whining up and down, like, oh, I should have done that. Like all this stuff. Don't tell me men don't fucking whine. Please.
Absolutely.
Why?
Why? Because you should want to protect those who are weaker than you.
Why though? Why though? If
on,
it's just a matter of you saying because you're stronger, then you switch. What you're doing is switching your case use here, which is fucking. It's equivocation. It's pissing me off because it's not even genuine. You're making the equivocal case that wait a second. Right? Men generally are stronger than women, so therefore should protect them because generally stronger people should protect weaker people.
Yes.
Okay, that follows in that aspect. You're a bit stronger, right?
Yes.
You have some sort of like duty or obligation to protect those weaker than you. But when you're in a situation like the fucking Titanic, right, where your strength differential doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, exactly. There is no bigger baby than a man when he's sick. That is true. You know, I wouldn't say he whined. I would say that he definitely made it known that his body was not feeling great.
At all,
Okay.
right? You still prescribe that the women get the lifeboats, bro. And I
Okay.
need you to tell me why.
Why should they get the lifeboats? I think I am then expressing an intuition based on that case that is based on the fact that men are generally stronger than women. So maybe in
How
this
is
case,
that helpful?
Hold on, maybe in this case,
It's not bullshit.
then they shouldn't
No,
because
it's
this
not.
case
No,
doesn't
it's
involve
not.
strength or anything like that. So in this case, then maybe not. In the Titanic, in that case, then yeah, maybe
Okay,
not.
so you're
If we're talking
retracting that?
and yeah, I'll
Okay, so you're gonna
the
retract
claim
that.
for women. I'll retract the claim for they should give it up for women. Maybe not children though, because children would have a longer lifespan ahead of them. And men and women's lives, I would agree, are roughly equal. But you know, you can argue that children's lives, many people would consider them more valuable because they have a longer life to live.
Okay, so then men don't have an obligation to
Only a literal retard would think that. Literally, that's a retarded take. We don't do low IQ takes on this channel. A woman said something I don't like, and therefore she is a feminist. And that's like what you just did. A woman said something I don't like, and therefore she's a feminist. Like, bro, be fucking better than that. Come on.
sacrifice their lives for women.
No. I don't
Okay.
think necessarily.
Got
so.
it. They
No,
don't have...
I don't think. No, I don't think each individual man. I think society has an obligation to protect those who are weaker, but I think that no individual person should be compelled to risk or like.
Well, I didn't say
their
compelled.
life.
I asked about duty. That wouldn't be
Men.
like a foreign compellence.
No, I don't think men have that duty. No,
They don't have that duty.
men in general.
Oh, yeah? I proved you correct? Well, you just proved to me that you're a low IQ retard and now you're banned. Goodbye. Like, you're a feminist because you said something I didn't like. Well, can you imagine a man being more pathetic? Can you imagine a more pathetic man than saying every single woman who says something they don't like is a feminist? Are you capable of having an intellectual discussion? No? Okay, shut the fuck up.
No, those who are stronger, not to die for other people necessarily.
So you don't think that there's a social obligation inside of society which shames men if they don't protect women who are physically weaker than them?
I think there is, but the thing is also I think a man is much less likely to die than a woman in those situations.
Yeah, so what?
So then it's much
But he's
less
much more likely to be shamed for not interjecting himself in the situation, which would mean that he actually would be more likely to die than
and
the
I think
women.
it's because he's stronger.
Yeah, but that actually would increase his risk of death over women.
All right, Andrew.
And the average man would increase the risk of death if they're interjecting more than women. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. What's your point?
Is that correct?
Yes. What's your
Okay,
point?
so then you're assisting with a bias.
See, and now we're having the Andrew Wilson fans get very emotional in the chat. I'm having to time people out, and it's very upsetting. Because we were doing so well, gentlemen. We were doing so well. And this is the problem with some of this manosphere type content, in that it doesn't actually matter how often I agree with the points that Andrew's making. It doesn't actually matter. What matters is I disagree one time, and then the men have a fucking meltdown. You're a feminist. All over the chat. And it's like, you know, you don't have to be here, bro. You don't have to be here.
Against men
No.
with the social shame of men. Do you think that men, because they're the stronger sex, should interject on the behalf of people who are weaker than them?
If they are stronger.
If they're strong, and on
Yes.
average they're going to be.
Yes.
Then what you're doing is interjecting them into significant amounts of danger over the weaker sex.
It's not on the basis that they're men. It's on the basis that they're stronger.
Yes, but
it
the
would
bias
apply-
selection's still gonna
it
apply
would-
to men.
Fine. So it would apply. So are you endorsing disparate impact theory here? I'm just really
What is
confused here.
disparate impact theory?
The idea that if something overwhelmingly affects a group, then therefore it ought to be considered
Thanks, Matthew.
like, I guess, prejudice or harm against that group. So, for example, if a policy was passed and it overwhelmingly disproportionately affected a racial minority or any minority, regardless of the intent
No,
of the
I
bill,
wouldn't endorse that, but what I will say is that
this is the type of
no,
disparate
it's
impact.
not. Here's why. Here's the distinction, right? Do you agree with me that people can hide their true intentions towards a thing, right, by kind of equivocating based on their intention? So, for instance, if I said, "Look, okay."
See, and now we have an honest man in the chat saying, Karlyn, many men also tend to yuck it up when sick or hurt because women are basically men are using the excuse of being sick to get more attention from women and to get the women to be like patting their head and be like, it's going to be okay, honey. Can I make you a cup of soup? And bringing them like soup and like food and stuff and being nurturing to them when they're sick. See, now the truth really comes out. It's not that the men are whining when they're sick because they're not feeling good. It's because the men want the women to take care of them and they want the women to nurture them and they want to feel all vulnerable and they want this and they want that. And that's okay. You know what? That's okay. That's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that.
This isn't a bias against midgets, but I just think that people who are 3 feet and below shouldn't work in Hollywood.
Probably true.
Right?
Okay.
I'm not biased against midgets, though. Right? I'm universally applying that standard to all people, but who does it disproportionately affect the
Yeah, it
most?
does affect them. But the
Now,
question-
now, hang on. If
What's the-
I
what's
now
the
hang
purpose?
on. Now, hang on. Now, if I held a bias, a secret bias against midgets, I really fucking hated them. Right? Would that be a really good way for me to enact my will, my hatred towards those midgets, by making that universal claim that all people 3 feet and under shouldn't work in Hollywood?
Sure, but Andrew,
But
what
what?
would the benefit be of banning those people from
I would
working
just
in
say
Hollywood?
things like they can't get hurt as easy.
can't get hurt.
Yeah,
as
people who
easily.
are 5 feet or above, they don't get hurt as easy as people who are 3 feet and below.
Then I think
especially when you're on Hollywood sets and things like that.
If you were making then standards that were, I mean, we have this. Do you think it's prejudicial?
It would universally apply to all people.
Okay, then do you think it's prejudicial that we hate children because
No,
we
no,
have
what
height,
I'm saying-
because we have height limitations on rides at roller
Thanks,
coasters?
Matthew.
Is that prejudice
I'm not
against
making
them?
the claim that you can't make even universalized prescriptions based.
Matthew, thank you for all the super chats you've been sending in today. I really do appreciate it. Everyone should be like Matthew and be sending me in lots of super chats. Listen, we're almost to our super chat goal. I'm almost done this beer. This is great. We're almost to our super chat goal to continue the stream. I'm almost done the beer. Keep them coming, guys.
Based on safety. I'm asking a specific and narrow
We have
question,
5 fucking
which is
more
that
hours.
if I hated
God.
midgets, would it not then follow that if I was making prescriptions, right, that seemingly on their face were a bit absurd, seemingly a bit on their face absurd, right, but did universalize them by
this
saying
is
it's
the
for all
blueberry
people,
bot.
but the inaction of that really was going to disproportionately affect midgets, that it might stand to reason that I had some bias against midgets? Do you think hang on, I'm just saying this is conditional. Let me look at the camera too. It's just as conditional. But don't you think that if I passed legislation which was disproportionately affect only one group, right? But I was doing it as a universal claim for all, right? That people might think my motivations were to try to like disproportionately affect that group. Don't you think that follows?
Matthew, I wish everyone was like you because you're so generous with the super chats, and I appreciate the super chats, my friend. So keep, whatever type of fucked up you are, you're welcome on my channel. That's all I'm saying.
Could be, but it's not necessarily. I don't think we think men should...
Isn't it interesting, though, that you endorse feminism while at the same time having a bias against men because they're stronger?
I don't have a bias against men.
Sure sounds like you do.
I don't. I think that those... I already said this. I think those who are stronger, regardless of sex, should protect those who are weaker.
Yeah, but again, here's the problem. When you claim that I'm a feminist, right, which you have, and that you're here to defend feminism, isn't it interesting that part of this, kind of like a prescription for society based around feminism is that it just so happens that men need to, of course you don't mean men, you just mean stronger people, but men have to interject and put themselves in harm's way more than women do, and you happen to be a feminist. You don't think people are going to put two and two together and think that, well, perhaps you have a bit of bias towards men?
Bias towards men or biased against men?
Yeah.
No, I don't necessarily think that follows at all.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't think that it means that you hate someone if you think that because
I didn't say hate. Did I say hate or
fine,
bias?
Fine, Andrew. I don't think that you're
You
biased.
can fine Andrew, but
I don't think that you're biased against someone or a group of people if you think because they have advantages, they should use them to the less well off.
Okay.
Do you think it would do you think that like taxing the wealthy is like a bias against rich people that like shows
I think it can be.
So but do you think it necessarily is?
I never said anything about
any
of this being
hold on.
necessarily
Fine.
the case.
Okay, so
Did I?
it's
Hang
not,
on. I
it's
just
not
wanna make
necessarily
sure.
fine. Okay,
Yeah,
I agree.
What I said was that people can hide the motivation, and I do think, by the way, using this example of the wealthy, that oftentimes progressives do fucking hate the wealthy and blame them for problems inside society because they think they're selfish and want to punish them. They want to punish them.
Some people might do that. I'm not denying that they're going to do that.
And so,
I'm not
so
saying.
the thing is,
I think,
like,
fine. Then I am in full agreement with you that wanting
so
to
it sounds
wanting
to
to
me-
punish people is a bad reason for doing that.
So what
I am fully
reward?
agreeing.
Okay, so for this duty that is going to disproportionately affect men, but isn't meant to target men, just people who are stronger. What do they get out of this?
Where do they get out? I don't think that duties necessitate rewards. For example, I don't think we should reward people for like using their strength to benefit others. I just think that's something that you ought to do. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you shouldn't beat your wife. It's like, I didn't beat my wife today. You should give me more money. It's like, of course not.
Isn't a draft duty which necessarily benefits others based on strength?
I don't agree with the draft because it's compulsory.
Yeah, so is this duty, though. It's compulsory, right? People ought do it, you said? Isn't that a compulsion?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not, wait, 100%. I'm not, but that's
True.
a legal compulsion. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be general societal like pushes towards certain things, but I don't think it should be legally compelled in which you go to jail or are killed for not joining the draft. But yeah, absolutely. I think that if society is on the brink of collapse or something like that, those who are stronger should step
And
up
what
and try
would
to
the
defend that.
equal female duty to this be?
There's not an equal female duty. And I've had this before. You had the same conversation. There's not a equal female. There's not equal duty for those who would
What is there
typically be
any duty
associated with
that
weaker.
women have at all?
Yeah, I think so. Same
What?
duties that men would have in terms of kindness towards others, being respectful towards others.
Those aren't
Wanting to
duties.
lift people up. I think it is.
No, it's not a duty to be
Absolutely.
kind and respectful. We've been disrespectful
Absolutely.
this whole time. Where's your kindness and,
What?
and duty?
Wait, I think people should be okay, Andrew. I'm sorry that I wasn't specific enough in saying that you should be generally kind. I don't think
Oh,
that
generally.
someone. Hold on, Andrew. Fine.
Come
because
on, dude.
wait. When I say people have a duty to be kind, what you interpreted that as incorrectly is you have to be kind all the time, which is not true.
Okay, so you
Which is-
just generally think people should be kind.
I
But you
think
did
being-
say
I think
that
being kind
that
in general is a good thing.
Yeah, but the
You should be a
strong
kind
ought,
person.
the strong ought to protect the weak.
Sure.
Ought.
Are they always protecting the weak?
No, but you think they always should.
If that situation arises.
Yes. So that would be always.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a monolithic statement for an ought, but it's interesting how you move between the monolithic situation of your ought when it comes to that. But with the second we get to women, suddenly they don't have any of those monolithic oughts. That's very strange. What monolithic ought do women have?
They don't because they're not stronger than men. Like what situation?
What other monolithic? Well, there's one thing they can do men can't.
Sure,
What is it?
reproduce,
Have kids.
Andrew. I know
Yeah,
that.
how come that's not a monolithic ought?
Because they should not have to have children.
Why?
Because we can have a society where
Uh-huh.
people voluntarily have children without forcing them to do so. We can increase
We can have a
incentives.
society where men don't voluntarily assist anybody with their strength. What do you mean?
We can have a society where no one voluntarily does that, but I think we can always use incentive structures to get to that.
Yeah, but you said that they ought. If you agree with me that there can be a society in which men are not interceding on behalf of the weaker sex, in this case women or children, right? Why ought they do that?
Why ought they do what?
Why ought they do that? If,
Protect women and
yes,
children?
if women have no compellence for duties for anything, they ought to do.
So hold on. I don't think that you should protect other people because you think you're owed something in return. That's the biggest problem here. I don't think men should protect women because like, oh my God, I saved you. Now you have to bear my children. I don't think that's how these things work.
Nobody made that conflation that because you saved a woman, they now have to have your children.
Well, you're
but
saying,
however,
there's a duty.
what I'm saying,
I saved your life, therefore women
You
in
know what's
general have
funny
an obligation
is
to
like
have
on
children.
the monolithic ought, I'm even willing to be super charitable here and say that you didn't mean every single time, but like in most cases, it is the case that men are stronger than women, and so it should intercede on their behalf, right?
Sure.
Right? That would be pretty charitable of me to say, right?
Largely.
Okay, so then if it's the case that women are the only ones who can have children, right? I want you to grant me the same charitability and say, you know what? I'm not saying that all of them ought to have children, okay? But we should make a prescription that they should be moving towards the idea of having children, that that's really good for society prescriptively, and that generally speaking, they have a duty to do it.
I think it's a good thing when people have children,
So
including women.
generally speaking, women have a duty to have children.
I am very grateful that I'm in a marriage where my husband doesn't want to have kids. And I don't really want to have kids either. And I said, maybe I'll do one. I could do one. Do you want to do one? And my husband was like, no, not really. Listen, I fully support the right of women to have kids if they want to. I don't know. I understand what Andrew's saying in terms of like, should we make this more prescriptive? Like, it's really actually something you probably should give more consideration to. I can get on board with that. I can also get on board with the idea that I do think that there is something about feminism that has made the idea of having kids a dirty subject for women. And I know this absolutely applies to me. Like I say this all the time. I don't want to have kids because I like my money and I like my freedom and I like my life. And I'm extraordinarily selfish. I don't want to give up my life. I like my life. I don't want a little fucking riffraff coming in, running around, making me spend all my money on them, making me be nurturing. I am not a naturally nurturing person. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. I am a fucking Aries. I am not a like, I feel like if I had a kid, I've said this a million times, I would actually be curious about what it's like to be pregnant. I am actually curious about that. But like, I feel like if I had a kid, it would be one of those things where like, I birthed the kid is here, I'm holding the kid. I'm like holding the kid out like this because I don't actually feel like I would be a nurturing parent. And I'd be like, okay, Victor, here's the kid. I don't know what to do with this. I feel like that's what the type of I don't feel like I would be a good parent. I would raise a feral child of some sort that would be running around, fending for themselves, making their own cereal at 3 years old because I don't know what the fuck to do. I do think that like I would really enjoy going into like I would really enjoy having a kid in public school and being the parent that all the teachers in public school are like deathly afraid of. Like, I would actually really enjoy that. I've actually thought about that. I'm like, if I had a kid, I could send them to the public school, and then I would be an absolute fucking terror at the public school. I would be harassing all the teachers. I would. So, but I do generally recognize that, like, feminism is toxic in terms of like what it convinces children about, or what it convinces women about the idea of having children. And I absolutely believe that that has influenced me because I was on the left for so long. But you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is.
Children.
I think that.
See, do I think I would homeschool? See, I would want to send my kids to public school, though, just so I could harass all the teachers. I would probably homeschool in addition to that. I'd be like, okay, you come back from school, sit at the fucking table. Now we're going to talk about what you actually need to know. We're going to go over all your homework, and we're going to actually make sure you know how to read and write. I would make sure they know how to read and write and stuff. Like, listen, I grew up with an old French Catholic grandmother who read to me every single day for hours a day, to the point where I was already reading at like a 3rd grade level by the time I was in kindergarten or something like that. So that's the type of parent I would be. I would absolutely send them to school just to be a terror at the school because I think that'd be funny. But then I would be like, sit your ass at the kitchen table. We're doing actual school now.
That society has an obligation to keep its population growing.
So generally speaking, do women have a duty to have children?
Yeah, men and women.
Okay,
alike.
great. So then women, generally at least, have a duty to have kids.
I think that individual women are not subject to this because, Andrew, we can have
Oh my God, you keep changing your position.
No,
I'm going to
not
have a
changing.
smoke while Brian lets chat
right.
in. Fuck him. It's like a tube of toothpaste here.
All right, we're going to read a couple chats, guys, just during the break. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, kindly like the video. And we're going to let a chat in. Guys, now's a good time. If you want to get a chat in, we have a $100 TTS. That's streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get it in. Also, you can support the show without any of these platforms like YouTube, Streamlabs taking their cut. Venmo, Cash App, we are whatever pod on both. We've got Colin on Cash App, thank for the 10, and then Laura, thank for the 5, also on Cash App. And we're going to let this chat in here. All right. Bobby, thank you, man. Oh, I think the audio's muted. Can you check at the top, hit the unmute button?
It's vibrating but plugged before he came on the shop because it's
Hold on.
about to...
Let me retrigger. Let me not screw this guy over. Sorry, Bobby, one sec. Our audio was muted there. Oh, you good? Or...
Tornado that hit last night.
Oh, okay. All right, one sec, guys. Should be coming in back here soon. Got Bobby. There it is. Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby donated $100.
Thank you.
This male feminist better have charged his vibrating but plug before he came on the shop because it's about to be a long and slow painful annihilation by Andrew. Someone call Femboy an ambulance.
Damn. Do you want to respond to Bobby on that one, or?
Bobby King.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to respond to just blatant insults. If
That's
someone has
fine.
a question, then I'm happy to answer the question.
Oh, it's... Okay.
Bobby donated
Let me skip
100.
that. All right, thank you, Bobby. Appreciate it. I do know that we have some chats here. No, we're all caught up on chats. Guys, go to Twitch. If you can pull that up, Mary. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub. Andrew just stepped away briefly to have a quick smoke. So guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Oliver, help me give these people a little bit of a shout out here. We got a Logic, thank you for the follow. Stiff, thank you for the follow. Director DC, thank you for the follow.
What?
Help me shout the people
You
out.
do your show.
Oh, I'll do it. All
You
right.
do your show, Brian.
I'm trying.
Hang on. We got another super chat from Matthew. Matthew, king of the chat for the day. I have 2 kids at Thanksgiving. When I tell them what it was like wearing a mohawk and combat boots standing in line for the Clash, they roll their eyes. Now I know that's Matthew. That's harsh. That's harsh. Oh my God. See, I feel kind of the same way because, like, sometimes I hang around with the Groypers, and the Groypers are all really fucking young, and they have no idea. They have no idea, and it's like, I feel like it's like you don't know what it was like to wait in line for the Clash. Fucking youngin', man. Zoomers, like, no offense, Zoomers. I find Zoomers to generally be really annoying, but it's probably because they've been raised with all this shit. It's like sometimes I'm communicating, like, I now have a strict policy of not communicating with any Zoomers unless I absolutely have to, or unless it, like, I mean, there are times when it benefits me to do so, I'm sure. But, like, I've had so many problems that have been created purely based on me trying to communicate like a normal human being to Zoomers, and then Zoomers take everything out of context and they misinterpret everything. The struggle is real.
Well, all right, fair enough. Contract Killer, thank you for the follow. Edgar, thank you for the follow. Guys, it's been 48 minutes since we got a tier 1, an hour since we've had a Prime sub. I think it's bugged, boys. Chat. If you're watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, I think it's bugged, boys. Can you guys just test out, check if you have a little Prime sub in the chat? But Grumbo, thank you for the Prime. Geargins, thank you for the Prime. Crossy, thank you for the Prime. Lynn, thank you for the tier 1. Really appreciate it. Guys, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Little Twitch Prime in the chat. Check it out, guys. Appreciate it. All right. And I'll shout you guys out if you send anything through. We do have Andrew back. Would you guys like a shot of an energy drink or something?
Grab me a beer.
Yeah, can we get Andrew a beer? Oliver, would you like?
I'm good.
We got strawberry lemonade.
I'm chilling for now. I could use a little bit more water, but
Can we get more water for Oliver? Watermelon lemonade?
No, I'm all good. Just
Mango
water.
lemonade? No lemonade.
You got regular
What's the
lemonade?
matter? Is his super chats not flowing? Where's our super chats?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck? Where's our super chats?
Ridiculous. Absurd.
Bring you all this bloodshed.
Oh, there
and
we go.
there's
We
no
got some
super
coming
chats?
through. We got some.
Jeez.
They're waiting for the break. They're waiting for the break. Get them in. We'll let a couple come through, then we'll continue on with the show. $100 TTS if you guys would like to get them in. Do you want some chocolate milk or?
Okay. I have a very important question. Okay. I'm working on my shawl, and I've started doing. I ripped out the section I was working on, and I've started doing a polka dot pattern. And this is going to be like for one of the wings of my black and white shawl. Do you guys like this polka dot pattern that I'm working on with the black and white? Does that look cool? I think it looks cool. It's something that's a little bit different. I think I'm going to keep going with that. All right. I answered my own question. Let's continue.
I have chocolate. That's not a troll. I have chocolate milk.
Maybe later. That sounds good though.
Applesauce.
I do like chocolate milk. I'm good for
I
now.
should offer both.
I'm good for now. I'm
Cool.
No
If people
applesauce.
like
Okay,
it,
chocolate
good.
milk.
maybe later. I'm good
Strawberry.
now.
Okay. All right.
Beer for me.
We got. Let's see. This chat coming through from Jason. Hey, thank you, man.
Jason Castle donated $100. Olivier, so according to your logic you would have to agree, since women are stronger than children, women should not have abortions, correct? Thank you Mr._enigmatic for the question.
No, you can bring the beer in the corner. Just
I can respond to that quick. I mean, we can get into the abortion topic because I think it would be interesting. But
He doesn't believe
no,
they're people.
No, I at earlier stages, no. But we can get into that conversation.
you can come this way. Go ahead.
I think just generally, when we're talking about the abortion discussion, I don't think that follows because I don't think that they're children, and I also don't think that, At least legally, they should be compelled in that way if we were to grant fetal personhood, though maybe there's a moral argument to be made in the event of granting fetal personhood, but I don't think that would be legally compelled.
Okay. And we have, let me just read that. They're never sure about. Okay, here it is.
Plowemall donated $100.
Thank you, man.
They're never sure about any definition or anything really until it comes to calling you insecure about you not wanting your wife thinking about other men while having sex with you.
Pure cope,
Pure
dude.
leftoid cope.
But remember, when I asked him, wouldn't you prefer to have a woman who's had sex with other men before? Yes. Yes.
I wouldn't want to date a virgin. That's true. I would
I
not.
know. You want to have a...
It doesn't follow from that it means ran through, Andrew. You don't
What
get
is
to make
ran
that false
through?
dichotomy.
What is ran through?
Fine, yeah, then 1,000 people, sleeping with 1,000 people, then
20?
probably not.
20?
I don't have an exact number in my head, Andrew. It's
Well,
not,
then
it's
what do you
not a-
mean? Why are you saying
it's not a-
ran through?
Hold on, because of I'm not saying that it follows that I don't want any woman who's had sex with like an infinite number of men, okay? It's a balancing act of so many different traits.
Oh,
so I
but you
don't
want
think
her
it's-
to be able to have at least as much experience as possible so that she can make the determination you're the bestest, right?
No, not necessarily the bestest. Of course not.
Don't you want your woman to think you're the best?
Wait, if I wanted her to think I was the best, I would just do what you do, which
I
is only
know.
marry
Don't you
virgins,
want-
which is only marry virgins.
Wait,
I don't want
don't
my,
you want
I don't
your
want my
woman to
think
By the
I'm
way, I didn't say that's
falsely.
what I do.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying
Yeah.
the position that
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
at,
so tell me-
position
Andrew provably did not marry a virgin. Just saying.
that you're advocating.
Would you
Andrew.
prefer that your woman thinks you're the best?
Because I am the best, not because she thinks I'm the best. Because
So then
she's
she would
falsely-
need a pretty large comparative sample to make sure that she knew that you were the best, right?
I don't necessarily think that is the only criterion here.
Uh-huh.
I don't. If I dated a woman and she had better sex with another man, and for other reasons, like for example, in relationships,
Would you
the
want her
sex-
to tell you about
the,
it?
The sex can be great.
Yeah,
I
would you
think-
want her to tell you about like, oh,
mean-
John ate my pussy so much better
I
than
mean,
you?
not during the act or something like
Yeah,
that.
but
in
after.
that way, or in that way,
Yeah.
I think that would.
What
be
if she
weird.
was like, can you just do this like John used to? Would you be
No.
okay with that?
Andrew? There is a
And
difference.
would you
between doing-
answer
Why
my
would
question? Would
you
you be
need to-
okay with that?
Not in that language.
Why?
Not in that language.
Why?
Why would she need to say that? Why wouldn't she just say, "Hey, can you move over here?" Or like direct, like you're like, "Okay, you're moving up a little bit, okay? Oh, finger." It's like you can direct the situation with to say.
Because then that
But
is just
she
being
is
mean.
actually asking you
Hold
that
on,
because John
hold on,
did it.
Hold
though,
on,
right?
because there are different ways of communicating a message.
Uh-huh.
If she was like, because what that does is that's just saying you are inferior. What instead the question could be is, hey, in previous relationships, I really liked it when this guy
so you
did
want her
this.
to lie to you?
No, I don't want her to
Why
lie
is
to
she
me.
asking you to do this thing though? If she's asking you to do the thing, and in her brain she's asking you because this other guy did it and she really likes it, right?
Wait, no, she can tell me that it's another guy.
So can you do this thing that John used to do? I really liked it.
During the act or just in conversation?
Yeah, in conversations.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you wouldn't mind hearing about that?
No.
It wouldn't bother you a bit?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, if she's constantly talking
Fucking
about the sex
John.
that she's had with other guys, then that would be a little bit strange.
Now let me ask you this: how do you think it would go over if you were with your girlfriend and you were like, "Look, the problem is that like Stacy used to really suck my dick good, and you just don't." And so what
that's
you
a-
need to
that's an
do is
asshole
get
way.
at least 2 more inches of yaw down your throat.
Okay.
Do you think
That's
that
incredibly, that's incredibly crass and crude.
so what you would do instead is lie, right?
I would not lie. I would
What
have
would you
I
say?
would have conversation with her in previous relationships.
But in your head, you really want her to suck your dick like Stacy.
I think you can, but I just don't think you have to say it in such like
But you know
obtuse language,
how you
Andrew.
can do it without lying?
Oh, you don't have sex with anyone ever.
Isn't
yeah,
that true?
And be a virgin.
How is that not having sex with anyone ever?
Wait, before you have sex with
Yeah,
one
that's-
person?
I don't know why we can't just exist in a world where people can take feedback. I don't know why we have to be explicit to be like, you know what? He really ate me out much better than you. Why can't we just say, just move a little bit to your right and maybe do this thing with your tongue and maybe use 2 fingers. Like, I don't know why we can't just like be descriptive in what we want. We have to say, you know, one time I spent an entire summer getting eaten out by this guy, and here's exactly what it. Like, you don't have to fucking do that to people. Just tell people what you want. And the same thing goes for men, by the way. Men don't like to communicate about this stuff. If you want something done differently, just fucking say it. You don't have to be like, Stacy used to go down on me like this. It's like, just say what you fucking want. Well, you know what? I do have a Ravelry, but my account is restricted because one time I made a group on Ravelry that was like the rebellious knitters group, and then all these stupid fucking MAGA women joined my knitters group and started breaking all the rules, and then I got fucking banned and punished because all of these stupid MAGA women joined my Ravelry and started fucking breaking the rules, and I got punished for it. So I do have a Ravelry account, but it's restricted and I can't do anything with it. And it sucks. Anyway. Yeah, but you can teach people to have a mouth like a Hoover. You can say, like, can you just, honey, I love you. You're so beautiful. You're so great. Can you just do this, though? Can you just try it this way? Can you just try it this way? Directions can be given. See, everyday therapist is so much more like professional than I am. You can give directions without naming names. I don't think we need to have a feedback form. Andrew is making this more difficult than it needs to be. Exactly. Or you could just try different things until you see. This is also a possibility. You could also just try different things, especially if you're in a long-term relationship or a marriage with someone. Bro, you're hopefully going to be in that marriage with someone for a long time, which means potentially you could have a lot of sex in that relationship, which means potentially you could just like try things and see how it goes and see what their response is. Like, it really doesn't need to be this clinical.
So necessarily, if we're talking about
Andrew,
exactly.
that's a really uncharitable.
No, it was totally charitable. You were obfuscating.
My second beer.
No, I was not obfuscating.
You were obfuscating. So the question is, right? Why would you not prefer, if it led to more happiness for your woman, she was actually objectively happier, right? And you.
All right, guys, I need to go to the little socialist room. I'm going to let this play for a second. Let me know if I miss anything. I'll be right back.
Or objectively happier. Why would you prefer to have a higher sample size to compare yourself against if it led to like these worser outcomes in relationships?
What do you mean worser outcomes? What would the worser outcomes
They're less happy. Less happy because they are making comparisons to other people where those comparisons don't need to be made.
I think there's a balancing act between the truth and happiness. Do you think people like live? I mean, this is a really interesting way to put it. Do you think like living in like bliss where you don't know reality but are really happy is preferable to being less happy but being in tune with reality?
No, I think actually this goes to my point, not yours, right? So I think that you don't need to do heroin. I think you don't need to do heroin to ever make a comparison, right, between like beer and heroin. I like beer. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep drinking it.
Sure.
I'm not going to do heroin though.
But isn't heroin different than
heroin
beer?
Could be.
Isn't heroin different than beer?
But hang on. But isn't Chad different than you?
It's sex, Andrew.
Yeah, and sex is very different with people, isn't it?
Sure, it can be.
Yeah, great. So the thing is like, so I have a beer, right? Heroin could be fucking amazing. It could be fucking like the shit. So it could be black tar, like laced with some fucking insane shit. I could feel like I'm on cloud 9.
The shit.
But I'm not going to do it, right?
Sure.
And I still like beer.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not going to like, why do I need to have the comparison to know what I'm missing here?
So what I think is going on here with that is there are a lot of negative outcomes associated with heroin. You would say there's a lot of negative outcomes with promiscuity. Wait a second. Do you want me to let me? Do you want to let me finish what I was saying before you say that? You're going to say that the comparison is there's a lot of negative outcomes to promiscuity.
Yeah.
What I would say is I don't think those outcomes are necessarily related to the sex that the people are having. I think it's a lack of communication. I think it's largely can be a lack of consent.
Then why is it?
I think it could be because you.
Then why are virgins reporting happier sex lives, dude?
They're reporting happier sex lives. I don't because they prefer that
because they don't have a comparison.
Hold on.
Okay, I just want to do a quick check-in. For our super chat goal for me to continue the stream. All right, we are currently at $142 in super chats, which I think is really great. I would like to stake a nominal goal of getting up to $200 in super chats by the time I am done this beer. This will be beer number 3. I feel like this is a very attainable goal. I'm starting to slow down a little bit. I just had an Imperial beer. I'm starting to get drunk. I'm about to pour the raspberry fluff beer from Drecker Brewing. I feel like I'm being very fair, Alex. I feel like I'm being very fair. And I would like to get up to $200 in super chats by the time I'm done this beer. And that is the price for continuing to watch the Whatever podcast. Okay. We've been 3 hours and 42 minutes for free. We've made some progress. And that is the price to continue.
I'm
Bro,
confused.
because
so
they have no
confused.
it's so simple, and it's like, do I need to compare heroin with beer to like beer to have like this ongoing long-term relationship
how
and be very happy with beer?
pretty.
I never need to take heroin. Why is this?
Why would you ever try another beer?
Why is there necessary preconditions here? Right. Well, here's the thing. Right. You're
satisfied with that beer, right?
Yeah, I would say that sex for a woman with like a 6'6" man,
Andre.
right, versus a sex with a woman with like, I don't know, a 4 foot fucking tall pygmy dude, right, is going to be so fucking different on scale. It's going to be more akin to like this and something like heroin than it would be between light beer and heavy beer, dude.
I don't think, I mean, we're completely going out on a limb here. I don't think it at all necessarily entails that someone who's taller is going to be better at having sex. There's
No. It's the idea of attraction level, the idea of, well, I mean, there's all sorts of massive factors which would go into this. So, but I do think that it is.
Okay, I will say that I've had sex with extremely tall men. I've also had sex with shorter men. Thank you, Renan. I appreciate you. I got to update the super chat goal. I've had sex with men. The tallest man I ever had sex with was 6'7". The shortest man I ever had sex with was probably 5'5", so he's about my height, maybe a little bit shorter. And I've definitely had sex with people who were shorter and were better in bed than the tall people I had sex with. So I don't think that's a factor.
It's the case, right, that if you have a lesser sample size, right, you seem to be making this claim like ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss with heroin, isn't it?
Wait, we know the bad things.
We know the bad things for promiscuity.
Hold on. And this would go to the question of heroin. If there were, and people have proposed like safe injection sites for people to do it safely. If that leads to them being better off, then yes, I'm in favor of them getting the good without the bad.
Don't you?
And I don't think they're inherently intertwined. I just think they so often are.
As a harm reductionist,
and they can't be separated.
So as a harm reductionist, don't you think that if we have heroin injection sites and things like this, that you're normal, like I'll give you a perfect example of this. The pro-marijuana crowd, right? Let's all smoke weed.
I am a pro-marijuana
They said
crowd.
once marijuana is legal, it's only going to be the people who were smoking it before who just won't go to jail, right? But that's not actually how it happened at all. What actually happened is after marijuana was legalized, now it's advertised fucking everywhere nonstop, and tons of people who ordinarily would never have smoked marijuana are smoking it. Tons, right? It creates a normalization, and the normal.
And those people who never would have smoked marijuana before it was legalized are much happier. They are much happier. They are experiencing less anxiety. They are having more fun in their life. Overall, it is a net benefit, and you will not convince me otherwise.
Normalization creates the ability to have the discourse around propaganda. This is actually good.
What?
Right? Yeah. So, like, for instance, beer commercials. Do you think beer commercials would lead more people to drink or less?
And weed is not the same as heroin. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not in any way.
Probably more people.
Probably more. That makes sense to me. It follows. Same thing with legalization of a thing. It generally seems to lead to more of that behavior, not less.
This isn't a moderation thing, right?
Well, yeah, actually, it is a moderation thing.
But your moderation thing is just only one person, and I'm saying that there is a there can be
No. My moderation thing is that every subsequent person you now have more experiences to compare to for negative experiences when you never needed to do it. Just like with drugs, Just like with drugs, shrooms are better than heroin, beer is better than me, right?
Wow.
It's all a negative connotation of bad behavior.
I read a book, and then I read a better book, and that book made the first book seem less good, and I read another book, and it made both books seem less good.
The problem is that following your logic, you're fucked on this one, because following your logic, if we're talking about books, right? What's the harm, generally speaking, of reading Lord of the Rings and then reading like The Sword of Truth and thinking The Sword of Truth is less good than The Lord of the Rings? You want to have those comparisons for knowledge. Those are actually good comparisons.
Sure.
Not so good. Like, nobody's ever going to report their happiness level. Their general wellness level in society has decreased because they read The Lord of the Rings. And then after that, The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, bro. They definitely will do that with drugs, and they will definitely do that with relationships, especially interpersonal ones, because they're elongated. Relationships are elongated.
I guess so. Then I'm curious for you. Do you hold the same standard for men and women, that it's bad for them to have promiscuous sex and they should wait until marriage?
I definitely think that promiscuity in men is a fucking problem.
Okay.
100% hold the same exact standard. But here's my caveat. It is generally less damaging overall in society if men are promiscuous than women are. Generally.
And based on...
So here's generally why that is true. Now, again, the caveat here is both are bad.
Okay.
So I will make this distinction that if there's no male promiscuity, there can't be female promiscuity. You agree with that? Yeah, and same thing, if there's no female promiscuity, there's not going to be male promiscuity, right?
Well, unless they were same-sex relationships, but yeah.
Between men and women, dude.
Okay, well, you said a general prescription on society, and I was putting... Fine, okay.
First of all, in same-sex relationships, even when they're married, there's massive amounts of promiscuity by the numbers, right? The unfaithfulness rating for married gay men is outrageous. The amount of sex parties they have, outrageous. The amount of promiscuity is fucking outrageous.
So
there's that.
Well, statistics on that, we would have to look at...
The statistics aren't even questioned on that.
Hold on. What do you think gets reported more?
Bro, what?
What do you think gets reported more in terms of infidelity? I think within same-sex relationships, because it's
easier with same-sex relationships because the sample size is so small.
It's also much more normalized within those communities. There are a lot more gay men.
Yeah, and that's bad though, right? That's not good, right?
I think it's bad if they're not informing their partner the same way it's bad if a heterosexual couple is not informing their couple.
So wait a second. Wait a second. So you think then that if you're in like a heterosexual married relationship, if it's an open relationship, that's healthy?
It can be for certain people.
No, it's not healthy for basically anybody. They almost all, like 90% of them, actually, no, it's higher. It's like 95% of them fail. Open marriages, 95% fail. Open relationships, like 95% fail.
Stats,
it's insane.
Where are
you
getting the stats from, Andrew?
Yeah, so these stats actually came, I think there was a combination of Pew Research, but there was, and the only reason I know this one off the top of my head, that it's 95% is because of Cuck Destiny, that this was quoted at him nonstop, right? And what happened with his relationship?
I have no idea. I don't follow him.
He was married in an open relationship, and guess what? Everyone told him, bro, it's going to fail. And guess what happened?
Okay.
It failed. And why did it fail? The same reason all of them fail. Now, not only do you have a comparative sample, right, but you can go test it. Now you can just go test it whenever you want to, right? That doesn't seem like it's very good for society in general. Like, for your parents to have open relationships and going out and, like, sleeping with other people. That seems like if the failure rate's that high, that would be bad.
I mean, I think that largely it also comes from a lack of honesty between people. That can be a huge contributing factor, is largely because of guilt, because of shame, because of people who don't think that's how it should be.
So if we just destigmatized it?
I think I'm not claiming that everything would... Wait a second, Andrew. I'm not claiming that everything would get better, and I'm also not claiming that open marriages are better than closed marriages. I would agree with you, at least from personal experiences, that's not my cup of tea. But I don't...
You were in an open relationship?
Not directly an open relationship, but like if you're not like officially dating, but people are seeing multiple people.
Yeah.
That's not my thing. Okay? But it doesn't mean I know people who that works for. It doesn't work for me.
Who?
But I'm not
no, you don't know anybody it's long-term work for.
Dude, I went to Oberlin College, man.
None of these people will long-term work for, basically. Basically none.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
It is true.
Okay.
Like, by the numbers, it's true.
Okay.
So, like, when it comes to open relationships, right, especially open marriages, that's usually one of the number one signs of failure, in fact, is that one couple or one partner asked to open up the relationship.
Okay.
Like, imagine that. Just think about that for a second. If a man's wife came to him and just wanted to be open and honest and said, listen, honey, I just want to go fuck this other guy. But that's not how she frames it. She's going to be nice like you. She's going to say, listen, there's some satisfaction issues that I have in the bedroom, and this is going on, and that's... How bad do you think that guy would feel like on a scale of 1 to 10?
Probably not great.
Probably
but I
pretty
think
bad.
Probably
wait a
like
second,
really
wait a
bad,
second.
right?
Then I think that hopefully would initiate a conversation where he's like, oh, okay, do you mind if we try out things that you like and we see if that's something that I'm okay with? Or he could just say, fuck it, that's not something I'm okay with. If you choose to do that, I'm getting a divorce. That's fine. You're allowed to have that preference.
Yeah, if a woman came to you and said that she wanted to like open up your relationship to sleep with other men, right? Would that make you feel really bad?
It would make me realize there's a problem.
Yeah, would you want to stay in a relationship where that was the solution your partner proposed to you, that she would sleep with other men?
I would have a conversation with her. I don't know. It would really depend on exactly what she wanted. If she proposed that, actually, it would be a deal breaker if she wasn't talking to me about her needs. So, for example, if she was never complaining, granted, this is not a problem that I've had, but if she was talking about this and like never was vocalizing her dissatisfaction, and the first thing she said was, "I want to open the relationship," then I would be like, what the heck? Why didn't we discuss this earlier?
She just expressed her dissatisfaction for
a long time?
For a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I think we would probably break up then, because there seems to be an incompatibility there.
Yeah, so you just wouldn't do it. Now, what if she never would have vocalized any of this because she had no dissatisfaction because she never fucked anybody but you?
No.
What about that?
That's fucking weird.
Can you answer that? Hang on.
No.
Again.
Would you have a preference though?
Again. Listen, I was tracking for a minute, and then Andrew's like, the only way that someone will never experience dissatisfaction is if they never fuck anyone else. That's not true. That's just fundamentally not true. You can be a virgin and be in a relationship with someone and get married to someone as a virgin and still have no sexual chemistry with that person. And it's not going to be enjoyable. And I don't care if you have nothing to compare it to or not. You're going to know what you like, and you're going to know what's boring.
That if you took that same woman, right? Same woman, you really liked her, everything was great. And if it were the case that she'd had no comparative sample size, she would have stayed with you. Would you have preferred that?
No.
No.
No, I don't think so. But
How is that good for people's health and wellness, dude?
Andrew, it's really
wild.
Wait, Andrew, but can you acknowledge to me that it's kind of weird to not want someone to think you're the best, not because you're good at what you do, but just because they don't know any better?
No, I'm sorry. Hang on.
They don't know any better?
Hang on. This is such a stupid argument. Let me point out why it's stupid. If you lived in an island nation that had 1,000 people, right, and you were the very best at running whatever the marathon was that you ran on the island, and nobody was better than you,
sure,
is it not appropriate for you to think that you're the best because obviously globally, even though you don't know about them, there's like 1 million people who've broken every record you've ever broken?
Sure. What does that have to do?
Yeah.
With
so
this?
why is it inappropriate for that guy to think of himself as the best, and the people of that island nation to think of him as the best?
I don't think there's a problem with. I don't.
Of course not. Of course not.
Andrew, I don't see how your island example follows in
because
terms of
it's the same thing. She's an island when it comes to sex. She has no comparative. For as far as she's concerned, you're that track runner. You're the best. Nobody runs the marathon fucking better than you. And guess what? Even if they did, she'd have no contextualization any more than the guy in the island nation. And you think that that's fine in the island nation to glorify him, but for some reason inside of a relationship, it's not.
I don't care about the island example because I think it's a silly hypothetical that I don't care about.
Why? It's completely comparable.
You are mapping it so far from reality. Here's the point, Andrew.
It's the same reality.
Andrew.
Yeah.
I think the problem here is it's strange to not want someone to know what they like or know better, so you're all they know.
They do know what they like.
What do you?
They like you and what you're doing. They know it 100%.
Sure, because they've never seen anything else, which is just it's.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Is it the case that they really like having sex with you? But it is also the case that it's possible they could really like having sex with someone else.
It is absolutely. It's
okay,
possible.
Great. Isn't that the case with every human being?
Of course it is.
So
Andrew,
if that's the case, then if it is the case that you happen to have a human being who doesn't have this massive comparative sample and she's super happy with that, why would you want to fuck that up?
I wouldn't. I'm not saying I would fuck it up, or I'm saying it would fuck it up.
Wouldn't it be good for society?
good for society if people have less sex?
They would be having more sex and more satisfactory sex.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Well, then why do they?
I don't think
why
that's
is
true
it
either, actually.
that virgin couples, man and woman, by the way, report the most amount of sexual satisfaction over any other sexual demographic in the fucking existence of humanity?
Because largely, I think they are living lifestyles that are in accordance with the values that they hold. If other people who did not hold those values and had different desires were forced into that type of situation, it doesn't
That's
necessarily.
fantastic.
It doesn't necessarily
That's a great point.
follow.
So how come
it
it's
doesn't
secularist?
necessarily follow.
How come it's secularist and it's Hindus and it's Christians and it's Muslims and it's everybody across all demographics?
Yes.
Why?
And
What
those,
would be the common
and
denominator?
those are people who are choosing those types of relationships, or were they forced into those types of relationships?
Here's the thing. If you're talking about, and I'll grant you this, if you're talking about like an arranged relationship, right? Sometimes they do report massive dissatisfaction. This I understand, right? Is the conditional because of the arranged marriage itself? I think you could make a case that there's at least some of that, right? But historically, most marriages were arranged, and in most Asian nations, they're still fucking arranged. And the satisfaction rate for virgins, even in arranged marriages, is still higher. It's still fucking higher.
And do you think that's a good? So I'm just curious, Andrew.
No, I'm not saying it's good.
Okay, no,
I'm just pointing out that it's true.
It is. So then, do you think? And I'm making a hypothetical here. Maybe it's not the case. What if satisfaction rates in marriage were the best they could ever be if every marriage was arranged?
Oh, fuck yes. Absolutely.
Okay,
you could never make a case why that would be bad.
I think so.
How?
Because I don't think that people should be choosing who other people's partners are.
Why? If that led to the best outcomes, you would have no argument for that.
So wait, then can I just make the same argument towards you about, you were talking about the whole incest and brother case?
What about it?
Then you're saying that there is a better reason as to why we shouldn't do that.
If it were the case, right, then, and you said it had the best outcomes, but you were still against it based on intuition. That's where you would have the inconsistency.
But I wasn't against it based on intuition.
You said intuitively, conditionally, you're intuitively against it.
Because
I literally told you the opposite.
Hold on, because I think for these cases, I think for these cases, our intuitions are responding to the very factors that we tried to stipulate out.
No, that's not always the case.
I think for this case, it absolutely is.
No,
Fine.
What are you talking about, bro?
Andrew, let me go back on my previous statement and say that if that situation that you provided, then yeah.
Then yes.
Sure. Yes.
Of course, because now you have to be consistent, because I pointed out yet another inconsistency. So of course
I don't remember saying that. I remember what I was doing, Andrew. What I was doing is I was contesting the realisticness of your hypothetical and saying that I don't think that would be borne out. I don't think that would be borne out in reality. I don't think that
incest.
No, that it would be good.
How? Well, wait. What do you mean?
You're saying that if the satisfaction rates were in those incestuous relationships were through the roof, then would you think that would be a fine thing? I was contesting that I don't think that would ever be borne out in reality. So in the hypothetical that you propose, sure, I'll accept a hypothetical that has no bearing on reality. Do you think that incestuous couples, there would be children who would be happy with that?
Well, I think by your metric, yes, there would be.
No, well, I mean, we can look at the already presented data of heterosexual couples.
And I think if you had, by the way, an incestuous lobby, the same way you have a gay lobby, who paid for all the same fucking studies that showed the outcomes, that I could have a massive publishing bias as well for basically any data that I wanted.
Okay.
Because the truth is that most of these...
You're making an unfalsifiable claim that we're...
It's not unfalsifiable. I'll give you a claim. Here's the claim. Here's the claim. The claim is most LGBTQ and trans studies are funded by gay groups and gay adjacent groups. And that's who they're funded by. That is the truth.
Sure. And I've not looked into who funds every single study.
But I mean, that's why there's so much publishing bias.
Fine. Conditionally.
In fact, one of the biggest talking points for the left is that that's okay, though, especially in the trans community. It's okay that mostly it's trans advocate organizations who are paying for these studies because, well, nobody would look at it if they didn't. And it's like, it totally ignores the bias which would go into people who wanted those results.
So, Andrew, what I think instead you should do, instead of saying that these studies are BS because of the organizations that are funding them, just point out what's wrong with the research.
Yeah, well,
that's a better thing.
I do often.
So then the first part.
So like trans research, when we're talking about brain studies, I can point all of that out.
Okay.
When we're talking about incest studies, though, this isn't even a thing which is willing to be studied, right? Mostly because men like me are like, fuck no, no way. It's unbelievably fucking disgusting, right? We intuitively are against it. But for you, the outcomes guy, right? You shouldn't really have any issues whatsoever if there actually is an outcome which is preferable.
Well, Andrew, you would for one, you have to be putting people directly in harm's way and saying you have to have like an incestuous relationship.
Listen, mass genocide. If you like it, who the fuck cares? It's all that matters. You're enjoying it.
Oh, they're just
children.
already existing.
If it already exists, yeah, you should study. I mean, if they already exist,
Yes,
they should be
exactly.
studied.
So if the evidence shows that it is the case that incestuous relationships by two willing partners, and there's, by the way, incest,
lead to better.
There are incest groups which do advocate for these fucking things, not kidding, right? And make the affirmative claim that they're happy.
Wait.
It's an unfalsifiable...
No.
Wait. What? Are there actually incest groups that advocate in favor of incestuous relationship? Is that real? Are there incest groups that advocate in favor of incestuous relationships? That's fuck. Really? I hate this world. I hate it. I hate it. We're in hell. We're in hell. What the fuck? Oh my god. Everything sucks. Everyone is stupid. Whatever.
I think they're wrong.
Yeah, you think they're wrong that they're happy?
Wait, no, wait. I think they're wrong that generally in these types of relationships that it does lead to the best outcome for the family. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. What if they just wanted to have that relationship and they just wanted to have it?
Without children or something like that? I think the ethics of incest is an interesting philosophical
They're twin
question.
brothers. Mm-hmm. What's the problem?
What's the problem with it if they want to engage in consensual activity? I think it is strange, and I don't understand it. Andrew, here's the thing, though. Andrew, well,
it's strange.
Andrew,
great argument, bro. It's strange.
Andrew, here's the problem: is if we go through, for example, I just took a bioethics course, and we were talking about the ethics of incest and the fact that it is really hard to pin down the exact wrong of incest when looking at it directly. If you remove the genetic factors, if you remove a lot of the familial factors, the problem is I'm not going to get into an argument where I'm defending incest.
But you already did multiple times.
No, I didn't defend incest.
You've defended it multiple times.
I did not defend incest because I said that's not the case. It will not be good for these people. So they should not do it.
The reason we sidelined, and I'm not going to let you kind of like evade the point, back to this idea of sample size, this is what we're actually talking about, which led to this.
Why are you sending this to me?
Why is it, again, that you think that if it is the case that when people get married virgins, right, they report the largest amount of happiness in their relationship stay together?
For the record, I got permanently banned on Medium for writing an article about how pedophilia was wrong. And I'm sitting here looking at an article about someone advocating for incest. Fuck Medium. Fuck Medium.
Together, basically more than almost any other demographic, by the way. It's fucking insane. Like, why is it that you would not want to advocate for that in society, even if you didn't make laws, but you just made social advocation towards it?
I'm also not advocating in favor of like insane hookup culture because of what it does to a lot of people.
Dude, answer my question.
Wait, no, I think that's fine. Absolutely, advocate.
So what if we had government policy?
No, that's different.
Hang on.
Okay, continue.
Well, I don't understand. Don't you want government policy which says that being LGBTQ is okay?
Government policy which permits people to exercise
No.
their
Rainbow
rights.
flags in the White House?
I don't really care about that. I think I don't really care where the flags are. I think if that's going to just rile a bunch of people.
But what would actually be the problem? There's no law which is restricting anything. But the government, right, in state organizations from the top down, right, promoted instead that Low people with low body counts and who are not promiscuous tended to report much higher happiness levels, and their marriages stayed together better. And for the health of the nation, they'd prefer to move a population towards that. What would be wrong with that?
I don't think there would necessarily be anything wrong with that.
That's what I advocate for.
Okay, and I'm not fully against that. I'm just saying.
You know who is? Feminists.
They're not they're
Yes.
not entirely against it.
Which feminist organization?
Hold on. Andrew, here's the problem with this. You're saying that individuals advocating for that as a good lifestyle because it works for them
I
and
didn't
it
say
works for other
individuals
people.
working for that. What did I say?
What do you
What's
say
my
directly?
position?
Your position is that there should be government-funded propaganda.
Is that individuals?
Hold on. Government-funded
Is that
propaganda.
individuals?
Wait, I was talking about the reason that feminist organizations would be against that government style of push.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
Because it is prescribing onto everyone a type of lifestyle
There's no prescription.
that doesn't work for everyone. It's saying that you should do this.
Wait, what's the prescription?
The prescription is you should wait until sex to have marriage, or wait until marriage to have sex.
And the outcomes are better.
The outcomes can be better for certain people.
Well, no, for most everybody, the outcomes are better. At least from the reported data. When you say like certain people, it's like, okay, dude, yeah, I guess you could make the case that like grape is bad for certain people.
No.
For certain people.
No, it's bad for everyone.
No, it's only bad for certain people. Here, like there's women, you agree, who have orgasmed during SA.
Oh,
That
here
has
we go.
nothing to do with
Here
what
we
it's
go.
essay.
Bro.
Here we
That has
go.
nothing to do with
Here we go. Here we go. Here's the part that Andrew got in trouble for. We're just going to make sure we listen to what Andrew actually says. We're going to give Andrew the benefit of the doubt that he doesn't think sexual assault is a good idea. All right, let's do it.
Like, grape is bad for certain people.
No.
For certain people.
No, it's bad for everyone.
No, it's only bad for certain people. Here,
Andrew.
like there's women, you agree, who have orgasmed during SA.
That has nothing to do with whether it's essay.
Bro.
That has nothing to do with whether it's essay. Are you kidding me?
Bro, I didn't say whether or not it's SA. I said during SA.
Yeah, what does it have to do with anything?
Well, bro, if that's the case, right, then was it bad for them?
Yes.
Why?
Absolutely,
Why?
because there are overriding harms than just orgasm. I'm
Got
not
it.
saying that's not the case. What?
Perfect. So then here's the case then. The case is like when you say for some people, right? The reason you keep saying that is because even though it's the vast overwhelming majority of people, you want to like create this little minutia outlier.
See,
right?
this is what I was talking about earlier. This is where Andrew gets himself in trouble. Because it's like he's doing this internal critique of the debate tactic when on a topic that maybe he should just not have died on this hill. Maybe this just shouldn't have been the choice, is all I'm saying. He's not saying that sexual assault is good. He's critiquing the debate tactic of his opponent, and he's testing the internal consistency of his opponent. But he's doing it on something that is just so fucking easy to take and twist out of context that it's like, bro, you've been on the internet a long time. You know what's going to happen with this. You know what's going to happen. It's just a bad idea. It's like, this is like the definition of like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I'm on Andrew's side in this. This kid is a pussy little bitch. This kid is a faggot. I'm not going to take this kid's side. There is no universe in which I'm taking this kid's side over Andrew. That's not going to happen. Andrew has already won this debate so far as I'm concerned, but that doesn't mean just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I think it's like this is a key example of like just because you can critique his internal debate tactics at this point doesn't mean this is the hill you want to die on, Andrew.
Is it logically possible that there's ever been a woman who's been essayed who'd enjoyed it?
I am not going to.
Can you answer my question? Is it logically possible?
Logically possible? Sure.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but that's not. I'm not ascribing anything to that.
Do you think
Andrew.
there's ever been a single woman who's been essayed and has enjoyed it?
I'm not going to answer the question.
Answer the question.
I'm not going to answer the question.
But
I'm not gonna
because then I can't say
I'm
some
not
people.
Gonna answer, I'm not going to answer
Yeah.
whether women enjoy being great.
That's not what I asked you.
Whether a woman has enjoyed being great.
If there's ever been one, do you think there's ever been one?
I'm not. No, I'm not answering.
You don't
it.
think there has been?
I don't know, and I'm not going to answer.
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
I'm not going to answer.
Because
I'm not going to. This is such a weird thing. What do you? This is such a weird thing
What's
to get
wrong with
on
answering
about.
the question?
Because I'm not going to contribute to rhetoric that tries to say that there is anything good about SA.
Who said there's anything good about it?
You just said that some women orgasm, therefore that is a good of it.
No. I was running an internal critique and saying if it is the case of X, then Y. That's not me advocating for that position. Don't lie. That's one. And two, when we move into this, right, here's what I'm saying to you. And I'll ask this question again. Do you think that there's been at least one woman who's ever existed that was essayed and liked it?
I don't know.
You don't think? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not going to answer that question, Andrew.
Because then I could say.
Because I'm not.
Because then I could say, well, why make the prescription shouldn't essay?
No.
Because some people don't like it.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same shit, dude.
Andrew,
same shit, bro.
do you think? Hold on. Wait a second here. Do you think the harm of SA of grape is equivalent to the harm of those who have more promiscuous lifestyles?
No.
No. Okay, so there is a differential in harm.
What does that have to do with anything?
Then
I could still say some people by your same metric.
But then if we
about?
even take that metric that there was some, there would be an overwhelming harm that would overwhelm that.
So
and I'm
yes,
not saying, but I'm saying the harm is not equivalent between that and the
doesn't
thing
need to
there.
be equivalent. All it needs to be is analogous for some people. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Why does it need to be an equivalency for harm? All it needs to do is be an overriding harm. Doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be the next Holocaust.
I don't think it's an overriding
doesn't need
harm.
To be the next. It doesn't need to be the next Holocaust for it to be an overriding harm,
I'm not saying
bro.
it has to be. I'm saying that I don't think the harm of that.
So then why are you
overrides
making?
it.
Why? So then why are you fallaciously arguing this? Right, by saying, well, wait a second, Andrew, I'm not going to answer this question because if I do, then you could say some people the same way that I am.
No, because Andrew, why don't you utilize another example that could not be interpreted as grape apologist? I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I think it is
not what he's doing.
Harmful to kind of weaponize the trauma of SA survivors to make a kind of logical
I think it's
point
super
here.
harmful to have the promotion of promiscuity when you yourself have admitted now multiple times that by not being promiscuous, getting married as a virgin, right, it makes sense to not have that comparative sample size for happiness, and you're still against it. You're driving harm.
Well, I am driving.
That is driving harm, literally.
Do you think that there can be greater goods than harm? Greater bads than harm. I think there can be.
From my view?
I think there can be. I don't think, for example, I think restriction of autonomy and taking away people's freedom, even if they're going to do something that makes them unhappy, does not always follow that that's what we should do. People should be free.
Yeah, but that's just rule
People should be free.
utilitarianism.
No. People should be free
on,
to make bad decisions. I'm not saying I'm a utilitarian.
That's rule utilitarianism.
Yeah,
that's like saying you're like
rule utilitarianism.
All you're doing is saying like
rules.
it's that would be rules.
I'm saying that
would be. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying that autonomy is more important than harm.
No, it's not. No, that's stupid. Like that makes no sense. What you're actually making the case for is if somebody was about to like unalive themselves.
Oh my God.
And they wanted to.
Is that the harm, Andrew?
And I ran
that the
in.
equivalent harm?
No. I'm making your case.
Okay.
I don't know why you're getting mad at me for making your case. And then I ran in and stopped them. I'm definitely stopping their autonomy.
Sure.
And you would just say that that's good.
Sure.
And so there can be rules and then exceptions to the rules, right?
I'm not arguing that on that rule utilitarian basis. What
are you arguing on the basis of here then?
I'm saying you can balance different considerations. That doesn't follow that the general overwhelming principle is harm. There can be multiple things that you value. Rule utilitarianism values pleasure and pain overwhelmingly so, and then there's exceptions for autonomy. I'm saying that you can hold two things as equivalent at the same time.
The shit you're pushing is still hedonic the same way. It's still just basic hedonism.
No.
That's the only way that you're assessing what is harmful anyway.
I don't think so.
What else are you using as a metric for what's harmful here?
What's harmful it would also involve individuals who are reporting whether they're satisfied or not.
That would be hedonistic.
It's not hedonistic.
How is it not?
Hold on. Do you think if someone says they're satisfied with their life, that they inherently mean that their life is pleasurable, or they could have their desires satisfied, or they could feel that they are checking off a list of things that are valuable to them? It doesn't
overwhelmingly
follow that
yes.
just because
Over-fucking-whelmingly yes. When a person says I'm happy, they mean I'm satisfied. Yes.
Wait. like pleasure, like wait, hold on,
Yes.
just because of pleasure.
Yes.
I
What do you
don't know.
mean? I'm sorry. If you're miserable, are you experiencing pleasure?
People can be unhappy with certain aspects of their life and still say that there are overwhelming considerations that are
Of pleasure.
Hold on, I don't.
Of pleasure.
Are you saying everything reduces to pleasure?
I'm saying in your view it does.
It doesn't. You're trying to strawman my view. I'm not saying
well,
that
then,
everything.
if I am, I will
reduces
take
to
a
pleasure.
step back then and just make sure I get this right.
Mm-hmm.
How is it not, if a person is reporting satisfaction and things like this, not related to the ideas of pleasure?
How are they reporting that? Because people can be satisfied in things that aren't pleasure-based.
Like?
Hold on. Well, I mean, a famous example of this would be Robert Nozick's experience machine. Have you heard of that?
Yes,
that
of course.
experiment?
You can plug them into the experience machine. They get positive experiences for the rest of their life.
And
Most
that's
people's
not-
intuition's
is-
against
is
it.
Say no, yeah.
Yeah, so what?
So people value things other than just pure
That's not
pleasure.
what that shows.
Yeah, it does.
No, the
What are you
experiment
saying
is not showing that they value things other than just pleasure.
connection with reality.
No, it's that there could possibly be some sort.
So is that it? Is that the entire clip that Andrew got in trouble for? That's it. That's all he said. Man, the internet is so fucked up. The internet is so fucked up. Can we just go over to this post that Hannah Cox made about Andrew? And look at what she shared that was clipped by this fucking liberal kid. Hang on. Let's just watch the clip out of context from the liberal douchebag and Hannah Cox. Because listen, again, I don't think that I personally don't think that Andrew made the best argument. I think that that was probably ill-considered and probably not the best idea he's ever had. Okay, fine. But he wasn't advocating for sexual assault. He just wasn't. So now let's watch how grifter shills on the internet took this out of context to have their outrage clickbait.
You know where your children are.
Hang on.
You could make the case that grape is bad for certain people.
No.
For certain people.
No, it's bad for everyone.
No, it's only bad for certain people. Here,
Andrew.
there's women, you agree,
No.
who have orgasmed during essay.
That has nothing to do with
Bro.
whether it's essay.
Bro.
That has nothing to do with
Bro.
whether it's essay. Are you kidding me?
Bro, I didn't say whether or not it's essay. I said during essay.
Yeah, what does it have to do with anything?
Well, bro, if that's the case, right, then was it bad for them?
Yes.
Why?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because there are overriding harms than just orgasm.
Do you know what your kids are watching on the internet? Y'all remember that old
Bro.
commercial from the 80s? Do you know where your kids are?
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Okay, well, it applies even more now in the digital age because this is the kind of slop your young teenage boys are watching. That's Andrew Wilson of the Whatever podcast, which is a podcast that is meant to demean women. He brings on lots of OnlyFans creators and tries to dunk on them, but his entire grift is that essentially women shouldn't have rights. And this guy bills himself as a paleo-Christian, whatever the hell that means. I don't think anybody has ever asked the questions that he's asking and not had a hard drive full of illicit material. It's one of the creepiest exchanges I've heard in recent memory. And everything.
So Hannah Cox actually thinks that accusing someone of having a hard drive of illicit material that obviously wasn't making the point that she's saying. She thinks that she's better than Andrew Wilson. I don't think she's better than Andrew Wilson.
About him, even just this smile, makes the hair on my arm stand up.
Wow.
If I had any. This kind of content is targeting young teenage boys who don't have fully formed brains, and it's starting to actually impact the way that many young men see women. It's your job as a parent to know what your kid is doing and consuming online, both for their own sake and for the sake of society that is going to have to live around them, particularly female partners they may one day have. I know a lot of women have been paying attention to the growth in the red pill conversations online and ringing the alarm. But at this point, men need to step up too. These kinds of beta online weirdos only respect other men and their actual manly men checking them. And you can see what happens even in this exchange. When Andrew's confronted with an actual person of good character who's actually intelligent, who has traits usually associated.
Wait! She's saying that faggot feminist kid is a person of good character who has admirable traits. I've never liked Hannah Cox. I've never liked her. I pretended to like her for a very short, brief period of time because, like, it was just the path of least resistance. I've never liked her. Are you fucking shitting me? This fucking cunt is taking the side of that fucking feminist kid over Andrew. He has so many good characteristics that your friends should look up to. Okay, Hannah. All right.
With true masculinity, he folds. He starts giggling like a little schoolgirl because he can't actually defend his demented argument. Ultimately, sunlight is the best exposure, and more people need to be aware that these kinds of conversations are happening online and that they're targeting your kids.
What a bitch. Fuck that bitch. All right, we're going back over to the Whatever podcast now. We're going to keep watching this. Oh, it nicks the sound. Hang on. I just want to remind everyone that I've got a good amount of beer left. So I'm about quarter of the way through this beer. If you want me to keep streaming this after I finish this beer and have a fourth beer, then you need to hit the super chat goal. We are $43 away from the super chat goal. This is not asking the sun and the moon and the stars. I'm going to keep streaming this until I'm done this beer. I'm working on some knitting right now. So you've got a little bit of time. I'm like nursing this beer. I'm going to be honest. You've got some time, but if I don't hit the $200 super chat by the time I'm done this beer, we're going to end the stream. It's going to be the way it is. So whether or not we continue after that is up to you. There is a lot more of this stream. I'm enjoying this debate. It's an interesting thing to watch on a Friday afternoon or evening. So let's keep going.
Sort of like consciousness intuition that makes you value things that are not pleasurable.
Fuck you, Alex. Fuck you, Alex. Alex just Venmo'd me $133. And now he's making me do math. He Venmo'd me $133 to get me up to $290. And now I'm going to raise the goal to $300. Well, actually, you know what? We're going to raise the goal to $400 is what we're going to do. We're raising the goal to $400 now, my friend. That'll be okay. Well, I guess we're still going for a while now. So everyone thank Alex because we're going to be here for a minute. I need to finish this beer. And apparently I'm having a fourth beer. May as well be 420. You know what? That's a great idea. We're going to go up to 420. There we go. There you go. Alex bought you guys a night of content. Let's keep going.
That's it.
Sure. You can value things separate from pleasure.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't... It's saying that consciousness itself may.
What do you mean consciousness?
Well, like...
We are conscious. I'm saying we are.
Yeah, but no, but it's asking a question about consciousness itself.
It's asking a question about you.
No, it's asking
what
about...
you value.
Yeah, but... So then your consciousness?
I value having things that are separate from just
pleasure.
pleasure.
But you have to be conscious, because if you're talking about the pleasure machine, you don't exist in the pleasure machine.
Yeah, you do.
No, your consciousness exists in the pleasure machine.
This would be a whole different...
Lord, have mercy.
Andrew, this would be in a whole different philosophy of mind.
You don't think that a person who's unconscious is not a fucking person, dude.
Well, correct, because they can actualize their mind.
No, when they're asleep?
Yeah.
How?
It's called waking up.
Then they're not asleep.
No. Yeah. They're still a person throughout that.
Yes, of course. So the pleasure machine is talking about consciousness.
And I think
with
we largely,
pleasure.
I think we largely
not talking
are.
about you.
I'm saying that fundamentally we are, and there's this whole
How
separate
do you
debate.
not know this, by the way? You're a philosophy student? This is old philosophy.
If you read Nozick's exact example, he contradicts everything you're saying, because he's saying that one of the things that follows from the experience machine is that people value things independent from pleasure, such as the truth and being in contact with reality.
Yes, but the person person,
what he's saying.
He's assuming
I
the
got a lot of
person is
knitting to do with all I'm
consciousness, though.
saying.
Yes.
That's baked in as the assumption.
Correct.
That's my point.
Okay.
That's what it's showing. So,
and if you don't, fine. If you don't accept, if you don't accept that theory of mind,
do you see what I'm saying now?
Fine. Okay.
That follows, right?
It follows if you reject that we fundamentally are our brains.
So then in this case, the you, the actual you, may not be really experiencing that pleasure. Just that your consciousness is.
I don't see a differential between the two.
Like, okay, in this reality, do you like steak?
In this reality, do I like steak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, but in the Matrix, could you hate steak?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't. If
I would
I
not
hated
hate
steak
steak in the
in that
Matrix.
reality, but if you don't hold everything constant,
Yeah, the refutation to this one I'm saying is like the refutation to this.
Don't make
is
my
just-
argument for me, Andrew. I'm saying
No,
that
I'm giving a refutation to the consciousness machine.
Okay.
What the refutation is
Okay.
like the reason people's intuition likely is against it is because they feel like if their consciousness is what is going into the machine. This is all intuitive, of course, and this is speculative. That they're in the Matrix, and tasty wheat. Like, you remember that scene in the Matrix where it was like, does tasty wheat taste like steak, or does it taste like this? Right? They want actual experience.
Yes.
Right? Actual experience, not conscious experience. So if your pleasure, whatever you consider pleasurable in the Matrix, may not be real.
People also might want their consciousness embodied in the real world.
But if you
I'm
ask
not
that
saying-
question a separate way, if you say you don't go into a pleasure machine, but just the rest of your life you have pleasurable experiences, people's answers drastically fucking change. Of
course they do.
That's why it's about consciousness.
And I don't see.
Do you
how
understand now?
I don't see how that's relevant to the
It's
distinction
totally
that I'm
relevant
making.
because we're talking about who you is.
Okay, that's a very far away from feminism.
I agree,
that's
but
fine.
we went down this road because you brought up the fucking consciousness machine, and
Sure.
then
Experience
tried to
machine.
refute me when I said that's about consciousness and about who you is.
And a lot of people view themselves as their conscious experiences. Think about it. No, Andrew, fine. We can do a thought experiment here. If you were Andrew,
Do you guys want to bring it back to feminism?
Yeah,
fine,
let's
okay.
do that.
Okay.
All right. Before we do, though,
And another beer from the assistant.
Sure, let's get another beer for Andrew. Would you like chocolate?
Cheers.
milk, or-
Cheers.
I'm good for now.
Okay.
Chocolate
All right, we have a couple
milk.
chats. I'm going to let we got about 4 or 5 chats to get through, and then we'll move it back to feminism. So we have
Zigl Octavius donated $100. Oliver the Misandry apologist. What is a woman? What are your pronouns? What do you think of
Okay, there's a lot of
Z/Zem/Z
questions
or other neopronouns? Andrew, can you debate Oliver on force doctrine?
Hang on.
Is he a misandrist?
I want to try something here just to do it. I'm so convinced that I know the inside and outs of all of Oliver's positions. I would like to answer that question and then just see if you agree that that's what you believe.
we can do that. Go ahead.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, let's start. And then the flip side. Let's see if you can do that for me.
Of which one?
Ooh,
Yeah, pull it
that's a good idea,
I'll re-trigger
actually.
it.
That's a really good idea.
So it's what is a
Zigl
woman?
Octavius donated $100.
It's not really a way to leave
Oliver
it
the
up, but
Misandry apologist.
what is a
What is a
woman?
woman?
What are your
What
pronouns?
Are your pronouns?
What do you think of neopronouns?
What do you think of
Force doctrine?
Z/Zem/Z or other neopronouns? Andrew, can you debate Oliver on force doctrine?
There's a lot there, so
and
we'll
is
try to
he a
be quick on.
misandrist?
So
So let's start with Oliver is a misandry apologist. That means nothing. So when it comes to a woman, what Oliver believes that a woman is that you can have 2 distinct positions here. So Oliver believes that a woman there's a scientific version of this, which would point to female, and he would agree with the idea of phenotypical pathways, or with XY, or with ova versus sperm. He would agree with all those things from a scientific standpoint. But when it comes to what a woman is socially, it's going to be a kind of collaboration of traits based on social dynamics inside of any given society at any time. And it's subject completely to change. It's basically a socially constructed term. It doesn't really point at anything. It's, by the way, extremely complex to really make those determinations, but it is more than a self-identification. It really has to do with social traits between interpersonal dynamics of people. Is that about right?
I think a little bit. I think what you're leaving out largely is that there is a very, very important relational component to the woman question. I'm not disagreeing that necessarily there is, like, it's entirely dependent on social. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like
what I just said.
Well, I feel like you're placing a lot more emphasis on social than necessarily biological. For example, so here's an example that I would bring up.
That just
no, wait,
I'm
but
not putting more
think
emphasis.
it's wrong.
You have to have a bigger descriptor there, because when I point out biological, I can explain that quickly.
Sure, and I think it would actually make sense for some women to view womanhood as biological, and thus being like, hey, you know, it makes me feel a little weird if there are people who can't have the capacity for pregnancy who then have that.
And
so
then,
I think, I don't think they're doing anything inherently wrong.
And then next, when it comes to forced doctrine, Oliver's position on forced doctrine is forced doctrine doesn't apply because it's just always going to be some people. It's not all people. That's going to be his position. I promise you. That's going to be his arguments.
No.
Fucking promise.
Let's do this. We'll read the chats, and then when we jump back into the feminism conversation, we'll start with forced doctrine.
Okay.
We'll do that. So Oliver, just to the chat though, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
What do you think about like the neo pronouns like Z, Zemzer?
He's fine with them.
No, it's fucking confusing, man. I think here's
Would you call somebody by him?
Yeah.
Would you? The truth, Oliver.
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because here's why I think so, and I'll explain this. And I talked a bit with Brian over text why I think, or over DMs, why I think that some of the identity politics stuff does break down. Is I think this leads to kind of like a grammar police and also an ideological purity test. So I think in terms of like neo pronouns, it's like how far can I push you to accept this?
It's all
claim?
an ideological purity test, bro.
And I think that's not a good thing. I think we should move away from ideological purity tests in terms of allowing people to be members of a certain group or within a.
Then how do you
certain
gatekeep
society.
your ideology?
I think you can gatekeep to an extent, but I don't think it should be if you agree with someone on 90% of things and they disagree on 10%. I don't think that 10% should be disqualifying from them being a general part of your movement or something like that. I think that's a problem that the left has. So that's what I would say.
There were two more things here real quick. Andrew, do you think he is a misandrist, Oliver?
Yes.
Okay. And then Oliver, maybe quick answer to this. What is a woman?
But I don't think Oliver thinks he's a misandrist, to be fair.
No, I don't hate men.
Oliver, what is a woman?
Well, I already described it.
No.
many times.
It's not just a matter of hating men. I would classify you as a person who worships women.
I don't worship women at all.
You worship them so much
Nope.
that you would prefer that they fuck other men rather than you, so that they don't have any discount on experience when they fuck you.
No,
that's women worship,
that
bro.
is not true. That is not true. I don't necessarily think. I think there is a happy medium. I would not want to date someone.
So they fuck some guys.
Sure.
Yeah,
to have
exactly.
to have some experience.
It's woman worship, dude.
It's not woman
yes,
worship.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's wanting someone who knows what they want.
Listen. You know what's funny is like the only one here who's ever consistent is me, right? So it's not just that. Like men shouldn't be promiscuous either.
Sure.
Okay, and this idea of like overwhelming male worship, men tend to reject it. Like men themselves actually tend to reject it. They're not looking for male worship, right? But you, though, for some reason, you'll bite the craziest bullets for women. It's like, Oliver, do you honestly believe that if you looked in the camera right now and said, I would totally prefer that my woman had been certified pre-fucked by other men, so hang on, but it's true. It's factually rhetoric. Look,
intuition.
You might get upset with rhetoric here.
Intuition.
You might get upset with rhetoric, but it is factually true. You would prefer that your woman certified pre-fucked because if she's certified pre-fucked, she has the exact right experiences to have a comparison to know that you're the best. That is you trying to prove yourself to the goddess woman, dude.
No, actually, no, Andrew.
Yes, it is.
I don't care about being the best, Andrew. If this person is choosing me, then they are choosing me. It is very possible that people choose partners who are not the best sexually.
Then why earlier did you say that you want your woman to think you're the best?
I think that's Andrew. Then I misspoke. Okay.
Well, how many more fucking times are you going to retract your every position you have?
Andrew, I don't want someone to think I'm the best. I do want.
You don't want your woman to think you're the best
at sex?
Yeah. Why not?
If I'm not, then I don't want her to think that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I can assure you there's one way where she'll always think you are.
She's the only one that
and the problem with that is what?
I don't want to be with someone who's not had any experience outside of
So
me.
you want her to be certified pre-fucked, bro?
Okay, well, if you want to put it that way, I want
There's
someone.
no putting it that. That is
I
the
want
case.
someone who has life experiences outside of me and has developed in such a way and had those experiences so that we can bond over that. In a sense, Andrew, then maybe what I'm saying is I have had sex out of marriage.
So?
I have done a lot of those things. So I would want someone who has similar types of experiences.
Why? What does that do for you exactly?
Because they're similar to me. Because
They're still similar to you. By the way, I would argue that you're not very similar to any woman you've ever dated anyway. No man really is. You don't get do you go get your fingernails done? Do you get your hair done?
Is that the important part?
Hang
of
on,
being a man
bro.
or a woman?
I'm asking about similar
I
interests.
don't get my fingernails
right?
and
Are the women you're with actually generally interested in like deep philosophy?
Yes.
Yes.
Really?
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So last woman you dated had a background in philosophy?
Background in philosophy? Officially dated, no, she was into neuroscience.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. Was she a neuroscientist though? Or was she just dorking out about it?
We're in college. She was majoring in neuroscience.
Okay, she's majoring in
Correct,
neuroscience.
and she's going to go to med school.
So not deep in philosophy. And let me ask you this.
still an intellectual endeavor.
Yeah, your shared interests, right? Mm-hmm. Like, what did you actually like doing with her?
Having conversations. I'd love
That's
talking
it?
with her. Not just that, Andrew. Why are you trying to reduce?
I'm asking about shared interests.
Why are you trying to reduce that thing?
I said shared interests.
We
What
enjoyed
shared
hiking.
interests?
We enjoyed the outdoors.
You enjoyed hiking in the outdoors.
Yes, of course. We enjoyed having conversations. We enjoyed having dinner together. We enjoyed talking about things. Like I
get it. Let me ask you this though. Did she get her nails done?
I don't think she ever got her nails done. She sometimes did her own nails.
Yeah, she did them. Do you do your own nails?
I did sometimes during that time. I let her paint my nails. I'll admit it. There's nothing against that. What's wrong with that, Andrew? I know there's
Oh shit. Oh, this is a perfect freeze frame on Andrew. There has never been a better freeze frame on Andrew in this entire month. For the record, I have never painted my husband's nails. That's never happened. That's literally never happened. I let my girlfriend paint my nails. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. This is where we are. Okay, let's keep going. Fine. Whatever.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? I think it is very insecure if you think that a man getting his nails done is somehow like a strike against his masculinity.
It is.
I think that's pretty insane.
It is though.
I had no
Did
problem
she paint
with
them
it.
different colors?
I think it was mostly all blue, or I think all.
Did she put
red.
sparkles on them?
No, I don't.
Did she do your hair too? Did she braid it? Did she braid your hair, bro?
I'm not.
Did she put a bow in your hair,
I'm not
bro?
engaging with your bad faith.
Why is that bad faith?
Because you're making. Fun
I'm
of
not
me.
demasculizing. I am not doing any sort of demasculization.
Yes,
if it is
in
the
your
case,
in your view, you are.
What do you mean? In your view, I'm not though.
Yeah, because your intentions matter in terms of the words that you're using towards me.
Wait a second. There's no way for me to demasculate you. You just admitted you got your nails painted. Can I ask you some further non-demasculating things?
You can try to
Did
do
she
that.
braid your hair?
No.
Did she put a bow in it?
I'm not answering any of these more questions.
Did she put a bow in your hair?
No,
Did she ever put a bow in your fucking hair?
I'm not talking. No, I'm not engaging with
Did
this
you ever wear a
anymore.
dress?
I'm not engaging.
Have you ever worn a dress?
I'm not engaging with this, Andrew.
Ever?
This is a bad faith
What's
conversation.
bad faith?
Oh,
Why are
no,
you
this
asking
is
me
great.
How
questions
can a
about my personal
conversation be
life?
bad faith? It would be arguments that are bad
Your
faith.
question is bad faith, Andrew.
Questions can't be bad faith. What do you mean?
Oh my God!
They can be loaded.
Are you saying questions can't be rhetorically intended to do something, and that intention could be bad faith?
Can you just feel this kid's energy? Like what I feel right now is like Andrew's energy is coming up, and he's like a fucking he's like, you know what it's like? Okay, I'm about to make a really bad analogy, but I'm almost 3.5 beers in, so please bear with me, okay? I watch a lot of octopus videos on Instagram. I have an octopus guy I follow. He has all these octopus friends. And on these videos, he shows when the octopus are feeding. And one of the things the octopus do when they're feeding is they veil, which is the octopus gets really fuck off big and then it captures the prey with all of its arms and it veils over the prey and then it eats it. Okay. What Andrew's energy is doing right now is coming up and veiling the opponent. And the opponent's like, ah! And that's like the best analogy I can make, because this little pussy kid's energy is like just shrinking. And it's like, yes, Andrew, I let her put blue sparkles on my nails. And Andrew's like, bro. And in some respects too, I almost feel like Andrew is like trying to help this kid, being like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it's almost like Andrew is trying to like, and I don't know if this is his intention, but this is how I'm reading it. It's like, kid, what the fuck are you doing? You're letting bitches paint your nails? Like, what is going on? This is not acceptable. Do you not realize how fucked up this is?
What's bad faith about this? When you say getting your nails painted does not hurt anybody's masculinity, right?
It doesn't.
Then why wouldn't you answer questions about other criteria?
Because you are trying to paint me in a light for the audience.
Yeah.
Why
do you care? You just told them that none of it is demasculating.
True.
It isn't.
Then why not answer the questions?
Okay, what are your fucking questions?
Great.
Bow and hair?
Have you ever worn a dress?
I have not worn a dress, no.
Have you ever worn like high heels?
No.
Okay, have you ever dressed up like a woman?
No.
Never. So the only thing you've ever done is get your nails done?
Yes, I once had my hair put up in like a thing, like a clip. Like, I don't know, you can put a clip up like that. Not a bow.
It's a bow.
No,
it's the same as a bow.
No, it's not.
They put the like hair clip in.
Hair clip in. Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Did they? Okay, what about makeup? They put makeup on you?
I did theater for a long time, so I did do stage makeup a lot.
Did women apply makeup to your face to like lipstick and things like this?
Not lipstick, no.
No, okay.
It would be foundation. It would be concealer.
I was just curious.
We'll let the rest of the chats come through. We have...
Riles donated $100.
Thank you.
Oliver, your position appears to be that being born a male means you are inherently obligated to serve.
It sure does.
If you are born a female, you are entitled to be served by males. Is this fair? Equal?
Correct. Your response,
No,
Oliver.
I'll respond to this. It is not the case that is what I'm arguing. I'm saying that those who are stronger have an obligation to protect those who are weaker. I'm acknowledging that there is an overlap in who is stronger and who is weaker. An individual,
Is it an overwhelming overlap?
An individual man is not obligated to serve anyone. There should be no idea of service. There should be people partnering in a relationship.
No, that's not what you said.
What did I say?
That if it is the case that a man is stronger than a woman, exact words were ought.
Protect is different.
That's serve.
No, it's not. You're conflating two things.
Whoa. How is that not service, bro? How is that not service? And all the things I can think of that are serving.
Hold on.
That is the one.
Who are they serving then?
At that point, they would be serving the interest of whoever it is they're protecting.
Serving the interest of society, because it is in the societal interest that those
is
who are
also
stronger.
in the individual interest.
Totally.
Of course,
true.
Then you're serving the individual and society. Okay,
you're serving everyone.
So,
in that
you're
sense.
serving the individual, and it's going to mostly be
Like
men serving
everyone.
the individual, right?
Men should protect other men
So
too.
it's service.
Yeah, men
And
should
women are going to
serve-
primarily benefit from that service.
and also be hurt by men. Yeah. So,
But they're primarily going to benefit from the service.
Men too. I don't.
But
get your
no,
point.
not men too. Men actually would primarily not benefit from the service, right?
Okay.
Right?
No.
Oliver? No? Oh, no? Okay.
All right, next chat. Guys, if you want to get one in, we just have a few more, then we'll continue on with the discussion. Streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get a message in. And just really quickly, because we have a few people via Venmo through Cash App. Whatever Pod, Venmo, Cash App. Nafia, thank for the 20. Bert, thank for the 10. Thomas, thank for the 3. Those
Why
are
blue,
Cash App.
though?
Blue?
Instead of why didn't you do pink?
Oh, are you talking about the nails?
Move on, Andrew.
I'm serious.
Move on,
if they did
Andrew.
pink, that wouldn't be demasculating, right?
No, it wouldn't. Move
Okay.
on.
Into the mic.
You just
Move
don't like
on.
pink?
No, move on, Andrew.
You don't like
This is
pink?
fucking ridiculous.
What's
Why are
ridiculous
you
about
so
it?
focused on the color I painted my
I was just
nails?
curious. I'm making friendly conversation.
Uh-huh.
I'm being nice.
Is that bad faith, Andrew? Answer me honestly.
being nice.
No, answer me honestly. Is that bad faith?
And of course not.
Uh-huh.
I'm just
You're
curious why
actually
you
trying
chose
to be
blue.
nice, yeah.
Well, blue seems kind of masculine-ish. Like a more masculine color than pink. That's all.
Dumb.
Do you want to ask me
Poor
about
kid.
my nails,
I
Andrew?
felt
You
best
wanna-
Have you ever
felt bad
painted your
for him.
nails?
You know, it's possible. Not like in a weird way, but like.
What do you mean weird way, Brian?
What do you mean weird way?
I don't think
what
there
are
is
you
a
trying
weird
to
way.
say? What are you
No,
trying to say?
I'm asking
Are
you.
I don't think
Hold
there's
on.
a
I'm
weird
asking
way.
you what you mean by
Hey,
the
look.
language you're
Hey,
using.
he's trying to debate me now. Look, I'm just the moderator. I'm just the host.
I'm just
here.
asking.
I'm just the
I
host
was
here.
asking you a question.
Look, I might have been, when you're in high school, some girl who has a crush on you, she's trying to, she's like, let me paint your nails. It might have happened.
Okay.
So Oliver, I feel a bit offended by Andrew's inquisition.
Now you got the
towards
moderator on your side.
Yeah,
Does
now
that make
I'm-
you feel better?
Definitely
Yeah,
do
by the
not
way,
have the
Andrew,
moderator on my side.
It's Team Oliver right now. Okay, let me let the chats through. We got Sit Wizard here.
Saha_wizard donated $100. Why do you assume that the 10 plus people she slept with were any good? Maybe they were all bad.
That's a
you
fair
would need
point.
to have her sleep with known guys who effed well to give her that knowledge. Most men are bad.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wouldn't you want the sample selection size to be with men that you knew fucked really well? Because then that would be the best way for you to know that she had the comparative experience.
I would want her to make the decisions of who she has sex with. I don't.
Yeah, but you
I
could
don't really-
guide her. You
No,
could be
I'm
like,
not.
listen,
Hold
this
on.
guy
I
over
want to
here
date
has
you.
a reputation.
I want to date you in 10 years. So just in those 10 years, I want you to fuck this person, this person, this person, this person. No, I'm not doing
No,
that.
you don't have to do that. You can just be like, look, I have a lot of interest in you, right? But I know that there's at least two guys who have a great reputation for fucking really well.
No, Andrew.
No?
No.
Okay.
No. If I had an interest in the woman, I would want to date this woman.
Yeah, but I mean, what if she doesn't have the right comparative? I'm just saying.
Yeah. By the way,
I don't know what you're upset about. It's your view, dude. It's your view. Like, that's your view.
No, it's
Why? You just need to own your fucking view, dude.
That's not my
It
view.
is your view.
That's
Your
true.
view
You
is
just need
that
to
you would
own
rather
it.
have your chick certified pre-fucked.
True.
Because otherwise she might be missing out, Oliver.
It's not missing out. I don't want someone who is in a vastly different life experience area than I am. I don't want someone
So
who is
she loves philosophy, but she's a virgin, Oliver.
Okay.
Terrible. This is...
Time out. It wouldn't. Andrew, you are assuming all else is equal. I am not 100% opposed to dating someone like that. But I'm saying that if that person has had sexual experiences, like I've had sexual experiences, then we're more on the same level. And that's what I want.
Well, here's the thing that I reject, right?
Okay.
So I don't think, for instance, that if a man, right, like let's say he's had 100 women and then settles down with a virgin, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that actually be comparatively like awesome? Because that would assure that he's better at sex from your view.
What?
Yeah, like if he had sex with a lot of women, he's probably better than if he had sex with only one woman. Right?
Sure.
Okay, so if that's the case, if he pounds a virgin, right, then you can assure that she's not really missing out on the experience because he's probably really good, right?
No.
So really, from your view, men should have sex with like 100 fucking women and then get a virgin because then all the experience is packaged into one.
You're assuming one. The point was she knows what she likes, not that he's really good at sex.
Don't you think that she's going to like a man who's really good at sex?
Women are all different. Okay, they don't all have the same sexual desires.
Yeah, but they're gonna definitely want a man who's good at sex.
Sure. I would not want to date someone who was not in the same life experience as me. And maybe that's because when I think of people, Andrew, who are virgins, I think of people who are much younger than me.
Why?
Because I don't look. This is like feels like the same argument of people who are like,
what's wrong with dating someone much younger than you anyway?
Okay.
Honestly, what's wrong with dating? Like if you date an 18-year-old, what's the problem?
Date an 18-year-old?
Yeah.
At a different stage of life.
So?
What do you mean?
Why do you have to be at the same stage of life to date someone? That's stupid.
Because I think you should want to date someone who's on your level.
Yeah, but people fall in love, have massively dissimilar interests, different IQs, different everything, and absolutely love each other.
True.
What's the
very fucking true? The heart wants what the heart wants. I am incredibly on Team Andrew on this point. It's like, you just don't know, man. You just don't know who you have energetic connections with. You never can tell. Life will surprise you. You think you fucking know what you want? Life will surprise you.
fucking problem with that?
I don't think there's a problem with it when you get a lot older, but I do think like men of your age dating women who are like in their late teens, even if it's legal, is weird.
Why is it weird? That's quite the argument.
Are you?
Oh,
wait,
it's
hold
weird.
On, hold on.
Weird.
Are you arguing that there is nothing problematic whatsoever at all with, how old are you, like 50?
Well, no, I'm younger than you, probably. How old are you?
I'm 21. 22, sorry.
Oh, okay. That accounts for the stupidity. No.
Andrew.
I'm 41.
Nice.
41.
41. Do you think nothing wrong with you if you wanted to go by UC Santa Barbara right now and,
What would be wrong with me dating an 18-year-old woman who wanted to date me?
Yeah, nothing wrong with
Why
it.
would that be problematic?
I agree.
Why,
nothing wrong with it.
What's strange about it?
Because you are in different life experiences than she is.
So
she is
what?
vastly...
Do you think 41-year-old women are going to be, like, let's say I wanted children. Don't you think I should date younger if I wanted to have a lot of children?
Date an 18-year-old to have children?
Well, you're going to be able to give me the most amount of children, right?
Okay.
Can you tell me what's wrong with that, Oliver?
Yes.
What?
Because you were taking advantage of someone.
Oh, taking
Why?
advantage.
Yes.
So let me get this right.
No, to someone who's much
You
younger
agree
than
that
you?
I have tons more resources than the average 18-year-old woman?
Correct.
Huge
Listen,
amounts
man,
more.
Listen. When I was in college, I know people know about my most famous college boyfriend, which is the guy who went to prison for something he didn't do. It's a fine figure for Andrew. Okay. So the boy that most people know about that I dated in college was the one that went to prison, right? But I dated other people in college, as it turns out, and one of the more interesting relationships was with someone that was significantly older than me. And it was actually pretty great. I'm going to be honest. It was pretty great. I was 21, 22. And he was in his mid 30s, so it wasn't quite the same thing as Andrew, but he was up there. Like it was a significant age difference. And I had a great time. It was actually just kind of like a really chill relationship. And we went out a lot, and he always had money to take me places and do stuff with me. And I was in college, so I didn't have any money. So that was pretty great. And the sex was pretty fucking great, if I'm being honest about it. And I really enjoyed myself with it. And it didn't last forever. That's fine. Not all relationships are meant to last forever, and that's cool. But like, there is no universe in which I felt taken advantage of. In fact, in that particular relationship, I felt taken care of, if anything else. And so, I don't know, that is probably something that a lot of women would want, to be taken care of by someone that's older, that has resources to take care of you, and you just go and you do stuff, and you hang out, and you have really good sex, and it's just like, it is what it is.
Resources.
Correct. The power differential.
And if it is the
very
case
different.
that woman gets all the beneficiary of all of those resources, right? Plus the added benefit that if she stayed with me, let's say for like 25 years, it is true that I could die much earlier than her, and she would be set with massive amount of resources, and our children would have way more resources than the average 18-year-old couple's children.
I think it's weird that it's a 41-year-old.
Can you answer my fucking question, Oliver? Answer to my argument. Isn't it the case that if I'm 41, I have more resources she benefits from?
Sure.
Isn't it the case that if I'm 41, she's 18, the chances that our children are going to have more resources than if she had children with another 18-year-old, our children are likely going to have way more resources, right, Oliver?
I think having a differential like that is going to introduce a lot of
Can
other
you answer the fucking
problems.
question, Oliver?
I don't know, Andrew.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know if the average 41-year-old has children with 18-year-old, that 18-year-old is going to have more resources for their children than with the average 18-year-old, Oliver?
I think she's going to be traumatized as fuck.
Can you answer the fucking question, Oliver? I'm not interested in like your emotional state.
You're also not interested in the emotional state of 18-year-olds if you want to date them. That's
answer the question. What if their emotional state is they love it?
No.
No?
Mm-mm. You should not date someone
Are you going
Why?
to answer my question?
That
Would
doesn't even
the
make
average 18-year-old woman who had children with a man who was 41, would those children have more or less resources, probably on average?
Do you think the resources...
Answer the fucking question.
Sure, in terms of pure monetary thing. But that tells us nothing, Andrew.
Why does
that
this
tells
woman...
us nothing.
So this woman can vote?
Sure.
But she can't choose her partner?
Can and should are different things.
Should 18-year-olds vote?
Yes, Andrew.
But they should
Why does this fucking feminist think that he can dictate to women what they should and should not like? Why does this fucking feminist think he can dictate to women who they should and should not date? That doesn't make any... What's happening is he's getting a little upset because Andrew has triggered him, because Andrew's making him think that women his age might not want men their age. Women his age might want someone more Andrew's age. And listen, I'm not saying that's the right thing for all women. I mean, I ended up marrying someone. Victor is like a year and a half younger than me. So I ended up marrying someone younger than me. I mean, still in the relative age range of what I am. But like, to say that no women should date men that are older than them, come on, please. Yeah, it's very oppressive. It's very condescending. It's very misogynistic. It's very oppressive.
Be able to choose their partners?
They can choose their partners. Just because someone makes a choice and can make a choice doesn't mean that you should make that choice.
So for a society, so let me get this right. For a societal
A relationship is
prescription,
two people saying, I want to hang out
do you think
together.
that 18-year-olds should be able to nullify a 41-year-old's vote?
Yes.
Okay, wait a second. That's really weird. Why should an 18-year-old who you claim is at a different stage of life and doesn't know as much as a 41-year-old and can't compete with that 41-year-old's power dynamics because they're so much more intelligent, should be able to nullify his vote? Why should they be able to nullify that person's vote, Oliver?
Everyone should have a vote. And I'm not going to argue about you with women
Answer
having
the
the right to
fucking
vote.
question.
I will answer it, and I'm telling you, I'm not going any further on this.
I'm going further on this.
Well, then I'm not going.
I'm not giving you a choice, Oliver. You don't get to run, Oliver.
No, I'm not.
I don't care what you want, Oliver. It's a debate.
I don't consent. Vashel, I think the current Gen Z on average to large age gaps because we grew up in an age of getting groomed online. Yeah, that probably could be Vashel. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
Oliver?
I'm not going to justify why women have the right
I don't
to vote.
give a fuck.
Okay,
I want to know,
fine.
Oliver, why should they be able to nullify the vote of a man?
Because it's not nullifying. They are both.
If they vote against me, you nullify my vote.
They are okay, and everyone nullifies other people's votes all the time.
No, they don't.
What you are?
No, they don't.
What you are voting? Yes, if I vote
No,
against
they
you,
don't.
I nullify
If
your
40
vote.
million people vote for Trump with me, are they nullifying my vote?
Oh my God, there are always people who will nullify your vote.
That's
That
not
doesn't
everybody
mean-
nullifies everyone's vote, Oliver.
Okay, I'm sorry that you took that statement.
So
as literally
40
as you
million,
did.
if 40 million people vote with me, are they nullifying my vote or enhancing my political
Andrew,
power?
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, congrats, you won the language game.
Okay,
I'm talking
so now
about,
back to this.
Okay,
Yeah.
everyone is governed under the system of laws, and everyone is affected by our system of governance. Thus, everyone should be represented politically in our government and have their voice heard.
They would still be represented the same way a 16-year-old is.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what do you mean?
Articulate an actual argument against age gaps.
Oh, they're adults, but they can't pick a partner.
Not that it's weird or IT gives you the ICK.
Sorry, do we? I'll let I'll let the first part kind of.
Very unprofessional.
Okay, I'll just let the beginning part.
Zigl Octavius donated $69. Articulate an actual argument against age gaps, soy boy Oliver.
Yeah,
Not
do
that
it.
it's
Yeah.
weird or IT gives you the ICK.
I think
I don't want to hear about the
it's-
fucking ick. I want to hear an argument.
I think it's really weird that you want to have sex with 18-year-olds.
Why?
Why?
Because that's really fucking weird.
Why would that be? That doesn't mean anything.
Power
I think it's
differentials,
really
Andrew.
fucking weird that you endorse homosexuality.
Okay,
That's
sure.
fucking
That's
weird.
fine. That's fine.
Can
Fine.
you tell me? Can you
That's
give me an
fine.
argument
I
for
think-
why it's problematic or
What?
immoral? Can you do it or not,
just
Oliver?
did it, Andrew.
What is it?
They are in a very different stage of life than you.
Then why should they be able to vote against me?
Because people are always in different stages of life and they're voting differently. What do you? I don't. How
People
does
are
this
always in
follow?
different stages of
How
life
does it
and they're
follow?
dating
Should
each
someone
other.
be able to spend money differently than you?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
My argument is that that's fine.
Okay.
Your argument is
Hold
that's
on.
ick.
I'm confused. Then you're saying because like an 18-year-old can buy something at a restaurant and you can also buy something at a restaurant, that therefore both of you are in the same stage of life and can date each other.
Well, first of all, I would argue that men and the way that they psychologically have relationships with women is different than how women psychologically have relationships with men. That's one. The second is that if this woman is 18 years old, she's an adult by your metric and my metric, but somehow she's barred from dating a man who would
Not
give
barred. Not barred. It's a bad idea.
Why is it a bad idea?
Why is it a
I
bad
just
idea?
explained it because you are in very different life stages. I've said
So
this multiple
what?
times.
And do you think you have
Because
data to back that up?
Power differentials.
Yeah. Do you think you have data to back that up?
Data for what?
That age gap relationships are problematic?
Sure.
You have data?
I don't have the data off the top of my head right now.
I can give you the most comprehensive.
I would be shocked.
Yeah, here's
if
the
it
this.
wasn't. Okay,
I'll give you
go
the
for
data.
it.
The most comprehensive study ever done on this was done in the UK. And they took all marriages which have ever happened inside of the United Kingdom for the last 100 years and did a comparison by decade, by decade, by decade. And you know what they found out? They found out that there was no more likelihood or less the likelihood of divorce, right? And that the satisfaction rates were higher.
Okay. Well, divorce is interesting because if someone is entirely financially dependent on the other person, which I think is largely the case, it would be if you are 41 and dating someone who's 18,
You're
it might be a little
41.
difficult for them to
Oh my
believe
What's
that
that mean?
marriage.
Financially dependent on your husband.
I'm not saying there's anything inherent.
And the irony, of course, of this entire conversation, didn't Andrew marry someone older than him? Isn't Andrew's wife older than him? It's like I kind of love it. Like Andrew just makes these arguments to fuck with these kids when his own behaviors in the real world are completely inconsistent with these arguments. And listen, I'm not making an argument about whether or not Andrew should marry someone younger or older. I don't really fucking care. But I just think it's hilarious that this kid is so passionate that Andrew should absolutely not date an 18-year-old, when in fact Andrew married an older woman who had kids from 2 prior relationships. He didn't marry a virgin. He didn't marry someone younger. He married an older woman with kids. And I'm not saying that in any sort of bad way. I don't really care. I just think it's so funny that this kid is getting so fucking bent out of shape about this entire conversation. And the reason this kid is getting so bent out of shape about this entire conversation is it's triggering all his inadequacy complexes, where he's like, women my age might want to date someone that's 41 instead of dating me. It's like, yeah, women your age might want to date someone that's 41 instead of dating you, soy boy, because I'm sorry, between Andrew and this faggoty feminist kid, Andrew is more masculine and more appealing. He just is, just factually speaking. And that's going to be true regardless of whether you're Andrew's age or whether you're an 18-year-old. It just is. An 18-year-old is going to feel very taken care of by someone like him. They're going to feel like they're in a great position, and they're going to feel much safer than with this fucking feminist kid. I promise you.
Inherently wrong.
So
I'm
what's
saying
the
it's
problem?
harder for them to. You're pointing to a lack of divorce.
No, it's super
rates.
easy for women to leave. They have years to plan for it. Do you think they're getting divorced at 18?
I'm not saying they're getting divorced.
What are you
at
talking
18.
about
I
then?
also don't think they should be marrying someone who's 41 at 18.
Should they be marrying an 18-year-old at 18?
They should be marrying anyone at 18.
So
Why?
you don't think that women should get married at 18?
At 18, probably not. I think that's probably too early for most people.
19?
20s probably. There's no universal for every
So then
single
a
person.
20-year-old with a 41-year-old, that's okay?
There's Andrew, I'm not. Just because I can't draw a specific line, we've done this before, doesn't mean that a line doesn't exist somewhere.
I just want to know.
Can I just keep walking you back? How crazy can we get? Let's put the law aside. Let's say you could. Technically, the age of consent in some states is 16 or 14.
Not the
would there
marriageable age.
Which are not marriageable. But then, do you think it would be wrong for someone to have sex of your age with someone who's 16 or 14?
Of course.
Wrong?
Yeah, and I can give you the demonstrable reasons why.
Okay.
One, I would base it on faith, right? So I would utilize Christian ethics and say that was wrong, and here's why. If you look at reproduction in women, guess when finally their reproductive tract is the most developed that it's ever going to get for the rest of their life. Can you imagine? What age would you think that was?
You tell me, Andrew. I'm sure it's super young, which is going to justify. Yeah.
18 is when their reproductive, when their reproductive body is at its zenith. Right, meaning
I've heard people say 16. I've heard this argument used for 16 as well.
It is true that but they have way more health complications. But they're better than a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old, I guess. But at 18 and above, there's no greater health complications, which happen in childbirth, than if they're 20, 21, 22, 23.
Okay.
At 17 there is, 16 there is, 15 there is, because of the developmental stages of the woman. That's
well,
one.
There could be
That's one. That's
though.
the utilitarian argument.
There could be exceptions, though,
The
right?
second is the Christian ethics argument.
Okay.
And then, I can keep going. There's actually really good reason to set the precedent at 18 years old instead of 16 or 15. And I'm glad that you, like most leftists, bring this up. You try to reduce it down, but there's actually really great reasons from both sides why we would want 18 to be the age. And on top of that, let me just point this out. If they're allowed to vote, they can join the military, right? They can do all of these fucking various things. They can sign contracts. But you say that they can't date somebody who's 40 or 41. Hang on.
Can't
Hang
is
on.
different
You
than
say
should.
you say shouldn't.
Can't.
You say shouldn't. But what are the negative outcomes? What are the negative outcomes then?
Negative outcomes of dating someone who's a lot older than you?
Then let's compare them to the positive outcomes.
Sure. So if we look at from what now granted, I don't have a ton of data right now, Andrew, so I'm not going to cite direct data.
So what's the negative
outcomes? But it is very easy for someone to get groomed in that type of relationship in which someone is a lot older than them and they are swooning over them and they are completely blinded by
Oh my god. As someone who, for people who might not know, James Lindsay literally accused me of grooming his 28-year-old stepdaughter because I was nice to her. And I said, you're getting a piled on the internet and that must really suck. And I'm sorry about that. And James Lindsay publicly accused me of grooming his 28-year-old stepdaughter. I don't know if I even buy into this idea that people who talk about grooming are serious people anymore. Obviously, we shouldn't be grooming kids that are under 18. Obviously, that's wrong. That's bad. And all that stuff. I'm not saying, but it's like, when I'm being publicly accused on the internet of grooming a 28-year-old because James Lindsay's having a fucking hissy fit, I start to question the merits of the entire grooming argument because I'm like, really? Like, what are we even talking about here? I expressed, like, I was nice to someone. I was fucking nice to someone and I'm grooming them. Okay. If they're 18, they're 18. Either they can make their own decisions or they can't. Don't bring up this. If you're a 40-year-old and dating an 18-year-old, you're grooming them. Really? Because they can join the army. They can go get killed in war. It's like they can drive a car, which means they can get in an accident and probably kill other people too. It's like you're telling me that those people can't decide who they have a conversation with? Please. Yeah, I totally groomed you. It's true. It's true. Totally, it was grooming the entire time. James is a shitbag, like in so many fucking ways. Does anyone in the chat feel groomed by me? Does anyone else in the chat feel groomed by me? Let me know. Air your grievances now.
No, it's totally fine. Just for the sake of the conversation, though, can you just clarify grooming, just so we understand what does that mean? Talking about?
Sure,
when you say
I'm
grooming.
happy to do that. It's basically just this idea of when you're like emotionally priming someone, or you're going after someone who is much less emotionally developed than you are, for the sake of manipulating them or being in a sense that you are much more developed than they are.
Got it. And would you argue that men have trouble with displays of emotion, empathy, and various things like this?
Sure.
And that women have a higher emotional intelligence?
I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think in certain
cases, you don't think women have a higher emotional intelligence?
All right, I need to pee again. I'll be right back.
So then women who have the higher emotional intelligence and men who have repressed emotion, if they're dating, if they're dating, isn't the woman in the situation of power here?
Nice, Andrew. I don't think that 41-year-old women should also date 18-year-old men. So I'm being consistent here.
Why not?
Okay, I want to move on to something
I don't
else.
care. I want to finish this.
No, I'm not.
I don't care. I want to finish it.
I'm not going to say anything.
Stop running, bro.
No, I'm not going to
Stop fucking running. Stop running. You're right here having a debate about your views, especially when it comes on feminism. A big feminist talking point is that men are predatory if they're older men and they want to date younger women. That's a massive talking point. There's no way for you to run from it. Now justify the fucking view.
It's fucking weird, dude.
That doesn't mean shit.
Why don't you date a 41-year-old? You are 41. Why would you not date a 41-year-old?
What if you want to have a bunch of kids?
Then you can date someone who's younger, but why would you want to date someone who's fresh out of high school?
Well, wait a second. What if the age of high school ended at 15?
Oh, okay.
By the way, let me ask you this, right? You think that is weird because they're freshly out of high school?
Sure.
So are the fucking men that 18-year-olds are dating at 18, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're in a similar stage of development.
Weird. Why would a woman want to date a man who's fresh out of high school?
Because she's also out of high school, dude. What the fuck?
That's like dating your brother.
No, wait, what?
Yeah, it's like dating your brother. It's stupid rhetoric.
Okay, Andrew. Yeah,
that's not a justification. Who cares? Like, why is it if they're fresh out of college that's better?
I wanted to write down Andrew's vision for the world and my vision of the world. So why don't we just add that to the list? That there's nothing wrong with 41-year-olds. Is there?
You
ever
have
an
not
age-
made a
is there-
justification for why there is.
Is there ever an? Yeah, because I'm not.
Because you can't. You fucking can't. No, you don't get to run.
Yep.
You don't get to run. This is a massive feminist talking point. The age discrepancy between
I'm
older
not
men.
saying
They
men-
say that they're predatory. You made the
I'm not
argument
saying
they're
that
predatory.
Men are inherently predatory.
Only if they want to date younger women.
Younger and 18-year-olds is
Okay,
so
41 and
different.
20.
It's still kind of weird.
41 and 24.
Yeah, that's fine. There's
Based
not
on what?
There's not a precise line,
'cause
Andrew.
you're a fucking liar.
Hold
You
on.
don't know why.
We can say that it is okay for someone to date someone who is 40, and if they're 41, and not okay at 18, and that doesn't mean that there's a precise age right there that this age is too much, this age is too little. I think it's easy to be like, you shouldn't date someone.
So if you observed, well, but you wouldn't make laws against it.
Laws against it?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't make laws against it.
But
no.
they shouldn't do it.
Yeah, people should not do things a lot, even if
there is. So I would make this case, but on this, that's really weird because we do tailor laws towards predatory sexual behavior in a big way, and I'm sure you're for those laws.
Sure.
Why wouldn't you be, if you consider this to be a predatory sexual behavior, why would you not want to target laws towards this?
All right, I'm back. No one panic. Maria! Basically, anyone who is kind to anyone vulnerable is a groomer, according to Soy Boy, who said we have a moral duty to be kind. So we have a moral duty to be groomers. Exactly.
Though that's fucking weird.
Here we go. And the reason is because I think that, once again, you can prioritize different values here. I think autonomy of women is fine. If an 18-year-old genuinely wants to marry someone who's a lot older, I think it's a bad decision. I think she's likely it's going to lead to a lot of negative emotional outcomes, but I don't think the state should necessarily bar her from doing it because she's over the age of 18. Okay?
Okay, no, that actually doesn't track.
Absolutely.
So when you're talking about, you made the bold claim that it's weird, and the reason it's weird and bad is because you think that at least most of these relationships must be predatory?
It has a high potential for it. Not all of them are.
I didn't say all. What does most mean?
Yeah.
You think most of them are?
I think most of them can be.
What other criteria would you have for most of this thing? Wait, hang on, which is sexually predatory.
We have to draw the
hang
line.
on, sexually predatory shouldn't be outlawed?
We have to draw the line somewhere, Andrew. So if you would like to say that maybe, actually, I've heard that before, that maybe you should raise the age of consent to like 21. Or there should be like Romeo and Juliet laws so that it does get higher, so that a 41-year-old couldn't date an 18-year-old.
Would you be for that?
I think in those cases, there's a good argument to be made there.
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? They're talking about raising the age of consent laws? Oh. I hate this world. You are more than psychologically developed enough at 18 to know if you want to have sex. You are more than psychologically developed enough at 18 to know who you want to date. If you don't make good decisions, then you take it as a life lesson and you make better fucking decisions next time. There is no universe in which we should be raising the age of consent laws into the mid-20s. And by the way, I don't think age of drinking should be 21. I don't think fucking cigarettes should be 21. I don't think it's so fucking stupid. We infantilize people. People have more than enough life experience by the time they're 18 to figure out what they want. Stream request tomorrow. Richard Hania and Olivia are doing a locale Zoom summit on Democrats. Are you fucking serious? Is that actually happening? Can you send a link to that to the group chat? I would really appreciate that. We'll take a look. Imagine fucking college. I had so much good sex in college and I regret none of it. I really regret none of it. You are destroying college with raising the age of consent. You are destroying the entire value of college. Thank you.
Okay, can we disenfranchise 18-year-old women then?
What do you mean disenfranchise? How
Make sure that between 18 and 21...
Because I can't have sex with you, you can't vote. What the fuck, dude?
Why, wait a second. Isn't the justification for why they can't vote the same as why they can't have sex?
No, because sex and voting are very different. People make uninformed decisions.
Why shouldn't adults be able to have sex with 16-year-olds? Isn't it for the same reason the 16-year-olds shouldn't vote?
No.
Oh. What? It's not?
Do you think if a 16-year-old votes or doesn't vote, they're going to be deeply traumatized?
Well, I mean, if enough 16-year-olds do, yeah. Yes, they could be. Absolutely.
Do you think that parallels the harm of child abuse?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that, like, if a 19-year-old has sex with a 16-year-old, the 16-year-old is deeply traumatized, honestly.
Okay.
Do you think so?
I agree, actually.
Do you think that, like...
Thank you.
Yeah, not
weird,
really.
It's weird.
I would say that's like...
1916?
Yeah, I'd say that's a little gross, but like, what about 1917? Yeah, you don't really care, right?
There's always going to be a line here, and there's always
so the thing
different things.
is like, if that's the case, if you're like, they're 19 years old and 17 years old, right? Mm-hmm. And that's still predatory behavior from your view.
No. I don't think necessarily it is.
But it should stay illegal.
No, I didn't say that.
It should be legal.
19 and 17. There are some Romeo and Juliet laws that I would say I'm in favor of.
How is the 1-year displacement?
All right, so that Democrat live stream is at 9 p.m. tomorrow on Substack. We'll do that. We'll do that. Okay,
then from
fine.
16 to 17.
Fine.
That is stupid.
What do you mean?
Like, if you give the displacement, you're like, at 17 years old to 19 years old, that's too much, but at 16, it's
Andrew,
not. That is fucking...
Of course there's going to be an arbitrary distinction. I'm not saying there can't be an arbitrary...
That's super arbitrary.
I think 2 years in that age gap is as large as you should go.
Yeah, so, but the question here still remains, right? What about 35 and 18?
I think if you're older than, like...
29?
23 or 24, you shouldn't be dating someone fresh out of high school.
Yeah, what is the fresh out of high school thing?
Because you're in a different stage
You
of
could
life.
also be a CEO at 18,
you're
right?
in a different stage of life. Yeah, Andrew, are most 18-year-old women CEOs?
Yeah, are most 18-year-old women dating 35-year-old men?
No, and they shouldn't be.
Yeah, but the thing is like, when it comes to attraction, right, most people are generally attracted and meet people within their same demographics and groups. That is the case with all dating.
Sure.
So if it's the case that this woman is seeking older men, right, if she's seeking them, what's the problem?
I don't think she should be seeking people that old. I think it's going to lead to her.
So I consent. I consent. You don't consent.
You know what?
No.
You know what? Then she's going to learn herself a lesson. Then she's going to date people, and she's going to have sex with people, and she's going to have experiences, and she's going to learn. And it's not your job to fucking outlaw that.
Consent.
Hold on, but Andrew, you
don't consent to their relationship.
You make the same claim for people under the age of 18.
You know, listen. I know that, like, you have sex one time, you can get pregnant if you're a woman. Okay, fine. But, like, people like to act like having sex is just, like, this enormous thing that could ruin your whole life if you have sex with the wrong person and it's just like, you know what, bro? Sometimes having sex is literally just having sex. And people should be careful that they don't, like, get pregnant or get STDs or any of that. And I'm fully on board with that. But, like, you're telling me you want to legislate people having sex when they are of age, when it's just like you personally have your fucking panties in a twist, probably because you're having trouble finding girls to date your own age because they don't want to date you. They want to date older men. And so therefore you want the state to fucking penalize them and say, you can't do this for reason X, Y, B, and Z. Most of the time when people fuck, it's literally not that big of a deal. It's really not. Why are we making this into, like, the end all be all of fucking everything?
How?
You don't consent to someone who is 41 dating someone who's 16.
Yeah, but I gave justifications for that. You have given none for this. You just say it's hyper-predatory, sometimes
still
maybe.
Predatory.
Sometimes maybe.
I think someone who wants to date someone that young, it's revealing.
Sometimes maybe.
Oh, come on.
I think more times than not.
No, I'm not.
He's trying to call Andrew a pedophile when Andrew is literally married to someone older than him.
Sure, like, you haven't made that case, though. That's the case I'm waiting for.
You're almost like asking me to argue against why it's wrong for adults to have sex with, like, who are fundamentally children at that point.
No, you're not.
18-year-olds are fundamentally children?
No.
I think to a 41-year-old, there's almost no difference.
Oh, come on.
Zero
Can
difference.
you tell me what makes 18-year-olds children?
I'm not saying children in the legal sense of the term.
No, that's not. Whatever sense.
I'm saying they are much younger.
I know
and
they're younger.
And they
What makes them fucking children, bro?
Obviously had much less life experience than you have.
Okay, so that's what makes them children? That they have less life experience?
To a 41-year-old?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How does that make him a child?
Functionally a child? Absolutely.
They're not functionally a child. Oh my God. Why do they
not.
just like not have fucking agency because they're young?
I'm not saying they
Exactly.
don't have agency. I'm saying there are better and worse decisions that people can make.
What's the bads in this decision? That keeps being my question. You won't answer. What are the bads? What? You got nothing, dude. You never have anything. When I put you to the question, you fucking run every time. What are the bads versus the goods? Can we go over them?
No.
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 I'm done talking about
fucking
40.
dude.
I'm
what
done
a-
talking about
what a
40.
fucking- You're such a coward,
I'm
dude.
done talking.
He
Yeah,
is
I'm
a
a coward.
coward.
I'm a
Yeah.
coward because I'm
True.
refusing to engage
You're
anymore.
refusing to engage with a
41
legitimate
year-olds.
social question from your view about feminism. That's what you're doing.
Okay.
This is a very common talking point from feminists that women are being hyper-predatorized by older men, and then when I say, okay, well, let's get into whether or not that's happening or not, you fucking run. It's pure cowardice. I'm going to go have a smoke while you let Super Chat.
If I asked you to justify, if I asked you to like justify something like PDF files, would you do it?
Come on.
Bro, am I asking you to justify PDF
No,
files?
but I'm saying they're in a similar
Here's what I would
category.
do.
I'm saying
Here's
they're in
what
a
I would do.
similar
I would
category.
I would make great arguments for why it is that PDF files should be fucking roasted and put up against a wall. That's what I would do.
Okay.
You're making zero fucking arguments. None.
Okay, Andrew.
You suck, dude.
Okay.
Andrew wins again.
All right, we're going to read a couple chats there. Andrew's just going out for a brief smoke break. All right, guys, if you want to get some messages in, we've lowered the TTS, $69 TTS. If you want to get a message in, that's streamlabs.com/whatever, a read TTS. We'll do various breaks to get those through. All right.
Almost got my third
since
beer.
Andrew's gone, I'm going to try to do the ones that are just kind of asking you questions, Oliver. We have, let's see. Here, we got Shaw here. This is for you, Oliver, if you want to.
Chaw XD donated $69.
Thank you, Chaw. Appreciate
Oliver, stop being squeamish about views that you need to defend or confront. You're doing a massive disservice to your own Gooner worldview. Confront the arguments, stop running away.
Okay, if someone's arguing that 41-year-olds or 45-year-olds, there's nothing problematic about them going for people who are barely legal, I don't know how to convince you that you just shouldn't try to get with someone who is in no way on your level. Why don't you try to date someone who is similar in your age range? Even if you care about having kids, then maybe you date someone who's a little younger. But that doesn't mean that you date someone who is literally as young as you can.
Hey, Victor, do you think there's anything wrong with a 40-year-old man dating an 18-year-old woman? You don't have a problem with it? No. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's all. Thank you. I'm just confirming my husband does not agree with Oliver. He's like, yeah, it's a little bit awkward, but maybe that'd be fine. Exactly.
Possibly date without going to jail. That is fucking weird.
It's not
I guarantee
weird.
most of these people would go lower, even if Andrew's trying to make some arbitrary argument as to
my
why 18 is the
God.
best line, even though child marriage is legal in so many areas of the United States.
Is that Andrew's argument, though, that 18 is the best?
Yeah, he was making that argument. 17, no, because 18 is the peak of
Well,
fertility.
I don't know if he was saying best. He was just saying that is the line.
Peak of fertility. Well, that is the line.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a weird, arbitrary line.
Yeah, but I don't think Andrew would say that, somebody could date somebody who's 25.
If you're 18, I still think that's a little weird. 18 and 25.
No, I'm saying a 30-year-old could date a 25-year-old.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. What would you say is the, is 30-20? Would you say that that's too much of a age gap?
I can't be. I think if you were well out of college, you probably shouldn't date someone who's in college. I think if you were in different stages of your life, it's just find someone who complements and matches you, not who you can kind of rule over. So,
What do you think about in terms of experience? Let's say the younger woman has vastly more experience. Let's say she's 20-year-old stripper and then she's slept with like 100 men versus she's gonna date a guy who's married his high school sweetheart and he just got divorced and he's in his mid-30s and he's only been with her. Don't you think you can make an argument the opposite direction?
Hang on, Victor, what'd you say?
I think the only issue would be meeting parents.
Meeting the parents?
Because like if you're 40-something, you go meet parents and they're like your age or potentially way younger, where it could be awkward.
That's a good point.
Dating them because they're like 10 years younger than you.
That's a good point, Victor. I hadn't thought it. Victor says that the only awkward thing about a 40-year-old dating an 18-year-old is meeting the parents because you might be the same age as the parents. You know what? Or older than the fair point. Well made, Victor. Okay. Thank you.
Where the 20-year-old stripper is like, there's way more opportunity for her to be predatory towards the 35-year-old, like kind of naive.
In what way would
lack
it be
of
predatory?
experience?
Like for instance, Emmanuel Macron, his wife.
Oh, dating like his like teacher. That's kind of weird. He like dated his drama teacher like out of school.
It totally didn't work out.
That's true.
What is the moral backing
Totally didn't
for
work
not
out, right?
endorsing age gap dating?
Totally didn't work out.
Don't you get it, vampire-looking bunnies, boy?
The most powerful man.
18-year-old's lived experience is not the same.
I think if you want to date your former students, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. So Emmanuel Macron shouldn't be married to his wife by your metric.
I think it is weird that he chose to do that.
No, let's
or
not.
A teacher.
Here's the thing. I'm actually
weird.
unwilling. If he says I'm just going to check out of the conversation,
Mm-hmm.
I am unwilling to move the conversation forward until we finish this.
Okay.
I'm completely unwilling to.
Can we do this? What if we?
That's it. If you check out, when you say I check out of the debate on a pinnacle talking point from feminists, right? I am unwilling to move the conversation forward to fucking anything until this is settled.
I will check out of the conversation on you trying to justify 41-year-olds dating 18-year-olds.
Well, then we're at an impasse. If you refuse to engage in the conversation without giving me a single justification for the fucking view with a common feminist talking point, I won't move the conversation forward until this is settled. I haven't run from any fucking thing that you've said. It's intellectual cowardice, and it's all designed to demonize men and try to make them into hyper predators because they're attracted to younger women.
Men aren't hyper predators, Andrew. I'm not saying they are.
Then tell me the justifications for your fucking view, please.
When we are talking about older men dating women who are just out or are 18 years old, I am arguing.
You said 22. You said 20 was unacceptable. For 35 and 20. They're not fresh out of high school
35 and 20. I don't think you should date someone who's like, if you're not in college, I don't think you should be dating someone who is like in college. If you're working,
so it's not high school. So you're fucking lying.
No,
you're
I'm not.
Such a disingenuous liar.
18 is high school.
It's not fresh out of fucking high school. You're saying that you don't think you're out of college. You should date people in college either.
Probably not.
So you're just lying. The view still is that men are predatory.
They're not inherently. Men who are 41 and date 18-year-olds
are men
predatory.
who are 41.
How does that mean all men are predatory?
You said 20, 22, 23 is still in college, by the way. And on top of that, what is the problem with a man who is 35 or 40 dating a woman in college? What? Yeah, you got fucking nothing. I need a justification, please.
I don't like it.
Because you are dating someone who you are in an incredibly different life stage.
Everybody who dates everybody's in an incredibly different life stage than everybody else.
And age can be an equalizer.
What does that mean?
It means that a 35-year-old and a 35-year-old or a 35-year-old and a 30-year-old have probably had more life experience to mature, to figure out what they like and don't like, to figure out how to navigate relationships where potentially there could be bad things that happen. An 18-year-old likely doesn't have a lot of that. So they might not have the skills.
20.
There's not a precise line, Andrew.
Yeah, okay, so great. So then the case is a 35-year-old dating a 22-year-old. 35-year-old, 22-year-old.
I'm not the arbiter of this.
Right? I don't care. It's a feminist talking point. It's demonization. I need the justifications for the view.
Sorites paradox. You're trying to.
There's no paradox.
Yes, you are. You're trying to nail me down on one specific year. This is too much, and that's not.
No.
Explain the paradox.
You can use whole decades. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I just want the justification for this because it makes no sense. It's contrary to your other views. At 22, 23, 18, 19, they're fully able to sign contracts, vote, do all these other things which you think they ought to be able to do.
Sure.
But for some reason, this somehow is predatory. And you say, quote, weird. But weird isn't really it. It's predatory from your view. I want to know why it is then. Why is it that you think on the attraction metric that when men are shown attractive young women who are between the ages of 18 and 25, almost all respondents universally say that they're very attracted to that? Okay? Very few respondents on the female side say that they're attracted to much older men. Why do you think that is?
I mean, this largely makes sense. Who people are attracted to biologically doesn't have bearing on what necessarily
it largely
we
makes
should
sense.
do.
Why?
I'm not saying that fertility is not a thing, Andrew. And
It
I'm not
largely
saying-
makes sense. Why?
Because people want to date people who they probably can
Are
have children with.
attracted to.
Are attracted to. Why? Why are they attracted to them, Andrew?
Because they can have the kids.
Correct. And
right.
I said that. So you know what?
Wait
You
a
should
second.
do. You know what you should do. If you are 41 and you didn't have kids, don't outsource that to an 18-year-old.
Why?
You should have had kids earlier.
Why?
If
I
you
don't
wanted
understand.
to do that.
I don't understand.
You shouldn't prey on an 18-year-old.
So you're saying, wait,
just because
I just want to make sure I got
you
this
didn't
right.
have kids at the right age.
I just want to make sure I got this right. This is fun. So it is the case then, right, that if older men are attracted to those younger women, and there is a subset of younger women who are attracted to older men, by the way, okay, then evolution made a mistake.
I think things can be evolutionarily beneficial and not actually beneficial to how we run our society. Let's think about
why is that subset of women attracted, even though most of these men are physically less attractive than men that are in their own age gap? Why would that subset of women be attracted to those men, do you think, evolutionarily?
I think that women can be attracted to older men because they think that they're more secure. They think they're more financially stable. That's why I don't think it's as problematic for.
I think they're more masculine. I'm just saying they might be more masculine. They might not be soy boy feminists. They might be more masculine. Women are attracted to masculinity. Dating men that are in college right now, you're dating a fucking soy boy feminist that's been raised by fucking feminism in the fucking schools.
For those women to want to date those men than it is for those men to want to date those women.
What?
Why don't
Wait, what? Wait, you got what?
I don't think it is as. I think it's still weird, and I don't think they should do it.
Whoa, no, back up.
What are the
It's not as, let me just, hang on.
What are the reasons?
Hang on.
What are the
it's
reasons?
not as problematic for women to be attracted to older men as it is for older men to be attracted to younger
Attraction
women.
is different than acting on it.
Acting on it.
Yes.
Why is it more problematic?
I'll say, okay, what are the reasons why women are attracted to older men?
For all sorts of reasons. We can go through the entire list, right? Because they want safety and security for their children.
Okay.
Big one. Safety and security for their children, which, by the way, most men inside the age bracket of 22, 23, 24 can't provide that. They can't provide it.
Then you should wait to get married later.
Well, what if you want to have a lot of children?
Then have a lot of children within that age bracket. Like, I don't know.
Then if you have a lot of kids within that age bracket with someone around your age, they're not going to be as secure. Yeah?
Then find someone who is secure, Andrew.
Well, what if you can't? What if the case is that do you think that most men at 24, like if a woman wants to have 6 kids and make sure they're all secure, do you think that there's like a huge market for 20-year-old men who want that?
20-year-old men who want that?
Yeah.
Probably not 20-year-olds, but
24.
24?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
No, there's not.
How?
That's such bull, because we can look at the polling data for men and see what they want at these ages, 22, 23, 24. They're still in like playing the field mode. They're still in college themselves.
Sure.
Right? They haven't even established a fucking career. They're not thinking about how do I support 6 children yet.
Okay.
Right? Doesn't that follow?
I don't think that therefore that justifies older men dating really young
but
girls.
what if it is the case that there's a subset of women, and there obviously is, that are attracted to older men, and one of the major reasons they're attracted to those older men is because they want security and safety for their children, and they know they have high access to resources through that man and security and protection. And men in their own age peer group cannot almost ever provide that.
Okay, why do men want to date younger women then?
Because they want also to have a vessel for which to reproduce many children. And the attractiveness level is high because of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're reducing women to vessels then?
No, I didn't. What did I say? I gave 2 criteria.
You said that men are attracted to younger women because they view
You
them
don't
as
date people
vessels.
you're not attracted to, right?
Of course.
So
I
if
think
their attraction level is really high to a younger woman, and that woman can provide a lot of kids, it seems like it seems really beneficial to me that in a society, if there are a subset of younger women who are attracted to older men, and there's older women who are attracted to those younger women, and those younger women can give them many children, and those men can take care of them, that seems super fucking beneficial to me, to society.
If you only care about having children and being physically attracted to the person you're married.
Both are physically attracted to each other.
No, but fine. But so the only things you care about in a marriage or something like that is whether you're physically attracted to the person and whether they can bear you children.
I think without the first component of attraction, there's no relationship anyway.
For sure.
Okay, so that's going to be the most important criteria is attraction. Absent attraction, there's no fucking relationship. You agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so both these people are attracted. So the major building block, which is their attraction, is there. Okay. The second criteria is safety, security for the woman, right? And perhaps she wants a sophisticated man, or she wants somebody who has more access to being able to take her on vacations, or be able to show her the world, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, and he has access to those things. Do men generally in her age bracket have those things?
Probably not.
Probably not. So how is this not a completely beneficial relationship to both?
Because I don't think this bears out like you are claiming that it does. I would like to look.
What do you mean?
I would like to look at how many 41-year-olds are marrying 18-year-olds and then how it works out.
Well, I would like to look at how many fucking 22-year-olds marry 22-year-olds and how often that works out.
Okay.
Guess what? It has like a 30 or 40% failure rate.
Okay.
So because it's like marrying in your own age bracket. The most comprehensive study that I looked at, which is in the UK, which really judged this by marriage, saw no additional failure in marriage rates. No additional failure.
Okay. Cool.
I can send you that study.
Okay, sounds good.
So what if that was the case? What would be your objection then?
What would be my objection?
Yeah.
I'm still saying that it is predatory.
How?
Because they are preying on people who are much younger than them.
That's not predatory. What is a predator to you?
Someone who is looking for someone who is much more vulnerable than they are.
Yeah, that's not what they're looking for.
Are you saying that 18-year-old women are largely not more vulnerable?
No.
Than
no, hang on.
41-year-olds?
What you just said was they're looking for that. That is not a provable case that these men are looking for their 22-year-old bride because she's more vulnerable. That is you making an assertion. What is the case, right, is that they both have a beneficial relationship when it comes to the resource allocation for one, the attractiveness level of both, and the childbearing, which is capable. Okay. Why is it that you make the assertion that they're specifically searching for vulnerable people?
Correct. Because do you think that man probably wants that woman to be submissive, follow his lead, do whatever he says?
No.
Pick up and move across the country if they say you want to go to Nevada?
Who are in those age gap relationships say the opposite. They say, I love the energy that she has. Right? That's kind of wonderful that she has this kind of like positive energy and a bit of like exuberance. And you know what the big key is? Not as much fucking baggage. They don't have as much baggage. So because they haven't fucked everybody on planet Earth, right? They haven't had these massive, promiscuous relationships and shit like this. They come into these relationships with less baggage. How does that make them more vulnerable?
Make them more vulnerable?
Yeah.
I already said.
It would actually make you more vulnerable if you had baggage.
How does it make you more vulnerable?
Oh, because then suddenly you have fucking kids which can be leveraged against you, perhaps. You have exes that have to be dealt with, perhaps. You have all sorts of negative associations with men that now this new man has to deal with.
Okay.
There's all sorts of vulnerability issues which arise from that.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on.
No, let's not move on. I want a refutation to this.
I'm not engaging with this
I'm not
anymore.
fucking engaging. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Then,
fine. Then just don't engage in the debate. I won't engage in the debate until we settle this.
We should talk about other things, right?
What if we do this? We have a bunch of chats to come through, get through, and then, Andrew, if you want to bring it up again, see if you'll bite. Let me get through.
I just don't know why you are so fucking terrified of this convo, dude.
I think it's pretty terrifying trying to justify 41-year-old.
I think it's terrified that if you have such a worldview like this, where you consider these adults to be fucking vulnerable, but can't make a single good argument for why, that terrifies fucking me.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. If you guys want to continue the conversation a bit,
I've had OnlyFans hookers who can make better justifications than you have for this, dude.
Really?
Yes.
Sounds good. I'm sure you would date
Andrew
them too.
Champion.
I would date OnlyFans hookers?
No,
you're the one who says you want lots of sexual experience for your woman so that she feels good about you. You would be the one who would date OnlyFans hookers, dude, not me. What do you mean?
Okay.
By the way, I'm happily married.
Okay.
Was my wife an OnlyFans hooker, bro?
No.
No. Just fucking dumb.
All right. If one request though, guys, just because we have a lot of chats that have come through.
All right.
Let me get through. There's like 15.
Yeah, I'll have a smoke while you get the chats through.
Do you want to stay for a few of them? Stay for like 5 and then take a break.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
You just had the smoke, Andrew.
I want another one.
This guy's chain smoking, man.
Have you ever seen me debate?
What do you
does
mean?
it look like? Just saying.
Nah,
just saying.
I'm just giving you a hard time. All right, we got D's Nates here.
D's Nates donated $100.
Thank you, D's Nates.
Imagine being with a woman who has experienced over 20 guys. Now you are her Build-A-Bear. Chad was great with sex. Brad was so rich. Steve read my mind. I'm not happy with our marriage.
Why are you
Nates.
doing this to me?
Appreciate
This is
it.
evil.
Great name. Okay.
Come on.
We have Red Fox coming in here. Thank you, D's. Sorry for the delay on that. I saw your super chat there. Thank you, Red Fox.
Red Fox donated $100. Andrew is prime form.
Sleep.
Is Oliver a cuck? You are so luckily Andrew is allowing you to make prescriptive statements with minimum challenge.
Okay, I just want to say we are 3 hours into this debate. There is 3 hours left to go. I have just poured the last of 4 beers that I have. I very rarely drink 4 beers on a stream, but I'm doing it today for you. Why am I doing it? Because fucking Alex sent me a $133 super chat that put me over a threshold. But once I finish this beer, which is a coconut porter, and hang on, let me test it. It's delicious. Coconut porters, man. Coconut stouts, coconut porters, awesome. I just want to say, I'm going to finish this beer because I was paid to via the super chat. But we have another super chat goal that we are trying to reach 420 by the end of me finishing this beer. And if we reach the super chat goal, then we will just watch the rest of the stream, okay? This is the big goal. If we reach 420, we will watch the rest of the fucking stream. If we do not reach 420, I will finish my beer, which I'm going to be nursing for a while. You guys have time to do this. I'm not going to drink this beer fast because I'm already drunk. So I'm going to nurse this beer and I'm going to be belligerent intermittently. And you might hear me slurring my words because I am drunk. But if you want to see the whole stream, you have to hit the super chat goal, and then we'll play the whole stream. And them's the rules, okay? These are the things I do for you guys on Fridays, and I want to be appreciated for it, is all I'm saying.
You have no epistemic grounding to be making odd claims.
And I'm not even attacking his epistemic grounding. Here, I'm literally, it's really funny.
I don't have any
liquor. I know
liquor.
why people want to avoid the ought claims so badly. I get that, right? But I have been super charitable and not been reducing things to these like kind of moral-rooted epistemic oughts.
Good, I'm glad we didn't go
Instead, I've been just looking for basic justifications for your worldview, just basic ones.
Mm-hmm.
And every time we dive into them, you lose every single point. And that's so bizarre to me why it is that you
can either have a consistent worldview that says that women shouldn't vote and that there's no problem with 40-year-olds dating 18-year-olds, I guess. Or you can maybe have a slightly inconsistent worldview, but don't think that those two things are things that we should allow.
Well, it's not just an inconsistent worldview, but you haven't even gotten into my worldview about women voting. You're just lying again. Okay. When did we debate about women voting? When have I given you a position?
Andrew, are you denying that you don't think women should vote?
I don't think most people should vote.
Okay.
Including most women. But I would not monolithically ever state.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that most men and most women should not vote.
You, John.
And guess who else agreed with me? Our founding fathers.
Oh, really?
Didn't they?
They also thought black people shouldn't vote too.
Yeah,
they thought they were 3/5 of a person.
But here's the thing.
Why are you appealing to them?
Do you think that if they didn't like X group, that they were wrong about everything? Do you like your First Amendment? Do you like your First Amendment? Because racists gave you your First Amendment, bro.
I didn't say that.
It's the
I didn't
same
say the
conflation.
founding. I didn't say. I didn't say the founding fathers were all wrong whatsoever at all. However, they did give us a document that was meant to be amended, meaning we don't just look to their original purposes and what they necessarily wanted to determine how we should go.
Yeah,
because
but there's there's some case use, right, for us making the good and credible claims that a lot of our founders were against racism, considering the fact that against slavery, because it was internationally abolished under their watch. It was only inside the United States that these were grandfathered slaves. Do you know what year international slavery was abolished in the United States?
International slavery?
Yeah, meaning they could no longer import Africans from Africa.
Sometime, definitely after 1619,
Thanks,
but sometime
Alex.
between
Appreciate
1619
Long
and
before the Civil War, right?
Okay, no, I don't.
So the thing is like we have good, credible evidence for what they wanted on that front. And the fact they even included a 3/5 clause, the fact they even included that showed that they were trying to, at least in comparison to the rest of the world, give some humanity.
Some humanity.
Yeah.
Treating people as 3/5 of a person.
In comparison to the rest of the world who utilized nothing but slavery, right? That would be a progressive doctrine, yeah? Wouldn't it?
Yeah, you killed 38 people, but you didn't kill the 39th. So I'm really happy.
Okay, here's the thing. If homosexuals in early United States were castrated rather than killed, isn't that a progressive doctrine for the time?
No, it's not progressive.
For the time?
No, but just slightly better.
So, wait, and that would be progress?
It's not progress. Things that are slightly better, they're still in the same category of thing.
They're still bad,
yes,
but it's still a progressive doctrine for its time.
Is it progress? No, it's just slightly better. But isn't slightly better progress? No. What would progress look like? Slightly better.
Time slot, right? No. Same thing. No, same thing when it comes to slavery.
No.
They were still very progressive for the time. Yes. Look at all the rest of the world.
Okay. Things that being better doesn't mean that it was progressive, because they.
What does progressive mean?
What does progressive mean? It means largely you want to change things to better the future.
Yo!
All right, we can do the next chat. We're clipping it. Clip it.
How?
Watch the performative.
No.
Watch him literally say it's not progressive. And then when I ask him why, give me the exact definition for why that was fucking progressive.
A lot of people for the 3/5 compromise did it because they didn't view black people as human beings.
That's why there was a compromise, which made it progressive.
Okay.
All right, I'll let some of the guys, we got a bunch of chats, so let's let some of the chats come through if you guys can give short commentary.
Blue.net donated $69.
Yo, what's up, Ogle? Thank you, man.
What if it's a very rich 18 years / old lady and a very poor 41 years / I man? How does this affect the power argument? 2. What age is okay for an 18 years / old to reproduce with if not 41? 38? 32? 25.5?
Can't give you a number. It's complicated. It's a threshold. I don't. Yeah.
Oliver, do you want to give a quick answer to what if it's a very rich 18-year-old lady and a very poor 41-year-old man?
So there's obviously various considerations to be had in terms of power dynamics. I'm not saying money is the only thing involved there. So I still think it would be not a good idea.
Okay. All right, we have Nevermind here. Ogle, thank you for your message. Thank you, Nevermind.
Nevermind donated $70.
Thank
Oliver, Rylds again. Your societal views are entirely based on your experience with hardship. Go, experience war, or real struggle and see if you have the same perspective on what is
That's
equal.
a good suggestion, actually.
Okay.
Quick response to that.
This is a very strange argument, because you're basically claiming that, when things get worse, there is inequality, or this idea that if this idea of this fallacy of relative privation, that like things can't.
That is not relative privation.
We can't want to improve society now because in a different state things would regress to a different time.
It's not relative privation, and here's why it's not. Okay. I'll explain it. Because you said that these are all of your views on this for today's debate are conditional.
Sure.
And so because every one of them is conditional, you're basing them around the intuition of other people. That's going to require experience, right? Hang on, is that going to require experience?
Sure. Well, I don't know how that has anything to do with that. If you deny...
Because it wouldn't be the fallacy of privation if you gave the criteria for conditionals. That's why. Learn philosophy, dude. No, you're fucking terrible at it.
If you want to deny the things that I've said here...
Hey, woman over there, grab me a beer, would you? Oh, did that make you mad?
No.
Can we get Oliver some water too?
Hot, actually, really hot.
All right. Here, I'm gonna
get my own.
Oh, you gonna get it yourself? You wouldn't want to put her out.
He's gonna get it
Oliver.
himself.
You don't want to put her out, would you?
It's Oliver. It's fine.
You're not going to contribute to my massive massage. Look at how upset she is, dude. You see how pissed she is that I said, "Hey, woman, grab me a beer." You're pretty upset, aren't you? Look at her. Look at how mad she is, bro. She is fucking seething right now.
Mad.
Oliver put his foot
That's
down.
what makes that beer taste so good.
I'm sure. Yeah.
But Oliver, was that in response to Andrew's beer comment that you were gonna get your own water, or just you just want?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it was like you were.
Yeah.
So you're making a statement.
Wow.
I'm not going to contribute to the fact that Andrew does that, portrays women as that is their proper role or something like that, because Andrew does think that.
Look you see how upset she is. Look at her.
I know.
Look at
That's
her.
fine.
She looks pretty bad.
Just for the record, I'm just gonna. I offer to get my husband coffee every morning. People might not know this. It's true. I offer to get my husband coffee every morning, and I like bringing him his coffee, and that's just the way it goes. It's not upsetting. It's endearing, okay?
Yeah. While she's smiling
Why
and laughing
why wouldn't we bring people things, Oliver?
her ass off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, it's almost like she's not confused with interpersonal dynamics the same way you are.
All right. Sounds good, Andrew.
And Andrew's bantering, a little bit. You know,
Interpersonal dynamics.
Anyways,
Let
let
it's
the
not
rest.
banter when you genuinely think that's what women should do.
Oh,
Do you
come
think that I
on.
have a history of mistreating women?
I have no idea. I don't.
Then
know
why
you.
would you make this kind of claim? Like, do you think that she was just mistreated?
Your other views.
Do you think she was just mistreated?
Mistreated?
Yeah.
I think there was. I think.
Well, I said woman, and very precisely told
Yes.
her to get me a beer. Was she mistreated?
I think so. I think you.
You think I was mistreating her?
I think you made. I think.
Should we
yeah,
ask her?
I think you
Ask
said
her.
something
Should we ask her?
misogynistic.
Ask
It's
her?
fine.
Yeah, maybe
I'm sure.
ask
Yes, I'm sure
her.
she says she doesn't feel mistreated, and that's fine. I'm not.
So
I'm not
you-
telling her how to feel.
Because you have goddess worship, bro. I
I'm not
told you
telling-
worship fucking
I'm not
women.
telling her how to feel, Andrew.
You worship women.
I don't worship women.
Even when they're not offended, you get offended
no,
for them.
I'm not. I'm
You're
not
offended on her
of
behalf.
I'm not.
You had to
offended
go
for
make
her.
an example and get up and get your own water.
Because I'm not going to contribute to that for myself.
Contribute to
okay?
what?
Handing her my water right after you said. You said, "Get me a beer, woman."
Yeah, what's her job?
I'm not gonna.
What's her job?
You can be respectful.
I thought that she was a
It's
strong,
literally her
powerful woman.
job.
Hey, Mary, would you mind getting me some water, please? Thank you so much. That would be different. No, I'm good now. But that's how I would say that.
Oh,
I
wow.
wouldn't involve saying,
Wow.
"Woman, get me a beer."
Yeah, I know. But do you
It's
you see the
gross.
difference in why she...
If I was working a job like that and a man said to me, like, hey, Karlyn, can you just bring me some water? That would be really, really nice. I would really appreciate that. In that fucking faggoty, effeminate voice, I would think this guy is a total fucking cuck. I want nothing to do with him. This is ridiculous. I would significantly rather be ordered to get someone a beer in a playful way than to be, can you please do this for me? Oh my god, I really appreciate it. It's like there's just something about it that is so deeply unattractive. And I say that as a woman that, like, I have more masculine energy than a lot of women, and still it's so deeply unattractive to me when men do that. It's like men being pussies is like the very last thing I want to deal with. There is nothing more aggravating for me to deal with than, like, just a really ridiculous feminine man. And I'm not talking about gay men. I love gay men. Gay men are fucking awesome. But, like, a really effeminate straight man, it's like there is something that is especially grating about that for me. That's all. Yeah, exactly. Just say, like, hey, while you're up, can you give me a what? Yes, of course. Come on.
she's laughing at the one because she understands interpersonal dynamics and why she thinks you're a fucking idiot.
That's fine.
Right? The reason is, right, is because you don't understand human interpersonal dynamics.
I understand that there's interpersonal dynamics,
No,
Andrew.
you don't.
Wait, are we on camera or are we off camera?
On camera.
Okay, so if this was off camera, then maybe you'd have a better point. But right now, what you are doing is
Do you
are
think that I would
portraying
say that off camera?
Yeah, probably.
Then you have no point.
You wouldn't say that off camera, but on camera?
I would say it on camera and off camera.
Okay.
Then you have no point.
But it becomes worse when it's on camera. That's what
Why?
I'm saying. Because you are perpetuating that type of rhetoric as if it is
Perpetuating
normal.
what? I think it is normal and fine.
That's why it's not a joke to you.
Yeah, it's not. It's fine.
Thank you.
What's wrong with it?
You think women's proper role is to serve men
I
drinks.
think her job is to serve
Her
men.
Why'd you
job
say
is to
Mary?
do
Why didn't
that.
you say Mary get me a beer? You said woman get me a beer.
I forgot her name. I'm old.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Look at her laughing. Look. Look. She's dying. She's literally dying laughing right now, bro. That's interpersonal dynamics. And you need to fucking learn them.
Okay.
Is it early?
Look at her. She looked like she was about to gag. She was laughing so hard. Bro.
Is it early onset dementia?
Yeah,
Andrew?
can't blame me. I'm too
Alzheimer's?
old.
It's the Alzheimer's.
So old,
It's
bro.
Alzheimer's.
You
Guys,
can't.
$69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. If you want to get it in, get one in. Streamlabs.com.
You know what they call that? The kids call it Riz.
Riz.
The
They
Riz.
do. They do call it
Rizzler.
Riz.
The charisma.
Oh my god.
Andrew's the Rizzler. Okay, guys, let me let some chats come through. All right, thank you, Ogle. Thank you.
Ogle_glue.net donated $69.
Ignore his part two, yeah.
Okay, ignore my part 2 question. Andrew got to it before the TTS went through.
Hey, what's up, by the way, Ogle? It's always nice to
Always
see you
good
over
to
here.
see Ogle. Ogle's a legend.
He gives me some shit, but I let it go.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy, and he's popped a couple champagne bottles.
What are we
too.
running live today, by the way?
What's that?
What are we running live today?
Running live?
Yeah, on numbers.
Oh, viewership.
Yeah.
We have almost 8,000 concurrent viewers, and I think we have about on YouTube, and we have just under 8,000, and we have about 1,000, I believe, on Twitch.
Plus several thousand from
and
the
then
Crucible, I'm sure.
there's a good amount. So we got over 10,000 total across different platforms. We have Chaw here.
It's good to see all you guys.
Chaw XD donated $69.
Thank you, Chaw. Appreciate
I
it.
presume Oliver is also against fresh out of high school
Yes.
women being given loans
I
to
think
go to college.
Hold on,
right?
predatory
Because
loans.
That seems more potentially damaging than marrying a 35-year-old man.
Absolutely. Student loans
Quick
are
thing on
super
this, if you
predatory.
can.
I am 100% on board with
You're
this.
against
They basically
No, you're not.
predatory
Listen,
lending. Absolutely.
You're lying
it
again
is.
through your teeth. So let me
Okay.
show you what he's doing. He says, no, I'm 100% against predatory student loans. No, he's against predatory loans for everybody. Whatever's predatory for the loan is what he's against. That's fair enough. But he's not specifically against loaning 18-year-olds money, are you?
I'm against it being predatory.
Yeah, again, are you against loaning 18-year-olds money?
Not, I know.
Of course.
How does that not follow from what I said?
Because the idea here is that at the same time you're trying to say they don't have enough requisite agency to make the determination as to what is predatory, you still make the claim that they can assert what is or is not predatory by saying still give them loans. How do they assess whether or not the loans are predatory or not? They don't have agency, bro.
I'm not saying they don't have agency.
So
I'm
why?
saying
So why?
because you
So
can
how are the
draw-
loans predatory?
Because you can draw particular lines as to what is and isn't predatory.
Well, what is
if I
predatory
loan
about a
someone,
student loan?
It's a ton of fucking money. I actually maybe think that you shouldn't be able to loan an 18-year-old like $50,000 right out of high school.
Because they don't have the requisite agency to make that decision?
Sure, probably.
Okay, so but to vote they can, including voting on policy, which would allow 18-year-olds to borrow $50,000.
Sure, Andrew.
Fucking genius level argument,
okay.
bro. Yeah.
People can vote against my interest, and I still think they should be able to vote, Andrew.
Yeah.
This is the thing. You're like, oh
I'm
my
not
God,
making the argument.
people could vote, and it could go against what you want, Oliver. Oh my God, did you know democracy can dissolve democracy?
my
I do.
God, this
I'm not
kid.
saying it can't.
Bro.
I'm saying those people should
This
still be able to
argument
vote on
doesn't
this.
track, though. Then why don't we have 17-year-olds vote?
You just know this kid like cries during sex. Like you just know, like it's like really not a good situation, like all around, and it's really annoying and it's awful. More predatory beer. I only have one more predatory beer to drink, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. We're making good progress, guys. Look at this. We have what, like $40 left? $40 left to get me to watch the whole fucking stream. I don't like this. I didn't expect you guys to hit this goal. I should have made it 1,000, but I didn't. And I'm a woman of my word. And if you hit the fucking goal, I'll watch the whole fucking stream and I'll sit here knitting the whole time and I'll be drunk. I don't know. Maybe it'll come out later, John. I'm working on my 4th beer. The Southern Belle may come out, John. Okay. She may come out. You'd never know. I feel like I'm forcing her right now. She doesn't want to come out yet, but I feel like I'm forcing her because you asked for it. But I don't feel like she's quite ready yet. Maybe a little later, John, okay?
They probably should.
16-year-olds?
I think that anyone, I mean, it's an interesting argument, but I'm sympathetic to the idea that anyone who has the ability to be in the voting booth should probably be able to vote.
That would be 10-year-olds.
Probably. What? So, Andrew, here we go. Now, granted,
I'm going to go have a smoke while I ponder about 10-year-olds voting.
Hold on. I'm gonna actually explain this.
It's 11 o'clock? How the fuck is it 11 o'clock? How have I been streaming for 6 hours? This sucks so bad.
I think it's an interesting argument, and I've seen some people make compelling points.
I'm going to be here all night.
Andrew, the same arguments as to why children should not be able to vote are the same arguments that people pose against women voting. Oh, they're just going to vote like their parents do. They're just going to vote like their husbands do. They don't have the requisite knowledge in order to make this information. Most people don't have the requisite knowledge and information to make stuff. So if kids...
You're actually making a compelling argument against most people voting.
If
you're making a better argument against most people voting than you are for children to be able to vote.
Okay, if we allow everyone to vote, then we should allow children to vote. If you're saying we shouldn't allow...
We don't allow everyone to vote.
I know,
Do we allow prisoners to vote?
No, but
should they be able to?
Yeah, I think
of course, and 10-year-olds. Yeah, so here's the idea here, right? This is what's so funny about this argument.
Yeah.
The reason why you thought this argument was good is because you talk to nothing but fucking leftists. And so you share a paradigm.
Oh, true.
Because you share the paradigm, you forgot about the criticism to the paradigm. The paradigm is, well, it's really hard for us within our worldview to justify why it is a 10-year-old shouldn't be able to vote because we start with the presupposition everybody should be able to vote. You start with that supposition already.
That's not the presupposition.
You already start with the idea that that's the only thing that holds this worldview up. What else holds it up?
That people who are affected by the policy that they're passing should be able to vote.
That would be everybody.
I think largely, yes.
Including 9-year-olds.
Sure.
So then the idea here is that because everybody should be able to vote, that includes children. But here's the interesting part. Then you come up against my paradigm. And I don't start with the supposition that everyone should be able to vote, even if everything...
He thinks everyone should be able to vote regardless of age. Is this kid fucking retarded? Yeah, I'm more and more on this train. Like, and I own property, coincidentally. Only property owners should be allowed to vote.
Thing affects them.
Equality is not the basis.
No, because that's stupid. It's actually functionally stupid. Do you want prisoners to be able to vote that they can give themselves guns in prison?
Give themselves guns in prison? Yeah, they can vote on that. They're going to get outvoted, Andrew. And there can still be, wait a second, there can still be protections in democracy that don't make it mob rule. That's fine. I'm not saying that we should give prisoners guns. I'm saying that,
but you want them to be able to vote on being able to give themselves guns.
I want them to be able to vote on that, but I think there can be overriding considerations. I think there can be overriding considerations, Andrew.
I thought they could be should be able to vote.
Oh, Andrew's white.
Look at the Bill of Rights.
Look at that.
We have something that is designed to counter the majoritarian practice of voting.
No, actually, at the local level, what is it? What is it?
At the ordinances and statutes.
No, ordinances and statutes. So, have you ever heard of the sannyasins?
Enlighten me, Andrew.
Okay, so the sannyasins took over. They were a cult. And they took over a small town. I don't remember. I think it was in Oregon. You can pull up where the sannyasins were. I don't remember where it was. But they took over the entire local town because what they did was they moved in. They bought land right next to it, thousands of acres. They were inside of that municipality. And so what they did was they went and voted themselves all of the positions of power inside of that town. And they ended up poisoning a lot of people in that town, right? They took over all the police stations, everything else. The problem that you have is the 10th Amendment. You forget about this, which is that powers which aren't delegated to the
reserved for the states.
They're reserved for the states. Localized municipalities within those states, in especially prison towns, the prisoners can actually outnumber everyone else in the town. So they could actually, by your view, if they were able to vote and have federal protections for voting, vote themselves fucking guns, and the state couldn't overrule it. They couldn't overrule it.
No, that's not the case.
It is the case.
Different. If states can make election law
Bro,
that's different from the federal government.
Can states make election laws which violate the federal Constitution?
No.
Because the 10th Amendment doesn't apply, right?
Well, the 10th
So
Amendment
if it is the case
10th
that there's an
Amendment
amendment,
but I'm saying it wouldn't
if it is
apply
the
to
case
them.
that the 10th Amendment says you can't abridge voting for anybody, which would be exactly what we would need for right for everybody to vote, right? Just like we had the 19th Amendment, just like we have the 19th
Why can't you make
Amendment.
a carve out for prisoners? What would be the argument for making a carve out for prisoners, but not for
Because
children?
you just said everyone should be able to vote and they'll always get outvoted, but that's actually not the case. If you made the amendment for all people to be able to vote, the states could not actually tell prisoners inside of counties where there's prisons where they outnumber everyone that they can't vote themselves guns, you doofus.
No, because state election law can be different. I'm not saying
No, it can't violate federal law.
I'm saying that the federal law would probably and should have provisions in it that ensure
that not everyone can vote.
Yes, Andrew.
Oh, why? You're a fucking genius. You mean exactly what I proposed, that not everyone can vote?
I think that prisoners should be able to vote in federal elections. Absolutely.
Why?
Because that type of policy directly affects them in a way that state
policy affects them.
Of course it affects them, but state policy has to do with more integral things like that, and they should not be able to vote themselves out of power or out of prison. I'm not saying.
Why not? They have the power to vote. Doesn't violate the federal Constitution. What's the problem here?
I think the problem is you're looking at the problem of people.
The problem
voting.
is you don't want those fucking people to vote.
No,
and you won't admit it because it's another inconsistency in your worldview. Just admit it.
No,
you don't want them to vote. Admit it.
I don't want them to vote at the local level.
You don't want them to vote, period, because they're dangerous to society, and you want to take dangerous people and abridge them from voting against you.
Okay.
Isn't that true?
No, Andrew, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
And your worldview just got exposed real bad there, too.
I'm sure. I was running a style of argument, Andrew. Okay.
It was a terrible style.
Okay, thank you.
What was the argument again? That everybody should be able to
the
vote?
argument that kids should be able to vote. I think a lot of the justifications for it kind of fail on the same basis, because I understand your worldview, Andrew. Because if you think women shouldn't vote and most people shouldn't be able to vote, then you do have a consistent position. Okay.
I'm going to there's a lot of chats to get through, so I'm going to let them come through while we have Oliver still here at the table. Andrew's just getting smoked.
X donated $69. My mom and stepfather are 18 years apart. She is in 40s, he's 60, he's been together 20. It works, lol, grow up, kid.
Quick response to this, Oliver.
Sure, I'm not saying it can't work for individual people 18 years apart. I do think that's, I would be curious, I've been together 20. Yeah, I'm not trying to make prescriptions for everyone, okay? I'm not trying to say that for every single person it's not going to work in a particular way. I'm saying that I think that like 41-year-olds who like exclusively seek out 18-year-olds, no, like seek out people who are at least closer to their age, at least out of college, at least have something that's not just high school in their experience. Being a child, all they know is being a child. If they're 18, they've just turned 18. Like this is such a, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's
yeah. If you guys want to get a message in, $69 TTS, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. We got a bunch coming through. Oliver Hater.
Oliver Hater donated $69.
You got a hater.
Oliver,
all right.
would you address the time that you allegedly exposed yourself without consent to a young woman, leading you to get cancelled on TikTok?
Oliver, just, are you wearing this? Just because of camera angles, are you wearing underpants?
I am wearing pants, yes.
Underpants.
I am wearing underpants.
Okay, just because the angle, because your leg, the camera might just, I didn't want like a crotch, a flash. Did you want to respond to the message?
I don't really need to give a full response to that.
Into the
I don't really need to give a full response to that. Teenagers do stupid things. I did nothing that was out of line for a teenager. You are right. There was an incident on TikTok, why I left TikTok for a while. And now I'm back because I think that people make mistakes as teenagers. I did not do anything that was out of the ordinary behavior in that sense.
Wow.
Thought this might get brought up, but I guess it did on here. So yeah.
Okay. We have Forge Whitetails coming through.
Forge Whitetails donated $69. Andrew, you're the goat, shout out. Oliver, you are a beta male that sounds like you were raised by a woman with no male presence in the household. Man, I'd like to come on this show, Ma.
Okay, Whitetails, appreciate the message. We have Loco Burrito coming in here. Whitetails, appreciate the message.
Thank you, Loco. Loco Burrito donated $69. Do you believe an 18-year-old should have the agency to start an account and do stuff on camera but shouldn't have the agency to date a 41-yom?
Quick response to this,
Sure,
if
I
you can.
give a response to that. Once again, I'm not saying agency in terms of they should like be prohibited from doing so. They can do it if they want. I just think it's a bad idea, and I think camera is different than real life. So
Okay, we have USM Crib, thank
User
you.
Crib
Big
donated
200, thank you so much, man. W's in the
Oliver
chat for
needs to
Crib.
put on his wig, lipstick and eyeshadow. Andrew is the best. Keep up the great work.
By the way, I did want to say, when I had my nails painted, they were painted black. I was dating a goth.
Were they
woman.
black? Did you paint them black?
She painted them black.
But they were black.
Black. Is that the most
thank
masculine?
God. Thank God. Well, I can at least from like a rock star view,
yeah,
I guess understand the black, but dude,
look,
but that's not the same thing as like, okay, honey, you can paint them, put sprinkles on them.
Yeah, no.
It's not that it's a threat to the masculinity.
This was mid 2000s. My Chemical Romance. You know, Helena. I'm not okay.
Look, it's still bad, but
was
it's
peak,
like,
look,
it's at least more understandable. I would say
it was kind of peak. You know, getting into the hipster era. Anyways, here, there's a bunch. Let me get them. Let me get them through. If you, Sahar Wizard,
donated $69. All of his objections apply to rich versus
all class,
poor.
yeah.
So a lawyer who marries a barista is a predator, even if in the same age group.
All right, Wizard, appreciate that message. Chef Dill Pickle's coming in.
Oh, yeah, what's up, by the way, Wizard? I haven't seen him in there for a while.
Thank you, Wizard. Appreciate it. We got a bunch. So if you guys do want to give responses, I just ask for responses are
Chef
quick.
Dill Pickles donated $100.
Thank you,
Man lies and identifies as woman and passes. Doesn't hold the belief. Do you expose them?
Good question. Yes.
Sure.
Oh, was this just for Andrew?
I don't know.
Okay. Man lies and identifies as woman, doesn't hold the belief. Okay.
I mean, he exposed him either way.
Thank you, Dill Pickles. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. We got Nevermind back again. Thank you. Thank you. We had, I think.
Nevermind donated $70. Nevermind. My grandfather fought in World War II, EU country.
Yep.
He married a much younger woman. She held the authority when it came to familial matters. They remained together until death. Age is not authority.
Which is really interesting because this would lean in very quickly to the utilitarian argument that he would make, which is that post-World War II, actually, it was somewhere around 2/3 of the young men of France between World War I and World War II were completely decimated. And so women married older men. That was who was available. And guess what? They had great lives. In fact, the tradition is in such a state of ongoingness in France that their very president did the same fucking thing, dude. It's a terrible argument.
All right, we have Ogle here. We got a lot, guys. I'm going to try to get them out as quick as possible.
Glue.net donated $69.
Ogle, thank you so much,
I think Oliver sells young women's intelligence and capabilities short. As a man at a certain position in life, I can guarantee you the women looking for older rich guys are themselves quite exploitative.
Right, which is really funny
Yes, so
because
true,
while he does the
actually,
goddess
so
worship
true.
thing, the woman worship thing, I'm the actual one in the room who sees women as ontologically being equal to men. I see them as being literally, by the state of being, the value of women being equal to men, whereas he elevates. That's what's so funny about it, ultimately.
All right, one shot, thank you.
One shot of 17 donated $69. Oliver, 18-year-olds can take on social responsibilities like getting sent abroad and getting their limbs blown off.
Yeah.
Also, Oliver, 18-year-olds shouldn't date people established in life. Muppet take.
Hold on. Ideally, the goal is that no one gets their arms blown off.
That's great.
And I'm against the draft. So yeah, probably we shouldn't be sending people to get their arms blown off.
Do you think that draft, right, they can still join the military at 18 either way?
Sure.
And still go get their limbs blown off?
Okay.
Okay. We have Christopher. Hey, Christopher, thank you, man.
Christopher Scott donated $69. I'm gonna help you out, Ollie. Just say you don't have a refutation for age gap relationships. It's okay to not have answer all the time.
I agree. I would have had more respect for that. But instead he said, I do have refutation. I just don't want to give them. That's bullshit.
I think at a certain point when someone's arguing that like that behavior is acceptable, there's no point in responding.
That doesn't, why?
Because
that makes no
if it's
sense.
harmful- I'm not doing
Yeah,
this
that makes no sense, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to respond to arguments because you don't believe in them?
I'm not going
I'm
to
not saying I don't believe in them.
Yes, you are.
I'm not going to concede to you that it's okay for a 41-year-old to date an 18-year-old.
But also refuse to give refutations.
I was giving refutations.
You
just
gave
because you
nothing.
don't like the refutations.
What was the
doesn't mean-
refutation? Give me
I
one.
already gave the refutation.
That it was exploitative, and then you immediately contradicted it.
I didn't. People are in different stages of life. People
Lord.
are.
Everyone's in different stages of life. Dude.
Correct, and there's some people who are more than others, and just because I can't draw
At the
a fine
same
line,
age. At the same age.
And they are if they are the same age, that lessens the likelihood that they are in vastly different stages of life with different experiences and things
No,
of that
actually, it
nature.
doesn't. Because of the amount of people who are similarly aged who date each other, the fucking pool is way larger for differential life experiences in comparison to the few people who have age gap relationships based around attraction, dude. You actually expand the pool.
Okay.
You expand the pool for exploitation and only hyper-focus on this because from the feminist purview, you want men to look like predators.
I don't want men to look like
then
predators.
what? Every argument you make seems to be that the man's being predatory here.
I think that if a man or a woman who's 41 is trying to date someone who's 18, that is predatory. It's not precluded on gender.
Yeah, except for some reason, I have a feeling that if we went down this road even more, I could very quickly expose that you would think it was worse when men did it than when women did it.
I think it is. Absolutely. And I'll admit that right now because men are stronger.
Exactly.
And men are stronger
It's
and men can exert
literal
their will.
misandrist view. It is
How?
not an equal view.
How? Because men and women aren't equally strong.
But they can equally exploit.
Men can more easily exploit.
No, men can't
Absolutely.
always more easily exploit, especially in age gap relationships. Especially in age gap relationships where women have a ton of resources and access to the slander. No, that is not the case that the 18-year-old's just going to strong arm her into submission, dude. That's ridiculous. Even if we were to take this exploitative route, that still makes no sense.
Okay.
Well, just a quick clarification for the audience, Oliver. So just your position here is that when it comes to age gap relationships, both are bad, but worse when men date younger women.
Yep.
Yes.
Just a clarification.
Correct. Largely. It doesn't mean, wait a second, it doesn't in every case. It doesn't mean in every case. There's going to be exceptions
nothing's
to that.
a monolith.
There's going to be, of course.
But
nothing is a
just
monolith.
just one point of clarification. Are age gaps between older women and younger men, are they totally in the clear for you, or they're bad but not as bad?
It
Younger
depends,
men
well, no, it depends on the age gap,
in
and also
general,
I don't like to rank things on badness. Neither of them should happen. Just don't.
By the way, I just want to point out that your issuance there on saying that strength is the big differential on the age gap thing for why it's worse for men than women, you would also have to make this case when it's the case that a male teacher sleeps with a female student who's underage versus a female sleeps with a male student. Wouldn't you have to concede that that's actually worse when it's a female or a male who sleeps with a female student?
No, these are children, Andrew.
These
are children.
No, they can 8 to 18. Let's say they're 18.
I mean, it's still power differentials, so it's someone abusing a position of authority.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
but
not
wouldn't it
gonna
be
rank
worse because the
badness
man's
of
stronger,
predatory.
right?
No, Andrew.
No? Well, then
No.
you contradict yourself again.
Oh my God!
It's the
Fine.
second time,
okay,
dude.
If you want the position to be it's equally wrong for men to date women who are 18,
But you don't
and
believe
it is-
that.
What I don't care about that belief because it doesn't.
You don't care
really
about the
matter.
belief that you believe?
No, because in either way it shouldn't happen.
Oh, okay, but
it shouldn't happen.
But still, when we get down to the dynamics, it seems like you worship women. Now you're backtracking on the belief that you don't really believe, but you believed 5 seconds ago. Isn't that interesting? How everything's always tailored towards the bashing of men. Every single time we get to the differentials, men bad, men bad, men bad.
Don't you agree that men are generally stronger than women?
Yes,
I'm
of
confused.
course, but that doesn't mean that I agree, especially in modernity, that when it comes to things like social, men are completely discouraged from even physically defending themselves from women. Discouraged from it. Women are not discouraged from slandering men. In fact, it's you go, girl. If they have a dating website where they're like, this guy is bad, he has a small dick, this and that, they have made slander websites and they're fucking encouraged to do it. Men aren't encouraged to beat women's brains in, dude. Anywhere in the West, they're not encouraged to do that.
Just for the record, I had a man that was absolutely encouraged to slander the ever-loving fuck out of me and tell people I was sexually harassing him and grooming him when he was in his late 20s and I had never even met him in person, but I was sexually harassing him and grooming him. because I made a joke here and there about sex, and I had a whole fucking mob of people that was absolutely encouraging him to slander me in that regard. So I'm just saying, this doesn't just happen to men. Like, the go-to thing that men say when they want to slander on the women on the internet is, she ain't trying to sleep with me. At least this is my experience. I'm like, I don't even try to sleep with people. I don't even meet people in person. And yet I've had more than one man say, she tried to do this, she tried to do that, she tried to do this other thing. And then they never present any evidence because it usually doesn't happen. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't think this is just about men or the poor victims of the world. I've had multiple men do this to me on the internet. Yeah, James Lindsay, for instance. James Lindsay, for years, went around telling people, Karlyn totally tried to fuck me and and it got so bad to the point where I literally showed people, there's a stream on this channel, people can find it, where I went through literally every single DM that I had ever had with James Lindsay over the course of 3 years to say, where the fuck was I even flirting with you, asshole? There was no flirting. There was no winky faces. There was no hearts. There was no innuendo. There was no invitation for drinks on the rare occasion that I was in the same place in person. Like, I was with James Lindsay in person 3 times in my life. Can you explain when the fuck did I try to fuck you? And when I finally did this and put that stream on the internet, James Lindsay was like, well, she never actually tried to do it, but that doesn't mean she didn't want to. And it's like, you know what? Men are just as bad about this stuff as women are. Especially when they're trying to slander women. Especially when they have feelings that woman might be smarter than them and better than them at a lot of things. She totally trying to fuck me. It's like, okay, when did I actually try to do that? Did that actually happen? Oh, yeah. Oh, he totally did that. He 100%. She didn't. Well, just because she didn't try to doesn't mean he slandered me behind my back for fucking years. And then when I finally was like, motherfucker, I never even so much as flirted with you. He's like, well, you may not have done anything, but that doesn't mean you didn't want to. And it's like, you know what? If I want to do something, I actually just do it. And I've had multiple men do this to me. And it's just like, you know what? Seriously, go fuck yourself.
Got, it looks like almost 10 chats. We're going to let them through. By the way, Ogle, I do see your specific message. I'm going to let these come through just so I can get them pulled up, and then I'll pull up your specific message. Ogle, we have Based Thor here.
Based Thor donated $69. It's predatory for older men to date younger women, but why don't we shame younger women for preying on older men for their resources then? Typical shame tactic trying to turn something legal predatory.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Who's that director who's dating? Who's dating a younger guy currently?
Well, just look at Ashton Kutcher. I mean, the list goes on and on.
$69. Oliver is not for feminism. Think from the women's side. If she's 18 and wanted to marry a 41, then you should be on her side. Oliver, stop being a hypocrite. You're just losing the debate.
Do you deny the hypocrisy allegations, or?
No, I don't. Wait, what? Then you should be on her side. Just because you believe in feminism doesn't mean you believe in every single woman's choice being the correct decision. It doesn't mean you just go rah rah women no matter what. So
sure. There's a bunch more coming in. We got Oliver's right.
Donated $69.
He has been right a lot.
I agree with Oliver that women are easily manipulated by predatory people. They also shouldn't be allowed to enter contracts where they can fall into debt by predatory institutes like college or credit.
Quick response
not
on this.
Specific to women as well, okay?
Of course not.
Okay, thank you, Oliver's right. We have Deez Nates again. Thank you, Deez Nates. Appreciate it.
Deez Nates donated $69.
Thank you.
What if we looked at 18-plus relationships on a case-by-case? I know more 20s have been beat by their 20s-year partner, not their 40-year partner. I won't draw a line at a specific age. I draw a line at 18.
Exactly. Two forms of, well, one's hypocrisy, the other's just a straight contradiction. I'm not going to. It's a threshold. I'm not going to draw a line in it, except 18 is the line that I draw. It's like it's just bullshit.
All right, we have Robert Tanner. Hey, good to see you, man. Thank you.
Robert Tanner donated $69. Hey, Andrew and Brian, good show tonight.
Thank you, thank you.
I am still confused on Oliver's definition of predatory.
I'm confused, Robert Tanner, why I haven't seen you send in $69 yet tonight, and you need to send in another $69 as a fucking apology.
Wow, that's what. Damn, Robert. Andrew's got the point there. All right, we got SIV. Whoa, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Zero donated $69.
Thank you.
Andrew, you're wasting time. This kid is arguing against age gaps because he is 21, and older men are his primary competition for women his age.
Exactly. Exactly.
40 years /show female feminists share his view.
Would you date a conservative woman? Just curious, like, you know.
What do you mean by conservative? Probably
like
not.
if she was just stacked, though. Like she was stacked.
Well, no, I wouldn't date someone who doesn't share my core values. So no, I would not.
But she's stacked.
No.
Okay, just check. Okay, a little banter. All right, a little banter.
Would you date a woman if she was submissive?
Like I already kind of answered this question in my last debate. Like all the time. Like she wanted to submit to my authority. No, I wouldn't.
What if she wanted to submit to it like 80% of the time?
No.
70?
And there's once again, Andrew, line drawing problem here.
Well, in this case, I'm not even going to hold you to it. I'm just curious.
I'm not
like if she was just mostly submissive, let's just say that.
I wouldn't want someone who's mostly submissive.
So you want a vexing fucking woman who gave you attitude?
There we go. And there's the dichotomy that he likes to draw. Having someone who is assertive, knows what they want, is intellectually stimulating, is smart, has goals, has hobbies, has achievements, is equivalent.
He is a cuck, is the problem. He wants to be dominated by a woman. This is the problem.
To Andrew of being someone who's constantly nagging you because he can't see the difference between women who are high achieving and those who apparently are nagging and completely terrible to be around.
There's no false dichotomy. Do you agree that you would never have any issues with nagging from a woman who is 100% submissive?
What?
Would you agree with me that it can't be a false dichotomy because if it is the case that you had a woman who was 100% submissive, you wouldn't have to worry about nagging?
I mean, presumably not. No.
Yeah. So then, if there was she nagged 1%, she was only 99% submissive, then it can't be a false dichotomy because this would mean what's the entailment here? Again, one more time, I'm just going to ask you: 100% submission means no nagging ever, right?
That's not the point I made.
Yeah, it is the point you're making.
I'm talking about: is it possible for a woman to be smart, career-driven, enjoy having many different varieties of hobbies, engaging in intellectual conversation, and not doing whatever you described at vexing, something like that? Is that possible?
Of course.
Okay, so then why did you characterize what I said I value in a woman as that?
Because what you're talking about is something which is trivially true, and I'm talking about something which is objectively true. So it's trivially true that you can make the threshold like you can have a woman who has all the girl boss things and also doesn't nag you that much. There's a little bit of nagging, maybe not that much. There's going to be some nagging, though. There's no way around that, right? Period. You agree, right? There's going to be at least some.
Well, it depends what you mean by nagging.
Well, whatever you think nagging is. There's going to be at least some.
I think there's likely going to be nagging in any type of relation, a little bit. I think there should always
Unless
be a
they're
little
100% submissive, right?
No, yeah. And correct.
Yes. Okay.
And
so then what you're saying, right? What I'm saying is objectively true. What you're saying is only trivially true. And I will agree with what's trivially true if you agree with what's objectively true.
Yeah, if a woman is 100% submissive, she probably would not be nagging.
Yes, perfect.
That. Fine, cool. I don't want a 100% submissive woman.
We've got some more chats to get through. Oh, wait.
TXVet19D donated $69. Andrew, my man, I commend you for your patience. Listening to Oliver has made me want to smash my own nuts with hammer just to feel something worse hearing his voice. You are Saint Andrew.
Oh, hang on. In Oliver's defense, right, like I've given him a lot of shit and we've been debating back and forth, but I do appreciate him coming out to the debate. Some of these debates can get brutal. We're ideologically completely distinct. But I actually do appreciate that. And I don't have any ill will towards the guy, ultimately. I do have an ill will towards his view.
Okay. All right. We got Red Fox here.
But it also makes me want to do the exact same thing.
Red Fox donated $69. Oliver, a coherent worldview is important because it ensures you're never caught in a debate unable to justify claims on dating gaps, bestiality, and incest beyond your preference. Not one step back.
Not one step back.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Quick response if you can.
Yeah, 100%. Quick response. If someone thinks that large dating gaps.
Breaking news. Hang on. This is not relevant to this debate at all. I just have to show it to you guys. Breaking news. James is very upset with Brett Weinstein. And we have to go into the replies, and you're going to see this. So Brett Weinstein tweeted out support for Glenn Greenwald. And he said, given the seriousness of the attacks on Glenn Greenwald, it seems like we should be paying especially close attention to his reporting in the upcoming days and months. Something powerful clearly wants us distracted from it, which I actually think is a pretty great point from Brett Weinstein. We should 100% be paying close attention to what Glenn Greenwald says over the coming weeks. James Lindsay responds, making it literally all about him. You want to tell me James Lindsay isn't a narcissist? James Lindsay inserts himself in a conversation that is about Glenn Greenwald having a sex tape released, and he proceeds to make it all about him. And he says, given the seriousness of the attacks on James Lindsay, it seems like we should be paying especially close attention to his analysis in the upcoming days and months. Something powerful clearly wants us distracted from it, but oh, I'm not useful somehow. James is so desperate. Oh, you hate to see it. All right, well, let's get back to the debate. You guys still have $20 more in super chats if you want me to watch this whole debate. I'm still working on this beer. Yeah, James is like, but what about me? It's like, oh my God, James, let it go, bro. Let it go. Yeah, it's all right. Let's keep going.
Bestiality, what were the other
Bestiality.
ones? Are good things, then yeah, you'll disagree with me, and I'm not going to contest you on that. I'm not trying to argue with that there. Okay, I'm not trying to debate whether bestiality is okay. So like, that's fine. If you disagree with me on that, then you disagree. Fine. You won't accept my worldview. Or you won't accept
but a
what
lot
I've
of
been
these were
presenting.
direct.
That's fine.
Were direct to feminist ideologies and feminist positions, and you wanted to backtrack and kind of run away from those as well. And that is actually what you were supposed to be here defending.
I was defending this version of feminism. And you were caricaturizing.
Hang on, I didn't see this. James also, breaking news, James also retweeted Brett Weinstein and said, every conservative hypocrite can 100% miss me with this. He is having so many fucking feelings about Glenn Greenwald being defended. Hey, James, when you went around and smeared me for 2 years to try to destroy my credibility when I was literally spending all my time undercover with the fucking left, I don't feel sorry for you, bro. I don't feel sorry for you in any way, shape, or form. This asshole tried to annihilate my fucking credibility by running around telling everyone I was trying to sleep with him when I wasn't, and there's never been any proof of this or any incident shared in which I actually did anything. And now he was like, no one likes me and everyone is wrong and it sucks that everyone hates me. It's like, you know what, bro? Go fuck yourself. Karma's a bitch. Learn how to build an independent platform. That is the lot that you now have in life. All right, back to this, I promise.
a version of feminism that I didn't articulate. You're stronger families.
It doesn't matter
healthier
what
families.
you articulate. We have different views on what feminism even is.
Okay.
And when we get to points we do agree, at least are feminist points, you decided that you were going to run from one. And you know why you did it? To virtue signal. You literally only did it. And I wish, like in this case, can you just admit you literally ran from that argument only because you wanted to virtue signal and say, I will not dignify this with a conversation. That was actually what the goal was, isn't it?
It's not about dignifying it with a conversation. This conversation wasn't going to go anywhere, Andrew.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
And it did.
No.
We got to get a lot of your view on how it is that you unequally hold standards to men versus women like a typical feminist. It was able to expose a lot of that worldview.
Okay.
You didn't want to get into it because of a form of virtue signaling. Same reason you got up to get a cup of water. What did you do that for?
I got it up to get the cup of water because I don't want to hand my cup to someone who you just designated. I understand it was a joke, but it's not a joke in your
virtue signaling.
It's not virtue signaling.
Yeah.
How is it not?
Because
Yes,
it's
it
something that I
is.
believe in. I don't believe.
Listen,
I don't
do you believe that I had any ill intention towards that woman?
Actively, probably not.
No, you don't believe that for a second, and you knew she wasn't in any distress.
1 second.
You
Actively,
wanted to, any leftist who watches
actively,
this, virtue signal to them and say, listen, look at what I did, which was righteous.
No,
it's fucking bullshit.
No,
People see right through it.
No, you said, and your a lot of
They
your
see
beliefs,
right through it,
a
dude.
lot of your beliefs do view women as less than men.
Which one?
Absolutely.
No,
do you
your
think
beliefs.
do you think most men should vote?
No. This little feminist kid views women as less than men. I'm sorry. I don't have any issue with what Andrew Wilson has done or said in this entire show. This is the person that wants to fucking oppress me. This is the person that thinks I can't think for myself. This is the person that thinks I couldn't have consensual sex with an older man in college when I really fucking wanted to. This is the person that wants to tell me what to do.
Do you think most women should vote?
No.
No, not at all?
No.
Most
Okay,
people
do you think
shouldn't
women
vote.
should be able to have the same opportunities to work outside of the home?
Opportunity, but not encouragement.
But so women shouldn't be encouraged to work, but men should be encouraged to work.
Men should be encouraged to defend. So men should be encouraged towards certain roles and women towards certain roles, which are good for society.
Okay.
This is actually putting equal amounts of duties, just different duties on both.
And I think those prescriptions box women into this box of what it means to be a woman. And
Well,
I think
good.
So
the thing is, good.
That's the problem.
If it is the case that we box people into social roles, which are really good for society, that's fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, again, you didn't respond to this, and I want your response to this. How was that not a virtue signal? Look in the camera and tell them why that wasn't virtue signaling.
Can you please tell me what you mean by virtue signaling? Because virtue
So
signaling.
here's what you
virtue
did.
signaling means like
You
insincerity,
only-
right?
Yeah,
It
was insincere. You knew that there was no distress. Nobody was distressed, right? What happened was I cracked a joke. She obviously got it. You obviously got it. He got it. Everyone got it, which was dunking on my perceived misogyny. That was the joke, and you fucking know that was the joke. In order to signal to your leftist buddies who might be watching this later that you're really on the woman's side, you decided, I will not dignify this by having her get my cup of water. You got up and
I don't
got it
want to be
yourself.
associated with what you said, Andrew.
How's that not virtue signaling? It's exactly virtue signaling.
If you want to use virtue signaling in that sense, you're using it as a form of insincerity, and I'm not being insincere.
It is insincere.
It's not insincere.
Of course
How?
it is. If she had come over and just grabbed your water and went and filled it up, would you have let her?
Yes.
Why?
Because you didn't associate it with, hey, get me a beer, woman.
So you decided that you wanted to show a contrast between something you didn't believe, where you just said you believed that was a joke, and now suddenly, though, you didn't want to be associated with it. It's pure insincerity.
People can tell jokes that are bad, that reinforce bad things that I don't want to be associated
Nothing
with.
was reinforced as being bad because you didn't believe it. That's what makes it insincere.
Well, most of your audience does believe it.
You don't believe it. That's what makes it insincere. You, Oliver, didn't believe anything other than that was a joke. That's what makes it a virtue signal.
Okay.
How is that not the case? Isn't that insincere?
No, it's not insincere.
Oh, okay.
Here, we got chats coming. Let's try to get through the chats. We got Josh Brooks here.
Josh Brooks donated $69.
Thank you, Josh.
I was busy cutting down a tree. What did I miss? Is he like the guy yesterday where he will argue a side but then say he doesn't mind if that argument is conceded due to some nonsense factors?
I got a question for Josh, just real quick. Josh, when you cut down your tree, when you make your initial notch, well, not your initial, but your final cutting notch before you saw all the way through, do you cut your notch bottom up or top down? I gotta know. I gotta know.
And he has a follow-up here,
Josh
not
Brooks
to your question,
donated
but
$69.
thank you, Josh.
Watching the back and
Appreciate it.
forth for the past half hour has answered my previous question. Thanks for being here for another banger debate, Andrew. Brian and Andrew look slimmer.
I have been losing weight, and
Thank you,
it
Josh.
shows. It does
Appreciate
show.
it. We have Wizard coming, then we have Hey You, then we have I Love Gothic Women. Okay. Thank you, Wizard.
_Wizard donated
Appreciate it.
$69. Andrew presents his views regardless of how it may get clipped. You should not be so scared to express your view too. It's funny, I like you. Please fill this survey so I see which stage of life.
Yeah,
All right, thank you, Wizard. Appreciate
Very
it.
good characterization.
We got some more coming through here, guys. Hey You, thank you.
Hey,
Appreciate
you donated $69.
If you guys want to get one in,
College itself is
streamlabs.com/whatever.
the predatory practice, in league with the lenders, but I bet Oliver thinks women should go to college to get a
shit.
useless degree, where they can be indoctrinated with feminist lies.
Quick response if you'd like on this. Go ahead, Oliver.
I have no response to that.
Okay.
No.
Excuse me, not my wife. Can you grab me a beer?
Is that number 3 or number 4? That's number 4, right? This is number 4.
Yeah.
All right, we have...
I appreciate it.
this didn't come up. Here it is. I Love Gothic Women. Thank
Hilla
you.
V. Gothic Women donated $69. Andrew and Brian, great FN show, guys!
Appreciate
Exclamation mark. Oliver,
Thank
go
you.
touch some grass, girl. Andrew, you are completely destroying this kid. Oliver, go take some testosterone supplements. Andrew, great, peace out.
We
Thank you.
actually tested Oliver's testosterone. We made him do a blood test before the show.
Oh, no.
He's actually really high T.
No, he's not.
But come on, Oliver. I was gassing you up.
He was like setting that up for you, bro.
I was giving you.
You could literally have just dunked.
Wow.
Right there.
No, because it's
No, look, we administer blood tests before the show. Oliver, his testosterone blood level or whatever it is, very high.
What I lack in testosterone, I make up for in bitterness.
All right, we have Giovanni here.
Giovanni JD donated $69.
I was
3 hours
defending
of
you,
Andrew
Oliver.
trying to teach Oliver
was
what a
defending
line
you.
drawing problem is, and why the line is irrelevant and the moral justification is what matters.
Thank you. Wait, what? And why the line?
Yeah, he's asking what's a completely straight line.
I see. Got it. We have Marine Baby 9. Thank you so much, Marine.
By the way, Giovanni's awesome.
Marine Baby 9
he was here
donated
yesterday.
$69.
He was kind of talking shit to you,
Leftist
though.
rhetoric GDP good, babies bad. Also, Oliver certified pre-cucked.
Yep.
Okay. Leftist rhetoric, GDP good, babies. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Thank you for that, Marine Baby. We have Oliver Hater back. He's said the same one.
Oliver Hater donated $69.
You want me to skip this one? Sure.
Oliver, would you address the time that you allegedly exposed yourself without consent to a young woman leading you to get
You
cancelled
should
on
just
TikTok?
address it, though. Maybe
Yeah, we're
you
not
should
gonna.
just
Sorry.
address it.
I'm not here for like a little bit of like you're a doofus or things like that. I think that's fine in rhetoric for debate, but I'm not interested in trying to dive into this guy's personal life.
Oliver, would you like a refill on water?
Look at Andrew being
Can you drop it off?
diplomatic.
Brooks donated
Just put it in the corner over there.
$69.
Thank you, Mary.
The final notch has to come from the top
Thank you,
down while
Mary.
holding tension with the rope in the fall direction.
amazing,
that
Mary.
way the chain doesn't get stuck from the bottom up.
Thanks for
Weight
the
is a mother
water.
effer.
Yo, Josh Brooks, thank you so much, man. We have.
I've seen it. Well, I swear I've seen people cut that notch from the bottom up.
Nice.
Like I'm almost sure of it. I mean, you're probably right. I don't know. You know, I've cut down some trees, and I always do it from the top down. But
got Glocktavius here. This is for
Glocktavius
I think
donated
Oliver.
$69. Should a woman's past not matter / does body count matter?
Into the mic if you can.
It can matter to particular people. Like I don't really have a problem if someone's like, yeah, like sex is really meaningful to me. You know, I view it as something that's, you know, deeply connective between two people, and I want someone who shares that view of it, and they want to engage in that type of thing. So.
Glocktavius
like he
donated
added a clarification.
$69. 3. Should a woman's past not matter / does body count matter? Would you date a woman with 100 plus / 1,000 plus bodies?
I mean, so I think that person would likely have interests in things that divulged so much of me and who I am that probably not. But I don't think.
But it's not because of that.
Well, I mean, it could be because they chose to spend more time doing that instead of other things.
What if they held all the interests that you hold, but one of their hobbies was to fuck a lot of men?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
You would date them?
I would not close myself off to the fact just because of that. Now, obviously, that's
so you would date them?
I would be open to dating them, but
it wouldn't be a disqualifier.
It would not be a disqualifier.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right. He's just sent in a bunch.
Octavius donated $69. Is it straight to date a transgender woman? Would you date a transgender woman?
I'm not commenting.
Would you? I wouldn't. Would you?
I would not.
Do you want to comment on the first question?
I would say that it's gay if you suck a man or a woman's dick.
Okay. Cool.
Would you?
I have no opinion on that
Just
matter.
yes or no?
I have no opinion on that matter.
You don't have an opinion?
I'm not going to tell someone.
Do you ever have
if it
any
is-
opinions, bro?
I do. I've expressed a lot of my
Then
opinions.
it's not if you say, well, I'm not going to.
I don't really care what it's called because I think it doesn't become more legitimate or less legitimate whether it's straight or gay. So when you're trying
Is
to
it
box me into a
homosexual
corner,
or heterosexual?
so the word homosexual
Really?
has been used differently. Usually, you're correct.
No, it's not.
No.
It's never been
Alex,
used
it
differently.
was
It
a
always means the same
dollar.
thing. Same-sex sex.
Okay, cool.
Right? When does it ever actually?
Fuck
Like
you.
now, I'm curious. When
Fuck you. Fuck you. Are you about to... Oh, here we go. I know. I appreciate you, Alex. Thank you.
has it ever been used
well,
differently?
I'm explaining to you what people use it for now.
They use it right now to express same-sex sex.
Sometimes people now, if a trans man is dating a cis man, then they would consider that a gay relationship. It doesn't matter if it fits the definition of homosexual. I don't care. I don't really care how people choose to live their lives. I'm not going to tell them, well, technically, it's not
fair.
this. Like, I don't, it just doesn't pertain to me.
We got Texas vet Andrew. Thank you for your patience with this. That's what he said.
Beer makes
don't shoot
it
the
better.
messenger.
Look, beer makes it easier. That's why I brought some beer in this morning or this afternoon.
I don't know how you keep your cool, bro. I would be catching
better.
charges right now if I tried talking to this guy.
Beer
Well, hey,
makes
let's not.
everything
I don't
better,
think he's
true.
listen, like he's young. You know, in 10 years, he might be
You
just
asshole.
like me.
You
He might be
asshole.
just like me.
You
I'm not thinking
fucking
like right
asshole.
now.
Oliver says he hopes not. All right, thank you for that, vet. Robert Gardner, how often does Oliver put on his lipstick eyeshadow?
Fuck you. Fuck all. You're gonna make me count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 750. Trendlin. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Oh, I'm gonna be here all night. I don't even have any more beer after this. We still have $10 to go, bitches. All right.
High heels. I imagine at
I can
least
drink
once
this
a week.
beer before we get this $10.
FOS, he, she is. Okay. All right. We have Daniel Stein. Thank you, Robert, for that previous message. Daniel Stein, Australian 69, somehow bending over for woman is for women.
No, we can't read it, bro.
Oh, should I?
No.
And he's
if you,
Australian.
dude, if you bring in the women without using the plural, right? It's just done. We're not reading it.
It's even worse that it's in text form.
Yeah, we're not.
Like,
hey, that's the thing. Like that's what
Thank
makes
you,
it so that we
mass
just can't read it.
genocide.
let's not
No
screw
way.
him over, though.
No. He screwed himself over. Sorry, Daniel. Send it back in with women. I'm making the executive call here. I'll give Brian the $69.
Oh, here we go. Here we
No
go.
way.
I'm sorry, Daniel's
Here
Andrew
we
Australian,
go.
which
Here
Andrew
we
has some
go.
gripes
Here
with
we
the
go. Fuck
Aussies,
you.
so I got to defer to him on this one. We have Rachel Wilson.
Fuck you.
Imagine Oliver's outrage if he knew I serve Andrew all his, this is his, Andrew.
All right, we're watching the rest of the fucking stream. Fuck you, Alex. I hate you. You're a horrible person. You're banished from the community. No, that's a lie. Alex is awesome. I can't be upset. Actually, I think I'm at 121. Report not 100 to 421. So close. So close. Fuck you guys. I fucking hate you all. Fuck you. Yeah, okay, fine. 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 We still have 2 fucking hours. Are you kidding me? I thought I was going to be able to do work tonight. No, there will be no work. No. All right, let's listen to what Rachel had to say.
Imagine Oliver's outrage if he knew I serve Andrew this is Andrew's wife, by the way, all his meals and drinks, submit to his authority, and love him dearly.
It's terrible.
Glad you all are happy. You know, I'm
pretty happy.
Okay, good.
She's pretty awesome, I must admit.
Good.
You know what I do with her? You know what I do though? When she sells her, it's like she just got her book put on Kindle form, which she's been fighting for forever, right? By the way, it's Occult Feminism. All of you go buy it. And here's why. Because and this is no bullshit. I promise you this is true. When my wife gets her book royalties monthly, I take all of them and go spend it on guns. And even if she wants to prioritize it for something else, I just do it as like a petty form of revenge. Because I spent all those years taking good care of everybody. I just want to rub it in her face. Like, I'm just taking this from you. Because I think it's funny, Oliver. Yeah.
Okay, here, a couple more chats.
His wife understands he's joking, by the
Lucy
way.
donated $69.
Even if he's
Hey,
not.
Brian, I vowed to my husband he had the biggest smile on his face. Oliver, you have to hold women accountable for their actions or else they will walk all over you.
True.
I don't think that I'm not holding women accountable for their actions. If a woman lies to me, if a woman is deceptive, if a woman doesn't, do what we agree upon or walks back on arrangements that is unfair, then obviously, yeah, I would hold her to that.
Thank you, God.
Oliver is the kind of man that wakes up early to make breakfast for his girlfriend's boyfriend.
True.
By the way,
So
if you guys want to get a message in, streamlabs.com/whatever, $69 TTS. We have a few more, then we're going to get right back into it. Ogle, we're going to get to you in just a moment. Sorry for the delay here.
There's more to get back into?
Yeah, a little bit.
Red Pill Ranger donated $69.
Thank you, Red Pill Ranger.
When women are younger, they have all the leverage. As men get older and build themselves up, the roles reverse. This is what women are really mad at. Let's be real, women are the bigger predators.
Wow. Okay, Red Pill Ranger.
Gayla.
Do you have a quick response to that, Oliver? Or
Thanks,
no?
Gayla.
No, okay.
I appreciate
All right, we
it.
have Glocktavius here.
Glocktavius donated $69.
Thank you, Glocktavius.
Oliver, you are a misandry apologist. Why do you defend and hand-wave away misandrist statements by women like men are trash or kill all men?
I discussed this on the previous debate podcast episode. I don't need to rehash all of that again.
Well, I think it would be fair to did it?
We did with Jim Bob. Remember, we were talking about all that
briefly at the end,
it's
but
a lot.
this is
You're on the 7th
debate.
Chad.
Do you want to touch on it?
I hope you're drinking.
I mean,
good
Andrew,
beer.
if you want to inquire.
I mean, I've already asked this previously, but I'll ask it again. Why is it that it's misogynist when...
I don't think I've ever actually had all 4 of my craft beers on the same stream. And by the way, I do actually have a little mini fridge under my desk, and I do actually have more beer in the mini fridge. And so it is conceivable that I might drink even more. But I'm going to run to the little socialist room right now. I'm going to let this play a little bit. All right, enjoy.
Men say things like, oh, I don't know, go get me a beer, woman, versus like kill all men.
Okay.
Is that misandry?
I believe it could be a type of misandry. However, I don't think they are on the same equivalent level because men are not killing women and they don't hate all men. So
women do kill men. Yeah, they do.
At the rates that men kill women. Are these women?
Oh, well, this is interesting.
Are these women who are saying this largely?
First of all, with the requisite shouldn't be whether or not they kill them. That's like the
kill
ultimate.
all men. Well, kill all. If they're saying kill all men, they're not killing them.
Yeah,
if
but,
they say
but
they
women,
hate all
women
men,
do actually kill men at much higher rates than are reported. Usually, they do it through the medical field, right? Like most women who are like psychopathic serial killers and whatnot. Mm-hmm. What positions do you think they're in?
I don't know, dude.
What do you think? Do you think they're in caregiver positions?
Sure.
Oftentimes, yes. But when it comes to like killing men, also psycho stalker women have killed men many times.
Okay.
I can give you many famous cases of this.
Sure. Yep.
But also, when we're talking about impact, even if it's not them killing them, it promotes inside of society this general feeling that men can be devalued. That's still really bad, even if they don't have the power to enact death on men, isn't it?
I think that when women say these things, they're not expressing that they hate all men. They hate the experiences that they've had with some men.
So then wouldn't that be the case with like white and black people?
I mean, we've gotten to this before. No.
Why?
Because is there a systemic issue of violence from black people against white people?
Oh, wait a second. When it comes to violence between men and women, just to make sure I get this right, you're making the case that because you think men perpetuate the majority of violence towards women.
Correct.
That women collectively, if they have the experience to try to devalue men based on that, that's acceptable.
Devalue is different than expressing their disdain for the way that they've been treated in imperfect language.
Then isn't it the case that blacks perpetuate far more violence towards whites than whites towards blacks?
Okay.
Hey, Oliver, isn't that the truth, Oliver? Isn't it?
If we're looking at interracial, let me explain it. If we're looking at interracial instead of intraracial, you are correct. There is a disparity. However, who are you more likely to be killed by in terms of race? Most likely.
Blacks, per capita.
Someone of your own race. This is factually the case.
Okay.
85% of white people are killed by other white people. 90% of black people are killed by other black people.
What race is more likely per capita to kill you?
You, me and you, white. Because we're not black, so we don't live in those, largely live in those neighborhoods.
Hang on.
It's proximity crime. A lot of this is proximity crime, Andrew.
Hang on.
A lot of this is proximity crime.
If it is the case, though, that when white people collectively...
Wait, did Alex send me more money? All right, fine. I can't be mad at you. Fine. Fuck you. Fuck you with love, Alex. Fuck you. Thank you, everyone who made the dream come alive for tonight. We are streaming all night long, apparently. There's going to be... Do you guys remember back in 2021 when there were like legitimate articles written about me on the internet? Do you guys remember? Has anyone been around long enough to remember this? Where when they tried to do hit pieces on me on the internet, this actually happened. They were like, Karlyn is streaming all fucking night. Do you guys remember? Does anyone actually remember this? When like the fucking conservatives wanted to do a hit piece on me or something, they'd be like, and she's streaming all the fucking time. She cannot be trusted. She's streaming on the internet at night. It's like, all right, well, yeah, that actually happened. John remembers that. Yeah, that was their big complaint. That bitch is streaming until all hours of the night. All right, okay, let's keep going.
Deal with black people, and they're getting mostly violent responses.
What do you
mean? The data shows that they are getting violent. Women. Wait a second. Women don't mostly get violent responses from men.
Women overwhelmingly do.
Mostly violent responses from men?
Hold on. A lot of women. Do you think? Hold on. I'm curious. Do you think?
No. I need this answered.
No.
Do women mostly get violent responses from men or not?
Not all men. No.
No. From just generally.
No.
Do women generally get violent responses from men?
They have the experience of it. Yes.
So just so we're clear, Oliver says women generally get violent responses from men.
Probably not most of the time. I'm not claiming.
So then they don't. So then women don't generally get violent responses from men. No. We're clarifying it now. I want it clarified. Do women? Do they or do they not generally get violent responses from men?
Every day.
Oliver.
Just ever.
Are we talking about catcalling? Are we talking about harassment? Are we talking about
any
assaults?
criteria you want? Whatever criteria you decide on, do they generally get violent responses from men?
So, probably not violent, no.
Okay. Why didn't you fucking answer? So is it the case then that if it is the case when it comes to, white versus black crime, for instance, or murder interracially between the two?
Who's perpetuating it, though?
Let me just hang on. Stop. Isn't it the case that it's also true that generally whites aren't getting they're not being responded to by violence by black people, right?
Correct. Let me explain.
It's the same shit,
hold on.
bro.
Okay, Andrew. Do you think a majority of white people, like if you were to ask white people, have a negative, violent, or harassment encounter that they can explain at the hands of a black person? A majority of white people?
If they interact with black people?
If they do, just in general, do you think that they have a negative experience? Most white people, if you were to ask them, is it like a pervasive issue that you think if you asked most white people in society,
if they're
they can
around,
be like,
if they're around black people a lot, I think that a lot of them would say that, yes.
Okay. And who do you think they mostly have bad experiences with? Black men or black women? Largely. If we're talking about crime, if we're talking about violence.
Yeah, both.
Okay. Who overwhelmingly, though?
I don't even think overwhelming. I think it would be probably maybe 70-30.
Okay. I don't know the statistics on that.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I would say, so my point in all of this, and look, I feel like we're getting so
we're not.
far away from
this
it.
is just
Here
consistency.
We go. No, so if we're talking specifically about this whole man, whether you should fear men, it's still men. You know what I mean? Even if you try to change it to a racial demographic, it's still the men who are doing most of the harm.
I see. So
it's a man problem, not a race problem.
Okay. Hang on. Let's back up, though.
Okay.
Do you agree that you're a gender abolitionist?
No.
You're not.
I'm not a gender abolitionist.
Okay.
I still think there can be men and women.
When we're talking about group,
Andrew knows about gender abolition. Who would have ever thought Andrew Wilson knows about gender abolition? What does Andrew Wilson think gender abolition means? Yeah. What kind of beer am I drinking? I'm currently, mass genocide, drinking a coconut porter, and it is delicious. Although I can't really taste the coconut, and I wish I could taste it a little bit more, but it's still pretty good.
groups, though, you would agree that we are talking broadly in groups when we say men versus women.
Sure.
That's group identity.
Fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay.
And racially, also, we're talking about group identity?
Yes.
Okay,
true.
so if we're talking about group identity, why is it okay for us to make classifications on group identity between men and women, but not via race?
Because it's not black women who are doing the harm. It's still men.
No.
The common denominator is still men.
So do you think that like white women, for instance, right, would experience greater amounts of harm from black women than they would from white women if they categorize the experiences between both?
Yeah, I do.
No, I don't know the data.
I do
don't know.
actually.
Probably not.
100%.
No.
100%.
So if they're around lots of black women,
what the fuck?
and lots of white women,
Oh,
do
it's
you
back.
think they
We're back.
report more negative experiences from black women or white women?
They might,
Black
but that
women?
doesn't
Well,
necessarily
then it
say.
would actually be a
hold on.
racial thing,
No,
wouldn't
I don't-
it?
I
That
don't
would be
know,
a racial
Andrew.
thing, then,
You're
wouldn't
asking
it?
questions that neither of us know
Bro,
the answer to.
I do know the.
One in the chat if you think that white women would have more negative experiences with black women. 2 in the chat if you think that white women would have more negative experiences with white women. I'm honestly curious. What would you guys say? 1 in the chat is that white women would have more negative experiences with black women. 2 in the chat if white women would have more negative experiences with white women. You have to answer. You're not allowed to abstain. You have to fucking answer. It's after midnight. You're allowed to say these things now. Yeah, I'm seeing some ones. I'm saying also Chad Jesus in with the white women are harming white women more. Let's see. We got Trendlin with a 1, John 1. Yeah. Yeah, we all know. We all know. Or two, John. Well, who knows?
The answer to this.
Okay,
Yes,
what is
it
it?
is the case
Okay.
that if you have, and this is the case almost trivially with any race, if you were to take almost any race and put them predominantly where there's a lot of another race, they're going to have a lot of problems. Generally speaking, they're going to have a lot of problems. However, the racialism, which is fully charged in this nation, it does appear that people do have a lot more issues on the white-black front when it comes to white people being discriminated against by blacks. And so because this is the case, when you're talking about group identity, you say, no, it's all men. It's like, no, it's not all men. In fact, there's lots and lots of white women who report these negative outcomes when they are dealing with black women, and white men who say the negative outcomes with black men. Now we have a group. Yeah? Now it's not just men versus women. Is it, Oliver? Hey, Oliver, is it just men versus women? Then if you have the group.
I still think it is, because I am not convinced of this idea that there is a mass amount of black women who are like causing violence against
Didn't
white
say that.
women.
Never said that.
So then it's not about the women part.
I don't believe that the case of the matter is that if you say it's just based on experience, right? You agree with me? Not every woman, or even close to every woman, has been SA'd.
Not every, but I think it's a large proportion. And if
based on but if there's less men around, there's going to be less SA.
Sure.
Okay. Same thing is going to happen within racial identitarianism. If it is the case that we group by white versus black, if white women are reporting more negative problems when they're around groups of black women, white men are reporting more problems when they're around groups of black men or black women, right? Why is that group identity not now valid for them to make that claim of egregiousness towards their group?
Because once again, and I've said this already, you have said that black women, do you think most white women, here we go, do you think most white women can cite a negative experience that she's had at the hands of a black woman?
If they're around a lot of black women.
Okay, but most aren't.
Yeah, but that would be the same trivially true case with women.
Women are always around men, and you can't get away from it.
Yeah, but that's the same trivially true case when it comes to men. If women are not introduced to a large amount of men, their chances for these negative experiences drastically decrease. It doesn't have to be that way.
So you could say we could have like a gender segregated society if it's entirely women and entirely men?
Let me give you examples. All women schools, all women sports teams, all women. The chances of you having negative experiences with men drastically decrease.
They're not there. I agree.
So then what are you talking about then?
I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew.
Okay, so if it is the case that if you can segregate by the sexes, which we do all the fucking time,
wait. You guys are gonna love this. Breaking news. James has been tweeting. I feel socially gaslit about Glenn Greenwald. And it's aggravating. James feels that people supporting Glenn Greenwald is gaslighting him specifically and personally. All right, back to this. Oh, gotta set up the audio. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. All right, let's see. Where are we? We have an hour and a half left to go in this nightmare of a stream. We're going to make it. We're going to do it because you guys paid me to. All right, let's keep going.
Decreases the negative experience that you have with the opposite sex, and you say that it's perfectly acceptable for women to be validated by saying they're having egregious experiences with men. Why would it not then be the same exact case along racial lines to say
I want to have
negative
drinks with you too,
experiences and most people are reporting negative experiences with this race? Why is that not
We need to go to a show and we need to go have beers, and that's just the way it's got to be. I'm serious about this. I actually do want to do that at some point. I think that'd be fun.
Acceptable?
Because it wouldn't be on the basis of race that they're having the negative experiences.
If they're only having the negative experiences based on the fact that you are this race, that's the only race I'm having the negative experience with. How's that not based on race?
I don't think that they would only be having that negative experience with people of those races. Is this one white
Women
person?
aren't only having negative experiences with men. But when we're talking about men versus women, we're talking about the negative experiences they have with men. Same thing would be applicable to race, yeah? Wouldn't it?
No.
Why?
Once again, I'm not going to explain this to you again.
Explain it again. Use real small words.
No, I was explaining it.
Use real small words.
Race and sex are not the same.
Oh, gee, I didn't know that.
Yeah, okay, because when we're talking about specifically regarding sex and the threat that men pose to women, it's actually the case in the real world. Now, we're not talking about if in the hypothetical that you're talking about, then I guess if white women or if a woman was around primarily black people and they were consistently
not primarily, they just had a lot of experiences with black people and they were negative,
then it would make sense for them to be wary of them. I'm not
same thing with white men and black men or white men and black women.
If they've only had that, it makes sense why they would make a heuristic.
And so if it is the case that if the heuristic from whites who are like polled and things like that is that they generally seem to have bad experiences when it comes to black people, they're completely validated in that, right?
If it's the case that they actually are. but they're not.
Okay,
That's
prove
the
it.
point.
I want the
I've already
proof.
talked about it. 85% of white people are killed by other white people.
Yes, but that's a complete red herring.
It's not a red herring.
Yeah, it is. If it is the case, even if it's the case, let's just say like whites are killed by other whites at like fucking 20 times the amount.
Correct.
But the majority of whites report that the interactions that they have with white people are positive, or at least not negative. But the majority of the interactions they have with black people are negative versus positive. Why the fuck would it matter how many people are killed within which racial demographic?
So if a majority of white people are saying they're having negative experiences at the hands of black people,
51%, that's
fine.
it.
If they're saying that, for one, and you would have to look into why is that the case? Are they actually experiencing?
No, not why.
Are they actually experiencing more? Are they actually experiencing
all
more
that
violence
matters
or
is the
assault?
perception.
It's not the perception, because women don't just perceive being assaulted; they actually are.
Oh no! Here's the thing about that that's so interesting, right? Is that we have criteria differences, don't we? What do you consider SA to be?
SA to be unwanted sexual contact.
Period.
I think, yeah, it can include a wide variety of things.
Do you believe that it's considered a non-masculine trait for men to report when a woman has SA'd them?
Of course not.
Okay, do you think that socially, even if you don't believe that is the case?
I think it can be, and that's a bad thing. And
Yeah,
we should
exactly.
change that. We should change that.
So could it be the case that things that you would classify as SA, which is unwanted sexual contact, could happen significantly for men and go unreported?
It could go unreported. A majority of SA for men and women goes unreported.
So how do you actually know what the numbers are when you say that there's more men SAing women than men, or women SAing men? How do you actually know that?
Okay, well, first off, you're talking about something that we just don't have the data on.
Then why the fuck are you making the claim, Oliver?
What do you mean? I am making the claim because we do it from the data that we do have.
Oh, so the data we can't trust because most of it's unreported. Fucking brilliant, dude.
Do you think, okay, fine, Andrew, then I'm going to reason from shared premises. Do you think that it is actually the case that the rates of SA are equivalent between men and women?
No, I think it's higher from women towards men by your criteria.
Hey, Trendlin, I think you should get me a speaking slot at the LP California convention, and then I'll come to California and drink with you. You gotta give me a speaking slot, girl. I gotta justify it. Business perspective. That's the deal.
Criteria of saying unwanted sexual contact, I think because women can get away with this so much more readily, and you've seen it yourself, and I'll demonstrate it. You ever been to a college party where perhaps like a woman approaches a man and like maybe just rubs his shoulders or something like that, or does touching on the arms or things like that? It's very, very common experience for men who are in college.
Is it sexual?
And here's the thing that's so funny. You can go...
sexual?
Yeah, you can go to Honey Badger Radio, and sexual is going to be perceived
Heather, good
by
to
the
see
person.
you.
So maybe most men don't perceive it as sexual.
Trendlin, if you get me a speaking slot, I can deduct it on my taxes. I can deduct it. I just said speaking. I didn't say paid. I just said I can rationalize deducting it on my taxes, Trendlin.
Sexual.
They do, and here's how I know.
Okay,
because when the college studies are done, you can look this up, Honey Badger Radio on Twitter. Go over there and look at Honey Badger Radio studies. They're amazing. Okay? It demonstrates 100% that when college kids are polled, men report that they are SA'd at significantly higher amounts than women if they use that same criteria as you, unwanted sexual touching.
Okay.
It's only when we get to things like penetrative and things like this that we have a disparity.
Okay.
So it's like, no, Oliver, I don't fucking believe you.
So if we're talking about just that generally being a problem, then sure.
Then men are SA'd at higher rates by your criteria than men.
Okay, I think,
or women.
First off, if we're talking about that type of contact, I'm not saying that the contact isn't bad. No one should be touched sexually without their consent. However, when a woman touches a man in that way, how likely do you think it's going to lead to a more egregious form of SA like penetration?
This is what's so funny is like,
it's more likely
even
the other
if
way
it was the
around.
case that like if I went to a bear and the bear bit me and it hurt way worse than if a mouse bit me, I still don't want to fucking get bit by either, right, Oliver?
Sure, I'm not saying either
then
is
what
good.
are you talking
I'm
about?
not saying either is good.
All we're talking about is negative experiences. I would be less likely to approach mice who bit me and bears who bit me.
Sure, fine.
So if that's the case,
Fine.
why would that not be the case racially, Oliver?
Because I don't think it's along racial lines.
Yeah,
I don't think that's what's causing it.
you just don't live in
It's
reality.
not what's causing it, Andrew.
Let me let two chats come through, and and then but it's one of them's related.
Gloctavius donated $69.
Gloctavius again, thank you,
To Oliver the
Gloctavius.
misandry apologist, saying hatred of men is not as bad as hatred of women is in and of itself sexist.
No, that's
Your
not what I said.
hand-waving of misandry is gross and fuels that which you claim to be against.
So that's actually not what I said. I didn't say the hatred of men is not as bad as the hatred of women. I'm saying that what most men perceive as women hating them is not hatred. They don't hate them. Obviously, women don't hate all men because they have many men in their lives that they love and things of that
Then
nature.
the same thing is equatable to men.
May I
Clearly, men don't hate all women. After all, every woman who is married and is interested.
I never said men.
Then what
hate
are you
all
taught?
women.
Then how? What is this argument then? What is this argument?
I don't think men should say like we hate women because that is associated with men actually killing and hating women.
And when women say we hate men, that's associated with things like we want to take away their children, divorce them in inopportune times, create slanderous websites about them, do horrible things to their reputations,
most women?
which also will lead to what? Unaliving. Who unalives more, men or women?
Yeah, okay. So men killing women is the same as women mistreating men and men unaliving themselves.
Even if you
because
were
of
to
it.
make the threshold that like the impact was somewhat worse for women than it is for men, you would have to agree that it would still be misandrist behavior to make a declaration like kill all men.
I think it is imperfect language, and I think they ideally, Andrew.
But it's
I think
misogyny when men do it, right?
because it actually leads to
So
tangible
does
harm.
the misandry.
No.
How can you say that slander of men when reputation
What do you mean
is
slander?
What?
Well, if someone like goes on a slanderous campaign to falsely accuse someone of something like that,
Kill all men is slander. Itself is slander, Oliver. How is it not?
How is it slander?
Because what you're doing is
It's
you're
either
saying
false.
men deserve to die.
No, you're not.
That's slandering
No, you're
all
not.
men.
But that's not what. That's not. Do you think people always
Kill
take language
all
literally?
Bro,
do you think language is
bro.
always literal? If I say,
I don't know
if
how to
say-
misinterpret
if I say-
kill all
if
men.
fine, Andrew. If I say I'm so mad I could literally kill you, or do you think I'm going to kill you?
That's sarcasm.
Okay, then how is this not?
Then why
in a
would it not
sense-
be equated to men?
What?
Why would that not be equated to men who say kill all women?
All right.
Because the behavior.
Hang on. Breaking news. All right. Here is my current selection of beer from my beer fridge. You guys got to help me out. We have Tigrito Boom Boom, which is a sour ale with apricot, cherry, coconut, marshmallow, and vanilla. The Tiger Sour is what we're going to call it. Tigrito Boom Boom. We have Cherry Chocolate Stout, which honestly is kind of appealing to me. I'm not going to lie. The Cherry Chocolate Stout sounds really nice right now. We have Triple Omen. It's an Imperial Espresso Milk Stout. That's another option. I don't even remember buying half these beers. We have... This is all from my beer fridge. This is all from the archives. The Lime Hibiscus Lager. And, I have a smoked wheat beer. That actually sounds pretty great, honestly. So this is all from my beer fridge. This is from the archives. This is previously undrank beer. So what are you guys thinking? Okay, so what do you guys think? Just put it in the chat. Do we do the Tiger Sour? Do we do the Cherry Chocolate Stout? This is beer number 5 because you guys have paid for this. Do we do the Triple Espresso Martini Stout? Do we do the Lime Hibiscus Lager? Or do we do the Smoked Wheat Ale? What do you guys think? The smoked one? I mean, I kind of feel like, okay, I kind of feel like Alex has paid the majority of the super chats, and so I kind of feel like I need to go with what Alex wants, to be honest with you. I've seen some other people saying the smoked one. Smoked beer is good, man. If you've never had a smoked beer, I think that's actually a perfect choice. I think that's a perfect choice. Janet, I was thinking about the chocolate cherry as well, but... And look at that. I have a nice 4-pack from my beer fridge. Oh, hang on. All right. I got the smoked beer. Let's go back to the stream. All right.
Matches the words.
The behavior
it already has.
Bro.
So pretty, isn't it?
When you say, so what you're doing is you're doing a very regular conflationary fallacy.
Oh, yeah?
Could it be the case
I
that
can
it
smell
is
the
true
smoke.
that men kill more women than women kill men?
Can I tell you guys, I can literally smell the smoke on this beer from here. It smells smoky. This is how we know it's going to be good. If you've never had a smoked beer, you haven't lived.
And at the same time, when they say kill all women, they're being just as sarcastic as women. Is that not true that could be the case?
It could be the case.
Then demonstrate it's not.
So what I'm demonstrating is I think that when men say they hate women, we see that borne out in
but
policy and
demonstrate
things like
that it's because of the jokes that's leading to that, or that they actually mean that in a different way than women mean that. Demonstrate it.
I'm not saying that most men who say that don't mean that. It's the same thing. Things have
Then it's just
connotations.
bullshit.
Andrew,
It's just fucking bullshit.
Things can have connotations, right, Andrew? Would you say that someone, if they flew the swastika and were like, this is a sign of peace,
it does.
would they be wrong in doing that?
Well, technically, I mean, if we want to be technical about it, is the swastika a sign of peace? Obviously, Hitler was the worst man that ever lived. The Holocaust actually happened, and there were 10 million Jews that died in the Holocaust, and Hitler's burning in hell and all that. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to fight that battle right now. Yes, it does smell like a campfire. It really does.
Well, no, actually, there was 2 campaigns which did that called Reclaim the Swastika. I'm just saying.
Fine, I'm not saying
they
I'm
flew
not
it
talking
over the
legally.
beaches and were like, "This is actually a sign of peace."
Okay, and do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
So good.
Well,
It's
I would definitely try. I think it's a very good idea for people to take the actual swastika, which is not the Nazi swastika, in order to tell people there's a differentiation between the two.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that people should fly a flipped thing in order to express some message? The flipped.
What is that?
Isn't that what because the swastika
No,
used
it's
to be?
like
Swastika used to be
it's
a symbol
curved.
of peace.
It's like
Or well, I mean, you guys can discuss this, but just before we do, I did want to let Ogle's chat come through because we've been waiting on it for a while.
Sure.
Octavius just had one follow up, and then we'll let Ogle's come through.
Zigl Octavius donated $69.
And then
if misandry being non-lethal makes it less of a concern, then it logically follows that every other kind of bigotry is also not a big deal as long as we ensure no one is killed.
It's true, or it's less impactful. But here's the bigger issue that I have here: is do you see what Oliver did here? This to the audience. What Oliver did is he said, because there's an impact from the thing, and this thing is happening, that means this thing is associated with the impact. Oliver has not demonstrated that because. There are some men who say kill all women, and there's some women who say kill all men, that the impact from both, even if the effect is out in the real world, not because of these things, but there's just like an effect that happens based on whatever, that more women are killed by men than men by women. I would like for Oliver to actually justify how it could be the case that these two things actually have anything to do with each other.
Sure.
Really quick before you do, you'll have the opportunity. Really quick, I do want to let Ogle come in. Sorry for the delay.
Blue.net donated $1,000.
$1,000? Seriously? Trendlin, you let me know if I can have a speaking slot at your convention. I will totally fucking come if I can have a speaking slot at your Trendlin, do you have a hotel room I can shack up in? Can we share a hotel room or something? That would be great, actually.
Pop champagne. Just celebrating Oliver.
No one ever sent me $1,000.
I don't like carbonation, and I also
continue
don't
to grow.
drink. So
Cheers.
Oh, okay. Got it. Ogle, appreciate it. I'm trying out. An audience member sent me this new high-tech.
We're going to sleep together in a king-size bed, Trendlin. All right. I'm on board. What city am I going to?
Okay, that's not working. Oh gosh.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun.
I'm just gonna have to do it the old school way.
I'm gonna run to the restroom quick.
All right.
Okay, sure. Andrew, do you remember, just for when Oliver gets back, you recalled what the...
Yeah, I recall exactly what we were talking about.
I got this, Andrew.
By the way, Jake Rattlesnake, for those of you who don't know, he's in town here in California with me, and there's going to be in the next week a huge announcement. And you know how like some streamers will be like, "Oh, there's a big announcement," and then it's like a dud. You know what I mean?
Holy shit.
It's like a dud. No, this is an actual big announcement. So, just saying.
I'm leaking. What the?
Give it.
What?
Give me.
What?
I'll take some off the top.
No, it's good. It's good. I stopped it.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there, Andrew.
No problem. No
big
problem.
announcement.
Big announcement coming. Can't
Big
say
announcement.
what it is. You'll probably hear about it in the next week or so.
Nothing can go wrong with that idea.
But
One champagne, right?
again, yeah, as many streamers will do the like, oh, big announcement, and then it's like not really a big announcement. This is actually one. Like, I wouldn't do that to you, right? I wouldn't be like, oh, there's a... I don't think I've ever done that. Like, huge announcement coming soon. But this one, actually kind of big. Just saying.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now Andrew's got a
Nice.
champagne. in a
Guys,
beer cup.
W's in the chat for Ogle for the big champagne pop.
Thank
you.
Ogle, I apologize for the delay
Thanks,
on getting it
Brendel.
pulled up. You sent that in like 45 minutes ago. Apologies for the delay. There are just some chats I wanted to get through before. And it was a good opportunity to allow Oliver to take a brief break there while we didn't get that champagne pop.
By the way, this is 5 hours of debate. We got to wrap this, bro. Got to wrap this one now.
Yes. Excuse me.
And I'm going to have a smoke.
Oh, what? You can't just leave me alone. Here, wait, before you do, we got to do cheers.
Oh, yeah.
We got to do cheers.
Cheers, man.
Cheers. Salut. Thank you.
It's always nice to be in the
Thank
Whatever
you.
studio with the
Salud.
Whatever podcast chat. You guys are fantastic. You've been huge supporters of the Crucible. Even those of you who hate me, just fucking admit you missed me. Even those of you in the chat, you're like, fucking hate Andrew. He's with it. Just admit you missed me. You fucking missed me. Just saying. They did, right, Brian? They missed me.
Yeah, probably.
They did.
Yeah. All right. We'll let some other chats come through while Andrew takes a little smoke break. Then we'll shortly get this wrapped up. Biggie, thank you for the gifted 5 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We have experience.
Jason, I'm gonna be honest. I've had 4 beers already. I'm on my 5th beer, so I might not give the most cohesive answer right now. And you can't hold it against me, bro. Okay, you can't. It's not fair. How do I feel about feminism compared to queer Marxism? Feminism is the enemy of queer Marxism. So our favorite queer Marxist is named Sophie Lewis. She's an abolish the family feminist. Sophie just wrote a book about how all the other forms of feminism, except anti-capitalist queer Marxist feminism, are enemies to queer Marxism because they aren't anti-capitalist. I think that feminism is a problem, but I think it's a separate problem from what I deal with. And the people that I deal with actually fundamentally hate the feminists, so it's a kind of an interesting dynamic. I find feminists to be mostly fucking insufferable, especially the TERFs. I can't stand the TERFs. Like, I find feminists to be generally annoying, and I don't like dealing with them. And so I don't really think about it all that much. Honestly, I think queer Marxism is far more dangerous. And I don't know. That's my opinion. What would be the topic for my speech? I don't know, Trendling. Can I get back to you on that when I'm sober? Can I think about this a little bit? Like, do you have any suggestions on what should be the topic for my speech? Can I talk about how the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire sucks? I mean, I don't know. Like, can I No, that wouldn't be the topic of my speech. I'm joking about that. Can I talk about the insanity of queer Marxism and how it's taking over everything? And I don't know. I'll come up with some ideas. All right. Yeah, it'll be socialism. I'm going to talk about socialism. Okay. I'm going to talk about socialism and it's going to be great. And Trendle and I are going to sleep together and Trendlin's not going to molest me. And even if she wants to, she's not going to, Trendlin. All right.
Changes minds. Thank you, man.
Experience Changes Minds donated $69. I remember thinking similar thoughts as Oliver, although I was not as insufferable. It took a number of toxic feminist girlfriends to wake me up. Take time to dive deeper, buddy.
I'm very satisfied in the relationships that I have with women and have had with women. Of course, I've made mistakes in the past and I've learned from
All
them.
right.
But I think that,
you
know, I value someone who shares similar values to me, and I genuinely do want someone who is my equal and not someone who will be submissive to me or like bend to my authority. That strikes me as, frankly, utterly repulsive. I don't know. It's not. It feels weird to me when, you know, there's this large infantilization of women in which, you know, women are treated like children. On the last debate, Jim Bob like admitted this or nodded along to it, and yet these are also the people who they want to sleep with. Seems a bit strange to me. So that's all I'm going to say.
Wait, are you talking about Jim Bob? He wants to sleep with, what do you mean?
No, I was saying I think it is a bit strange or a bit unnerving that a lot of these people are saying like they fundamentally view women as children or something like that. That's what Jim Bob said in the debate. In my closing statement that I had with him, I even pointed out, and I said, and he's nodding right now, and he was nodding his head up and down, and the fact that his view infantilizes women and like treats them like children. So that's what I was saying.
Oh, and but can you?
And they also
want to sleep.
And they
with
also
them?
want to sleep with women who I think they view as children.
Wait, so is there an implication there that it's like PDF?
It is. I'm not calling them that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're doing that. But I'm saying there is a correlation there, or there is something that just, you know, if you only want to date people and, you know, have sex with people who you view as children or view like as infantilized, it strikes me as weird. That's all.
I think Andrew might bite on that argument, but
I don't know. We don't need to.
Well, I think you should at least hear it. But here, I'll read the rest of the chats, guys. We're gonna have to get this wrapped up pretty soon. So the roast session is gonna be $69.
Kayla, I did make her penguin T-shirt. It came out awesome. It's in the store.
TTS, if you want to get it in. We'll do the roast if you want to get in a message, ask a question, make a statement. We are probably going to get this wrapped up pretty soon. We have Josh Brooks.
Let's wrap it
by
up.
the way, $69 TTS. That's on streamlabs.com/whatever. Send it in through there.
Let's do that. Let's wrap it up.
Oh, hold on. Josh Brooks, I'll wait until Andrew's back to play that one just because it's directed at Andrew. We do have one for Oliver, though, so I'll let that one come through. Birdman, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, streamlabs.com. Oh, really quick, Venmo Cash App. If you want to support the show, you can do so. If you do whatever pod Venmo Cash App, 100% of your contribution goes towards us.
Birdman donated $69.
Thank you,
Oliver,
appreciate it.
Come on now. You sound deflated. Get pumped. Get hyped. You've been talking out of the wrong hole all night, and the odor is fogging up the studio, but I believe in you.
Oliver smells like flowers and other pleasant scents, okay? There's been no bad scents.
You sniffing me, Brian?
Brian?
What's going on here?
When you did leave, I did sniff your chair.
Yo.
That's crazy.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. No, but there's no bad scents emanating, no bad smells emanating from Oliver. I will confirm it myself. Okay, we have Jason Cassell.
Jason Castle donated $69. Oliver, I was a bouncer for many years, at many bars. I can tell you women were overwhelmingly more likely to be kicked out for touching men sexually. The men didn't report, I observed firsthand.
Jason, can you tell us, like, how long were... Oh, well, he said it many years. Okay, many years.
Mr. Cassell.
Appreciate it, Jason.
By the way, something crazy just happened.
Donated $69. Andrew, I've listened to your wife book on Audible 100 times, but I can't get over the guy's voice who reads it. It's too nasally. When can we get a moist mafia crucible Don Wilson dub?
Listen,
please soon.
Look, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Okay, my wife did recruit Spoons over. Well, for those of you who know Spoons, you know Spoons. To do a cover of that audiobook. I can't wait to hear it. Also, buy Cult Feminism now. It's available on Kindle. Buy it. Hurry up. Also, Brian, you got to get control of this woman over here who's been bringing me beers and doing this all night. So she just asked me, after all of the horrible things I've done to her all night, if we could have a picture after this was done. Oliver, why would she ask me for that after I dehumanized her like that, Oliver?
Good question,
Why would she ask me
Andrew.
for pictures after?
asking me?
Is it maybe like for evidence for the police for all the dehumanization?
I never claimed you directly dehumanized her.
I don't know. I feel like you need to go get your own water, bro. You know,
I'm fine to do that.
You got to
Oh,
train
wait,
for
let me
this
let this
mass
come
genocide. You got to train
Wizard,
for it.
thank you.
Sahar
Appreciate
underscore
it.
Wizard donated $69. Hats off to you, Andrew and Brian,
Thank you.
always. Women outnumber men when it comes to child and elderly abuse and each other when it comes to lesbians. Women do that to anyone they have physical power over.
Also, for the champagne pop ogle, I didn't feel like you got your doing proper. Here you go.
Oliver's underscore vagina donated
pounding it.
$69.
Oh,
Hey,
snap,
big
wait.
guy. The sun
Was
is
that the
getting
champagne?
real low.
No.
I need a
It
good
was my beer.
cleaning after
Where's the-
this
where's the
debate.
champagne? Oh, it's over
also,
there.
Can't
no
pound the
more
champagne,
40-year-old
bro. It's a
men,
little bit higher in
okay?
alcohol
That's true.
content.
That's true. Mary, can you pass him the champagne though? It's over there in the corner. Oliver's. Wait, what? The sun's getting real low. And they gotta clean up.
No more 40-year-old men, okay?
All right. We have. Thank you. Thank you.
Sub-Zero donated $69.
Dehumanize you later.
Does Oliver even know that Mexican policymakers who share his view are trying to pass Alina laws, where women can unalive men if they feel intimidated, regardless of proportionality or necessity?
It's not at all what I'm advocating whatsoever at all, that women should just be able to unilaterally use whatever force they want if they deem there to be a threat.
Well,
No.
well, hang on though. What you are trying to do is you're trying to draw a parallel where the behavior of women who are doing the exact same thing as men is destigmatized because you feel like it doesn't have as much of an impact on society.
I don't think it should. I don't think it should be destigmatized.
Yeah,
I absolutely. Women should not touch men
by
sexually.
limiting the
Women-
impact of this, you are assisting with feminists in destigmatizing the rhetoric against men. I don't see how you get around that.
No, I don't. Andrew, I don't think it is bad for anyone. I'm sorry, I don't think it's good for anyone to be touched without their consent in a sexual
Yeah,
or
but
other
that's not my
romantic.
point. My point is like if women
Yes. The Red Menace Collective design is the penguin shirt in honor of Trendlin, and it looks badass and it's awesome and it's a great shirt, and it is in the Unwoke Art Store. That is the shirt that has been created specifically in Trendlin's honor.
put out a post to say kill all men, and men put out the post saying kill all women, or a man or a woman. If that is the case, and you say this one because it's from a man is more impactful than this one from a woman,
no, it says
you
it's-
are pushing destigmatization towards what the woman is
It's not what
saying.
it's from. It's not what it's from. It's the message. If a woman were to say like, kill all women, that would still be a problem.
No, but all of them are a problem, right, Oliver?
I don't think any of them are good. I agree with
again.
you.
So then, so
Can we agree
so
there's
what
different
you're
levels?
pushing,
Can
what
we
you're
agree there's
pushing,
different levels of harm? Like we could.
I
acknowledge-
actually don't. I actually just what I think is that you take the limited amount of the unaliving, right? Which is actually comparatively a fairly small amount when it comes to the amount of society that we actually have, right? And you say because this is the worst outcome, right? Therefore, this behavior is more excusable than this one. Even though that doesn't mean that socially it couldn't have just as big of an impact, even if people aren't being unalived by it.
Sure.
Do you
I don't-
understand that?
I understand that.
Yeah.
And that's why I've always, and I've been pretty consistent in saying that.
No,
I
you
don't
say it's
think-
less
hold
impactful,
on,
and you
hold
only
on,
justify
hold on.
that by the
No,
unaliving,
hold
Oliver.
on. No, I think it is less impactful. That doesn't mean necessarily that we should be doing it. For example, if saying, I hate men or hate all men or kill all men is alienating men, which largely I think probably it is, then it's probably not a prudent solution for the feminist cause to embrace rhetoric that is pushing people away. So I'm totally understand that.
Do you think that stigmatization operates based around the normalcy or acceptance of the population of the message? Like if I said gays are bad, right? That would be, you would agree, a form of stigmatization.
Sure.
And saying gays are good, it would be like a form of destigmatizing that.
Sure.
Okay, so if that's the case, then you would want me to say gays are bad less.
Sure.
Okay, because it leads to less stigma.
Sure.
Then how would it not logically follow that by you making the claim of the impact right? The impact and the message that you're not destigmatizing it.
I agree that I think largely women should be more precise with their language. I'm not denying that. They should instead say, we don't like the way we are treated
So then
by
why
some
won't
men.
you present this as being just as bad, even for the sake of stigma, for social stigma's
I
sake?
didn't say it was for fine. For stigma, yeah, sure. But I think stigmas can lead to different levels of harm and outcome, right? Just because two things are stigmatized
equally. Yeah, but the thing is like, I disagree, first off, with the framing that just because you say unaliving, because unaliving happens with one of these cases more than with the other, that because...
It's not good. I don't hear it that much, but... no,
yeah, but even if that's the case, that doesn't actually mean it has less of a social impact, right? Like, that doesn't actually follow,
depends what you mean
right?
by, like, social impact or, like, what materially manifests in the world.
Both.
You know what I mean?
That would be social impact.
Sure.
Material manifestation in the world would be social impact.
Okay. Yeah, and if it does have bad consequences in that sense, that's why I've never been like that. That's the best way to express your frustration.
Well, then, bro, then why make the equation like that? Oh, it's just less harmful. When overall, you haven't even actually made a case, by the way, how it's less harmful, except for the metric of because you correlate it with the stat that men will unalive women more than women will unalive men.
Yep.
I'll even concede to the stat, but can you correlate how it is that these two statements are not just as impactful, or how it is that when men say, unalive all women, that somehow that actually is leading men to unaliving women?
I mean, I think largely because it contributes to a stigmatization where women are. So, how like, if we talk about, for example, let's say, like, there's many cases of where the hatred of women, like the hatred or like the disdain for women, leads to women being killed.
That
right?
would be on both sides.
Do you think it's as prevalent? Like, I just don't. Like, let's think of the stalker case.
But again, you're back to unaliving.
1 second.
You're back to unaliving.
Fine, because that's the case we're talking about. If we're talking about, Andrew, let me finish this. Let me finish this. If we're talking about, so for example, let's say that a man and a woman are at a bar. A man is making advances towards the woman. The woman is declining the advances. She leaves, and he follows her home and kills her because of that. Not good.
That's bad.
That is bad. And do you think that's happening at a comparable rate for women towards
But how
men?
many times have I said I would even concede that it's not comparable in the rate that they unalive each other? But
just not good.
I need
Don't
you
do
to tie in how if a man says unalive all women, that leads to more of that. What's our evidence for that?
It's contributing to the hatred of women, and the hatred of women gets women killed.
Prove it. Prove that that's contributing to the unalivement of these women. Prove it.
You want me to prove that when people hate a certain group, that hatred can manifest in them killing people?
No, that's not. What am I asking you to prove?
You're asking me to prove that there is a connection between people saying, I hate women or something like that, and women actually dying.
Right.
And I'm saying,
that those statements have more of a social impact and are leading to these unalivements more than the social impact of the alternative statement from women of hate all men when it comes to materialistic impacts. I am not sure that the husband, because you have to admit this, stranger death from women, men to women, is far less likely than when it comes to the dynamic of somebody who's familial.
sure,
right?
that's happened in general, yeah.
Yeah, this is just the case, factually, right? Do you think that it's like the message of I hate women, or, like I put out a tweet recently that said launch all women into the sun, which was fucking hilarious. Do you think that the type of man who was going to unalive in a domestic situation his wife, that was the thing that was going to send them over?
It doesn't have to be the exact thing that sends them over.
Do you even think it really contributes to that?
It could contribute, absolutely. It contributes to a culture where they don't view women as full human beings.
Then the same case would be made for the opposition statement from women when it comes to the social stigma that men are monsters, they're awful, they're horrible, they want to do bad things to you, they want to do all that. Adds to the stigma from men, right? Or for men.
Okay.
Correct?
Sure.
Isn't that factually
Right.
correct?
It can contribute to stigma.
But how can you make the comparison and say that one is more impactful than the other? Even if, like, we were to say, okay, there's
one
like
leads to people
200
there's more violence.
Let's just say there's like 2,000 more deaths
There's
due
more
to this. But there's like
It's not good. Don't do it.
But hang on. But
I
there's
agree, don't do it.
80,000. But there's like 80,000 more men who enter into depression and this and that because women are distancing themselves from them based on these types of tweets.
No.
Hang on.
Why are women distancing themselves from men?
Let me finish. So let's say for a second, there's like 2,000, let's just say, hypothetically, 2,000 more deaths which occur due to the men who put out like this type of like hateful, what you would consider hateful rhetoric, right?
Sure.
And then on the woman's side, there's like 80,000 more men who enter into a state of depression because of these tweets. Which one would you select for in your society?
Neither.
No, but if you had to choose one.
I would reject the hypothetical.
Yeah, but if you had to choose one, though.
But I can reject the hypothetical.
Based on what grounds?
I just did.
What grounds, though?
That I think it is.
What's invalid about the hypothetical?
Why can't we do both?
Because it's not within the confines of the hypothetical.
Well, then I think the hypothetical.
What's a hypothetical?
I agree, but the hypothetical actually has to track.
It tracks fine.
Things.
What doesn't track?
I think we should do neither of them.
Yeah, I understand.
So,
yeah, I
it's
understand.
a certain number of women were killed, 2,000 women were killed, and 80,000 men who go into depression state. Was that it?
Yeah, if it was the other side.
I think that.
Which, like, if you had a society, there's nothing illogical about this hypothetical. You have no grounds to dismiss it whatsoever on a logical basis. It completely tracks.
Why can't we
if you had to choose between two different societies, the one society, there was 2,000 additional deaths of women based on misogynistic rhetoric. But based on misandrist rhetoric, there was 80,000 more depressed men. Which society would you select for? All else equal, which society?
I think both.
You don't fucking know.
No, I think both are bad, and I'm not going to weigh the lives of women.
Can you tell me why you rejected a hypothetical when there was nothing wrong with the hypothetical?
Because I do think it's not even. It's a weird point you're trying to get at, which is that somehow we should weigh. We should weigh that like there's a certain amount of male depression that outweighs women who are being killed.
You're a utilitarian. Of course, you weigh everything that way.
I'm not claiming utilitarianism.
Even if it is the case you're a harm reductionist, you would have to weigh it that way.
Fine, then we should do neither. That's actually the utilitarian view.
Great. I agree.
Okay.
We should do neither. But if we had to choose between these two societies, Mr. Harm Reductionist, which one would you fucking choose?
I don't know, dude.
You don't know.
Good question.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
You're just not going to answer the question.
I just haven't given thought as to whether or not I want 80,000.
The question.
Yes, I'm rejecting the hypothetical.
Tell me what's wrong with the hypothetical.
Wrong with the hypothetical is I don't think it's a legitimate choice to choose between. This is the whole thing when like there's street. Hold on.
You can't say the choice isn't legitimate in a hypothetical.
Hold on, but these are the same as the street debates I see all the time, where people are like, "Would you rather have gay rights or the economy?"
Yeah,
and it's like that's a stupid hypothetical.
Why?
Because you can have both. You don't need to choose between one or the other.
Here's the thing that's interesting.
And what it's trying to do, it's supposed to dichotomize them. It's gay rights come at the expense, or the economy comes at the expense of gay rights, or they have to be the other way.
It's designed to test logic, because it could be possible that if you were to answer this way on this particular question, that if you were to have logical consistency on a different set of questions, they could run in parallel with how you answered this one.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so like if I were to ask you a hypothetical, like
I don't know, dude.
If you had to push the button between all men dying or all women dying, let's just say, right? Like that. This is the hypothetical. Now you could say, well, that's extreme. It would never happen. This and that, right? It's logically possible. You can't reject it. There's no contradiction. You can't reject it as being logically possible. Therefore, it's a possible. Even if we just looked at like a multi-world theory, you could say it's still logically possible. You could push one button or the other. You can't reject it under any grounds. Which one would you pick?
I'm not picking a button.
Which one would you pick?
No.
But what if it's the case that based on that answer, I have a follow-up to test that logic where it would be inconsistent based on how you answer that hypothetical? Wouldn't that then, the hypothetical, be legitimate?
I have no basis for preferring whether all men die or all women die. That's
okay, but you had to choose.
I wouldn't.
What's a hypothetical?
I don't. I would.
You don't know what a hypothetical is?
I do know what a hypothetical is.
What is it,
Andrew? It is talking about a situation, I agree, to test some sort of consistency.
No, that's not all it is. What else is it?
Well, okay, let's bear this out. Do I prefer that all men die or all women die? Without women, there's not reproduction, but without men, there's also not reproduction, so there ain't going to be no more kids, so that can't be a factor. Do I personally want to live in a world with all women? No, I prefer all women die. Yeah, that's my final answer. I prefer all women die over all men dying, because like I don't want to live in a world with all women, to be honest. And also I would really prefer my husband didn't die. I don't really want to live in a world without my husband dying arbitrarily. And so yeah, I'm good. Yep, I'm good. I'm not afraid of death, so whatever.
It's supposed to test intuition. It's supposed to test like your reasoning about something in a case and then apply that reasoning to another case.
And if it's logically possible, does it help us with our logic to engage in these hypotheticals so that we can test our worldview against things which seemingly are absurd but can often be applied in actuality to our worldview?
They can be, but I don't even know how to answer that question.
Why?
I don't.
You know how you answer it? Which one you would push?
Do you want me to flip a coin?
I just want to know which one you would push.
Okay, heads are men, tails are women.
That's fair.
Okay,
so if you
flip
say
a coin, you want me to flip it?
Flip it.
Okay. Do you want me to?
Yeah, actually flip it.
Flip a coin.
Flip a coin. And hang on, heads is men.
Tails.
Was that women or men?
Well, women.
Women? So women are going in your hypothetical?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you would flip a coin and then you would dust all the women. Because they're both of equal value, right?
Okay. Yep, go.
Okay, and that's fair, right? My whole point of demonstrating that was like, if there was something which was logically consistent past that, that would equate to, well, wait a second, you would generally make this choice even if it was the coin flip choice. That still seems like the hypothetical would be valid. In this particular case, I asked you a valid hypothetical. You have no grounds to reject it. Can you answer the hypothetical I asked you?
Would you rather have 2,000 women die because of
80,000 men who are in depression or 2,000 men who die? Which?
I'll flip a coin again.
So you think they have equal societal impact. So then why do you keep bringing up death? Why do you keep bringing up death as the threshold breaker then?
Andrew, because
that was easy, by the way. I love doing that to you.
Hold on. No, I have a response.
Okay.
Because the type of rhetoric that women are expressing, I do not think is the major or even a large cause as to why men become so depressed.
So?
It doesn't.
So what?
Because.
So what?
Because you're saying that we have to choose that because if women express this, it's going to lead to men being depressed.
What the hypothetical shows is just this, that your version or view, that even if it is the case that all that counter rhetoric does is cause additional mental distress for
choose the men.
It just causes additional mental distress for men, but not the unalivement of them. But for women, it does cause additional unalivement.
So I would choose
I
would choose the men then.
You would choose the men.
Men going into depression over women being killed.
Okay, so now you're going to change your answer. Now,
what do you mean?
Because
how?
Because the hypothetical was valid.
Hold on, no. If we're talking about specific, because it's
because the hypothetical is valid.
No,
that's why you had to change it to be consistent. Now you see why it was so valuable.
No, it wasn't. What have you gained? What have you gained?
Why did you change?
What have you gained? Because it's
what I gained was this:
question.
That your threshold breaker, which is for the unalivement, it's unalivement. That's why there's a threshold. That's why it's actually worse on this end. And yet your answer did not match up with that in the hypothetical. The second we were able to equalize death and just show that there was less death and more depression, right? You equalize towards what? Flip a coin.
We still have another hour. Do you guys really want me to keep going? We have another hour. 1 in the chat if you want me to keep going. 2 in the chat if I can call it. 1 in the chat if you want me to keep going. 2 in the chat. I'm going to follow the chat, but you guys really want to keep going? Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. I hate all of you. Fuck you. All right, I'm going to play this. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Fine.
Both equal to you. So you can't say one is worse than the other when they're equalized to you inside of this hypothetical. It makes no sense, dude.
Okay.
How? How does that make sense?
I don't know. I guess my answer to a hypothetical question as to whether or not we want 80,000 men being depressed or 2,000 women dying. Yeah.
Well, it can't be the death.
In
other words, the death itself is not really the threshold breaker. So why do you keep bringing up the death?
I think it
as though it is.
Hold on. But then here's the thing. Then when I was thinking of depression, are we thinking these men are going to become depressed and they're going to end their own lives, or just that they're going to be depressed?
Who entailed that?
I'm asking you, because when I think of depression and when
That's
I hear
not entailment. Some of them may.
Okay, fine. And I
'Cause
think
they're depressed.
If most of them won't, then I would still choose the men over the women, unless if we think about it. No, okay, fine.
So now you're changing your answer a second time?
Andrew, I'm changing my answer because it changes based on what happens because of the depression. Now let's think what happens.
What happens based on depression?
If men are depressed, what if they fall down more of a rabbit hole and end up unaliving more women or unaliving more men?
Well, then there
could be downstream consequences from that would make it worse than just those 2,000 women. So I don't know.
Destiny triangles, fucking finally. So death, the fact that women get unalived at a higher rate, even if that were correlated with the rhetoric, would not be the threshold breaker for you as far as the impact on society. Triangles, bro. There you go. Triangles.
I don't know what that
means. It can't be the threshold breaker for you. So why do you keep using that as though it's the thing which makes the delineation?
It's not the only thing, though.
Then what else?
I think the prevalence of the hatred towards women is the genuine hatred that leads to not just outcomes of death, but other outcomes as well, as we were talking about.
Like which ones are not happening to men?
Which ones are not happening
besides besides the death thing, which you keep claiming is the threshold breaker?
The death thing as well. I'm also talking about when those statements are made, it contributes to a stigmatization that women can't be in certain career fields.
Same as men.
Or that women can't. No.
Yeah.
What rhetoric is saying that men can't be in like the sciences?
Well, the idea that like if men are a bunch of essayers, if there was career fields where there was a lot of women, predominantly like nurses, teachers, things like that, they would probably be less likely to gravitate towards that due to the fact that there's now a social stigma against the fact that they can.
So that's a bad social stigma.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I do think the other social.
What are you talking about?
I don't really
See what I'm saying?
But this isn't like a hill that I think is worth dying on. Like,
then why do you keep dying on it by
Because
saying that the threat? You could have just done this. You could have been like, listen, Andrew, equally across the board, any woman who says all men should die, it has a massive impact on society. Now, maybe I can't determine exactly how much.
All men should die.
Nor for all women should die. I can't actually determine how much of an impact it has because it's not really determinable. Both are fucking horrible. They're bad. But you didn't do that. What you did is you said the one's worse than the other because it leads to the systemic unalivement of women where that doesn't happen to men. But then when we equalize those choices and we ask the question, is it about just unalivement or material conditions changing in society? Your answers flip-flop like you're you're on the floor having a seizure.
But it would come down to what would the consequences of a bunch of men being depressed be? It would probably be more death. That's what I'm saying. Well, it would be more death.
Let's just say that it wasn't death and they just like really had miserable lives.
Okay, then I would still probably choose the women not being killed by men over men being depressed.
Okay.
Like I would 100% do that, and I think we should.
But you realize that
I think we should do everything we can to help men in that situation.
In society, that would actually still be worse.
Okay, then if it's worse in terms of people dying, then
no, not even dying. Just like materially in society, the gravitating effects of misery would probably actually be worse. It would lead to less productivity. They may not die, but that doesn't mean they're going to have great lives.
Sure.
Just saying.
I think, and my problem with this is it's still reinforcing this idea that like women dying like has to come at the expense of men who are depressed.
No, it doesn't do that.
Then what's the point of the hypothetical, man?
The point is to demonstrate that you don't really believe that this threshold that you keep moving to for why it's worse for men to make these statements than women is the fact that it could lead to unaliving on one end, however, have serious negative connotations on the other as well. You just dismiss those as though they are lesser than the unalivement, and that's what you can't justify.
Sure. Okay, no one should say that they want the entirety of one sex to die. I've actually literally said this before, Andrew.
No, but you think the impact's still worse on one than the other.
Let me explain it, because I've spoken out a lot against this type of biological essentialism. There is a type of a perversion of feminism on the left that says that men are evil because of their biology, because of their Y chromosome, because of something about them biological makes them evil.
Higher testosterone, things like this.
And yes, so I think that is very bad. And
it's vile. It's vile, but here's my problem.
Think that's bad.
With your idea of like, it's still more impactful when men do it versus women. You're still eliminating the idea of your own worldview towards stigma. You are actually removing stigma from the one over the other, and it just looks to me like an inconsistent view that that's not really what you're trying to do. But as we go through this, it sure seems like you are.
Okay.
And maybe that's part of that
little
like goddess
bit.
worship shit. I don't know.
Okay, we got a few chats, then we'll get some closing statement here
Victor's
soon. So
already
we got
asleep.
Six Pack Chad.
He's already asleep. My husband's already in bed. It's very depressing. I'm still here with you guys, though. We're going to make it. You did this to me. It's your fault.
Six Pack Chad donated $69.
Maybe in the morning.
Oliver,
Victor
are you
will
too dense to realize that your worldview infantilizes
whatever.
women? You don't want adult women
Yeah,
to engage
real.
in consensual relationships that you don't like. Take TRT and start lifting, bro.
Can I respond quickly to that?
Real.
Yeah, or not? Okay, no, I don't think that it infantilizes women because I think women and men who are 18 years old should not be dating people who are insanely older than they are at 41. So this is not and I'm also not saying women should like be barred from doing it. I think telling someone something is a bad decision that might lead to bad outcomes is different than infantilizing them or prohibiting them from doing it altogether.
Yeah, but let's look in your earlier statement where you said that the impact of when older men date younger women versus older women dating younger men is much worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. I do think it's worse.
Yeah,
But like,
so
hold on,
like
but I don't,
you
how does
are
that-
infantilizing always women. That's all you do, dude.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
All right, we have One Shot A17.
One Shot A17 donated $69.
Thank you, One Shot.
Now that Andrew is back, let's talk about what the pig snake weasel tried to imply about.
Oh yeah, I saw
while
that.
Andrew was out.
Really quick, we do have. I'll have you address that, but we have Rachel who has a similar point. Oliver, do you think Andrew views me as intellectually inferior or a child because I submit to him? Do you want to respond to Rachel really quick? Then we'll do the soup chat.
I don't know what Andrew thinks, so we should ask Andrew.
Well, here's what Andrew says publicly. I've always maintained that my wife is much more intelligent than I am, but she submits to me, which is factually true.
Okay.
And then to the super chat that came up, it's imply about Jim Bob while Andrew was out about the infant.
Yeah, why did you?
Can we have Oliver just restate it just for the audience?
Sure.
So
I think
while
I'm not
into the
and
mic,
I'm not making the claim that necessarily this is bad behavior or is like PDF file behavior. What I am saying is I think it is a bit suspicious, or we should look into it, if, as I talked, and this is what I was saying about my debate with Jim Bob, I was saying that, he views women as children, as infants, as, not capable of agency, or he kept using examples about how, look, if you're in a house and, you're bossing the kids around, and then he would compare that to women. So I'm like, okay, he's viewing women as children. I'm saying that there is a suspicious view if you view women in that way as infantilized or children, and at the same time, they're also the people you want to have sex with.
What was the
That's what I was
implication
saying.
towards Jim Bob? Was that he was a PDF file?
That was not an implication.
Stop
that he
lying
is.
to me, Oliver.
It's not. I'm not calling.
Can we
him
watch
that.
the clip?
Do you watch the clip? I was not saying that he was.
Hang on. Jason is asking a very difficult question for me right now. Do milquetoast liberal feminists like this guy serve queer Marxist goals through preaching against gender norms? No, not at all. Not at all. This guy would be considered an enemy feminist. They bribed me. Okay, I don't want to be live on the internet anymore. I'm done. I'm over it. But they bribed me, and so I'm doing it. And so we're gonna finish this off, and it's gonna be what it is. We're still going. It's not my fault. It's only 8 hours long. It's fine. I've poured a 5th beer. It's really good. We're chilling. We're going to make it through.
What's the implication?
The implication was there could be potential
all Alex's fault.
Problems with that type of worldview.
What are those problems?
That they view women as children.
So they are
could be attracted to children.
So they are.
I'm not saying.
So if you're attracted to children, you're a. Mm-hmm. You're a.
You cannot fully be attracted to. You can have problematic tendencies and not actually either act upon them or fully.
If you're attracted to children and want to have intercourse with them, you're a what, Oliver?
Sure, PDF file.
So you were implying that Jim Bob's a PDF file by your own logic.
No.
You just walked yourself through the logic live.
I walked myself. I'm not saying he definitively is. I'm saying,
it just raises suspicion.
Correct. I'm not making absolutist claims.
Okay, well, you know what?
And I'm not saying he did anything wrong.
I believe that like men who have their nails painted by women, their tendency for PDF file is way higher. Okay. Therefore, Oliver, I think that you are akin to a PDF. I'm not saying that though. What I'm saying is, we should just be suspicious of you being a PDF file.
That's fine.
True.
Be suspicious of me.
We should be suspicious. You should have your hard drive checked. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, fine.
The FBI should show up and check your hard drive, bro. That's all I'm saying. Why would you disparage, like, do you realize, too, that Jim Bob, he has a big family? He has a wife. He has he has kids at home. He has he's a very good, very kind man who's raised. Hang on, shut up. You fucking haven't raised a single kid in your life. You have no idea what that's like. This guy's doing the fucking absolute best that he can. Why would you insinuate that he's a PDF? Why would you do that to a man who has kids in his home, dude?
True.
Andrew, I'm not. Do you think we should follow the path of an argument, even if it might
that wasn't
offend
what your
someone,
clip did.
even if it might offend someone?
Your clip was trying to demonstrate or trying to show, because you left out critical context of what Jim Bob said too. You left out, and you left it out on purpose.
I was not trying to leave it out on purpose.
You are a clip chimp, and the thing is, you left it out. And dude, we'll demonstrate after this debate is done. You got blown out so bad here. You're gonna go and make all sorts of little clips, and then we're gonna wreck all of them. It's gonna be great by showing just critical context. You left out critical context there because you wanted him to look bad and look like a PDF file, and he's a man who has children at home.
I don't want that to be the case.
Then make a fucking revision to that at least.
I don't want that.
Can you at least make a revision to that?
What's the revision?
That you're not trying to make fun.
No,
that,
I'm not.
Or at least
no.
add critical context.
No, critical context. Sure, I already gave the context.
You don't. Okay, let's said, do you think Jim Bob is a PDF file, dude?
No, I don't.
Then
I don't have evidence. I don't have evidence. I don't.
Seriously.
Okay. Don't do that to people.
I'm not trying to slander. I'm not trying to slander him.
People.
I'm not at all trying to, and I'm not insinuating anything of actual behavior. Can you agree that there can be behavioral patterns of certain ideologies that could lend themselves to a type of thinking, even if it's not? That's all I'm saying.
Oliver, let me make a concession, if you will.
Okay.
Here's the concession I'll make.
Okay.
I'll make this concession that it is the case that you can follow patterns of behavior to come out with like some kind of basic ideas about the outcomes of behavior.
Okay.
That's true. And you can do that with arguments. That's even true too.
Sure.
But can you admit to me that especially on YouTube and various platforms like this, when you sensationalize by leaving out critical context in order to lead the viewer to a conclusion that is far more common than people following legitimate argument chains to figure out patterns. Do you agree with me that that's far more common?
It can be more common, yes.
Yes, and so the thing is, like, why should I give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you're trying to disparage one of my best friends who has done nothing ever to you?
Correct.
It's the worst thing you could call a man and the worst thing you can insinuate about him.
Okay, I was not meaning to insinuate
then
that.
Make a revision.
It was not. I'm not talking about it being
unique. Call him an idiot. Call him a retard. Do all of that.
Okay, I am not claiming that he is unique.
What was the clip? Can you send us the clip?
Send the clip.
What was
it's bad. It's not great, Oliver. It's not great.
What was there like also?
You have to watch it, Brian. It's pretty bad.
Do you know what?
It's like, no, it's not. It's no big deal.
Do you know what like the like?
That channel will send it in, or the Crucible Crew will.
Is it on the Instagram? Because I didn't look at I looked at like 2 of the clips you made. Do you know what like the little title card is? There's like these dudes are allergic to nuance. Do you know what the title card is?
He knows.
Where Andrew's
he doesn't want to say
suggesting that you implied that Jim Bob was a PDF file. What's the title card?
Wait, I didn't post that. I posted.
He's saying you made a clip about it.
I made a clip of my closing statement in that debate where Jim Bob.
So it's the closing statement one.
Yeah, nods his head.
Is it in the 5-minute highlight reel that you did?
It's at the very. It's at the very end of that.
Is it at the?
I think.
Is it your closing statement?
Yeah, my closing statement.
Is it the one society is better when we trust women?
Yeah.
Okay. I will send that. We'll see if we can pull that up. Andrew, we can react to it. While we're doing that, I'm going to read. We have super chats that came in. I'll read those. Daniel Stein back again. He's back from timeout because. You got it. You got it right. Thank you, Daniel Stein, all the way in Australia. Appreciate it, man. So bending over for women is more complex
than
voting on matters of war and presidents that affects families, but yet spreading her legs is more complex. LOL. Andrew, you hard park. Here you go. Women. Lol.
Oh,
he wasn't here for that
man,
one.
Alex.
But thank you, Daniel Stein. Dendritic dialectic. Oliver creates race-based subgroups to argue white people can't say they hate black people despite higher per capita attacks, but doesn't do the same for sex by his logic. Only women who go to bars can say they hate men due to higher assault risk. Do you want to respond to that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Daniel Stein, thank you for those. Appreciate it. $69 TTS. Get them in. Final call if you want to get one in here before we get this wrapped up here pretty soon. We have also Desert Joe. Appreciate it, Desert Joe.
Desert Joe donated $69. Feminism, women are equal to men. Women, kill all men. Gets a pass because they're inferior. Men, kill all women. Straight to jail because man bad. Someone please make it make sense.
Well, I mean, he's going to insinuate that basically complete strangers he lost a debate to are PDF files. So, let me make it like an appeal to your humanity then. Let me try that. I'll make an appeal to your humanity.
We have the clip, by the way, if you want to
play it.
Before you want to make your point?
Yeah.
This is my Instagram post. This is not the clip. Are you talking about tonight, what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
And the clip. Play the clip, too.
Okay. Here, Mary, do you have that pulled up? There might be another way to do it. Yeah, go ahead and pull it up. All right. And Oliver, can you confirm if this is the clip?
Yeah, closing statement.
All right, so you're going to have to, Instagram's fucking stupid for playing videos on desktop. You're going to have to hit the audio button at the bottom. So scroll down on the page. See how it's muted? So hit that, scroll back up. Control mouse wheel.
Awesome
zoom,
prepared closing statement.
Zoom it out a little bit. And we're going to have to lower the volume, probably put it to 70 at the very top there. Ooh, okay.
You did a better job
true,
than the last two
he
guys.
is, Jason. True.
Yeah.
Let's try 70. All right,
Andrew is not letting him off the hook.
But since this really didn't go according to any sort of a guideline that I thought, I'll just kind of say my final thoughts here. I think there still is a massive.
Oh my God! Wait, pause it. Pause. I'm sorry.
That is being made.
Pause. Just click on it. Put it in the video tab. We got to have it on.
You can say till you're blue in the face that this is how society is, this is how it fundamentally will be if we're left to our own devices. But I think one of the beautiful things about humans is that we have the capacity for reason, and we have the capacity to better our society against our biological impulses. And I think that that is something that feminism advocates. Feminism does not say that, denies the difference between men and women, denies that, men are on average stronger than women. It says to men, look, you do have this power. You are stronger. You ought to use it in such a way that does not hurt individuals. And there's an element of paternalism here. I mean, you heard Jim Bob a lot compare, treating women to treating children. And, I think it's a problem is these people fundamentally, and he's nodding right now, view women as infants, view women as infantilized. And I think that that is why feminism is so necessary, and continue to fight against these ideas where, these people do not view women as, rational human beings. I mean, we had this whole conversation surrounding intellect, and I think that, it's really unfortunate that this is the type of ideas that are becoming more and more prevalent. And I think that as long as these ideas are continuing to be spread, it only proves the further need for feminism. I really wasn't able to get into a lot of the empirics of the good things of feminism, but there have been many advancements and benefits since the arrival of feminism, and can be directly attributed to it. Society works better when men and women work alongside each other.
Is there a point where
he does? He actually does circle back to it, but the clip is kind of long. Do you remember where the part is where you circle back to that?
Within this conversation today?
Yeah. But you did it in the clip.
In the clip itself.
View women, I said, view women as children.
Yeah, you view women as children.
Hey.
Yeah.
The idea there that he views women as children, but he has sex with women, is implying what?
Dude,
What's the implication, bro?
I'm not saying there wasn't the implication there. I'm not saying he engaged in any sort of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you want from me, Andrew.
I want you to just make it very crystal clear, right? that your stupid ass idea, when we say infantilizing, when I say you infantilize women, that is the case that I am saying that you're kind of treating them like they are children. But you went one step further. You said that he treats them as though they're infants. You're making the inference that he's attracted to women who are fucking infants. You're making the case that he's a PDF.
No. I was not making it that using the word infant was the wrong word there. I wanted to say children. I wanted to say infantilized.
So in the same context I am.
Of what?
Where I say, like, when we say, like, you're infantilizing them, it means that you're, like, not treating them like an adult.
Not treating them like an adult. But I do think when we're talking about viewing them as children, he brought up multiple examples of where he's like, look, okay, if you're in a house and you got to make decisions and, the kids are walking around with their signs and saying they want something, and then you're like, all right, you really put your foot down. The analogy there is comparing women to children.
Yeah, but listen, the way that you present it, though, you also add elements like you did in today's conversation where there's like an attraction element there. And you've already conceded that that is the case. Isn't the inference there that you're trying to give to the audience that these guys are PDFs?
I do not want that. I'm not making claims about individuals, and I understand if my language was partially reckless.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
All right, and what? I'll take the concession there in very good faith and say, fine. If it is the case, you're going to retract that as saying it's reckless, and what you actually meant is just like you're not treating them on par with like equality or this or that. That's fair. But you have to remember that when you clip chimp, as the old saying goes, people aren't getting context well, are they? They're not getting great context.
In that clip?
Even in that clip.
Okay.
They didn't have like the previous context of your conversation back and forth.
That's kind
only your characterization of it.
That's what the clips are. That's what the clips that you post on this channel are.
I don't post any clips on this channel.
I'm not saying you. That's what clips are.
The clips that I post are usually 10 plus minutes.
Okay, sure.
Why?
Fine, they're full long-form debates.
Because I want to give they're not even long-form debates, but I want to give context.
Fine.
It's critical.
And that's why when I post a clip, I link back to the original video and watch the whole video. Here's a clip from it.
Well, just watch in the future because you don't want to make these horrible inferences about family members.
Agreed. I was not trying to do that. And to Jim Bob, look, I apologize. Okay? I was not at all trying to insinuate that you engage in any behavior adjacent to that.
What would make me feel great about all of this? If you'd apologize again to
the
Jim
knitting
Bob.
is going well, actually. I'll show it to you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not mean I was making a critique of the ideology and where it could potentially lead, not necessarily that you engage in that behavior whatsoever at all.
That's fair.
That's all I was
saying. A couple chats here. Audio, boost it up, please.
Swommy_Boyd donated $69. Called my wife. I said, make me a sandwich, women, and bend over. Her response, amen. She is 3 years older than me. Work hard, be genuine, and lead, and women thrive. Feminism destroys society. Cheers.
All right. Boyka, thank you very much for the TTS. We have 3 more coming in.
Membirdman donated $69. Oliver, if you weren't intending on slandering Jim Bob, you slandered him incidentally. I would say that's worse because you aren't even aware of when you drag people for no reason. Rethink everything.
So yeah, I couldn't.
I don't think, in retrospect, with what Oliver says now, where he's like, "Look, I'm sorry, Jim Bob, if that was the case. I wasn't trying to do that."
Perfect and
I think
beautiful.
that's as fair of a concession as we could ever get on that particular point. Like a fair one.
Also, I don't know if it's a different clip because I'm pretty sure I watched the closing statement clip.
But I don't remember where it was.
I don't think I saw it in the closing
statement.
No, the closing statement. I don't think I watched the clip. I read the subtitles to it because that clip that we were watching continued. I don't think in that specific. I don't know. I don't know the clip that's being referenced. Maybe it's a different one.
It's just the closing statement clip?
No, there was another one too.
Maybe there was another one, but in any case, while Andrew was gone, you did say, it seemed quite definitive that you were saying Jim Bob or other men view women as, you allege that they view women as infantile and that they're also attracted to adult women, but they view them as infantile, ergo there's a suspicion of PDF-philia,
There's a suspicion of, I'm not claiming that anyone is engaging in any behavior or doing anything that is illegal or doing anything to children. I'm saying that they're valuing traits in women that can be present in children.
Yeah, but so do you.
And that can be suspicious.
Yeah, so do you.
What do you mean?
Like inquisitiveness.
That's not exclusive to children.
Well, wait a second. When you describe the traits of children, give me a single trait that you would describe in a child that you would never associate with a man or a woman.
Never associate with a man or a woman?
Yeah.
Kind of blank slate.
What?
Like not like entirely entirely.
You would associate that with plenty of men and women. What do you mean?
I don't think so. I mean, I think everyone has their life experience, and everyone is not like.
What name? Okay, blank slate's not even a trait. That means there's a lack of traits. Like,
okay.
What would the trait even be? When you think of like childlike, you think of innocence. You think of like the idea of like.
You need to lead
exuberance,
them.
and you think of
lead
high energy. You think
need
of
to
things
teach
like
them
that.
things. You need to mold them in your image.
Yeah, but there's probably tons of childlike things. I think that you would say that men and women both are attracted to has nothing at all to do with being attracted to children.
Okay, what I was
is
talking
that
about
not the
molding,
case?
A lot of those other traits. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying wanting to mold someone in your image or having them to like adhere to everything you're saying and have this level of power over someone can be akin to a parent-child relationship.
Have you ever heard?
That's all I'm saying.
Have you ever heard of the term fixer-upper?
Sure.
Okay, and women say this a lot, right? Like, I really like him, but there's like problems in this.
Yeah,
are they
weird.
working on that man to like mold him into the thing that she wants a little bit more?
Sure.
Is that what a fixer-upper means?
Could be, yeah.
So is that grooming?
It could be.
But
I'm
is
not
it?
Sure. If it's done, yeah, it could be. It could 100% could. I mean, if
then women are fucking grooming all the time because they're constantly trying to mold
no, wait
behavior.
a second. If you're trying to take advantage of someone and kind of make them into the verge, like your own person, and
I would
strip
argue
them of
all
their
relationships
individuality.
are this way.
Okay, fine. I just don't.
Don't you do that? Like, honestly, don't you do this to yourself? Like, if there's habits or annoyances or various issues you have with your like significant other or woman you're dating or whatever, that you'll say things in order to get them to like break whatever these habits are or these behaviors that you find aren't tailored to you?
I would have a conversation with them. I wouldn't slightly choose.
And the point of the conversation is what?
Is to have a mutual understanding and dialogue.
So that they change.
Wait a second, but that's different than telling them what to do. You need to do this because I have the authority, and this is how it's going to go.
If it's just a boundary? If you're just like, look, one of the behaviors that I want is like when I tell you I don't want you to do this behavior, you don't. That is still, it's the same exact thing. You're just molding them to whatever the behavioral standards are that you like.
Okay.
Is that not the case?
I still think there is a distinction there, but I'm not. Look, frankly, we can move along from this topic. I'm sorry for making an insinuation, okay? I'm not trying to slander anyone. Sure. I was trying to make an internal critique.
That's fair.
That was all.
All right.
So
we have 2 more chats, then we'll do closing statements.
Okay.
Jason Castle donated $69.
Thank you, Jason.
Oliver, what hell? What you did to Jim Bob is what a spiteful woman does when she wants to ruin the reputation of an ex. You lost the debate, so you were spiteful. Andrew is too nice, I'd punch you.
I was not trying to spite anyone. I'm not trying to slander him at all. I was using the example that was in front of me because he was the one who I debated. I have nothing against the guy, personally.
By the way, Jason, just to be fair to like Mr. Cassell, I'm pretty confident that I said something that might have irked him one night, and he threatened to punch me. Mm-hmm. And I might have even like maybe had it coming.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right,
he's that way. Fucking Jason.
Donated $69.
Thank you.
When did Oliver begin his testosterone-lowering regimen? Andrew, keep drinking coffee and beer. Miss you on regular whatever podcasts.
Well, we've had a lot going on. It hasn't been just so that you guys know from a lack of Brian asking me to come on. He's asked me to come on tons. We've had some differences in schedule, but there's going to be. Like I'm here right now doing as kind of as much whatever content as possible. I always have loved being on whatever, and I probably always will. So,
rock and roll. All right, let's do this. Why don't we do closing statements?
Closing statements.
So I believe we have Oliver going first with your closing statement, and then Andrew, you will.
No, it'd be the opposite.
Yeah,
I open. Well, no. If you open second, I close last. That's correct. And I did open. Did I open first or did you?
You opened first.
Okay.
You opened first, but isn't it?
No.
You opened first.
You want to give him the last word if I open first.
Yeah.
But isn't it like you go first
And then
for the open,
other
and then
person
you go
goes-
second
No, because
for
then
the close?
you don't get the first and last word.
No.
You
No,
get the
no,
first
no.
word or the last word. So
So how it works is this: if you open, right?
Amateur hour for
If you're the one who opens up and you are the first opener, then whoever's the second opener closes last.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so
Sure.
whoever's the second opener closes last. That way, it just has to do with like who's in the stronger position. So
Sure. Okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I fucked that up too. I fucked that up too.
Wait.
First opener, last word. That's how it works. First opener. So who had the first opener?
oh, so you had the
Yeah. So
Then you
Really?
get the last word.
Oh, I get the last
wait,
word.
no, you get the last word.
Who's the first
Oh
opener?
wait, you're saying first opener.
Last word.
Well, wait, but then
No, so then if you get the last word,
You get the
if
first and last
you
word,
were
Andrew?
you were the first
No, no,
opener,
no.
so
So
you would go second.
If the
in
person,
your close.
if the person, oh, hang on.
All right,
Let
we're
me make sure I
debating
got
now
this
who
right.
goes to go.
Hang on, let me make sure I got this right, but I think I do.
You went first.
Yes, if you open first, you're in a worse position than the guy who responds to the opener, and that's why you get the last word. I think that's generally how it's
So you
done.
get the first and last word?
No, you're at a disadvantage if you get the first word, but you're at an advantage with the last word.
I don't know, dude. Whatever.
But if it is the case that you would prefer that I go first, I'm happy to do it.
I don't really have a strong preference.
Okay, let's just do this.
I'll just go first.
Let's do this. Oliver, you go first with your closing, then just Andrew, you go.
I could also be being stupid here because maybe I am. Maybe I'm just being
Yeah,
dumb.
do you want to go first, Andrew?
I'll just go first. You can go
Sounds good.
second.
All right.
Okay. Maybe
I
that sounds right to
for
me.
you,
So okay. So I caught Oliver in a ton of contradictions in his worldview, a lot of silliness. There was a bunch of other things I wanted to hone down in feminism, but he did a lot of virtue signaling because he didn't want to get into like the age gap argument, even though I think that's completely pertinent because it's part of a feminist worldview. Not only is it part of a feminist worldview, but it's part of trying to label men as being some type of like super predators. But because they know they can never justify any of those claims when we hone in on them, they completely back away from them as quickly as possible. Oliver actually stonewalled the debate for a good 40 minutes, maybe more, by just
True.
refusing to engage in this very
Yep.
prominent feminist view. Even though, and to his defense, and then also at his detriment, if it were the case that he didn't have any qualms with it, if he was like, no, I don't have any issues there, even if it's part of a feminist view, I would have moved on. But he actually did have issues there and then just refused to engage. And that's bullshit. And I wouldn't do that back, right? I just wouldn't do that back. This kind of like many of these tangential issues which come up, all of them are actually relational to feminism, especially when we're talking about dating, things like this. I want you to think about all the crazy ass shit that Oliver has said tonight. Oliver has said that he can provide no justifications for his worldview on age gaps, for instance, and then he moves forward and he's like, and I just don't want to engage. I just don't want to, even though I have no way to justify any of the things I'm saying, I don't want to engage. He bit the bullet and said he doesn't really care about incestuous relationships ultimately when it comes to between men and women. Even though, how is this relationship, and yeah, you can go look at it yourself, Oliver, but how does this relationship end up kind of coinciding with feminist ideology?
Oliver
well, it
is
coincides because of the
sulking.
alternative
You guys
family
see that?
unit. You may remember
He
we
is
got on this based on
sulking.
alternative families. And when we started diving in, honing in on what alternative families was, Oliver choked again, right? It turns out that he's more akin to our view than we are to his of like the kind of gender correlation and how useful it is towards the kind of dynamic family unit that we want to see in society. Basically, at almost every level, we saw Oliver contradict himself over and over and over again. Now, it's very difficult to summarize because we've been in like a 5-hour debate. I'm used to long-form debates. I don't mind. But just recognize that the only person here tonight who had a consistent worldview, who did not contradict himself, and never had any of it refuted was me. The person who had his entire worldview refuted on almost every single point was Oliver, and the person who contradicted his worldview was Oliver. Remember, and you guys can go find this clip, if Oliver decides he wants to clip this up, we'll respond in kind, where Oliver says, my viewpoint may not be consistent, but it's still better than yours because it wants better things. And it's like, but if it's inconsistent, how do we even know what the viewpoint really is? Because it contradicts itself so often. Don't believe any of this shit. This is the typical degenerate
So
nonsense,
fucking
right?
true.
When we really start to move into the views, Oliver
believe
really doesn't
any of
have
this
shit.
shit.
He was like, this guy doesn't want women to vote. And I said, well, let's get into women voting and the right to vote. The huge feminist issue. What does he say? I don't want to engage. I'm not getting into a conversation about women voting or men voting or the vote at all. I'm not getting into democracy. I'm not getting into how these things socially impact anything else. All of these are feminist points. He doesn't want to engage with any of them, but he's here to defend feminism. He said, but only on the points I want to defend feminism on. Well, you got to refute my points too, right? You got to refute mine as well. He didn't make a refutation for any fucking point I made. He can't show you ever that he made one because he never did. I refuted every one of his, though. You'll find this consistently time and time and time again in my debates with feminists. They cannot defend their view. So, and the last word I'll say this, for the purpose of charitability. Oliver was far less annoying than most of the feminists I debate, and he knows enough, at least about philosophy, that we could have a conversation. For that, I tip my hat to Oliver and appreciate that. But ultimately, yeah, blown the fuck out, and you deserved it because your worldview is totally inconsistent. And I wish you would just, like, if you listened to what I was saying and then actually made refutations to the points, it would go way better for you. So ultimately, I'll just say this. Thank you for coming out and debating. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a long debate. You're probably not used to those. But in the spirit, again, of charitability, I do appreciate your time and appreciate you coming out.
Thank you. All good?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you to Brian for hosting this. Thank you to Andrew for coming out. Yeah, this debate has definitely been all over the place. One thing that I will admit is Andrew is better at debating than me. Andrew is better at rhetoric. Andrew is better at framing things, regardless of
that's definitely true.
maybe how
100%.
fair I think characterizations are. Props to you, Andrew. You definitely won the rhetoric points. What I'm largely arguing for is just visions of society that relate to feminism, and ones that don't relate directly to feminism. But if we're talking about my vision specifically, I am advocating in favor of women having legal equality, having the right to vote, having the right to bodily autonomy, being able to be financially independent, not having to be dependent on a man, having freedom and autonomy in other areas of their life. I think that my position is one that embraces Western values, embraces life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not this rigid view in which women have to be in this role and men have to be in this role, but individuals themselves, regardless of sex and gender, are empowered to reach their highest potential and are not subjugated from doing so. I mean, we're talking about Andrew's vision in general. You know, he's saying I didn't push back on the points. I mean, fair enough. I didn't make an argument as to why women should be able to vote. Andrew's in favor of repealing the 19th Amendment. The worldview that he advocates for is one in which women fundamentally, largely are dependent on their husbands, and he argues that that's a good thing. I think that, that means that women aren't able to participate equally in the political process. And, I think that Andrew's worldview, in terms of the society that he advocates for, and especially his hostility to democracy, makes the worldview that he's advocating more akin to these Middle Eastern countries that he's against, instead of the democracy that we have right now. I'm not going to push back.
As a jihadist, bro?
Andrew.
Wait, Andrew, let him,
all right,
let him
fair
close.
enough.
Let him do his close.
There are similarities between the worldviews in the sense of the cracking down on what people are able to do and what positions they're able to live in. So, I think on that point, I've presented what I view as the best version of this, and Andrew definitely got me caught in a bunch of different language and rhetorical traps, and I'm not denying that. But I think still, regardless of that, I think my vision is a correct one, and one that ought to be embraced, even if I didn't do the best job defending it tonight.
All right.
That was great. Thank you, guys.
It's over.
You know what? Here's what.
It's over. We did it. We made it. It's done. Andrew obviously and clearly won this debate. There is no question that Andrew won the debate. I want to do a big shout out to Alex. Alex sent in a bunch of super chats tonight. Matthew sent in a bunch of super chats tonight. Shout out to everyone who supported the channel to get us up to $469 for tonight. We end the night at $469. We made it. And now I'm going to not be live on the internet anymore. I will be back tomorrow or today, later today, at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. If you want to come and see real radical revolutionary socialists, and it's probably the craziest shit. Listen, I know that some of you are here for Andrew. I really understand that. I really do. But come back for the socialism content. Why? Because it's important, okay? These people are fucking up our world. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. It will be the craziest far left content that you've ever seen, and it's real. It's not the clickbait bullshit. It's real. And for now, I'm going to go to bed. And I'm probably going to wake up hungover tomorrow because I've had 5 beers. I finished that smoked wheat beer, and that smoked wheat beer was good. It was a great way to cap off the night. I'm probably going to be really fucking hungover tomorrow. And if I am really fucking hungover tomorrow, it is Alex's fault. It's not my fault. It's Alex's fault. So you can all blame him. If I'm angry and cranky, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you're welcome with love. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to bed. I'll be back tomorrow. Take care. We'll see you soon. Hang on. I'm going to get a good outro. Okay. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.